Frairen's feet were killing her. Her back hurt, her muscles hurt, hell, even her ears hurt at this point. Her planetary military command had assured her that human basic training would be a cakewalk, and all she had to do was bring back their training secrets to strengthen their own military. At this point, she was sure she had been set up. Frairen sighed out painfully as she came down onto the ground, not even bothering to swish her tail out of the way as she sat. Beside her, Zetarin and Himmel were also crashing to the ground, though Himmel came face down into the grass, his human rucksack wobbling on his soaking wet back and rifle clattering on the ground. Frairen was one of the Yorpal, a semi-bestial race of aliens that hailed from the Dagmar Prime. Her people were one of snout and paws, and the humans kept calling her a furry, no matter how much she tried to get them not to. While her fur was a dull yellow, it was not uncommon on her planet, and she didn't understand why the humans kept snickering. Zetarin was a Carlake, a lizard-like peoples that the humans kept comparing to cobras. The little snakes in the Carlakian peoples shared the broad hoods around their heads and the forked tongues, despite the fact that they had legs and feet much like the humans themselves. Himmel was a Poit, a shorter, multicolored race of peoples from the Pillen Four. Despite being a slender, athletic race that held deeply colored, pupilless eyes, they had pointed ears and shared many features of the humans as well. This led to much teasing of Himmel from the other human recruits. Depending on the day, he was either referred to as Private Frodo, Honeythorn, Hermie, Drizzt, or Private on the Shelf, whatever that meant. There had been more names, but it appeared the other humans felt the need to narrow them down. This kind of thing appeared common around humans, and they made fun of themselves to a far sharper degree, as if they were taking it easy on these otherworldly races, but still making sure they were included in this odd ritual. Frairen looked around at all the other members of her people and the races from other planets, and frowned at how hard they were all flagging. They had all been sent down here to this forsaken wretch of a planet to try and pass human boot camp, a trial that all new human soldiers went through to weed out the weak from the strong. It would be their job to, after the end of the training, assimilate said training into the already anemic regimes of their own worlds, as Earth was outputting some of the toughest and deadliest fighters amongst the stars. Their training even made the Daramir pale in comparison, and they were an insectoid people who had scythes on their second pair of arms. Were being the keyword. The humans wiped out every hive they could find, and many were steadfast in the belief that the Daramir were extinct. "All right, my little star blossoms," their human trainer called out, his brown campaign hat not even sweaty. "I'll give you 10 minutes. Then we get back on our ruck. You have to be in tip-top shape in order to pass muster, you know." Frairen bared her teeth at the human in a quiet, pained snarl, as did many of her fellow Yorpal. These were called drill sergeants, a particularly psychotic and sadistic flavor of human that always made Himmel shudder with fear. They wore plain olive drab uniforms and a brown hat called a campaign hat, and it sported a bright brass emblem on it to mark their status. They seemed to never break, never tire, and were some of the meanest bastards she had ever met in her life. Even the Carlake balked and shrank away from their visage. One Carlake had flared his hood at a drill sergeant, even baring his fangs, and the human had beat the Carlake within an inch of their life. It wouldn't have been so bad if the Carlake hadn't tried to start the fight in the first place, trying to slash at the human. But the statement was received loud and clear. Human drill sergeants were not to be trifled with. Humans in general were an extremely tough and rugged people, being called Iron Children by some of the other planets, while others had far more dire names for them. The Daramir were recorded to call the humans Irakimmel Matkanir, or red-blooded wraiths in their own tongue, remarking on the humans' tendency to engage in melee willingly and rip the limbs from Daramir fighters. That was why Frairen, despite the fact she wanted to howl and latch on to the human's throat with her teeth, looked away from the human as she stalked down the road, looking over the human recruits who stood by patiently, letting their off-world fellows rest in the grass. "Let me see your feet, recruit," came a voice over Frairen's shoulder, and her ears pinned back with fear. It was Drill Sergeant Marshall, a female human that was far more vicious than her male counterparts. A male human recruit had catcalled her one morning after PT, and she had simpered at him, even making a flirty motion towards the man as she got close to him. Frairen had thought it was some kind of odd mating ritual, watching as she was chugging water. And what she did to that human? Well, the medics say they could grow them back, and they had been put on ice rather quickly. It was the screams that still haunted her more than the sight of those two bloody, ragged chunks of "I said show me your feet, recruit," Drill Sergeant Marshall said again, and Frairen obeyed, taking off her modified boots and pulling the cushioned sock off her pawed feet. Drill Sergeant Marshall came around, tutting her tongue at Frairen as she knelt down and took the foot in her hand. "Your feet are too damn soft. Same with the other Yorple. I'm sure they'll toughen up after a few more weeks of rucking. Recruit?" Drill Sergeant Marshall looked into Frairen's pink eyes with those icy blue ones, her short-cut blonde hair framing her face like the cheeks of a helmet. She seemed so small and pretty, despite what Frairen had seen her do. Most human females were pretty, but there was a barely restrained savagery in those eyes, and it scared her. Frairen wondered if she would tear off her foot if she was rude, so she instead dipped her head, keeping her voice low and turning her head to expose her neck. "Yes, Drill Sergeant." When the human was safely away, Frairen bent her leg to get a good look at her foot. It was raw and blistered, and she could see a few spots that were bleeding into her sock. She had always been proud of how tough her feet were, but it appeared the highly advanced footwear back on her planet were a crutch compared to a modified combat boot. Were they designed to cause pain? "I don't want to be here anymore," Himmel muttered into the grass, still laying face down on the ground, and his legs splayed out behind him. "My feet hurt. My body hurts. Everything hurts." Zeterin hissed out in agreement, chugging water as fast as his mouth would allow before coughing a little, wiping at his chin with his sleeve. "It's amazing they can keep up this pace. They don't even look tired." "We ran 3 miles this morning for PT," Frairen sighed out, putting her sock back on as she watched Drill Sergeant Marshall trudge off to harass the other off-world recruits. "Then we had chow, and now we're out here rucking like cavemen." Himmel thumped his head against the grass a few times, his rucksack wobbling on his back. "I don't want to eat out here. They would make us eat those nasty rations out here again," Zeterin said with a frown. He enjoyed the chow hall and the food the humans made, but their combat rations left a lot to be desired. Frairen hung her head backwards, her long furry ears splaying out along her rucksack. "Oh, Mother, the combat rations. Did you know the one I had yesterday was made in 2071? 2071! That's nearly a relic at this point. It belongs in a museum." Frairen, Zeterin, and Himmel continued to bemoan their situation until they were all called back up onto their feet. "Only 6 more miles to go, my little alien minions. Come on, now up and at 'em. My humans are getting cold," Drill Sergeant Killjoy called out, spitting out a stream of chew juice into the grass. Frairen groaned as she stood, as did Zeterin, and they both hauled Himmel back onto his feet, the 5'3" poet looking like he could die standing. As they continued to trudge down the gravel road, Frairen looked over towards the humans. They were walking along easily, even after all the miles they had already marched, and she noticed their rucksacks were larger than her own. She grimaced, bearing one of her long canines, then looked back towards the long string of struggling off-worlders ahead of them. If the other humans had been veterans, or well within season, she would have been less frustrated with the experience. However, the humans next to her were pure civilian, fresh recruits that had simply been following the mandated workout regimes of the human governments. She breathed in deep, smelling them all. She was surrounded by bakers, mechanics, teachers, artists, farmers, hunters, professional drivers that smelled of cleaner, leather workers, coffee baristas, and even pizza boys. She could still smell the cheese and tomato sauce on them, even this far into training, and it made her stomach growl. There had been more off-worlders than what currently remained. Hell, the group still left behind was only 200 strong. A fair jump from the 2,000 that had started this training cycle. They were supposed to only fall out in onesies and twosies. Instead, her fellow citizens of the stars had fallen out in groups of hundreds, some not even lasting the first few weeks of mostly hazing and getting yelled at. Frairen was shaken out of her memories by the humans starting to sing, and she rolled her eyes, her ears going back in annoyance. The humans always liked to sing when things were miserable. Even now, it was nearly 90 Earth degrees outside, and the blazing soulless star beaming down at them from on high. How could they find the mind to sing under such conditions was beyond her. And from the narrowed eyes of her fellow citizens of the stars, she had to imagine they were just as annoyed as she was. The next 6 miles felt like they went on forever, and when the concrete earthworks of a training site loomed out from a bend in the road, Frairen felt her heart drop. They made us. We walked to our training site? Himmel cried out, his face trailing sweat as his bright orange, pupilless eyes dulled down in color. We're supposed to train after all this damn walking? Drill Sergeant Killjoy chuckled from behind Himmel, clapping him on the shoulder. Of course we are. How are we supposed to toughen up a fresh recruit if we drove everywhere? You have armored personnel carriers, rotor wing transport aircraft. I've even seen you humans fall from the sky with gray blankets and nylon, yet we walked all the way here? Why? Himmel cried out, bending over to rest his hands on his knees and sucking in breath. Drill Sergeant Marshall strode up beside Frairen, and she saw the human was walking backwards while addressing both the humans, the citizens of the stars. It's range day, recruits. This will be your first rifle and pistol qual. And we're starting out with rifles. Frairen cut her eyes to the weapon that hung on her shoulder. It was an odd little mishmash of plastic, metal, carbon fiber, and electronics. On her own world, they used pulse rifles that fired hot shots of plasma powered by a microreactor, though the range was limited. The point propelled darts of metal via mag rail, again powered by their own flavor of microreactor, but they were slow to fire, having to reload, charge, and fire from a canted magazine. The Carlake didn't even bother with guns, instead focusing on their armor and shield projectors that kept them safe from flying metal darts, balls of plasma, and anything else anyone could throw at them. This allowed them to get in close, using their radiating plasma blades and jag axes to cut their enemy apart. Despite that, we failed under the assault of the Daramir, all but the humans. Humans who still use a propellant and cone of metal to destroy their enemies. Their weapons fired faster, went further, and split through armor and shields like butter. Even as Frairen looked at the rifle, an XC-1 Lancer, she couldn't help but frown at it. Integrally suppressed, semi-caseless ammunition, digital ranging computer, single burst, and automatic firing selector, and a 30-round magazine. It was practically Neolithic. They still had a lug for a bayonet on it, and they expected their troops to fix the long blades onto the end and then use the rifle like a spear. How in the stars did humans kill off the Daramir? Frairen muttered to herself, but limped forward with the line of recruits towards the gun range. With rucksacks doffed and hab units set up, they were all brought around to the range itself. It was low-tech as low-tech could be. Just sandbagged dugouts and electronic targeting systems that told a small data slate where the round had landed. Frairen stared out to the targets, some as far as 600 meters, and turned to Himmel. They can't be serious. As the grave, Himmel sighed out, his rifle nearly as tall as he was. Humans can put one of these caseless rounds into the forehead of a target at 600 meters using their targeting computers. They can punch holes in a target at 300 meters using their iron sights. Their what? Zetarin hissed, looking down at his rifle in confusion. Himmel flipped the Carlake's rifle around, pointing to a small steel stud at the rear of the weapon and a similarly shaped Y stud at the end of the barrel. These! We have to qualify with the computer and these today! They can't be serious, Frairen cried out, looking down at the two iron sights with a face of horror. They expect us to use just these two little pieces of steel to hit a target? It's bad enough we can't use the helmet reticles yet, and have to look through this stupid little box. Frairen gestured at the targeting computer optical sight on top of the rifle, but Himmel just shrugged his shoulders. First squad, you're up first, Drill Sergeant Killjoy called out, and a line of humans mounted the firing positions, falling into line cleanly and neatly. They are trained in their schools, you know, Himmel said absent-mindedly, resting the buttocks of the rifle on the ground and wiggling a pinky finger in his tall ear. From the age of 10 to the age of 18, they train with even older rifles in their schools. It's a requirement to graduate. Frairen clicked her tongue. Barbaric. What business do children have with training for a war? According to the humans, it's they won't be children forever mentality, Himmel replied, flicking the gunk off his pinky off into the grass. Frairen saw this and raised her bushy eyebrows. When you first got here, you used to only do that in the comfort of the showers with your ear picks. We used to have time for it, Himmel grumbled, though Frairen was pretty sure the humans were rubbing off on the point. As the humans took up positions and waited for the go-ahead, other troopers who staffed the range walked out from the concrete bunkers and viewing rooms, many of them holding their own rifles. Frairen saw that they were mostly NCOs, sergeants and the like, and they all took up a position between two shooters. What are they doing? Zetarin asked with a tilt of his hooded head. 10 rounds at 600. Pause and wait for further instructions when fire order is complete. Range is hot. A voice rang out from over the intercom, and the first human fired a shot down range, the tracer floating through the air. It hit smack dab at the chest of a target at 600 meters, and nearly every Star citizen watching felt a desire to shrink backwards. She just did it in one go, Frairen asked aloud, her ears perking and falling down out of a shared expression of fear and curiosity. All of them took a few steps back in a staggered recoil when the NCO standing between the shooters began to fire down around the prone recruits, spattering their faces with mud, foliage, and dirt. Move, and you will die, Drill Sergeant Killjoy called out, pressing the mic against his throat, and his voice booming around them all. Do not flinch. Do not jerk your head. Stay on target. Himmel stumbled backwards a few more steps when Drill Sergeant Marshall let a burst of automatic fire trace around a human's head, even as he fired and barely missed the fourth shot on his target. They're fucking mad! The humans were not done, as barrels of crew-served mortar weapons swung out of the bunker. With concussive booms, they launched mortar rounds high up into the air, and they came down only 50 meters away from the recruits. All the Star citizens flew to the ground as the rounds came down out of their shadow arcs, exploding with plumes of dirt and soil. What are they doing? Zetarin shrieked, trying to hug the ground as tightly as he could. Why are they using explosives? A human staff member who had remained standing the entire time looked down at Zetarin, giving him a playful kick with his boot. Oh, quit hiding down there. Those are just training rounds. There isn't even shrapnel. As the human range staff fired around the humans and the training rounds, apparently made of a soft plastic, exploded in the distance. The recruits fired on, going to a different target when the range staff called out for them to do so. All of the human recruits went through with their first go, most of them qualifying the first time around, and it came down to the non-humans to have their go. Frairen watched the range staff pour bags of sand around the firing positions, steeling herself for the noise, when she heard a whimper behind her. She turned, seeing one of her fellow Torpil throw down her weapon and shrink down towards the ground. The two males beside her kept their ears back and didn't look at her, looking elsewhere. "What are you doing?" Frairen hissed at her, stomping over to the blue-furred Yorpal and giving her a swift kick to the thigh. "Stand up! You can't embarrass us like this!" "They're going to shoot at us!" the Yorpal wailed, cowering and shaking with unbridled fear. "They're going to shoot at us and explode the ground around us! It was just supposed to be easy!" "Get up, you curwit!" Frairen snarled, giving her another 2 hard kicks before snatching her by the back of her uniform and hauling her off the ground. "Get up! You will not embarrass us here and now! You will not!" "No, no, no, no!" the Yorpal howled, even as Frairen continued to slap and hit her. The other males looked away. It was her duty to discipline the female, not theirs. It was the Yorpal way. Frairen picked up the XC-1 Lancer from the ground and shoved it into the blue Yorpal's arms, snatching her up by the ears. "Hold that fucking rifle and do the training. We've come this far, and we will not falter when it is time to make this moment ours. Stand up and quit whimpering." Frairen released her ears and turned around as the other Yorpal shakily straightened up, sniffing and reshouldering the weapon. When she fully turned around, Frairen found herself staring into the eyes of the drill sergeant marshal. The human was so close that Frairen could feel the woman's breath rustling the fur on her snout, and she swallowed. Drill Sergeant Marshall grinned fangedly, her eyes so predatory that Frairen thought she was in trouble. Her voice was low, just low enough to where only she and Frairen could hear the words. "That is what I'm talking about, furry. Keep your people in line and show no fear. There is leader material in you, and by God, I will rip it out of you and make you wear it." Frairen swallowed, suddenly quite hot under that uniform, but nodded. "Yes, Drill Sergeant." Frairen's iron resolve had steeled the rest of the Yorpal, causing both the Karlik and the Poit to steel themselves as well, even though nearly 40 of them were about to quit right then and there. Frairen was shoved forward by Drill Sergeant Marshall. "You first, furry. You and you. You too. Don't stand behind that damn Karlik. I can see your ears." The human began shoving off-worlders forward towards the range until the bays were full, and again the staff took their positions, standing above the Yorpal, Karlik, and the Poit shooters with magazines fully loaded. "Those are just blanks, right?" Frairen heard Himmel ask from a few spots down. The human range NCO took out his magazine and showed the Poit what was inside, and Frairen heard Himmel's sharp intake of breath. "Don't jerk, don't move, and you'll be fine," the NCO said, then slapped the magazine back into place. 10 rounds at 200. Pause and wait for further instructions when fire order is complete. Range is hot. Don't take too long out there, aliens," the voice called out, and Frairen narrowed her eyes at that one word. She didn't like being called an alien. Always sounded super rude and generalizing. She barked out in surprise when the NCO next to her fired a round right in front of her hands, spattering her fur and eyes with sand. Frairen sputtered, blinking the sand from her eyes. There was a terse word above her, and the NCO moved away, replaced by the boots she knew to be Drill Sergeant Marshall's. "Fire your weapon, Yorpal!" the human woman roared, firing a burst of rifle rounds into the sand just near Frairen's head. "Fire your weapon! The enemy is coming to fuck your corpse! Shoot! Shoot and kill!" Frairen shook her head, ears perked, and trying to keep down tears of panic as she looked through the optic on the rifle. The computer was triangulating her shot when a boot crashed against her rifle. Drill Sergeant Marshall kicking the optic right off the top rail. Frairen watched the little tan box cartwheel off down the range, and she whipped her head around to stare up at the human in shock. "Fragmentation has destroyed your targeting optic. Use your iron sights and destroy the enemy," Drill Sergeant Marshall screamed, her broad smile threatening as she fired 2 more shots into the ground near Frairen. "Shoot! Shoot, goddammit!" Frairen got back down behind the rifle in a panic, her eyes and fur covered in sand from the human shooting close to her, and tried to align the iron sights. Her own people's weapons fired themselves, locking onto a target via the AI within the rifle itself knowing friend from foe, and telling the shooter when it was safe to pull the trigger. Here it was just her own finger, Her eyes, a rear circle sight, and a post she had to somehow align. Frairen squinted her eye with the other one closed, then squeezed the trigger. The rifle punched her in the shoulder like a hammer, and she winced, the rifle ejecting the half casing into the air with a ring of steel as it cycled and placed another into the breech. Drill Sergeant Marshall, holding her rifle in one arm and looking at her data slate in the other, fired 2 rounds into the ground near Frairen without looking, scaring the Yorpal half to death when she saw the human not even paying attention. "Dead center of target!" Drill Sergeant Marshall called out, kicking Frairen in the shoulder. Again, Private Frairen!" Frairen shook her head, clearing some of the sand from her face, and got back down behind the iron sights, the sights wavering due to her shaking hands as she fired again. She then fired 2 more times, hoping to get past this step. The ground shook as the mortars came down, filling the target field with smoke and plumes of dirt. "1 on target, 2 off. Poor showing, Private Frairen!" Drill Sergeant Marshall called out with a laugh, and she turned, firing 2 shots into the ground near the point beside her before turning back. "Keep shooting!" By the time Frairen had completed all the fire commands shouted from the speakers and was rotated off the range, she was covered in sand, dirt, and shaking from head to tail tip. She felt exhausted, even though it only lasted a few minutes, and found Zeterin and Himmel in the same state, the 3 of them standing near each other and breathing heavily. "That was intense," Zeterin hissed out shakily, cradling his rifle to his chest. "But I did get all hits." Himmel wiped at his forehead with his palm, his hand coming away slick with sweat. "I was doing well until the sadistic sergeant started kicking my legs. He kept saying I had it too easy and was too accurate. How did you fare, Frairen?" "She kicked my optic off," Frairen said listlessly, brushing at her fur with halting movements as she stared wide-eyed towards the ground. "And I had to use the irons." Frairen turned her head and saw the female Yorpal from before was vomiting into the grass, her face covered in just as much sand and dirt, and her pants were wet in a place that Frairen really wished they wouldn't have been. At this point, however, she could not blame the other Yorpal. If anyone twitched their head at the wrong time, they would have been dead. "All right, my little stargazers," Drill Sergeant Killjoy called out, scrolling down the data slate as he pulled off his uniform belt. "Looks like most of you passed this phase, but don't worry. There are more to come for you to prove yourselves." "More?" the other Yorpal cried out, giving a soft burp as she tried to wipe bile away from her chin. "Overhead fire range conditions are in effect. All range staff avoid standing on the range, and keep all crew-served weapons barrels facing at the 12 o'clock, the booming voice said over the speakers, and the barrels of the large crew-served machine guns prodded themselves out of the concrete bunker, their barrels pointing skyward. While the human recruits fished their hearing protection out of their rucksacks, the citizens of the stars all looked on in horror. We have to do it again?" Frairen asked quietly, watching the most forward human recruits start walking as they were routed onto the range. "Again?" Drill Sergeant Killjoy said with a chuff of a laugh. "Private, we have 7 passes on this range under different conditions. Why else do you think we store ammunition out here? Don't worry, though. We have chow trucks coming out to make sure you guys get some nice hot food." Zeterin brightened up at this news. "Chow trucks? What kind of chow are we getting?" "Chili," Drill Sergeant Killjoy said absent-mindedly, but looked up with a grin as the blue-furred Yorpal gave an audible gurgle. Another splash of vomit hit the grass, and Frairen closed her eyes, a single angry tear flowing down her furred cheek. Humans were definitely made from tougher stuff than the rest of them, and this was going to be a very long night. Himmel was exhausted and was struggling to keep his eyes open the entire time he was in formation. Frairen and Zeterin weren't doing any better beside him, and he turned his head just enough to look at the 2. Frairen's soft yellow fur was as dull as ever, since they wouldn't let her take the time to groom it, and she looked as bad as the other Yorpal. They were a semi-bestial race, one of snout and paws, and they were lagging behind their human counterparts. Not that Zeterin was faring any better. The cobra-like lizard body Karlaken looked like he needed a good soak in a tank of scale conditioner, and was a little flaky. If anything, Himmel, one of the Poit, was doing rather okay as far as things went. Sure, they were a little shorter than the humans they were training with, and the humans themselves kept calling them Star Elves, while putting them on high-up places as a prank, but at least a lot of human soaps and hair cleaners were a nice one-to-one translation in terms of physiology. Himmel's head snapped back to facing the front when the company's senior drill sergeant spoke up, waving a clipboard in a hand. "Looks like everyone left here in my little menagerie has passed their rifle qual," he boomed, waggling the clipboard. "Even our little alien friends passed with somewhat flying colors." Himmel saw Frairen bristle at the word alien. She didn't like the word, but Himmel didn't really care as much. It was just a word. After all, he had been called a lot weirder and odder things than alien. "As a reward for all of our Mars Attacks friends, as well as you human beasts, I have issued a 10-hour pass starting now, zonk!" The senior drill sergeant bellowed, spiking the clipboard to the ground. Every single human bolted. "What is going on?" Himmel shouted, whipping his head back and forth as the human recruits had shrugged down and started sprinting as soon as the odd word had left the senior drill sergeant's mouth. "What does zonk mean?" A more kind human recruit gave Frairen and Zeterin a push, her face alight with mischief and giggling. "Run! Run! Before they catch you!" Himmel snapped his head back around to see both Drill Sergeant Marshall and Killjoy coming for them all, hands outstretched, and he needed no further prodding. "Make stardust, people!" Himmel shouted, running as fast as he could with his short arms pumping. Frairen, far faster than any of them, caught up to Himmel with the human and Zeterin close on her heels. "Is this some other kind of training? This is so stupid." "No, no, no!" a cry went out from behind them, and Himmel turned his face just enough to see Drill Sergeant Marshall snatch up a panicking Yorpal. The human cackled evilly, hoisting the blue Yorpal above her head with her massive arm muscles. "Guess we got one for the toilet scrubbing duty, Killjoy." Himmel panted and started running so fast that even Frairen had to fully stretch out her legs to keep up. At the bottom of the small hill their barracks was set upon, the rest of the recruits were laughing and wiping sweat from their foreheads, while others were calling transportation to the more proper side of the base. "Hey, my dad sent me enough money for the entire company to get a drink," one of the humans cried out with a laugh, slapping his hand to his forehead. 6,000 EGC! Let's all get drunk, boys! A massive cry went up from the crowd of humans, while their Star Citizen compatriots all stared around in confusion. When the cattle cars arrived, these operated by civilian contractors, everyone piled on where they could. Unlike the usual training ones, these had seats and air conditioning, something that the other space races were not used to having in any shape or form. According to the humans, suffering in the heat made you stronger, and atmospheric bubbles were for pansies. The cattle cars dropped them all off at the largest bar on the base, large enough to facilitate not one, but 4 companies at once. Himmel had heard that humans were thirsty people and liked to drink together in a social setting, not much unlike his own people. Unlike the Poits, this bar was a raucous, loud, and bright place blasting music while humans played their odd martial games like darts, pool, cornhole, and some odd one called beer pong to test their durability. "This is a drinking establishment?" Frairen asked with perked ears as they stepped inside with the other recruits, her canine face looking around in surprise. "Why is it so loud? Where are the dancers?" "Dancers?" Zeterin asked with a quirked eyebrow scale. "You have dancers? Why would there be dancers in a drinking establishment?" Frairen shrugged. "Well, the males of my people don't drink alcohol, so we make them dance for us while we do." A lot of human recruits also turned to stare at Frairen with their own looks of surprise or raised eyebrows, and she held out her clawed hands. "What?" one of the female human recruits muttered, looking to her friend. "Just a bar of dancing furry boys." "What's wrong with that?" Frairen asked aloud, setting her hands on her hips as everyone laughed. Then she wondered if the male Yorple in the training company would even be able to drink whatever the humans were going to throw at them. Zeterin wiped a tear away from his eye slit, having been hissing in laughter so hard that he nearly deployed his hood. "My goodness, and here I thought we were a little strange, not using cups." "You don't use cups?" Himmel asked, seeing an empty table and quickly pushing both Zeterin and Frairen towards it. Zeterin shook his head. "We either pour it in our hands or use the bottom flesh of our hoods to hold the drink as we slurp. Water is precious, and we do not waste it for washing." "Seems quite economical, really," Private Alex said, the female recruit sitting down with the rest of them as Private Timothy sat down as well. "Hope you three don't mind us joining you. The other tables are full of assholes." Himmel looked at Private Alex. "Assholes? Is that another peoples we don't know about? Did they enter the training cycle late?" Frairen burst out into laughter with Alex, Timothy, and Zeterin following right after, and it took a short minute to explain to Himmel what the two humans meant. Thanks to the generosity of the one recruit and his very kind father, the bar was quickly whipped up into shape and flights of alcohol were soon making their way to every table, allowing the beings from the stars beyond to sample and try the drinks of Earth. Himmel recognized the large mug of cider one of the kind barmaids set down and happily bounced in a seat. "I know this one. This is apple ale. I saw a commercial for this while I was waiting in the atmosphere terminal, and I've always wanted to try one." "What's this?" Frairen asked, holding up a dark bottle of amber liquid. Alex grinned wolfishly, a nice comparison between the human and Yorple. "That is something we put on ice and drink later. For now, let's get these beers down while they're cold." Frairen cast her eyes at the bottle, but followed the pattern the rest of the table was doing. Himmel wasted no time, the mug massive compared to his smaller hands, but it did not slow him down from drinking deeply and loudly. Himmel cried out with a happy exhale, the cider phone giving him a rather thick mustache. "It's just like I thought it would be. It's so sweet and nice. Nothing like the tangy stuff we have back home." "I believe it's the apples," Zeterin murmured, smacking his lips happily as he took quick little slurps. "Apples are catching on quickly in the outer ring markets. Only Earth has them." Frairen, seeing no other option, took a few laps at the liquid, but her eyes closed shut in pain as her cheeks puckered. "Too sweet! Way too sweet!" "Here, try one of these," Timothy chuckled, switching out her mug of cider for a mug of red ale. Himmel quickly took the other cider mug, chugging his other one quickly so he could enjoy the one Frairen didn't want. "Attaboy, Poit!" another table called out, making Himmel chuckle. "Ah, this is much better," Frairen said with a contented sigh, lapping at the red ale with closed eyes. She licked her lips clean, then admired the mug of ale. "The color is lovely, but it does taste stronger than ours. What is in it?" "Green, mostly. I don't like the fruit stuff either," Timothy said, clinking his mug against Frairen's with a polite tink. "Too sweet." Frairen looked down at her mug with raised ears, lifted it, and then clinked it against Timothy's mug. "Ooh," Frairen said with a smile, then twisted in her seat to clink hers against Zeterin's. "Oh, I like that. Our glasses are all made from crystal that is quite fragile." Once everyone had downed their first ale, or second in the case of Himmel, Alex popped the cap off of another very dark bottle, giving it a swish while giving flirtatious eyebrow raises to Timothy. "Oh, come on, Alex. They just got here," Timothy said with a laugh. But even still, he pulled out 5 glasses, setting them in a row. Alex began pouring a measure of the thick black alcohol into the short glasses, her smile devious as golden shimmers warbled in the dark liquid. "Hey, they bought it for the table. It's time we showed these space invaders how to party." "That smells," Frairen started, then slowly leaned backwards as Alex cracked open a can of energy swill. "Like poison." Zeterin inhaled through his nose slits. Smells delicious to me. I love you guys, Himmel said with a hiccup, then laughed as he set down his now empty second ale glass after making sure he got every last drop. Oh, this is gonna be fun, Alex said with a maniacal chuckle, as neither she nor Timothy were even buzzed. Himmel at this point was quickly entering drunk territory, while Zeterin was stone-cold sober, and Frairen was starting to feel the tips of her fingers buzz. Alex poured the sparkling green energy drink into the black, shimmering liquid, and it began to audibly hiss and bubble like a witch's cauldron. What in the suns is that? Frairen said, now leaning backwards away from the table and covering her nose. Alex held up one of the glasses, admiring it with a cunning eye. This is my love, is the IED. IED! The other tables called out, and suddenly every table was now making the drink to join in with Himmel's table. Himmel, giving a small hiccup, snatched up a glass and stood up on his seat, striking a Morgan pose as he set his boot on the edge of the table. IED! Himmel called out drunkenly, and the other glasses were raised into the air. IED! Every voice screamed out, and Alex jumped to her feet. Scouse! Alex screamed and tipped the drink back into her mouth, quaffing it in one go. Everyone else followed suit, but the Yorple was struggling to get through their own drink. Frairen was struggling so much that she nearly heaved, and instead resorted to opening her mouth and pouring the foul concoction straight down her throat so it wouldn't hit her tongue. Himmel downed his much in the same way as Alex, and he let out a loud burping laugh as he fell backwards. Zeterin, having already drank his, quickly reached out with an arm and caught the giggling Himmel, the Poit lolling back and forth in his arms, while the Karlaken smacked his lips again. This tastes very herbal. It's very nice, Zeterin murmured, then offered his glass to Alex. Might I have another? Alex took the cap back off and then held up the bottle. Karlaken's found another IED, boys! The room erupted with hoots and cheers as everyone prepared another round of drinks, much to the horror of the Yorple and delight of the Karlaken. Another one? Frairen cried out. Then she held her stomach as she let out a guttural, herbal burp. I can't drink another one of these disgusting things. Alex cracked open another can of energy drink. Sorry, kitten, them's the rules. Frairen let out a small whine as Alex poured the energy drink into the alcohol. She had been told to follow all human customs, and she was starting to find it to be far more painful and disgusting than she had imagined. Woo! Himmel howled, rolling around backwards in Zeterin's arms and reaching out for the glass upside down. Hit me again, trooper! Zeterin let out another hiss of laughter, having to muscle the Poit to keep him upright. I think we found the Poit's weakness. Much like Himmel, the other Poit were having a very good time with their fellow recruits, and were having to be wrangled by either the humans or Zeterin around them. 4 Poit had even come out of their shells enough to ask how cornhole was played, and were now doing their best to slam sandbags into the hold boards. As the cry went up again, Frairen groaned out as she lifted the drink, opening her mouth and letting the horrid slurry once again flow down her throat. Her stomach tried to revolt instantly, but she muscled herself into control, letting out another rumbling burp and covering her nose with her pawed hand. After their second IED, the generous human with his father's money started ordering cocktails for the tables, the bar all too happy to oblige as he kept swiping his bank card. After a couple of minutes, multiple glasses were before the table, with Himmel wasting no time in drinking something called a Negroni. These smelled delicious to the virgin nose of the off-worlders, and soon they were all poking and picking at the drinks to see what was their fancy. The humans, of course, took to these with ease, but the off-worlders took far more caution. Mars, say it again, Zeterin asked Timothy, lightly licking at the salted rim with his bifurcated tongue before taking another sip. Timothy picked the cherry from his Tom Collins and popped it into his mouth. Margarita. Margarita, Zeterin murmured, his face flushing with the flavor. Oh, it is nice, very tangy and floral. Himmel leaned so far backwards to finish his drink that Zetrin had to catch him again, and the Poit gave out a happy sigh. Human drinks are the best, Himmel said loudly, giving a burp and a hiccup before reaching blindly for the next drink. Zetrin handed him a spare Tom Collins, and the Poit didn't even bother smelling it before plugging the straw between his lips. Zetrin was only just becoming buzzed with the humans. Himmel, more or less, orbiting around the moon at this point, while Frairen was starting to feel warm vibrations all up and down her body. You know what this bar needs? Frairen slurred out in question, sucking down her second whiskey sour and enjoying how the straw made drinking easier. What's that? Alex asked, unwrapping the cap to the dark bottle now that it was chilled on the ice. Frairen drunkenly held up a padded finger as her mouth struggled to form the words. Cute little Yorple men dancing and twirling through the air, with glitter all in their fur. I think it would deeply heighten the experience. Timothy, Alex, and Zetrin snorted with laughter, while Himmel laughed just because the others were laughing. They had been drinking for nearly an hour now, savoring the many cocktails and delicacies of the human bar. But it had come to the crescendo as they neared their second hour. Himmel was still holding on to consciousness, now laying across Timothy's shoulders due to the Poit's legs failing to function properly, and the male human was now good and fully buzzed. Alex was in the same way as Zetrin, both of them seasoned drinkers, but Frairen was struggling to hold on to reality, constantly wavering back and forth in her seat. Though her tail was wagging so hard, it was starting to annoy Zetrin, who kept smacking it out of the way from both him and his drink. What do you think, Alex? Do the final shot and go for a za run? Timothy asked her, snorted and laughing as Himmel gave the human a wet raspberry in the side of his face. Alex chuckled as Timothy pushed Himmel's face away, then set down 5 fresh shot glasses. Yeah, why not? We'll be back in a while anyway, plus the rest of the guys need time to wrangle the Poit and drag the Yorple outside. The Poit had been hit hard by the alcohol, but instead of knocking them out cold, it seemed to fill them with a relentless amount of drunk energy. Drinking enough human alcohol had unlocked a trait unknown to the Poit, as their own beverages on their planet were truly lacking the power present in human alcohol. As such, they never had the stomach capacity to ever get drunk on their own brand, and they would have had to be constantly drinking it through the day like water to even get halfway to where they were now. Human alcohol hit so hard and so quickly that they had entered a stage of hilarity and humor they had never felt before, and were becoming a menace around the bar by sneaking into places they should not have been, trying to throw darts stupidly long distances, or demanding the humans create a game of foosball where they themselves were the little players, all of them holding on to ropes. The Yorple were, well, their legs weren't working. The humans could tell they were happy due to the wagging tails and churring, but their bodies were having a lot of trouble functioning, with the male Yorple struggling the hardest. One male Yorple with purple fur had to be hauled off to the latrine by 2 of his human platoon mates, lest he made a mess right there on the carpet. Frairen was one of the few Yorple managing to stay upright, though it was a challenge worthy of a medal in her eyes. Zetrin and the rest of the Carlacan were happily chatting amongst themselves, and with the humans who weren't having to spend their buzz taking care of the Poit and Yorple. They had had their eyes opened to the bright and colorful world of cocktails and the deep, intricate liquors made by the humans. On their world, there were only a few alcohols made since water was a precious resource, and while still tasty and potent, they had no idea that liquor could be made from so many things. To the Carlacan, the humans were the liquor MacGyvers of the galaxy, and were quite intrigued when they learned that humans could even make alcohol from cow's urine, mare's milk, and even ants. Alex filled 5 of the shot glasses, then reached over and poked Frairen, who was looking at a brightly lit neon jukebox. Hey, last one, and then we can go get pizza. Pizza? Frairen asked quickly, her head snapping around to look at Alex with raised ears. We get pizza after this? Pizza is fairly normal post-drinking food, Timothy said, rearranging Himmel so the Poit was rotting his shoulders. Frairen looked at the glass being offered to her, her mouth salivating at the thought of the Italian-American delicacy, then snatched it up and slammed the glass back. The burning liquid hit the back of her throat like a forest fire, and she choked, coughing out harshly and pounding her hand on her chest. While Frairen coughed, hacked, gurgled, and choked. Himmel pounded his shot down with ease, though he nearly fell off of Timothy's shoulders in the process. Only the swift free hand of the human kept the Poit from eating the hardwood floor. Not that the Poit really noticed. Zetrin poured the shot into the free skin of his hood, much like he would a regular drink, due to it being the final one they would all have together. As he took the shot in one go, he let it swish around in his mouth as he savored the flavor before swallowing. Beside him, Frairen let out another hacking cough, scrabbling for a little glass of water near her in order to put out the fire in her chest. "It has beautiful flavor," Zetrin said with an appreciative hiss, patting his chest, "and it tickles warmth all the way down. What is this?" "Rye whiskey," Alex said, having already sipped her shot away into her body and enjoying the warmth it brought her as well. Frairen was chugging the glass of water with small gasps of breath, her free hands puffing at the hem of her uniform top. "I'm on fire. Why am I burning on the inside? Is this another one of your human poisons?" The table had a chuckle at her expense, both Alex and Zetrin helping the Yorpal to her feet. Getting her to stay on her feet was a challenge, as all she had the mental strength to do was billow out her uniform top. She coated both Alex and Zetrin with her pheromones, making them both either sneeze or have to shake their heads to clear away the mental fuzz it was putting into them. Frairen whined and puffed her uniform top all the way to the local pizzeria, and by the time they pushed through the front double doors, Alex was feeling a little hot under her own collar, while Zetrin kept having to put his hood down, both of them wanting to get rid of Frairen and stop having to prop her up, or at least make her stop billowing her damn uniform top. Frairen only found comfort in her second favorite sin, and only that made her stop incessantly puffing the hem of her uniform top. Cherry cola. Only with the ice-cold, sugary cola flowing down her throat did her body cease to burn, and she finally sighed out in relief. Alex and Zetrin did too, giving each other quizzical glances as none of them had any idea the Yorpal even did that. Timothy, on the other hand, had a happily snoozing Himmel on his shoulders, the Poit's long hair falling over the side of the human's face and tickling his ear. Pizza was ordered, snapping Himmel awake instantly when the smell of bubbling cheese hit his nose, and the little group of recruits tucked into a fine after-bar chow, though Frairen demanded another pie be ordered, as she now was quite hungry. Zetrin preferred to consume a salad, as he had no love for pizza and found the flavor of cheese close to that of vomit, but politely enjoyed the little buzz he had going while his platoon mates enjoyed their meal. When Himmel had consumed his 6th slice, Frairen her 12th, Alex her 5th, Timothy his own 6th, and Zetrin having scooped his salad bowl clean, they all began their walk back towards where the cattle cars would be arriving. "I thought that was quite nice," Zetrin said aloud to them as they were waiting by the road. "Do we get to do this every pass?" Alex nodded, pushing the once again snoozing Himmel back onto Timothy's shoulders. "We humans always do. We celebrate time off with drinking, even in the civilian sector." Zetrin happily clapped his hands while Frairen grimaced, her belly stuffed full with pizza and cherry cola. "If we do, I'm not drinking the poison in the little glass or that bubbling concoction," Frairen said with a growl, the pizza only slightly helping her mood. Timothy bumped her with his elbow. "Freed, they're part of military tradition. As long as you train here, you're going to have to drink at least one of them." "Man," Frairen whined, pinning her ears back as the cattle car hissed to a stop in front of them, ready to take them back to their training barracks.
"I want one more rep," the human said in a professional tone, looming over Nalili with her usual grim face. Nalili was struggling, his avian-scaled arms quaking with the weight of the Olympic bar he was trying to heft up onto its resting hooks. "I am trying of lifting." "Get that bar up if you can't manage this and you can't manage our gravity," the human said, tapping his pin on the clipboard he held. Nalili was an Optican, an avian species of spacefaring peoples that made their homes on multiple planets of the Sub-Far sector. Their minds were sharp, as were their technological advances, becoming so advanced that many Optican had never even seen grass. This was in part due to how they converted their planets basically into hab units, having no need of farming or agriculture due to their output of parts, machines, ships, and other such doodads. These were traded for high credit values, allowing them to just buy their food with ease. It didn't help that their planets were small and not very dense, leading to both light gravity and very little space for agrarian activities. Their lack of resources propelled them into space at an extremely fast rate as they developed, and they managed to start harvesting nearby asteroids just in time to avoid their own society collapsing and dying. It had been a tight race, but they managed to just pull it off. Now they were an industrial powerhouse and made the finest engines in their side of space, and were masters at harvesting asteroids for their dense materials. This harvesting technology is what led them being invited to Earth, as the humans themselves were struggling with material harvesting and having proper ships. With the demise of the insectoid Deramir by human hands, a lot of planets owed the humans a favor, and had found it rather annoying to have the little iron monkeys running around on their ships during the war. It was more due to humans not being able to manufacture their own ships than anything else, and they were already propped up by the Optican harvesting the resources for them during the late stages of the conflict. It was the humans that kept the Deramir from destroying and consuming the Optican in the first place, and the avian species owed a great debt to the humans. Though, the Optican thought the humans rather physically boring as far as a species went and couldn't help but feel superior to them. The Optican had avian scales on their arms and legs, short talons on their avian feet, a short feathered tail, and double thumbs on their clawed hands. Their eyes were wide and sharp, coming in all a manner of colors, while their hair was more like fine feathers that went all the way down their necks. They had skins sort of like the humans, but around the outside of their thighs and calves were more fine feathers, and their faces were elongated around the nose, remnants of their ancestors having beaks that eventually smoothed out into hard-plated noses with soft lips underneath. One thing the humans had in spades was muscle and strength, owing to their planet, while the Optican were a fine-boned, fine-muscled people that would rather pay mercenaries to fight for them instead. The Optican believed the humans were just pumping their soldiers full of chemicals to make them so strong, and held the firm belief that they were just dumb brutes who were a simple anvil for the Deramir to crash against. Opticans had no idea just how weak they were until they were invited to Earth, and a ship had crashed on its journey down to the surface. The pilots had been overwhelmed by the gravity of the planet, causing them to not only struggle to control the craft, but most of them actually blacked out despite their dampeners. The Opticans had never even considered that they may have been too weak for the gravity of the planet, as other spacefaring people had already landed and were running around the lush planet. Investigations over the craft even confirmed the arrogance of the pilots, who had switched off the warnings that skittered across their flight panels. It was disastrous, but thankfully the ships hauling around the actual engineers and dignitaries were able to punch back out into space in time, avoiding a far more serious tragedy. This led to a conundrum as the Optican ships lingered in space, but they had come up with a plan quickly. Using their far more advanced ships and technology, they sprinted back to their main homeworld of Subfar True and quickly set up a portable space station, then dragged it back to Earth within record time. The Optican glowed and rustled their feathers in the shock from the humans, as they did nothing but praise the Optican for both their ingenuity and quick thinking, and this did nothing but increase the positive reception from the humans. After all, if this species could slam together an entire space station and then drop it in orbit within only a few months, what else could they do? The biggest problem was, of course, how weak the Optican were. They had been slowly made brittle over time in both space and on their weak gravity planets, never even considering using their artificial gravity machines to strengthen themselves over who knew how many hundreds of years. Humans found their feeble bodies rather distasteful, and wondered if the avian species could even keep up with them. The other species, like the Yorpal and Poit, were struggling as it was, but they at least had some muscle on them and could handle Earth's gravity by default. While the station orbited around Earth using complex atmospheric engines to anchor it in place, the humans set about toughening the Opticon up. The humans introduced the avian aliens to something they had never seen before, and the Opticon at first thought the humans were torturing them. The humble gymnasium was set up by humans shuffling equipment into the station via the ships provided by the Opticon, and personal trainers set to getting these bird people into shape. At first, the obvious problem was a lack of leg muscles and core chain, so that is where they started for the first few weeks, but switched to arms. The Opticon were not prepared for the insane amount of arm exercises the humans knew, throwing everything from kettlebells to barbells at them and working them through a rotation of exercises. The second problem was that humans could not adjust to such low gravity, one trainer accidentally launching a kettlebell into the roof decking of the gymnasium. It was still there, too. The station had to be split into two sections with two different gravity settings. One for the humans to relax in, and one for the Opticons so they could toughen up and survive. Eventually, the humans had to start wearing slightly magnetized shoes, just enough to catch the metal under the wood decking, so that they could stop losing their footing in the low gravity. Nalili was a gold plume engineer, a high rank amongst his kind, and he was suffering under the weight of the arm exercises. His mottled green feathers quaked while he worked through hammer curls, alternating cross curls, preacher curls, chest flies, reverse curls, front raises. Just how many arm muscles did these humans have? Today was something called a bench press, and while Nalili had mastered the English language in only a few days, he thought it should have been called the guillotine instead. This had made another French human instructor laugh. "Come on, up you come," his human said, tapping his pen on the bar so it made light ringing noises. "It's only 60 pounds. Up, up, up." Nalili struggled so hard he was cartwheeling his legs, pushing with all his might. When he finally locked out his elbows, he gasped out, "5!" "There you go," the human said, slightly pulling back on the bar with a single hand and helping Nalili rack it. "How are we feeling, Opticon?" Nalili's chest was heaving, sweat pouring down his skin and feathers. "I am feeling like death." "Good," the human said with a chuckle, then held out his hand to help Nalili up. "You're doing better than the leg exercises." Nalili puffed out a laugh as he took the human's single-thumbed hand, and the human hoisted him up with ease. His name was Stephen, a hard name to say since Nalili kept saying Stephen, but he was kind at least. The other humans seemed far more strict and intense, so he must have lucked out. "All right, we have to do another set of lumberjack squats. These are gonna work your legs and your arms," Stephen said, pointing to the landmine bar in the corner of the large gym where nearly 100 Opticon were working out. The other 200 either sleeping, eating, or laying face down on massage tables and crying. Nalili put on a brave face, then wiped a towel along his cheeks. "Okay, we are of doing the lumberjack." Stephen chuckled, walking towards the landmine bar while muttering, "We are of doing the lumberjack indeed." Perhaps mastered had been a strong word, he thought. He knew what all the words meant, but speaking in the same pattern was an issue that both he and the other Opticons were struggling with as well. Apparently, the humans found it cute, and weren't even trying to get the Opticons to change it, even demanding they keep their speech pattern. Nalili's feet clicked along the wooden floor, a favored material of the Opticons since they lacked actual trees nowadays on their planets. and he took up his position on the bar. He had to support the end of the bar on his chest with his palms under it, which was already making the feathers on his arms shake, then squat down, holding this pose for a few heartbeats before standing back up. His leg muscles screamed with the effort, and managed to do 20 reps before Stephen lunged forward, taking the bar in one hand and catching Nalili in the other. "Whoa there, Skipper, you can't go that hard yet," Stephen said as Nalili heaved in a breath, sparks popping in front of his eyes. When his workout was done for the day, Nalili went to his favorite area of the station, a large glass window that let him look down at Earth. "Looking at all of that green," Nalili murmured to himself, and he couldn't help but smile. He had never actually felt grass before, and something deep inside of him ached for it. He wanted to go running through the prairies and meadows he had seen in books and video recordings, swim through water that was clean and fresh, and lounge below a shade tree in the warm sun. Nalili sighed out to himself and sat down in a chair, resting his chin on his clawed fingers. Imagine of being able to waking up and just go walking in the grass. "It's nice," a voice said behind him, and Nalili turned. Joseph, another one of the humans on board but not a trainer, walked around and took a seat beside Nalili on the row, leaning back and crossing his legs. "There's the mountain meadows of Colorado, the desert shrub of New Mexico, the deep woods of the Appalachians, all kinds of places down there. Of course, you could also go to Europe, stroll along the high-altitude grasslands of Switzerland, the tundras of Russia, or just splash in the ocean for a bit," Joseph said, pointing down to the planet in the general area of where these locations were. "We are of only having steel and concrete," Nalili said in wonder, leaning forward in earnest as he looked down at South America. "What is of being in that landmass?" Joseph tilted his head down at where he thought Nalili was pointing. "Ah, that there's all jungle." "Jungle," Nalili murmured, rolling the word around in his mouth. "What is of jungle?" Joseph pulled out his phone and started scrolling through pictures of the Amazon. "We almost lost this place, you know that? You guys came in clutch and started feeding us resources during the war, and we were able to completely pull away from harvesting our planet. Hell, we were even able to bring back some of the extinct species with the help of your pulled gene regeneration technology. You were almost of losing all of your jungle?" Nalili said in alarm, his feathers flaring in panic. "Is jungle of okay?" Joseph laughed, patting Nalili's shoulders. "Don't you worry. The jungle is doing better than ever. Frankly, we owe you guys a lot. We were about to start cracking open our planet before you guys stepped in." Nalili felt pride in what his people had done, in helping preserve this little slice of heaven that birthed some of the strongest soldiers he had ever seen in battle. "Where should I have going first?" "My personal answer?" Joseph said, leaning forward with Nalili and pointing down to the planet. "You should go to Crested Butte during the wildflower season. It has always been my favorite memory." "Wildflowers?" Nalili said in excitement, jumping to his feet with his enthusiasm managing to tamp down the quick burst of soreness in his limbs. "Are there of shade trees too?" Joseph smiled. "Yes, there are shade trees, plus a nice view of the mountains." Nalili stood in front of the window for a long time, his eyes darting back and forth across his planet of paradise. After 10 minutes, he looked at Joseph. "How close am I of being ready?" If you bust your ass and pass the gravity test and remember to take your calcium pills, 2 weeks?" Joseph replied, checking his data slate. Nalili grimaced. He hated those damn calcium pills. They tasted like dead animals and chalk, but they were designed to enhance and strengthen the anemic bone mass of the Opticon. He nodded his head, though, then fist-pumped the air as he turned around to Joseph. "Of 2 weeks, then, I will be of completing it." "That's the spirit," Joseph said with a wide grin. "I'll let Stephen know." Only the thoughts of walking through grass kept Nalili going, pushing through the leg press exercises, the squats, leg curls, leg extensions, the rowing, and those disgusting calcium pills. It was frustrating in some ways. Nalili could think circles around these humans all day long, but was just a mote of strength compared to their raw might. A lot of the Opticans challenged the humans to do the same workouts as them, and were quickly humbled by the trainers putting on a show of raw strength. The female Opticans were really intrigued when the male and female humans took off their shirts to show the avian species how the muscles worked, and a few of the male Opticans had to avert their gaze out of embarrassment. Nalili kept himself focused on his own goals, and after his 2 weeks of hard work, he was ready to take on the gravity room. There was artificial gravity on the station, set to Optican standards on their side in order to help them get used to working out at a far easier level, and it was a paltry level of technology that the Opticans could have done in their sleep. But the gravity room is where things took a turn. This room could be cranked up to the actual gravity of Earth, and a cocky Optican had broken both of his legs trying to attempt the room after just a week of working out. The room had obstacles within it, which were embarrassingly simple. Step over a small wall, crawl under a few poles, walk, jog, and run to certain points marked by color-coded markers. Lift simple objects and place them on a shelf, operate ship controls, and, worst of all, survive 3 Gs of force in a device that spun around on a set of wheels. The spinning device honestly terrified Nalili. They had survived for years using directional force dampeners on their ships, making quick turns in space easy and reducing the risk of injury. Humans? Their fighter jets and their pilots could survive up to 10 Gs. This had been pivotal in decimating the Daramir during the in-atmosphere dogfights, and everyone else just simply assumed the human pilots had G-dampening equipment. Nalili remembered the collective intake of breath when both the Opticans and everyone else learned the humans were tanking raw Gs in just a flight suit, and it had caused a great stirring among the other people of the stars. Nalili remembered when a Poit had tried to ride passenger in one of the jets, and had nearly died during a 7G turn while a pilot had just laughed at 7 Gs. Now he was going to have to walk at a single G, something the other races did with ease. He had to be strong and make the Optican proud. Nalili stood in a line with the other Optican as they were led in 10 at a time, and it didn't take long for his fellow Optican to start coming out of the gravity room on stretchers. Thankfully, no one was breaking their bones this time, but they were simply crashing down to the deck in exhaustion. After 110 failures, Nalili was the first of his stick to go in. Of course, the humans would call a line of people a damn stick. It was so like them. He remembered when a human had thrown another human a spoon and everyone had to duck and cover during breakfast. Brute strength and brute simplicity of mind. Nalili noticed the gravity room had changed from before, and the control stick test was first up on the line. Nalili stood at the front of the line as they entered the room. Then a warning buzzer chimed a few times, alerting the Opticans that the gravity was going to change. "Stay strong for our people," Nalili called out in their own vibrating language, then exhaled out harshly as the gravity hit them all at once. Nalili's eyes nearly vibrated as he forced himself upright, and he felt his newly bulging leg muscles straining against the gravity. Behind him, someone fell to the ground with a cry, but he didn't look back. "Of crested butte," Nalili muttered out in English, stepping forward with a sharp exhale as he sat in the seat. "Prairie flowers and shady trees." The simulation started and Nalili powered through it, landing the cargo ship with little trouble. The light turned green and Nalili sat up, his core muscles flexing as he did, and he soldiered on to the next step. It was a 3-pound box sitting on the ground, and he had to lift it into a green square on the shelf. Nalili did what he saw the humans do, pounding his chest while exhaling and grunting, then squatted down with perfect form and grabbed the box. His leg and arm muscles bulged as he lifted the box, sweat pouring down his skin and feathers as soon as he stood upright. He blinked away the sweat, setting the box down on the shelf. The square lit up green, then tossed the box back down onto the floor by tilting upwards, letting the box slide off towards where it roughly was before being picked up by Nalili. Next, there were 5 knee-high walls, and Nalili had to jump over them while jogging. He was breathing hard now, wiping at the sweat on his face with the sleeve of his workout suit, but he started forward anyway. His nails made heavy clacks on the wooden floor as he hopped over the small walls, grunting as he came down onto the decking, but he made it over the 5th wall with only a small stumble, quickly coming back up to his feet and leaning backwards, breathing out tersely. Of grass bathed in sun, water of cool blue and stone, Nalili whispered to himself, sniffing as his body struggled to maintain its composure. Next was the walk-jog-run, and Nalili started walking without pause, swinging his arms like Stephen had taught him to. He heard a chime ring above him after a good while of walking, letting him know it was time to jog. He breathed out harshly and started to jog, and the sweat came on in force. By the time he had to run, his feathers were dripping beads of the stuff onto the ground, and he left a little trail behind him. His lungs hurt, he had a stitch in his side, and his knees ached something terrible, but he would not falter here. He ran with all his might, swinging his arms and pumping his legs just like Stephen had said to, and he closed his eyes. Nalili kept his eyes squeezed shut, his lungs burning as he drew in the cold air of the space station, and gasped out loudly when the chime came again.
Gold Plume Engineer Lalili, you have a 5-minute break.
A voice called out over the intercom, and Nalili sank down onto the floor, his chest pumping up and down as he tried to catch his breath.
You shouldn't have done that,
came a chuckling voice over the intercom, and Nalili recognized it was Stephen.
What goes down?
Must have coming up, Nalili cried out, now laughing as he recognized his blunder. He had laid down, which meant he had to stand up eventually. A female Optigan came crashing down next to him, her breath heaving into her lungs with a wheeze as her bright purple feathers vibrated from the effort of her body.
By all means, take a breather, Silver Plume Engineer Captic,
the voice said over the intercom, and they all heard the crisp start of laughter before the mic cut off. Of thanking, Captic cried out, her heavy chest so soaked that Nalili could see the complete outline of her sports bra, a handy piece of clothing that all the female Optican were wearing. This sucks, Nalili said to her in their native tongue, and he leaned up with a long, painful groan. Captic nodded. I agree. It's worse that we have to sometimes wait for our turn at the tasks. Why I try to get so far ahead. I'm not sure what's worse, really. Both of them chuckled.
1 minute, Gold Plume Engineer Nalili,
the voice said above them. Nalili waved his hand. Yeah, of hearing, he groaned, slowly getting back up to his feet and wobbled slightly towards the next obstacle. This was a new test, but one he already knew. The water bags. Before him were 2 one-gallon jugs of water, in plastic bottles of all things, and he had to pick them up, press them over his head, and place them back down, repeating the exercise 5 times. It was a struggle in Earth gravity, but the 5th rep was so tiring he had to let go early, the jug splashing down to the ground with hollow thump of water. Of nuts, Nalili muttered in English, always having found that phrase funny. A human stepped out from a doorway, holding 2 new jugs of water in one hand and a mop in the other. Nalili gave a short, dry laugh. You are showing off. I am not, the human said with a laugh, then waved the jugs of water at Nalili. I've got this. Go on and complete your tasks. He is so casual about it, Nalili thought to himself bitterly, watching the ease of the human's movements, but he did move on to the next challenge. There were only two left, the crawl and the wheeled machine. He got through the crawling challenge with a lot of huffing and puffing and trying to keep his tail from getting caught under his feet, and came out of the other side just as sweaty as when he had started. Now there was the car, sitting there all innocent looking despite the terror it brought to his chest. His heart hammered violently as he thumped down into the seat, strapping himself into the harness while breathing up towards the ceiling. He realized all of a sudden he was the first Opticon to even make it this far, as a little dial on the wall read 0 below a sentence that read, "Opticons that have arrived to challenge this station." The others had numbers, but this was still 0. At the far end of the wall near a door, another dial said 0, while its phrase read, "Opticons who have passed in victory. Welcome to Earth." Nalili glued his eyes to the sign, reading it under his breath. Welcome to Earth. He was so close, and his eyes widened with the realization.
Gold Plume Engineer Nalili, prepare for your final test.
The voice rang out from above him, and all the other Opticon paused, turning in surprise to see Nalili at the far end of the room.
Area clear. Begin speed test.
The wheeled car shuddered, and Nalili sucked in a breath. Of pretty flowers, colors of blue and purple. Nalili whispered to himself in a panic as the car began to speed up, the wind catching his feathers. Of blue sky, and sun of warmth and comfort. The wind began howling in a shallow close to the skull ears, the feather tufts on them rustling in the wind. Of soft grass and smells of rain. His vision was beginning to blur as a small screen in front of him read out 2Gs, and his body felt like it was going to collapse. Darkness ebbed in at the corner of his eyes, but Nalili squeezed his thigh and stomach muscles, remembering what human fighter pilots did to combat the hard Gs. 2.5 Gs. He squeezed, then released. Squeezed, then released while quietly shrieking to himself, "Of running through meadows with palms touching grass heads!" 3 Gs, the screen read out, then began a 10-second countdown. Nalili squeezed and released with all his might, closing his eyes as he focused on not passing out. He couldn't fail here, not now, not so close to the end. He felt like he was going to finally pass out when he felt the car begin to slow, and his eyes snapped open, his mouth gaping and sucking in loud, shuddering breaths. He stared wide-eyed as the car came to a stop, his body shaking from the pure adrenaline running through his veins, and he heard a soft ding from the wall. Nalili looked, and there upon the counter now stood a 1, and the light had turned green. Just of walking out? Nalili asked Josephine, the female human holding open the door for him. She shrugged. I mean, you could crawl, but I think walking is better. Nalili laughed and leaned out of the wheeled all-terrain vehicle, his taloned feet clicking on the roadway. It had taken a few more weeks of getting used to the Earth gravity side of the station, as well as a few more tests, but he was finally here. He had asked for a single day before he started work, and it was happily granted. The lovely brown-haired woman named Josephine had even volunteered to drive him out to this little grassy area of Crested Butte, and he was finally here. Nalili started to cry as he stepped forward, the hard gravity of Earth feeling feather light as he stepped out into the grass. He felt his soul fly as he let out a sob, coming down gently onto his knees and running his hands along the flowers. To think that humans almost had to lose all of this to make war materials, to become like his own planet. Nalili let out a wet laugh as he leaned down and sniffed at the flowers, their scents filling his head like the sweetest perfume. Is it like you imagined? Josephine asked as she stepped beside him, her hands in her pockets as she looked around at the mountain view. Nalili laughed again, sniffing before standing up beside Josephine and holding his hands to his face. No. No? Josephine asked quizzically, pulling a tissue out of her pocket and handing it to Nalili. Nalili took it, dabbing at his eyes as he looked out into the ocean of waving green grass, rustling trees, and sweet mountain wind. No, is of so much more. At Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, Frairen slammed down her patrol cap, yelling out in frustration as she ripped another tick from her dull yellow fur, while Himmel and Zetrin rolled their eyes nearby. This planet is a hellhole! How do humans even live here?
Settle down, class, Miss Rimiki said loudly, clapping her long clawed hands together. Come now, it's time to learn about Earth. Her students all groaned at the prospect of another planetary lesson, and she pursed her bright yellow lips together. It had been hard for her, a Zumra, to get used to teaching. Her race all learned extremely quickly via text, being able to read more than one book with their 2 sets of slit-peopled eyes and highly complex brains. Her race's council leaders currently wanted to keep humans at arm's length. When they had first made contact, human delegates had spread word far and wide of the beautiful 4-eyed dragon people of the stars, and the amount of attention her people got made the council leaders uncomfortable. To be fair, they were all flattered at the response they got from the images of their people. But the humans had an eagerness about them that made the Zumra engage them at an extremely slow and measured pace. Whether it was their smooth skin, their head fronds, their short, thick tails, or their refined features, humans always seemed to fawn over them. It was reasoned that at one point humans may have had their own dragon-like creatures on Earth that died from an unknown illness, and the Zumra had spent years researching the draconic images found all over the blue and green marble of a world. This led many of their scholars to surmise that humans suffered from an infatuation with dragon-like entities and found themselves falling into the uncomfortable crosshairs of humanity. At the current point in time, Miss Rimiki wished the other people of the stars before her held the same sense of respect and found that the mixed classroom held little care for her teachings. It also may have been their age. She hated teaching adults. Isn't Earth's history just made up? A young blue Yorple mused, balancing a digital stylus on her nose lazily. I heard they all just live in giant gyms and are all born in vats. A bright pink opticon rolled his eyes. If they were born in vats, they wouldn't have navels. This is not about how humans are made. This is about their world, Miss Rimiki stated, frowning prettily and wrinkling her wide nose in annoyance. We will be going over human cultures and biology later during our studies on the cultures of the Cinderol Confederation. There was another collective groan, and Miss Rimiki placed her hands on her round hips. Really now, this is supposed to prime you all for your future professions. How are you going to know what to expect when visiting other planets? I'm sure you've all heard of the folly that came before the Opticon's visit to Earth. Miss Rimiki growled out, now crossing her arms. All of the Opticon in the classroom grimaced, remembering all too well the splash they made by their first pilots burying their craft into the dirt of Earth. The same young Yorple balancing her stylus snatched it off her nose when another of her fellows spoke up, a male Yorple with fur like firelight. That's not even going to change anything, though. They may be working out their muscles on that stupid orbital platform, but their hearts still grew too weak from their lack of gravity, or even use thereof. If the Opticons even run too much, they can risk heart failure. May as well put them in pressure suits as they frolic around the flowers, the blue female Yorple said, grinning at the male fangedly. Before Miss Rimiki could make them be quiet, multiple Opticon came up onto their feet in outrage, despite the sudden exertion, making them break out into a sweat. We do not need suits to be on Earth, the pink male Opticon called out, slamming his clawed hand as hard as he dared onto the table they all shared per row. We can earn our way through strength like the rest of you. A yellow female Opticon rounded on the blue female Yorple. All of us have been working out, entire base converted into gravity chambers, so we can toughen ourselves. Took you long enough. All you did was hide and mine asteroids the entire war, the blue female Yorple growled out, leaning back in her seat smugly. Miss Rimiki slammed her thick hands against her own table, rattling her data slates and causing her mantle of jewelry to rattle against her shoulders. That is enough! Sit down now! I will not have this decisive talk in my classroom! All of the Yorpal and Opticans saw how Miss Rimiki's head fronds were expanding out, vibrating with her rage, and they all either leaned forward in their seats or sat back down. Zumra may have been a bookish race, but they still had the ability to attack the mind should they get riled up enough. Miss Rimiki cleared her throat, smoothing down the front of her teaching robes and resettling her mantle of duty. Right. The Carlake, Poit, and Jin within the room looked at each other with awkward side glances, the Jin being the most confused. They were new to the Cinderal Confederation, the four-armed, triangular-headed race, having been nearly destroyed completely during the war against the Dermir. Like the others, they were seeking to pay back the humans for just barely keeping their culture alive, and numbered only in the low millions from the billions they were at their peak. One of the braver ones held up his hand, his eyes barely visible underneath the curved masks they all wore, as they did not show their face to anyone but their future or current spouse. So, Earth? Yes, Earth, Miss Rimiki said, turning and tapping the data screen so it came back to life. Earth is what many classify as a death world. Is that because of how boring it is? The blue female Yorpal spoke up again, and the males around her rolled their eyes this time. Miss Rimiki spun around, her head fronds out and deployed, and she fixed the Yorpal with a steely glare. Miss Mirak! Mirak clapped her hands to her head, her body suddenly filled with immeasurable dread. Wait! Mirak began to wail, her fingers digging into the fur of her head as Miss Rimiki focused her will on the insolent Yorpal. Be quiet, Miss Mirak, Miss Rimiki said firmly over the cries of the Yorpal, her draconic fronds quavering. Mirak was writhing on the ground now as she cried out, Okay, I'm sorry, stop! Stop it! Miss Rimiki's fronds began to slowly stop quavering and deflated, laying down neatly against her head and neck as she looked around the room. Anyone else wishing to disrupt my class? Many heads shook back and forth, the Jinn wondering to themselves just what the hell they got themselves into. Miss Rimiki cleared her throat, smoothing down her robes again as she gestured toward the screen. As I stated, many classify Earth as a death world due to its abnormally high gravity, inhabitants, and their culture. Humans, as we all know, are an extremely militant race when compared to the rest of us, and hone their skills for war by battling amongst themselves for thousands of years, though some speculate longer. Their gravity has allowed them to grow extremely thick-muscled, and in thus their strength is also quite high. Those of the Confederation who are currently training with the humans have made note that they tire far quicker and cannot last as long in combat trials in comparison to the humans. Humans currently training on other worlds in agreement with the military exchange program have made a mockery of them, dominating the training with ease, Miss Rimiki said, tapping her fingers together and making the data screen flick through multiple pictures of humans throwing Yorpal like sacks of grain through the air, or bending Zumra nearly in half during melee combat trials. While clever, they lack the focused intelligence that the rest of us possess, but that is not to mistake humans as stupid. They are highly dangerous predatory beings that can think extremely quickly and make calculations on the move that even the Opticans struggle with. They merely lag behind in raw intelligence, but there is a notion that they may not lag for long. A juniper-colored Yorpal raised his hand, and Miss Rimiki pointed to him. Then why haven't humans taken over the Confederation then? If they're so powerful, then why not do what the Dermir tried? It is a fair question, Miss Rimiki said with a smile, then tapped the pad of her middle finger to her thumb, the screen switching over to another set of slides showing humans laughing and smiling with other races. They are an extremely sociable race and appear to like us, so they are not being outwardly aggressive. Some humans have coined the phrase take and give when it comes to working with them, and they are only outwardly aggressive should they receive aggression in the first place. A female Jinn raised her topmost arm, giving her little hand a wave. Is that why the Zumra have a non-social engagement clause with the humans? Miss Rimiki blushed, having not assumed the Jinn were even aware of that. She cleared her throat before speaking, lacing her fingers together. Well, when we first made contact, the humans were enamored with us, and our council of leadership feared for. I heard they were seducing too many Zumra women, a Kerlake said with raised scaly brows, his head giving a little shake of humor. Half the landing party went off mission and have yet to even leave Earth, leading Zumra leadership to panic. They were causing social issues, yes, Miss Rimiki said shortly, giving her head a shake because her tendrils were starting to slightly flare in embarrassment. Our Council of Leadership feared that it would cause a social death. How curious, the female Jinn murmured, tilting her masked face slightly. So a death world in more than one way. That is due to the sociability of humans, Miss Rimiki agreed, tapping through more slides slowly to let the students look. The more dour-faced scholars believe that humans are akin to an infection and will work their ways into all levels of society amongst the races of the stars. However, despite this outlook, all those who meet humans appear to find them good company, and it matters not how the other races look. Just last week, one of the gelatinous Orgur, they themselves made a human friend, and it dragged the entire race out of an emotional slump. A point raised his hand. Aren't the Orgur just a race of intelligent jelly balls that live in suits? I heard they have tentacles that work little nodes in their suits to make it move. They are a highly advanced invertebrate peoples that were only just recently found on their planet. Of course, no one wanted to really work with balls of slime with tentacles, so they have been ostracized by the races at large. Humanity, however, finds them curious. Miss Rimiki mused, but then turned back to the data screen. Besides its gravity, Earth has multiple biodomes due to humans not seeking to control their planet's weather or temperature. As you all well know, the Confederation at large practices tempering to make sure all planets are as comfortable as possible for all those visiting. Earth, however, does not do this. Miss Rimiki waved her hand at the screen, and it zoomed in towards a flat image of Earth and its zones of temperature. Some areas can go as low as 0.35 chot, or negative 135 degrees Fahrenheit, as to human measurements. On the other hand, it has been recorded as being as hot as 34 chot, or 134 degrees Fahrenheit. They don't live in those areas, do they? A male Yorpal asked, staring up at the screen in confusion. And why would they just allow temperatures like this? I couldn't tell you why they allow it. Miss Rimiki shrugged, speaking matter-of-factly. But some of them actually do live in such locations, or vacation there for the challenge of surviving it. This is not even a new phenomenon, as humans have been raging against the weather of their planet for nearly as long as they have been fighting themselves. But why? A Jinn asked, not even bothering to raise his hand. Miss Rimiki pursed her thick lips for a moment, then shrugged again. Maybe due to the fact that they master all the other predators of their planet and see the planet itself as their last remaining challenge. This is seen in their sports as well, many of which are outlawed for other members of the Confederation to try. What kind of sports? A female Jinn called out in excitement, nearly coming to her feet. Is there wrestling? Miss Rimiki giggled politely, quickly tapping her fingers to her palm to switch slides over to human sports. Oh, yes. Quite a few that are all very much allowed by the Confederation, but extreme human sports are outlawed for their death rate. They have sports where they die? The Jinn asked again. Quite a few, actually. Humans are known to climb or dive down into caves where there is a risk of dying to crush and lack of oxygen, climbing up rock faces with no safety equipment, riding waves of water on nothing but planks of wood, riding fearsome beasts with nothing more than a rope to keep them anchored, racing around in combustion engine vehicles, leaping from great heights with only a sheet of nylon to arrest their fall. Miss Rimiki listed, showing slides of each sport until she came to a slide of 2 bloody humans in a netted ring. There is even extreme sparring where 2 humans, male and females alike, batter each other to the point of either running out of time or one of them being knocked unconscious. Miss Rimiki grimaced at the slide of a female human bleeding profusely from the face, then switching to another slide. Humans may be trying to beat death itself, running out of enemies that are unbeatable. You said they ride great beasts? A point asked, her hair glittering gold in the light of the classroom. What kind of beasts? I thought all planets ridded themselves of large predators and such for safety reasons. Miss Rimiki actually laughed. Yes, this is true, But humans do not abide by such rules. They believe it is, how did they say, unfair. Unfair? The Poit snorted. What is unfair about evolution? We Poit destroyed every predator and animal larger than a boovum so that our planet is completely safe. Why even keep big animals alive in cages? Cages? Miss Rimiki asked with raised brow ridges. You think humans keep the big animals in cages? The Poit blanched, her fully yellow eyes going wide. They're in cages, right? Miss Rimiki rapidly tapped her thumb to bring up the correct slide, and the class recoiled. What is that? A Jin called out, standing up out of his chair and taking a few steps backwards. This is called a grizzly bear, and is a predator on Earth that still roams wild in the forests, Miss Rimiki said with a smirk, seeing the fear in their eyes as their bravado left them. It can reach speeds of over 35 miles per hour, Earth measurements, or 6.5 opsecs. This means that it can even chase down and catch Yorpal running at their top speed. All of the Yorpal in the room looked stunned, if not outright horrified. Miss Rimiki continued on. They have a bite strength that can cleave straight through human bones, and we all know how tough those are. This animal is called a lion, and it can run up to 37 miles per hour in short bursts during ambushes, and has the same bite strength as the grizzly bear. Then there are cheetahs, a land predator that can get up to 80 miles per hour in speed, and has a bite force under that of the lion, and it does not stop there. Miss Rimiki kept clicking through the major land predators of Earth, then to the ones that lurk under the water as well. Killer whales, sharks, and barracuda in the sea, wolves, hippos, and tigers on land, all roaming in the open, with no cages or gates. This is not accounting for the kinds of animals humans keep as pets, and they are known to keep both canine and feline predators as such. Why do they even leave these things alive? They're monsters! A shaking male Yorpal cried out, his tawny yellow fur shaking. What is the point? Miss Rimiki laughed calmly, shaking her head, as she still didn't believe humans had told her this directly. They keep these creatures around because if they weren't there, it would be too boring in nature. The room sat quiet for a moment as the words sunk in, all while Miss Rimiki nodded her head. Yes, I know what you're thinking, and they truly do believe this. Miss Rimiki turned around, her thick tail nudging the desk slightly forward, and she turned back around with a new data chip, plugging it into the data screen. Nature would lose, as they say, its pizzazz, the extra spark that makes it just a little bit more special. She quickly tapped her palm with her finger, bringing up multiple pictures of prowling Earth predators on both land and ocean. Humans believe that their world is healthier with these predators in place. It is by far the most perplexing node of the human culture, and has befuddled the Confederation ever since they joined. Humans not only seek to leave their world as untouched as possible, but seek to keep the natural order of it intact, even if that means deaths of their own race at the whims of these animals. Humans have been chased, killed, and eaten by these land predators before, some even as recent as last week, when a human hiker was chased and killed by a black bear. And then they killed all the black bears, right? A female Carlaken asked, holding her hands out, palms up. If the animals killed a human and proved themselves a threat, then they were removed, yes? Miss Rimiki nodded. Oh, yes, they found the bear and killed it, but only that one bear. That doesn't make any sense, the Carlaken murmured, tapping at her chin. What is the point of just sacrificing yourself to these animals? Miss Rimiki exhaled as she thought, tapping at the data screen with a claw. I think they are as much a part of their planet as everything else, and I am one of the few who believe that humans do gain power from their planet. Those who think the same as I do have come to a conclusion that humans need to keep their planet in as much of its natural state as possible in order to keep being as strong as they are. With danger still lurking around every bush and shrub of grass, they don't fall complacent. With toothsome predators lurking beneath the waves, they don't assume they are safe, even when standing in a stream. If a human falls prey to the predators of old, they are seen as weak, and the planet itself has filtered them out. While the weather and gravity are bad and worthy of having Earth labeled a death planet, it is the presence of these land predators that truly makes the warning labels stick. Miss Rimiki pointed to a few of the Yorpal sitting near the front of her classroom. You Yorpal have eradicated all of your ancient predators, and new alike. And this will stick with you. You will believe you are safe and sound on Earth, and won't notice the wolves creeping up on you. Wolves? A Yorpal asked, and Miss Rimiki tapped her pinky finger to the broad hand muscle of her thumb, pulling up an article of the Confederation newsletter. Wolves. 3 Yorpal were found dead by a wolf attack, having gone out camping without a guide. 3 engineers were found mauled to death inside their tent and partially eaten, Miss Rimiki said sternly, pointing a hand at the crime scene photos showing the dismembered victims. They ignored the rules and the warnings, did not take a human guide, and thought themselves too advanced to fall prey to some little human animal. This is only the latest, and the Confederation is wavering still on whether or not to ban the other races from venturing outside military bases or major cities. A female Yorpal stared up at the images with open horror on her face, her pawed hands coming toward her cheeks. They were eaten. Eaten? Eaten, Miss Rimiki said in a low tone. This event happened only days after a Poit was nearly mauled to death by a creature only known as a honey badger, having been training on the landmass known as Africa. He had strayed too far off the path and mistaken the animal for a cat. A Jinn raised her hand, looking up at the screen as Miss Rimiki showed pictures of the 2 creatures side by side. Did he live? Just barely. The creature had severed several critical arteries in their legs, and the humans had to apply pressure wraps to keep him from bleeding out in the grasslands, Miss Rimiki replied, then folded her arms under her chest. Humans thrive in these conditions of danger, and it is why all of you must exercise extreme caution if you find yourselves on Earth. You are not built like humans, and do not have the honed minds of them. There is even rumors of humans having a sixth sense, an innate way to know when danger is near, without ever setting eyes on whatever it is that is threatening them. We believe this was instilled in them by other creatures. Mirak turned her head towards Miss Rimiki, having been staring at the slide showing an earthen-maned wolf. Other creatures? The things we believe the humans did try to exterminate, but have failed to do so. These beings are cemented in their folklore as things that even frighten humans and are rare, hiding in the deep woods or far underground. Miss Rimiki said as she turned the slide to a horrifying creature sporting gnarled horns on its skull head and grotesque dangling limbs. These are creatures known as skinwalkers, a horrifying biological monstrosity that, while first thought to be made up, have been confirmed by leading Yorpal and Poit biologists. Traces of these beings have been found in a mountain range known as the Appalachians, and stories of them lead us to believe they were the first true apex predator that the humans had to tackle. There were others, but this is one of the few still alive on the planet, and we are still looking for others. Miss Rimiki then chuckled, rubbing at her temple. Then there is the issue of humans wanting to bring back some of their old land predators with the help of the Yorpal. Breakthroughs with bringing some of the more mundane animals back to life, such as the Irish elk and pooli, incensed the humans. There is now news that the Tasmanian tiger now roams the world again, and the humans are setting their sights on old. Oh no! An Opticon gasped out, clasping his talons to his face. They've been dreaming of this. I've seen the old recordings. They Miss Rimiki held up a hand and cut the opticon off. Humans are banned from bringing back the giant lizards. It's already been addressed. Believe me when I say that nearly every citizen of the Confederation has seen what used to live on Earth via their historical recordings, and no one is keen to see them back on that planet, or anywhere else for that matter. The room murmured their thankfulness that the humans were being curtailed to that degree at least, but also had a curious wondering about just what else lived on that planet so long ago. As it stands, Miss Rimiki said loudly to make them all pay attention to her again. Earth is the most dangerous planet known to the Confederation, just behind the Dearmere home planet, which, as we all know, is a shattered hunk of rock thanks to the humans. While you are allowed to go to Earth, you must do so under the careful watch of the humans. This is to ensure that no one else falls prey to the predators that roam the world freely. And yes, while it is extremely counterintuitive to keep such predators alive, it is part and parcel of human culture and their way of life to be predators that allow other predators to live. It should also be known that this is just how humans are. They are the top predator and take power from letting others live by their own choice. Grizzly bears do not stay living because they are scary to the humans. Humans allow them to live because they hold the power to delete them from existence overnight. From powerful predators, such as humans, comes the need to dominate, and this is the fourth reason why Earth is considered a death world. Humans themselves are considered a danger that must be met with keen intelligence in order to not fall prey to them. And this is thankfully still on a microscale. When interacting with humans, remember that this is a race that allows other, larger, deadly predators to exist, so they too may stay strong and keep their planet healthy. It is only their good-natured attitude and culture of friendship bonding that keeps them from becoming the next great enemy to the Confederation, but their natural reality must always be kept in the forefront of your minds. Miss Rimiki's desk dinged with a small chime, and she nodded. That is all the time we have for today. You are all dismissed. When the classroom was empty, Miss Rimiki turned off the lights and data screens and made her way down the long hallways of the secondary space station that orbited Earth. This one was far larger, newer, and seen as a transit hub and training station, the other slightly older station mostly populated by the Opticon for their own training. Gravity was at Earth levels here, except for the transit columns that had rails of hoops to grab onto, shuffling people along in their zero gravity to the station level they sought. Due to the length of the station, elevators were seen as too cumbersome, and this method was used instead. Miss Rimiki took a loop, and it dragged her through zero gravity towards the living quarters, and she got off at her level. The gravity eased back into Earth gravity as she walked past the bulkhead, making her way towards her hab unit. She placed her hand onto the reader, and the door unlocked with a sharp click. Miss Rimiki stepped inside, grinning widely as the human inside turned around, wiping his hands on a dish towel. "Well, there's my little space dragon. I got dinner ready, so come, sit down. And what all were you teaching today?" the man said, rolling his shoulder as he threw the towel into the sink. Miss Rimiki's grin widened as she closed the door behind her, stepping into the kitchen with graceful sways of her hips. "Oh, you know, just how dangerous humans are." "I have them!" Aerie cried out, holding a large black painted shipping crate above her head. "Minnie-Doo, the smugglers finally got me my package!" Minnie-Doo, for all his patience, lowered his eyelids in annoyance when Aerie called him Minnie-Doo. He just preferred Doo nowadays, thanks to the humans making fun of the Minnie part of his name and his lack of height. However, when he heard Aerie mention smugglers, he shut off his gardening hose and turned around, his large blue eyes wide. "Smugglers? I thought I told you not to speak to those human smugglers again. They're dangerous!" Minnie-Doo cried out in alarm, looking around in a panic to make sure none of the guard patrols were walking around near their hab home. Aerie giggled breathily, her bright pointy teeth glinting in the glow of the large sun above their planet. "Oh, come on. You want to win our first planetary cook-off, don't you? Manydew grumbled in his throat, looking at the crate his mate was presenting to him. For all her faults, Manydew loved Airy with all his 2 hearts, and despite the fact that she was 4 inches taller than him, she was the most fetching Rimiki he had ever met. Rimiki were 2-toed, long-footed species of the stars, known for their long horizontal ears, fully colored eyes with light-colored pupils, long and elegant forefingers, lithe bodies, and their odd tails that were long, agile, and adorned at the end with a furred tuft. They were neither part of the Cinderal Confederation nor in parley with the humans, instead preferring to remain completely neutral in terms of galactic politics. That did not mean they didn't play nice when they needed to, only entering into deals and regulations with the Confederation if the moment required. Their homeworld of Zarir was much like that of the human world, except the Rimiki had long ago removed all but the required species from their world, leaving them to farm and grow their crops in peace. They were not a militant species, preferring to grow food instead, which made a lot of other species dote on them, prized for their rearing of plants. The Rimiki fed a lot of worlds and tried to keep out of the limelight as they did so. This changed when humans started using their world as an in-between for smuggling, trying to stay out of the prying eyes of the Confederation and evade the authorities. The Rimiki were still too timid to really confront the human smugglers, instead giving them a strongly worded letter that outlined their request for the humans to leave the world proper. To their surprise and delight, the human smugglers actually agreed, leaving Zarir and instead hiding out on the 4 orbiting moons in secret underground bases. The smugglers returned soon enough and held a human feast for the Rimiki as an apology, something they called a cookout, and the Rimiki were hooked by the premise. They had been drawn in by the good-natured and friendly banter of all the human cooks, their little cooking tournaments, and the fact that the humans gave a small trophy to the best voted cook of the cookout. The Rimiki were enthralled at the thought of not only winning a nonviolent battle of wits and skill, but also getting a small trophy at the end of it all. Rimiki may not have been able to wage war, but they could very happily wage cooking splines and serving ladles. When the human smugglers came back to help plan this worldwide cookout, Airy had learned of a secret human food specialty that no one else was aware of, and sought to be the first winner of a Zarir cookout for their region. Her secret was in the little crate she held out to her husband. Manydew looked down at the crate with worried eyes, then looked up into the face of his mate. "Are you sure? If it needs to be smuggled in, that usually means it has been banned, and things get banned for good reason." "You worry too much," Airy said happily, leaning down to plant a fat kiss on her husband's red forehead. "Imagine the upper hand this will give us." "What even are they?" Manydew asked as he watched Airy quickly step over to their plant progression station, the many pots and pre-measured soil clots sitting ready. Airy undid the crate with the code she had been given, and the digital locking pad gave out a cheerful beep. "Seeds! If we get them growing fast enough, we will be able to use the berries." "Berries? Are we making something sweet?" Manydew asked, as he had seen what Airy had bought and placed into deep storage a few days before. "Then why did you buy all that meat? It was expensive, you know. Plus, everyone else seems to be aiming for something sweet. There's a rumor humans have a big yakatung." Airy opened the crate, drumming the fingers of her hands along the edge as she looked from side to side in excitement. "Oh, look at them! They look like little moons." Manydew looked past his wife's arm, his eyes narrowed at the little suspicious seeds. Their own plants produced dagger-like seeds that glowed brightly in different colors when exposed to starlight, and grew into vegetables or large meaty heads of grain that were ground into powders and flours. They were prized for their flavor, and the Rimiki were making solid trade with the humans, though the local farmers of Earth seemed to take offense that their wheat was getting beaten quite handily in the markets. The fulfilm plant was more refined and naturally tastier than Earth wheat, which was said to taste very rustic and barbaric. Though there were planets who found the full film flour way too sweet and instead bought wheat, but they were far fewer in number. Harry, darling, I don't know, Minidu said in a worried tone as he picked up one of the clear bags. He narrowed his eyes at it, trying to read the handwritten English letters. Nagor Vipin. He picked up another little bag, and the human who wrote on it appeared to write like he had been hit by a truck as a child. Red Sakura Habanero? Oh, shush, Aries said, giving her husband another kiss on one of his long ears. This is going to win us first place for sure. Humans love these things, and they're going to be half of the judges in our area. Minidu grumbled in his throat, even as the ear kiss made him blush. Well, we are nearer to the capital. I suppose that means more humans. That's the spirit! Airy giggled out, then started scooping out more bags and pulling out the highly advanced damp Tim soil pots. These pots were designed by the Rimiki for the Rimiki and were a closely guarded secret in terms of production. They sold tons of them in trade to only certain races that they approved of, but no one knew how it was they were made on the planet of Zirir. Airy began setting the pots down one by one, tapping in the little arming codes that flickered at her on her digital readouts. Minidu, my little Dreyu, could you grab the really good soil? Minidu blushed again, growling lightly in his throat as he turned and looked back at Airy. Why do you have to call me that? Because you always dance for me when I ask. Airy replied over her shoulder with a smirk, her long braided silver hair glittering in the light. Minidu stammered, his face so red he looked purple, and he swiftly turned around, opening the door to their storage bay before his mate could see his tail fur begin to fray. Airy snorted to herself and giggled. She loved how easily flustered he got, and was one of the reasons she took the vow of matehood with him in the first place. While Minidu unfluffed his tail within the storage bay and got a hold of himself, Airy got to work setting up the pots and placing in the buko grubs, a little insectoid that was fantastic for helping plants grow faster. They fed off of a nutrient puck at the bottom of the damp Tim pot, producing nutrient-rich soil that they deposited around the roots. And when they went through their growing stages, turned into large, fluttering insects with rather dull black wings. Despite not being pretty, they carried pollen everywhere they went, as well as the genetic makeup of the plant they were planted with. When their life cycle came to an end, they would crawl into the ground and lay eggs. The eggs would then hatch and help grow the plant that would spring forth from the body of the dead, fully grown buko insect. Airy started humming to herself when Minidu returned with the good soil packs. And she didn't let up her steady flirting. Planting and growing was a rather romantic and sensual thing in Rimiki culture, but it was kept strictly platonic on the professional level when it came to farming. The furthest any Rimiki farmer would go was perhaps flirtatious glances toward the other growers, or having to drink a little more water than usual in order to maintain productivity. At home, however, gardens were adorned with ground couches and chairs for a reason. As Airy watched Minidu work his fingers into the soil and aerate it, she gave him a curt swat on the buttocks with her tail. She then gave him another kiss on the ear when his tail tuft fluffed out, and he struggled to maintain his composure. By the time they got the seeds planted and finished with their break, the sun was setting, and Minidu was gulping down water in the kitchen like he had been running for miles. Airy just sighed out happily from the floor couch in their living room, her hair a mess and her long ears still sporting grass stains. While she lounged on the cushions, Minidu started working on dinner, even though he was a little shaky in the knees. Over the course of the following Zirir weeks, Airy watched with eager, wide eyes as the earth plants began to grow, the big, broad green leaves soaking up the light from the bright sun. Airy tinkered with these little plants as they were quite new to her, and she found them fascinating. Insects tended to avoid them, but the buko grubs appeared to be energized by the plants. While she usually didn't have to, she had to replace the nutrient brick 3 times, and the grubs were growing quite fat and happy. This led to the plant thriving and growing quite large, and it was on the 4th Zirir week that Airy finally let curiosity get the better of her. Airy plucked one of the smaller plant leaves and nibbled on it, and her long ears twitched with pleasure as her eyes went wide. Mmm, she hummed, giving the leaf another couple of chews before plucking off another one. My word, these are delicious. Are the berries already growing? Minnie-Doo called out from the back door of their home, leaning out slightly as he stirred a desert mixture in a stoneware bowl. Airy picked a few more of the smaller leaves and ran over to him, her ears bouncing and tail flicking behind her. No, the leaves! Why are you always eating leaves? Minnie-Doo said in annoyance, rolling his eyes as he kept stirring his batter. Remember when you got sick after eating the leaves from those Yorple plants? Airy, however, was not taking no for an answer, going as far as to pinch the flesh of Minnie-Doo's chest so he'd cry out in anger and pain, allowing her to stuff the leaf in his mouth. He was still angry, but had to admit the leaves did have a light floral taste. The time finally came when the berries themselves began to grow, bright or dark red with a skin that caught the light in a pleasing way. Airy, of course, kept teasing Minnie-Doo that the plants obviously took after him, and kept pestering him until he blushed to the point of being purple, just so Airy could compare the berry colors to his own. By the time the berries were fully ripened, they were in a crunch for time, and Minnie-Doo had to take up the slack of the culinary arts that Airy so dearly lacked. As he put on his apron and studied the data slate he hung on a holder, he tilted his head, his ears wiggling in curiosity. Chili. Airy, what is this? Some human delicacy, Airy said from the floor cushions, trying to figure out what the humans served with this dish. They eat it a lot at cookouts and have whole tournaments about it. I bet if we kick past the hoops, we can stun them. Minnie-Doo snorted. Ari was terrible at Pendaril, a game that the Rimiki played by kicking or carrying an inflated ball along a playing field. The goal was to try and kick it through a set of 2 hoops that were at different heights and sizes. Minnie-Doo was, however, an expert at the sport, and Airy had come to watch him play once. Apparently, she didn't watch the game much, just watching him run around and tackle the other players. Well, I'll give it a go, Minnie-Doo murmured, dragging his finger along the data slate and observing the ingredients. Thankfully, there are plenty of analogs. I have no idea what an onion or butter is, but I bet it would be expensive to import. Airy's ears perked up as she heard Minnie-Doo muttering. Oh, just hoping our vegetables taste the same as theirs. Minnie-Doo sighed out to her, starting to chop up a root vegetable with his square cutting blade. I think the ones on the data slate are vetted, Airy called back, switching through the channels to hopefully find one broadcasting human television. They were researched by the Jinn, so I think they're accurate. They can't even get food past their masks, Minnie-Doo muttered, pulling out another vegetable. What would they know about taste? Airy shrugged as she lounged on the ground cushions. I don't know. They say the entire species are super tasters or something. Sure, Minnie-Doo murmured, checking the time on the data slate. This should be ready to go the morning of the tournament. Are you sure you want the meat so chunky? If they were cut smaller, it would cook faster. No! Airy said in a panic, scrambling from the cushions in a tangle of tail and limbs and running to the kitchen. We're making Texas chili! Texas? Minnie-Doo asked, looking around to Airy as he pulled out the large portions of red meat he had defrosted overnight. What in the tail's end is a Texas? A great land of food, violence, and you're really with big, long horns, Airy said with that same glow of excitement in her eyes, something that Minnie-Doo loved about her. They are experts on chili. Minnie-Doo grumbled in his throat as he looked down at the meat in his hands. It was more efficient to cut it small, and everything would taste the same anyway. Be a good little Dreyu and just follow the recipe, Airy murmured into one of his long ears, and he quickly shimmied his shoulders to get her away from him. Hey, if you want me to cook this stuff, we don't have time for any of that. Minnie-Doo fussed, smacking Airy on the chin with his tail. Airy grinned devilishly. I don't know. It has to cook for hours. Manydew felt her hand slip underneath his apron, going for the waistband of his lounging pants, and he danced away from her, wielding the meat in front of him like a blade. No! Bad! Go sit in the living room. Airy pouted playfully and swished her way back to the ground cushions. Manydew sighed out in relief and running a hand through his dusky lavender hair. Then he remembered he had been holding raw meat and quickly ran over to their washing basin to rinse the blood out before it sank in too deep. While Airy did drive by pestering on him due to her boredom, Manydew found this odd recipe quite fun to do. The steps to making the dish were rather relaxing, the softening and simmering of all the vegetables together, adding dashes of powders, pastes, and spices, and hearing the subtle sizzle of them all melding together in his large cooking vessel. Oh, right, we need the berries, Manydew said to himself, reaching over and grabbing the bowls of berries he and Airy had collected. This was going to be an extremely large batch, his vessel large enough to likely feed a small settlement, and it had been quite expensive to buy. Airy, of course, wanted the special painted one, as she thought it would wow the human judges more. Cutting up all the meat and vegetables had been a chore, regardless of how it was making the house smell, but this was one of the last steps anyway. As Manydew started chopping up the berries, his nose gave a little twinge about halfway through the bowls, and his head gave a small reflexive jerk to the side. Oh, Manydew said in aggravation, his nose giving a short sniff. Ugh, what? He cleared his throat, his eyes starting to slightly water as he kept chopping through the berries. He looked up at the recipe and started scraping the seeds into a small slot in the counter, connected to their waste disposal. But as he sniffed again, a small tear went down his cheek. What in the soil? Manydew grunted out and swiped his palm along his cheek. The sensation made his body stand still for a moment, and he set down his blade, quickly gathering the chunks of berry and tossing them into the vessel. The sensation grew into a fire along his flesh and wiped at his face again. Uh-oh. Huh? Airy called out from the living room, having been watching a documentary about a human tyrant that commanded great lizards in battle. Manydew said, then cried out and started scrambling for the washing basin again. I'm on fire! You're on fire? Airy screeched in confusion, running into the kitchen so quickly she slid across the decorative tile floor. How are you on fire? My face! Manydew cried out, splashing water on his face and rubbing it along his eyes. My face is burning! Airy went to lunge for Manydew, then heard the cooking elements chirp. The chili! Add the flavoring stock. Manydew warbled from under the stream of water, hissing at the pain in his face. The red container! Airy flailed around the kitchen for a moment, her tail whacking against both Manydew and the cooking vessel. But she found the container and poured in the massive amount of stock all at once, her muscles bulging under the weight and strain. The lid! Manydew cried out, gesturing vaguely toward the stove as he tried to open his eyes under the cool water. Stir it and get the lid on it! Airy managed to get the lid on flush, then flailed around the hab-helm a little more until she found the first aid kit. It took a while, but eventually the burning sensation left, leaving Manydew cradled in Airy's arms with bloodshot eyes and a nose that never seemed to stop running. He was rather angry, if not righteously pissed at Airy for having grown those things in their garden, but he looked forward to destroying the plants as soon as he was able. Not even the forehead kissing and snuggling by Airy could cool Manydew's temper, and when he woke up the next morning to destroy the plants, he felt a new reason to sweat. The buko grubs had all left. This is impossible, Manydew said in a horrified voice, moving the soil around in the pots to try and find the grub. They're not even close to this part of their cycle. Manydew's heart froze in his chest. Zarir had been carefully cultivated so that every plant was edible to the livestock animals that roamed freely. Poison nor predator kept alive. If just the juice of these berries caused this on his cheeks. Oh no. Manydew groaned out in horror, clasping his hands to his face. Infecting the planet with an alien species of plant was one thing, but if those plants could cause harm, The planetary government instilled both hard fines and banishment depending on the severity of the crime. Minidu looked around at his hab home, the garden he had made with Airy, the plants around him, then down to the berry plants in their pots. He quickly gathered them up and shoved them down into the waste disposal, turning the dial so that it initiated an early cleanse and turned everything within to ash. If no one could find the plants, then no one could tie them to Airy. No one would know Airy was the one who smuggled them here, and Airy would not be banished. He remembered when a female Rimiki tried to go with her banished mate into the depths of space, and they wouldn't let her. It was not a punishment then, they had said, and the thought of being away from Ari made his chest feel like it had been frozen solid. No, 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 Minidu whispered, running around the garden maniacally and making sure all evidence of the berry plants was scrubbed away. By the time Ari awoke, a heavily sweating Minidu had cleansed the entire garden and their home, the only evidence being left in the chili itself. "This is wonderful!" a human cried out, his smuggler's uniform both garish and somehow practical at the same time. Ari was beside herself, wiggling back and forth on her feet and tail lashing around as all the humans oohed and awed at Minidu's chili. Minidu, however, kept looking around to all the Rimiki council members who were sweating in their robes, and his clothes were all sticking to him from how nervous he was. "It is delightful, but why does it hurt?" one of the female Rimiki council members said, laughing while dabbing at her pale red forehead. "That's the chilies," a male human smuggler said, and he held out his bowl for another helping. "You added something hot in this, didn't you?" Maybe?" Ari giggled out, her hands clasped together by her waist. "It's a secret." Minidu swallowed in terror, and his tail was beginning to shake. They had been exactly last in the taste testing, and due to how happy the humans were, they had been on this grand stand for quite a long time. What was also bothering him was that none of the humans were breaking a sweat, while every Rimiki that had tried the dish were either in open pain, fanning at their mouths, or drinking anything that was creamy and within reach. "My gosh, there has to be red Salvina in this. It tastes so familiar," another human said, taking off his cowboy hat and setting it on the judging table. "I swear it has to be red Savina." "Red Savina?" Minidu thought in horror. "He knows what kind of pepper it is." One of the male Rimiki council members laughed, having taken a large gulp of creamy, cool drink. "Must be a spice powder or extract from your planet. After all pepper plants are banned from transport from Earth due to the nasty incident on Dalwari." "What happened on Dalwari?" one of the humans asked, scraping the dregs of her bowl with a spoon she had brought with her. The male Rimiki council member gave a short laugh. "They were allergic to the peppers. Every member of the race. It was a space-wide emergency due to all the reactions and distress calls. Everyone thought they were under attack from how bad it was, and there were some fatalities as well." Ari, awash in her near victory, was not even paying attention to anything around her as she chatted up the humans, many of whom recognized who she was and what had been sold to her. Minidu, on the other hand, felt like he was going to faint. "I don't mean to call this early, but I think we have a clear winner here," the lead human smuggler said, and he took another ladle from Ari as well. "I haven't had chili this good since Earth. It must be quite a clever and secret ingredient to make it this good." He winked at Ari, who grinned and winked back, or tried to anyway. It looked more like a painful blink, and it made all the humans laugh. Minidu was wavering where he stood as the humans gathered him up with Ari, presenting them with a golden spatula as the award for winning the first ever Zirier cookout for their region. Those below, the losers, were glaring up at Ari and Minidu with obvious jealousy, having been hoping their locally crafted confections would win the day. There had been grumblings about Ari and Minidu cheating by making something the humans would obviously like, and it was not helping Minidu's mental state. When the cookout was done, everything put away and the plans made for the next cookout the following year, Minidu was trying to relax with Airy, who was being far more huggy and kissy than usual, even as he browsed his data slate. One thing caught his attention, and he lightly pushed Ari off of him as his eyes widened. Ari murmured, having been going in to kiss his neck before he pushed her away. I don't believe it, Minidu whispered, scrolling down the screen with his finger. Region Tuvi winner was Sindra Wan. His recipe? Bacon-wrapped jalapenos. Region Arwan. Winning recipe was green chili Colorado. Region Rui. Winning recipe was crab gumbo. Minidu started quickly tapping onto his data slate, rocketing around the shared information data sources to find what these words meant on Earth. He knew they were Earth recipes. He could tell just by the names, and soon he found them with fear dawning in his soul. Airy, Minidu mumbled, pointing to the screen. Look, they all contain those peppers. An alert flared to life on his data slate, nearly startling Minidu's spirit out of his body. These were broadcasted by the region's emergency broadcasting relays, and he tapped it open. A Rimiki council member filled the screen, her face a dire mask. Human peppers have been found on a farm outside Region KO, and livestock have been found dead from swollen throats and nasal passages, having accidentally consumed extra peppers when they escaped their perimeter pens. We are currently tracking where these peppers came from, but it appears they are addictive in nature to our animals, and so far, none of them have been found to not be allergic to these red, green, and sometimes yellow berries. No animals who have consumed the peppers have survived thus far, and we are afraid some of our flying species may have carried seeds into the wild. They appear to grow extremely fast when sprouting from the later stages of the buko grub, and, as the council member kept speaking, Minidu darted his eyes to Airy. It was a very good thing you just bought a spice mixture, isn't it? Minidu said slowly. From those smugglers. Airy pursed her lips, then looked up to the golden spatula they had hanging on the wall. Best purchase I ever made. I agree, and none of it was left over, Minidu said quietly, turning off the data slate. All the powder was used in the chili, and the pepper packet was burned in the waste unit. Airy draped a leg over Minidu, and somehow felt both victorious and a little bit like a smuggler herself. Of course. After all, it is imperative that every Rimiki recycles. The Rimiki that was caught red-handed with the peppers was in fact banished, though he was taken in by the human smugglers so that he would be able to more easily see his family, his identity hidden quite well. The seeds, sadly, had spread far and wide and were quick to grow in the luscious Zirir soil. This nearly caused a mass extinction of all roaming livestock on the Zirir planet, the berries growing in a near manic speed and becoming quite hard to eradicate. The combined forces of the Rimiki government managed to just only preserve enough of the planet's livestock in order to try and regrow their numbers, but the days of free roaming were over. With their markets plummeting, they needed to bounce back quickly, or else their population would never be able to afford meat for the next couple of years, or other animal products that had been produced on Zirir. The Rimiki, while avid eaters and growers of plants, needed meat, and it was not looking good in the game of affording meat from anywhere else around them. There was, however, a suddenly open avenue on the black market for human peppers, an extremely valuable open avenue that the Jinn and Karlaken had made possible. The Rimiki just so happened to know the right people who could not only source them the meat they needed, but also get their new cash crop into the hands of buyers. Oddly enough, the neighbors of Airy and Minidu noticed that despite the slow inbound trade of meat, the two Rimiki always seemed to have more meat than anyone else, and a lot of humans often stopped by for dinner on the off days. Watch there be nothing here, Wendry muttered, holding a long-ago smuggled human rifle to his chest. We must have traveled over 9 AU to get to this rotten hulk of a planet, and we haven't even seen anything. Jeremy, a human, rolled his head over to the black Yorpal, pressing his lips together in annoyance. Hunting doesn't always end quickly. Sometimes you just have to hike around a planet for a bit until you find what you're looking for. Can we find what we're looking for a little faster? Grangan sighed out, holding both a rifle in her upper arms and a pistol in one of her lower arms. This is taking forever. We keep having to stop and make camp. You said it would only take a day at the most. Jeremy grumbled in his throat before speaking. Yes, and it appears I was wrong. Now, if you two keep bellyaching the entire time, we're never going to find this thing. We shouldn't even be on a job like this, Wendry said, wiggling his AK-49. We're smugglers. We're supposed to be running around with crates of these things. Grangan chuffed out a laugh. We took this job because it pays our usual rate 10 times over. If we catch this thing for, She scratched her chest, her voice humming hollowly inside her mask. Remind me again who is paying us to do this? Magamon Tricktor, Jeremy replied. He's a massive collector and wants this thing for his daughter or something. What is a Felomore going to do with an animal of this size? Wendry asked, remembering the towering, lumbering peoples that look like sentient granite. They're not exactly an energetic people, and they aren't what I would call athletic either. Jeremy shrugged. Stick it in a cage with a label. This big rock just has animals on it anyway, so it's not like anyone is going to miss it. It's a nice rock, though, Grangan said, smiling under her mask. Very pretty, lots of plants, not too hot, not too cold. It's a surprise that an intelligent life form hasn't evolved here at all, as it could not be in a more perfect habitable zone. Jeremy grunted as he started up the incline of a rocky hill, batting a large leaf from a tree away from his face. Say what you will, I did not enjoy that part of the forest with those weird-looking mushrooms. Entire place felt like it was watching me the entire time. Yes, well, you'll get some weird areas too, Grangan said, starting up the hill behind Jeremy. Grangan looked at their backs, then down to her aching padded paws. I should have bought those modified boots while we were on Earth. Feels like I've been walking on glass since the 3rd day of us landing here. Stop being a little wiener and come on, Jeremy chided, smacking another leaf away from his face. This place was a forest planet through and through, just hundreds of miles of forests, ponds, lakes, and oceans that seemed to vibrate with wildlife. The humans were looking to make it a settlement, as it shared a common gravity with most of the Cinderal Confederation, and it would be a neutral planet where everyone could live in peace. Getting past the security blockage and defeating the atmosphere scanners had been the easy part as far as Jeremy and his crew were concerned. The Emerald Vagabond was a custom ship that had more hardware than a stealth bomber, but instead of packing bombs, it carried crates of contraband. Jeremy had thought the job would have been super simple. Go to the planet, snatch up whatever the hell this animal was, then leave. He pulled out the sketch again and held it up, tilting his head at it as he and his fellow smugglers hiked. The creature looked a lot like a dragon, if a dragon was mixed with a Maine Coon cat and a timber wolf. According to Magamon, it was going to be small, but everything was small to those rich walking boulders. Jeremy's communication slate chirped, so he stuffed the sketch back into his pocket, instead holding up the slate as he unclipped it from his armored chest plate. Jeremy smiled at it, making Wendry look over. Told you her sister was into you, Wendry said with a grin, looking over at Grangan. Couldn't even keep 2 of her hands off of you while Grangan was trying to argue with her mother. Grangan stiffened, turning to stare daggers at Wendry from under her mask. I can't believe you would even say that. It's customary for a djinn to hold onto a guest's arm while showing them around our domiciles. Jeremy rolled his eyes, slowing his step to lag behind the 2 bickering aliens. Doesn't explain the lipstick mark on Jeremy's cheek and the fact I saw her holding on to a lot more than his arm. Wendry teased, making sure both his ears and tail were not within reach of the djinn. If you're not careful, you're gonna have a Zumra problem on your handsy-wansies. You little... Grangan growled, stomping towards Wendry and making the Yorple skitter away, cackling as he took cover within a bush. This is abuse, you know. It's against the Unified Cinderal Confederation Code of Conduct. I'll report you. Wendry laughed out from within his safety bush, doing his best to avoid the free hand of Grangan that was coming after him. Grengen finally got an ear and started tugging the now hissing and cursing Yorpal out of the bush. "Oh, you will you? I'd flip on you so hard it would make your fur turn more gray." "My fur isn't turning gray," Wendry spat, swatting at Grengen's strong hand. "It was just how the light was hitting it." "Uh-huh, sure," Grengen chided, letting go of Wendry's ear and letting the fussing Yorpal recover. "Jeremy, why don't you stop her? You know how sensitive my ears are?" Wendry said, his voice trailing off as he looked around behind him. He looked left and right, giving the air a light sniff as Jeremy was nowhere to be found. Grengen?" Grengen turned around, brushing leaves from her own armored chestplate, but then her eyes narrowed from under her mask. "Where's Jeremy?" As if on cue, a loud, panicked scream finally made it to their ears, causing Grengen to startle backwards and Wendry to fluff up with adrenaline. "Something grabbed him?" Grengen cried out, quickly rustling around with her free hand in a pocket searching for her tracker. "You have the sensitive ears and nose. Why didn't you hear or smell anything?" Wendry sputtered, his tail and fur fully fluffed out. "Smell something? There's nothing here, just us and Jeremy." "Obviously not," Grengen growled, turning on her tracker and looking down at the screen as it beeped. "Ganjo too! He's moving fast! Come on!" Wendry moaned in his throat as he clicked the safety lever down on his AK-49, pulling the buttstock into his shoulder. "Oh man, we're so getting eaten." "Shut up!" Grengen hissed, then took off at a run in the direction of Jeremy's tracker. Wendry was right behind her, hoping that whatever took Jeremy would see her first instead of him. Jeremy's tracker blip was moving at incredible speeds and outpaced them several times, only catching up to the blip if Grengen and Wendry sprinted full out. By the time they caught the blip for the fourth time, they were both wheezing and drenched in sweat. Grengen's hand shook as she held up the tracker screen, sweating pouring down her neck and shoulders in streams, while Wendry wheezed and cursed breathily, holding his hand to a stitch in his side. It took a few minutes for Grengen and Wendry to get their breath back, the two pacing in place or resting their hands on their knees, dragging in the cool, fresh air around them. When they had finally regained the ability to talk, Wendry pointed down at the tracker screen. "How far away is he now? Is it still moving?" "No," Grengen said, standing up straight. "No, it's sitting still, just over those sets of hills there." Wendry looked at the tree-covered hills and made an open-mouthed growl, baring his fangs. "More hills and trees. Why is this entire planet just hills and trees?" "Come on," Grengen said, holding her pistol up and her rifle at the low ready. Wendry set his own rifle back into his shoulder, muttering the entire time they walked. It took a while to make their way through the thickly treed hills, but they finally came up over the last crest, finding themselves in a kind of rock and timber nest. Grengen and Wendry held their rifles up, breathing slowly in and out of their noses as they swept their barrels from side to side, keeping an eye out for any sign of Jeremy. A tail lashed out from the lush grass and swept Grengen's legs, the Djinn letting out a short bark of pain before she fell bodily to the ground, the air being knocked out from her lungs. She wheezed tinnily from inside her mask, and she looked around, seeing Wendry had skittered up a tree like a startled cat. "Where?" Grengen coughed out, looking around and brushing a leaf away from her mask with a shaking hand. Wendry leaned down from the tree trunk he was clinging to, hissing down at her. "That was a tail! A big fuck-off huge tail!" "Tail?" Grengen moaned, leaning up slowly and trying to get her lungs fully inflated again. As she blinked painfully from under her mask, she leaned all the way forward with a grunt, raising her head to look around her. She found herself staring into the wide eyes of Jeremy, just 20 feet away, the human hugged to the chest of a gigantic creature that looked like the thing in the sketch. It was massive and did indeed look like a dragon of Earth, maybe one of the Japanese or Chinese ones. That similarity stopped behind body shape, as the thing had the head of an Earth timber wolf and the fur of an extremely fuzzy feline. The fur ran all along the top of the body, while the bottom part was scaled with thick plates of armor. "Jeremy!" Grengen hissed out, drawing the rifle back up to her shoulder. "You alive?" Jeremy nodded up and down rapidly, his arms held to his chest to keep the creature's long claws from getting to his face. "He's alive?" Wendry whispered in shock as he thumped down to the ground gracefully, following the motion all the way to the ground so he laid flat. How is he alive? It should have eaten him by now. It's high, Jeremy hissed out, closing his eyes tightly as the creature gave a low rumble, shifted, and placed its nose against Jeremy's head, breathing in deeply. Grengan had to slam herself backwards against the ground to avoid the curling tail whipping around, and she sat back up quickly. You drugged it? No, it's just high, Jeremy said quietly, trying to wiggle free and only getting pulled close towards the creature's nose. It was going to eat me, but then started sniffing me. It kept sniffing and fell asleep. The creature happily growled deep in its throat as it rolled over onto its back, wiggling back and forth on the ground while huffing at Jeremy eagerly, its tail still lashing back and forth like a tree trunk-sized whip. Wendry caught the tail full in his chest and went screeching across the ground towards Jeremy, thumping into the creature's soft chest fur with a woof of air leaving his lungs. Jeremy quickly grabbed the Yorple and pulled him to safety so he wouldn't get crushed. Damn it! Grengan spat, quickly coming up onto her feet, but then having to high step as the tail started to curl. Oh no! No! Grengan shouted in horror, trying to outrun the tail as best as she could and make it out of the gap. No! Not like this! She tripped on a root, and as she stumbled, she was swept in by the tail as the creature curled in on itself, still huffing Jeremy and Wendry like they were scent sticks. Grengan whimpered as she was brought face to face with Jeremy, the other massive clawed paw of the creature coming around to cradle both herself, Jeremy, and the wheezing Wendry. Can I be myself? Wendry wheezed out painfully as a massive sword-sized nail came to rest around his neck. Don't you dare piss on me, Jeremy growled to Wendry, moving the claw away from the Yorple's neck and keeping the creature's nose away from him in case it caused it to do something else. We need to, Jeremy started, then closed his eyes as the giant creature huffed him again, dragging his hair into its nose, and then giving both Wendry and Jeremy a lick. To get the ship over here now. You want Aerie to fly our ship? Grengan said in a quiet outrage, also catching an errant lick from the massive wolf dragon. She'll crash it into us before she ever landed it properly. Jeremy shook the spit away from his face as the creature licked him a few more times, spitting out as a large glob of slobber coursed down his face. Just tell the point to bring the ship here. Grengan wiggled back and forth until 2 of her 4 hands were free, then tapped a quick message to the likely sleeping point. The message was not answered for nearly 20 minutes, and Aerie's only reply was a kissy face emoji. The emojis were becoming extremely popular now that the humans had unleashed their sarcastic expertise across the stars, and Grengan hated them. Aerie, on the other hand, had several collections of them, and let Grengan know she was close by sending her an emoji of a cat playing with a ruler. The ship landing was rough, by all standards, but the beast didn't even try to move. Instead, opening its giant eyes and watching the craft with red-eyed curiosity, Aerie came prancing down the ramp of the ship, wearing her now iconic cat ear headphones from Earth on her pointed ears and a bright pink pair of Earth-made Crocs. So you found it! Aerie shouted with a laugh, slapping her knees. What is it doing? Shouldn't it be tearing you guys apart or something? Jeremy and Wendry glowered at Aerie upside down as the large beast had been rolling back and forth and was currently settled onto its back at an angle. Do you think you can drag us in? Grengan bellowed out muffledly from beside the beast's neck, her entire body barely visible through the thick fur. Is it gassed? Aerie asked, jumping down onto the grass and skipping towards the giant purring animal. I mean, we can likely drag it in if it's gassed, but that would be a lot of cable and parts to move around. Why is it like this? I think it has something to do with Jeremy, Wendry growled, then let out a quiet ugh as the creature's long tongue caught him across the face. Aerie hummed to herself, ran back inside the ship, then came back out with a long pry bar. I think the main issue is you guys being in his grasp. Let's try and get you free. Slowly and methodically, Aerie began applying pressure between the beast's toes. There were a few close calls with the tail, as well as Eri almost getting grabbed up with Grengan, but she managed to wiggle both the Jinn and Yorpal free from their hairy bonds. As Grengan and Wendry rubbed at their joints and rolled their necks, Eri stood in front of them, tilting her head at Jeremy as she leaned against her prybar. "Well?" Jeremy shouted down at her as the creature began to slap at his face and sniff at his hair over and over. "Get me out of here!" Eri turned to Wendry. "If we get the human loose from that thing, is it going to attack us, you think?" "It's possible," Wendry replied, rubbing the old spittle from his fur. "But at this point, I think something on Jeremy is getting it high enough to not be outwardly hostile." "Get me away from this thing!" Jeremy yelled angrily, jerking himself back and forth from within the massive paws of the dragon-like beast. "It's been doing nothing but sniffing and licking me since it snatched me up!" "That may be the key, actually," Grengan murmured, finally getting her curved mask back on correctly. "What if we use Jeremy as bait?" "Bait?" Jeremy shouted, but was quickly smothering by the large timber wolf head of the beast. Eri nodded, wiggling her prybar back and forth. "We could pop him out and he'll run for the ship as soon as his boots hit the ground. Actually, that's not half bad. Grengan, could you and Wendry go inside the ship and get the cage all ready?" The pair of them gave the point an odd look, but nodded, making their way back up the ship. Eri waited patiently for the creature to get a good nuzzle and sniff off of Jeremy, then started working on the many digits that held the human in place. "You know, boss?" Eri began shoving her bar into place. "You did always say you wanted to see the wilds of the universe and meet mythic—" "Not when they do this!" Jeremy spat, his hair resembling a giant cowlick. "Now get his thumb off me and get me out!" "Her," Eri said calmly, finally managing to get her prybar between a few digits that would elicit a little shock of pain. "This beastie has no dangly bits." "Eri!" Jeremy growled, kicking his feet around to get more room. Eri pushed up on the bar, and the creature's eyes shot open, the intense shock of nerve pain causing it to open all of its paws at once. Jeremy fish-flopped up into the air and hit the grass on all fours, then took off into a sprint towards the ship. "Well, that was lucky," Eri said with a smile, ducking down as the creature righted itself with a quick twist of its body. "I guess fingies are all the same no matter what creature it is." Jeremy was sprinting as hard as he could, looking over his shoulder to see the long dragon-esque body of the creature twist and loom into the open. He blanched, fear kicking his legs into overdrive as he screamed at the ship, "Grengan! Grengan, get the cage ready!" There was no response except for the engines to the ship turning back on, spooling up with power. He then heard Eri puffing along at an angle away from him, running towards the cockpit ramp, and he had another sudden jolt of fear as he yelled over at her. "You better not leave me here!" Jeremy screamed at her, jabbing a finger at her as the creature tumbled head over heels behind him, too high to run properly. "If you leave me here, I will find you!" "Just run at the cage!" Eri shouted back at him, and Jeremy was finally close enough to see Wendry working the winch system, drawing up the magnetic guillotine door of the cage. The beast found its footing and surged forward, clearing the distance between Jeremy quickly, despite it appearing to forget how its four legs worked. With the shuddering rattle of the deck plating, Jeremy made it just past the magnetic door as the beast slammed into him, carrying both Jeremy and the creature itself into the large solid-walled cage. "I got it!" Wendry bellowed, slamming the release button and letting the door slam shut. "Grengan, open the hole!" Grengan threw her cutting torch away and wrenched open the partially cut door, bending over to see Jeremy getting another good round of huffing. "Take my hands!" Jeremy reached out and grabbed both of the offered hands with his own, and he was slowly jerked out of the hole inch by inch. In the end, it took both Grengan, 4 of her arms, Wendry, and Eri to finally extract Jeremy from the cage, and he looked a little worse for wear, due to the beast getting desperate and using its claws towards the end. As Eri fixed up the rake marks on Jeremy's legs, Wendry wasted no time in taking off, getting them off of the planet before anything else showed up to get a whiff of Jeremy. It took roughly 42 hours for the creature to sober up, and that's when the wailing started. "Jeremy, friend, boss, human, you gotta go get that thing high again. Wendry moaned out one morning, his fully colored eyes strained and dark around the edges. It's been 12 hours of the howling and keening. Just go let it sniff you. Jeremy, stubborn but as tired as the rest of them, was making coffee for Airy and the Djinn, as Yorples got odd when they drank coffee. I'm not doing it. I will do a lot of things for money, but I am not letting myself be used as catnip for the wolf dragon down there. Grangan grumbled into the kitchen area with Airy, both of them looking as dog-tired as Wendry felt. Boss, Airy sighed out, pulling lightly on her long ears to try and alleviate some of the headache she had. Just let it get one good whiff, enough to net us a solid nap. Grangan nodded. I agree, Jeremy. Just sit next to the hole and let it sniff you. It'll pull me through, Jeremy whined, pointing down at his leg. It damn near took my legs off. What if I cut a small hole? Grangan asked, wobbling back and forth on her feet after being awake for nearly 24 standard hours. Just a little bitty hole. Just a itty-bitty one. Airy held up her hand, her pointer and thumb finger pinching near each other. Itty-bitty hole, boss. Just itty-bitty. It took some more asking and a few threats of mutiny to get Jeremy to agree. But Grangan was finally given permission to cut a few slits into the side of the cage. The creature growled and struck at the wall of the cage when it saw Grangan, the entire contraption rattling back and forth as she cut. Grangan was sweating bullets as the creature bared its massive fangs, snarling and biting at the air that was singing with sparks. But when it saw Jeremy loom into view, its demeanor changed. Instead of its hair being flayed out and teeth bared, it became excited. Its tail lashed from side to side. It began to trill and purr, and it then rolled onto its back, nose pressed against the slits and puffing in small shots of air. Jeremy, with tired eyes and a brain lacking proper sleep, slumped against the slits, and the creature started taking deep, purring lungfuls of his hair. Jeremy fell asleep against the cage, the creature curling up beside the wall as well, and the rest of the ship finally got some peaceful rest. This pattern continued for several more days. Jeremy would wake up, take his breakfast, and go eat beside the cage. The creature would inhale Jeremy a few times, then watch Jeremy eating, tilting his massive head and giant ears back and forth as Jeremy just talked to it, filling the space that his data slate would not. It was a long way to the Fellamore home planet, and with no jump maps available around here, they would be traveling in normal space for another 7 days before they hit one of the L-speed lanes. To pass that time, Airy wanted to do some experiments to see how smart the creature was, and nearly caused a panic when she hit the lift button and opened the magnetic guillotine door on the cage. Are you out of your mind? Grangan wailed from up on the service catwalk, looking down into the cargo bay with horror. Why would you set it loose? Airy looked up as the creature prowled out of the cage past her, looking around for Jeremy. I mean, it didn't eat me right away. That's a good sign, right? It's out! Grangan screamed, gesturing around with her 4 arms wildly. How are you going to get it back inside its cage? What's all the yelling about, holy? Wendry screamed, stepping through the main doorway above the ladder down into the cargo bay, only to scramble back through it. Jeremy, it's loose! Jeremy came sprinting down the corridor and bursted into the cargo bay, whipping his warm cap from his head and fluffing out his hair. Where is it? Grangan, I'm going to jump inside. You grab... Jeremy's voice trailed off as he looked down into the cargo bay, watching as Airy lightly tapped her palms on the creature's nose like it was a bongo drum. Airy? Jeremy said, and both she and the creature looked up at the human. The creature's eyes widened, and it surged up onto its legs, its tail lashing back and forth with pleasure at seeing the human. Airy chuckled to herself as the massive creature leaned up onto the corridor crossing, giving Jeremy a few light sniffs before leaning over and bowling Wendry over with its nose. Hey, boss, Airy said, tapping her nose in thought as the creature jumped up onto its cage, leaning up and pawing absent-mindedly at the screeching form of Grangan. I have an idea. Jeremy was clicking his tongue at the Timberwolf dragon thing, clapping his hands to try and get it to stop swatting at Grengan. What? What if we didn't take this thing to the Felomores? Ares said, watching Grengan climbing the support rails to the catwalk in order to get further away from the creature. What if we, Jeremy stopped, then slowly looked towards Ares. We are not taking it to El Cardis. Why not? Ares said, placing her hands on her small hips. He pays top dollar for anything he can ride, plus he's human. It may treat him the same. Wendry, still laying on the deck, blinked up at Jeremy. He'll pay more than the Felomores, and it will at least get played with. I bet he'll let the young ones ride it for a small fee. Since when do you care? Jeremy said down at the Yorple. Wendry shrugged. Because meeting up with his circus is only half the distance to the Felomores. Faster it's off this boat, the happier I'll be. I vote circus! Grengan shouted from the ceiling, then hissed at the creature from within her mask. Get this damned thing out of here! To Grengan's delight, the flight to rendezvous with El Cardis was short, though it took a lot of baiting and playing with the creature to get it out of the cargo hold. El Cardis was impressed by the size of the creature, as well as its agility, and his massive circus could provide the room needed for it to live comfortably. Thankfully, one of the human animal trainers took to the creature nearly on contact, and the odd sniffing behavior was observed. It appeared that whether the human was male or female, the creature seemed to derive a lot of pleasure from sniffing and licking their hair. Catnip, the timber dragon, was an instant success at the Starbound Circus, though her origins began to draw rather baleful eyes from the Confederation. Miss Rimiki set down her paper copy of Humanity's Bloodlust onto her desk, the question from one of her students having caught her off guard. I'm sorry, can you ask that again? Is there a reason why humans are so murdery? The djinn asked, her mask embellished with engravings of flowers and her forearms resting on her desk. You've been going on and on about their wars, the famous murders, the coups, and the decimation of the Daramir. But is there a reason why they're all like this? Miss Rimiki took in a deep breath as she looked around the room. She could see that they all seemed to have the same question in their eyes, and she was hoping they would have just taken the short history lesson for what it was. It is a difficult question to answer, more so for the simplicity of it, Miss Rimiki said, then took one of the new manufacture memory cache cards and plugged it into the data display on the wall. Humanity may not be the most violent of the star's children, as I believe that award goes to the Daramir, but they are by far the most violent within the Confederation. The display glowed to life, showing a pair of male human toddlers play fighting with sticks. While the Kerlaken and Yorpal may be predatory evolutions, and the Jinn, Optican, and Poit prey evolutions, none of them appear to have the predatory drive of the humans. For the current predatory evolutions of society, it was merely a means to an end, and there are very little histories of Kerlaken or Yorpal taking a distinct pleasure in doing what they had to do in order to survive. The Nimiki, despite being a predator evolution, became extremely weepy when taking life, even under the most dire circumstances. They're the odd-looking plant lovers, aren't they? A Kerlaken asked, her long neck adorned with human-made jewelry she had picked up from one of the traders. A Poit chuckled to himself. They recently got into a bit of trouble with planting human peppers. Now they're black market oligarchs dealing in seeds. And they are still dealing with the loss of their livestock due to a simple mistake. You should see all the grazing statues they made of their animals in mourning. Miss Rimiki said with a nod, stepping out from behind her desk and smoothing down the sweater she was wearing. A gift from, well, that's not important. Now, what I am going to tell you is one of the reasons why a lot of members of the Cinderal Confederation are still wary of humanity. Some even fearing humans despite having them on our side. Actually, Ramira, shut the door to the classroom and pull down the shutter. The Yorpal raised her butter-yellow eyebrows but stood, closing the door and pulling down the slatted window blocker. Humanity, Miss Rimiki began as Ramira sat back down, scooting her fluffy tail out of the way, is still considered an Aubrem third race. They are helpful, charming, cheerful, and may be some of the most loyal friends you will ever make. But there is a lot of darkness underneath that veneer. Miss Rimiki pointed to the children play-fighting on the screen. Humans are ingrained biological warriors. Male children are known to wield wooden sticks as young as 3 years old, and even the younger ages are known to bite, kick, play punch, or attempt to grapple with their parents. They try to wield fake weapons as young as 3? A male djinn said with a tilt of his masked head, his voice more curious than admonishing. Why do they do such a thing? Are children not supposed to be cared for tenderly, wrapped in soft clothing and left to the colors of life? A Karelican shrugged. We Karelican are also known to bite at a young age, but it is more of a love bite, if anything. Despite their lack of teeth, even baby humans can impart an impressive amount of pressure for their size, Miss Rimiki said, turning the slide to show a line of male and female children forming a giggling, skirmishing line, wielding trash can lids, sticks, and wearing cardboard box helmets. This picture was taken by a Point visitor who was touring about a few human cities. He watched these human children make fake war, practicing working in formations. Then, when traveling across a heavily wooded area, he came upon formations of human children wielding sticks like rifles and practicing tactical movement in the woods. Why are children being taught these things? Children are meant to grow up free of combat, to fully develop in peace. A female Yorple asked from near the front, her black fur catching the light oddly. They aren't, Miss Rimiki said with a quirked brow. They learn these things simply by watching, and innately try to mimic them. Human children are drawn to such things naturally, and not even humans know why. They dub it rough and tumble play, and the majority believes it is extremely beneficial to human children as a whole. Now, before you go asking too many questions, yes, there are many human cultures that encourage their children to play fight, pulling them apart just before it goes too far. Human parents believe it builds a foundation of knowing when too far is too far, as well as courtesies and customs. Miss Rimiki tapped the pad of her finger to her hand, and the display pulled up the next image. The real question that a lot of us have been asking is why? Earth is considered a death world, and there has been a renewed debate on whether that is for the planet or what lives on it. Thousands of years of wars have honed humans into the perfect predator. One that can break, tear, and kill when it feels a need to. Worst of all are its side effects. Side effects? A djinn asked, all of her arms crossed. Is not being able to kill easily a side effect on its own? Miss Rimiki pulled up an image by quickly tapping along her palm, and a picture of Ted Bundy filled the display. Assassins and the like are nothing new. They kill for pay, and it is a profession. There have been very few serial killers amongst the races of the Confederation, usually marked as mentally broken people that are quickly eradicated. Tintle, another black-furred Yorple, perked up her ears. Yes, Miss Rimiki? How many murderers has Yorple kind had over the last, say, 500 years? Tintle closed her eyes, trying to think, then cocked her head as she opened her eyes. 3, 4. I think 4 is right. Cendric, how many have the Karelican had in the same time frame? Miss Rimiki asked. 17. Cendric asked, tapping his clawed hand on his tabletop. Rendry? Miss Rimiki called out. The Point folded her hands. I believe we have had 10, the last one cropping up over 30 years ago after the Federal Station Massacre. Miss Rimiki continued this pattern of asking, each pointing out the drastically low number of serial killers that each race had among the ranks of their people. When she was finished, Miss Rimiki folded her arms under her chest. This is because we are not innately a murderous group of races. Yes, we all have our issues from time to time, but for the most part, we cannot be called bloodthirsty or murderous. Humans in the last 500 years have had over 10,000 serial killers just in the Unified American States alone, and that is not even counting the European coalition. Miss Rimiki said, taking an odd pleasure in the horrified faces of her students as she dropped the bombshell. Now, you may be asking yourself why they would kill like this. And yes, there are a lot of cases referring to mental breaks or other such problems of the self, as even our brains can short-circuit from time to time. You may also find it quite odd that during the war with the Deramir, these issues decreased amongst humans. A djinn held up one of her forearms. It decreased? It decreased, Miss Rimiki said darkly, tapping her fingers along her palm to bring up a few images of the humans engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the insectoid Deramir, as well as gun battles. When the humans had an enemy to fight and were fighting for a cause they saw as good or righteous, their serial killers dropped nearly 70%, as well as a slew of mental and stress issues. If anything, a lot of the Interconfederation scholars believe the overall mood of humans rose significantly. A male point leaned back in his chair, looking up at the display. They liked it. They did, Miss Rimiki said. They had no wars to wage upon themselves as they were all too advanced, and it would lead to, as one human put it, an unsportsmanlike slaughter. They were spiking in mental health issues with these random killings on the rise. Then came the Confederation for their help, and they had a unified target to unleash their frustrations. Tinto ran her clawed paw along her head. Oh, shit. I get it now. I believe you will all understand it quite soon, Miss Rimiki murmured. Earth, this little blue marble we are hurtling around in this station, breeds the finest predators to have ever touched the stars. Predators honed over tens of thousands of years of human-on-human conflict. Predators honing themselves on hunting and killing other predators. Even in times of peace, they kept about this practice. Lawful predators hunting and capturing rogue predators that predated on the local populace. The darkness coming out of them slowly out of mental illness, boredom, or a simple desire to kill. My fellow scholars and I have identified 3 key types of humans. Miss Rimiki tapped along her palm with her finger pads, and the display pulled up 3 pictures of humans. One was a mother with a sad but defiant look on her face. Another was a human soldier, his face bearing a long scar along his cheek. And another was a smiling woman wearing an odd orange jumpsuit. First, there is the reluctant killer, Miss Rimiki began, pointing to the sad woman. These humans can and will kill when pushed, though they are not outwardly presenting as such and are more in line with the rest of us. If their child is threatened or themselves, they will lash out with a wild, feral energy. They will then suffer mentally from the kill, but most get over it in time. These seem quite normal. I would have assumed that most of humanity is made up of this kind. A male opticon asked in practiced ease, gesturing with a claw towards the display. Less than what you would think, but yes, most. Miss Rimiki mused, then pointed to the soldier. Most humans fall into this category. These kinds of humans are seen as actual predators and are judicial killers. They are not reluctant, nor do they like doing it, but they can easily kill once a set of protocols are broken. Humans, despite what we think of them, have a rather simple set of rules they live by that keep them from killing. Once you break those rules, however, they will snuff out life without a second thought and not even lose sleep over it. To this kind of human, to break the protocols they have set makes you less than a beast, a monster requiring dealing with. The room was quiet, but a slow claw was raised in the air, a female opticon breaking the silence. What kind of protocols? Hurting the innocent is the easiest to break, Miss Rimiki said, her mind already pulling up the passages she read about human philosophy. To attack a non-combative woman, a mother, or a child is seen as the quickest way to activate a human and have them shed blood. The traffical incident is the best example of this. A Carelacan leaned his head back, actually letting out a small hissing laugh. Ah, yes. When a Lemurian trader slapped a human child for getting in his way.
From what I understand, a female human and 2 males fractured the Lemurin's skull to the point it looked like broken pottery, a red Yorpal murmured, remembering the images of the gray, brutish face of the man looking bent and out of shape. I believe they beat him to death.
She did, Miss Rimiki replied. Her fury was so fierce that they couldn't even pull the female human off of him whose child had been slapped in the first place. Tensions were a little high at that point, to be fair, but it made a lot of us shrink away from humanity as the war was winding down. Regardless, there are other protocols such as taking property, risking life of themselves, and other such things that are easily avoidable. Even more confusing is that many of their protocols are not attached to only humans. They expand to everyone and anything. Humans have been known to batter other races to near death over infractions to other races, such as the Fremere Market incident, where a Yorpal child was being harassed by a gang of Prilfar traitors. When a human caught wind of what was going on, he approached them and told them to leave the child alone. When they refused and kicked the child, he single-handedly brutalized all 8 of the Prill, then impaled the leader on the broken spike of a stall when she pulled a blade and tried to take the young Yorpal as a shield. This is the first instance of an escalation of human protocols being seen in real time, as well as galvanizing the Yorpal friendship with the humans. Miss Rimiki pressed her lips into a disgusted line, then pointed to the woman in the orange clothing. Then there are these. These are murderers, serial killers, and dregs of human society. These are the rogue predators that hide amongst the first 2 types of humans, killing whatever they please for the pleasure of it. These kinds of humans have been offered on loan for research, and their brains are terrifying. Killing, blood, organs, the screams of the dying, they are things of beauty to these kinds of humans, and elicit the same kind of brain response as eating ice cream or watching a favorite movie.
Company 13.
A female djinn said under her breath. Company 13, Miss Rimiki confirmed quietly, her head fronds giving a curt shake as she rested a thick hip against her desk. The darkest mark on humans during war. Humanity, knowing their surplus of perfect predatory killers and desiring to empty their legions of jail cells, created Company 13. And we all got to see what happens when a human is honed to its sharpest edge. Murderers and serial killers armed with energy blades and other melee weapons along with armor were sent in suicide-charging waves. They decimated the Daramir, cackling and howling as they did while the regular military forces of the humans mopped up behind them. The attack on the Daramir's secondary capital planet was headlined by Company 13, and they slaughtered everything around them. This person, Amanda Jute, is one of the few survivors of Company 13 and recalls all her memories of slaughter fondly. There are other survivors that managed to steal Daramir ships, and only a small handful made it past the human anti-air units. A female point sighed out.
So there are loose among the stars then? This little handful of feral humans?
For the most part, they hide well, which is terrifying in of itself. That is what really troubles the Confederation. The last 2 types of humans blend in seamlessly to normal society. You will never know you're near one unless someone breaks a protocol, or they decide to kill you. Humanity's cold calculation and combat strategy did do away with nearly 95% of its prison-held murderers, but that does not mean they are all gone. Miss Rimiki said with a sigh. No, that was only the ones they had caught, the ones that had gotten sloppy. What all of you may not know is that there is a shadow war ongoing with humans, the judicial predators trying to sneak and snuff out the rogue predators before they can do too much damage, or to stop them altogether. Worse is that these rogue predators can hide anywhere.
What are you trying to say, Miss Rimiki?
A blue opticon asked. Miss Rimiki drummed her nails along the top of her desk, thinking over the words with pursed lips, then stood back up fully onto her feet. The reason why the Confederation is so scared of humans now, after the war, why you are in this class with no humans present, is that they want to arm you with knowledge. Humans are, for the most part, good. They are good people with big hearts and have a lot of love to give. But there is a dark shadow over them that looms in the day and night. Judicial human predators and rogue human predators are seamless, hiding in plain sight. There is estimated to be hundreds of thousands of rogue predators laying in wait, or are so clever that they have yet to even be found. There is estimated to be millions of judicial predators walking amongst you, and a simple mistake will set them off onto a path of bloodshed. Earth, for all its beauty, has created two of the most perfect predators to ever grace the stars, and their savagery is unmatched. Most scary is how calm they are when they go about their business. Then why not get rid of them then? Why not go through with you and other psychic races and root out the problem? Apoit asked. Her fully colored blue eyes narrowed. They can't hide from the truth of the mind. Miss Rimiki grinned fangedly, though her eyebrows were morose. You would think so, but they hide just as well there as they would on the sidewalk. Humans are immune to mental interdiction, and they are instantly aware of it as well. The more clever rogue humans even laid down false trails that led us on a merry chase. A crack team of investigators tried, but found themselves outclassed by even the reluctant humans, shutting them out as if they slammed a door. This made the Confederation so afraid that many began to wonder if we had accidentally opened a box that we can't shut again. The thing hidden inside bursting out and wrapping itself around us. What we have to do, what all of you have to do, is understand who is walking with you, who is eating with you, and who you are talking to. Miss Rimiki started, but a dull chime rang around the room, and she sighed. We will pick up on this later. Class dismissed. Everyone within picked up their shoulder bags or sling bags, looping them around shoulders as they all filed out of the classroom. Rhaenyra had her eyebrows furrowed in thought when Tintle bumped her shoulder into her, and she snapped out of her thoughts. I figured it out, Tintle said smugly, squeezing next to Rhaenyra as a Carlican slithered by. Rhaenyra rolled her eyes. Figured what out? The odd smell. The one we both smelled in yesterday's lesson about the Daramir War. Tintle replied, gesturing towards her chest with her pawed hands. It was all over her sweater, and I know what it is. Rhaenyra blinked at Tintle, not responding like the other Yorple wanted her to, and just waiting for her to blurt it out. Tintle, tired of waiting, leaned in towards Rhaenyra's ear. Human. Rhaenyra raised her brows, though she was less impressed. Very curious. Though, from what I've heard from my sister, their smell gets all over the place. How do you know it wasn't sold by a human from a store? It would smell like a human that way, too. It smelled like a male human, Tintle said in a frustrated growl. That has to mean something. Rhaenyra smirked. Means the traitor must have been human. I agree. Ugh, Tintle muttered, feeling a little deflated after Rhaenyra refused to acknowledge her find. How's your sister, anyway? Oh, she's still down there playing with the humans. I think she said something about conbratives, or something like that. It sounded fun, though, Rhaenyra said, unwrapping earthen chewing gum from a foil wrapper. Our parents send me some credits to buy her some new boots and such. I'll be dropping down over the weekend to see her. Tintle chuckled. May want to pack her some bandages, too, or some reactive healing pads. Frairen landed face first into the fighting pit, rolling along in a brief ragdoll as the sun stuck to her dull yellow fur and pieces of protective gear came flying off of her. Ooh, Himmel hissed out, bringing his balled fists up near his chin. Ooh, I know that didn't feel good. Zetrin hummed in his throat, then turned to Himmel. She is getting pummeled out there. Frairen groaned, then slowly came up onto her knees, picking up the pugil stick back up and slipping her helmet back onto her head. She was fighting Renee today, who, despite looking rather normal, was beating the absolute hell out of her. The human had an impressive way of moving her body weight around, but the full body check made her think that a lot of the weight was in her chest. Come on, furry. Back up you come. Renee called out cheekily, twirling her pugil stick. Drill Sergeant ain't gonna let you off that easy. Nothing about this has been easy, Frairen muttered, brushing some of the sand away from her face and getting back up onto her feet fully. She had watched the humans dominate the other races during this kind of training, and while they were definitely toughening them up, it was still a struggle for the Yorpal and Point. They were getting demolished by their respective gender equivalents, and it was becoming quite evident that they were, indeed, built different. The Kerlakens were adapting at least, and the humans seemed to love sparring with them. I can't wait for the Jinn to join us, Frairen called out, bringing the pugil back into guard. Going to be cathartic watching them wipe those smiles off your faces. Renee and the other humans chuckled. As that may be, they ain't here yet. And you have to land 6 strikes on me in order to pass. Frairen looked over to the other pummeled members of her race, and they were watching her intently. None of them had managed to pass either, and it was up to her to try and get them a win. Frairen shook her head, then slowly stepped back into the fray with Renee. The strike was quick, and Frairen managed to barely duck it, ramming the head of her pugil stick into Renee's stomach as her ears were whacked painfully by Renee's pugil. Renee stumbled back a step, coughing out a laugh as the other humans all held up 4 fingers. Come on, Frairen, just 2 more, Himmel called out, slapping the wooden boards that made up the ring of the fighting pit. Zetrin looked over to another Kerlaken. I see that I was right in assuming this would be easier for us. I believe them wrapping our tails in a pugil pad helped, the other Kerlaken said, and she giggled. Extra weapon. True, Zetrin laughed back, and he turned in time to see Frairen whack Renee on the side of the head. 5! The humans called out, but the strike had deeply angered Renee. Renee spun her pugil stick around and lunged towards Frairen at speed, and Frairen's guard was easily broken by the swift uppercut, sending the Yorpal staggering backwards with faltering steps before she crashed to the sand again. All the Yorpal hissed out in pain as Frairen groaned from the ground, her tail wagging a little in submission as she fumbled around in the sand, trying to find her pugil stick with warbling vision. Renee! A male human private said, wiggling his finger back and forth reproachfully. That was too much. Renee scoffed. She hit me! She's supposed to hit you where she can, he said, then crossed his arms. You were told not to hit them in the face. Renee went to shout at the human, but Frairen's pugil stick bounced off of her back. Renee looked confused, then turned around, looking over at Frairen, wavering on her knees, and her arms still cast forward with her throw. 6! Another female human private laughed out, clapping her hands. You turned your back to an enemy, and she got you. Damn it! Renee spat, throwing her pugil to the ground. He distracted me! All the voices became quiet as Drill Sergeant Marshall stepped out from where she was hiding amongst them, the privates parting out of her way and her brown campaign hat catching the sun. You let yourself be distracted, while the Yorpal stayed on mission, Drill Sergeant Marshall said, placing her hands on her hips as she stared down at Frairen. Your lack of discipline allowed you to catch a strike to the back. Frairen smiled up in a daze at Drill Sergeant Marshall, while blood trickled from her nose and mouth. You are bleeding, Drill Sergeant Marshall said matter-of-factly down at Frairen, still smiling at the Yorpal. Frairen nodded. Uh-huh, Drill Sergeant. You also took down a human in melee combat. How does that feel? Drill Sergeant Marshall asked. Like my face hurts, Frairen said honestly, then spat out a mouthful of blood down into the sand. Drill Sergeant Marshall laughed, a true laugh, then reached down and hauled Frairen up to her feet. You never failed to impress me, Specialist Frairen. Wait, Himmel said, clapping his hands. Promoted! She just got promoted! Himmel took off at a run around the ring, his hands held high as he made a loop around the now cheering and battered other Yorpal. Promoted! Himmel screamed again, making it around a loop of the ring, and started slapping at Zetrin's arm. She did it! She's the first non-human promotion! Zetrin, quickly tiring of the slapping, whacked Himmel with his still pugil pad-bearing tail. Be quiet, Himmel. Sheesh. Promoted? Frairen asked, her mind still buzzing with the uppercut as Drill Sergeant Marshall steadied her. Huh? Why? Drill Sergeant Marshall smiled at her. Because you showed the right kind of metal. Still! The humans all called out at once, catching the other races off guard. Drill Sergeant Marshall half turned to look at the human recruits. Steel Souls! Iron Hearts! They all called back, then half bowed in respect to Frairen. Frairen was still confused, even as Drill Sergeant Marshall pulled out the black metal rank and took the pin guards off. Steel what? A soul of steel that cannot be broken, Drill Sergeant Marshall said reverently, removing Frairen's old rank from her right lapel and placing the new rank just into the cloth so it stayed. A heart of iron that cannot be turned. Frairen blinked at Drill Sergeant Marshall and would have smiled, except the woman had reared her fist back. Huh? Frairen managed to say. Then Drill Sergeant Marshall's fist slammed into her rank, and the Yorpal felt the metal pins bury themselves into her collarbones. Frairen held up a pair of clawed hands curled in pain, her face twisted. Then she let out a screech of agony, pulling on her lapel and jerking the pins out of her body. Drill Sergeant Marshall chuckled, then held Frairen still as she placed the guards onto the now bloody pins. She's official now, eh, lads? Drill Sergeant Marshall called out, pushing the still hissing and spitting Frairen towards the other human recruits. Steel and iron! They called out with whooping cheers, hefting the still cursing Frairen into the air as the other races clapped and whistled at her. Frairen had never felt this tired in her entire life. She was not even aware bones could hurt the way that hers were currently aching, and it was only by the kindness of her sister's visit that her feet weren't falling apart at the ankle. The new formulations of Yorpal footwear were doing much to ease the pain of the recruits currently suffering through human boot camp, and were catching on like wildfire back on their home planet of Dagmar Prime. A lot of the humans swore that a soldier began from the feet up, and Frairen had no idea how the humans even managed to run in the casement-like boots they wore on the daily. Frairen, of course, was one of the Yorpal, a semi-bestial race of aliens that were adorned with snout and paws. The humans called them furries, much to their annoyance, and seemed to delight in making fun of their vibrant fur colors. Frairen's fur was a dusky mustard-like yellow, so she was faring better than the blue and green Yorpals. She looked to her left, and there was Himmel, a poit, and he was currently cleaning his toenails with a spike device the humans swore by. Poits were a short race, deemed space elves by the humans, and got far more respect than the Yorpal. They were slender, athletic, and their eyes were fully colored, the only thing marking the passage of a pupil being a slightly lighter spot on the eye. They did, however, take a lot of shit due to their pointy ears, though it was far kinder than what was said about the Yorpal. On the other side of Frairen was Zetrin, a Carlaken. They were a lizard-like people that had a hood much like a cobra, forked tongues, and a tail, though they walked around on legs and had hands much like the humans themselves, though with longer claw-like fingernails. The three of them were sitting with the other recruits, blinking blearily into the pre-dawn light of Missouri, and wondering what new hell was awaiting for them. The humans seemed to like doing this, their training bases arranged like a manic star system where the troopers marched or ran to their lessons or training. Sure, the starship training facilities and barracks had their own armories and DFAC, which is what the humans called a dining facility, but these were apparently reserved for slow days, where the weather was too nice. Frairen was woken up with the rest of the recruits in their unisex barracks, only having fallen asleep 5 hours before, due to the constant passing of gas and bickering that became the usual backdrop to her nights in the barracks. A newer drill sergeant, a male human named Morrissey, was whacking on a trash can to wake them up, his blonde mustache still dusted with the powdered sugar of his usual morning donut. Up and at 'em, my little bastard children! Time to train! He bellowed, whacking on the metal trash can all the while. Frairen had never seen a metal trash can out in the wild of the base or even on the space stations, and wondered if they were some kind of unique, stupid human drum. Frairen had leaned up out of her rack, her brain fuzzy with sleep as she remembered it was Friday. Fridays were days for special lessons, usually painful or terrifying, before they were let off for their short passes into the base proper. Oddly, they were told not to pack a rucksack, only their assault bags with water and food, and the entire company had set off into the bleak darkness of the early morning, walking as per usual to their training site. According to the drill sergeants, they were not good enough for transport yet and had to still walk for a few more weeks. Himmel hated this most of all, even more than the other point. Their legs were quite short and walking around with the humans was a rather cardio-heavy affair. It didn't help that the point were masters of vehicle transportation and even hated walking to their kitchen from their living room. The Jinn had finally joined them, though they were behind in the training, coming in halfway after being ran through the basics. The Jinn had handled everything rather well, but they were a warlike race of the stars as it was, and apparently found human training fun. The Jinn all wore masks over their heads, usually bird or animal-shaped depending on the personality of the one wearing it, but only the human and Karlaken found them interesting. To the Yorpal and Point, they were a bore, mucking about with their forearms and constantly pestering the humans for training. They were a lot like the humans physically, just blue and green-skinned with their odd freckles. No one knew what their heads looked like though, but they must have been somewhat triangular judging by the masks. Frairen, despite her promotion, found it to be more of an anchor as she had to look after the other soldiers now, being graciously given the opportunity by Drill Sergeant Marshall. Thankfully, it was just Zetran, Himmel, and a Jinn named Marwak. Marwak was an excitable male, and he ground against Frairen like Velcro loops against a carpet. "So what happens now?" Marwak asked, his eyes glowing gold from inside his mask as he looked around. Frairen didn't even know how this four-armed lunatic was awake. "We wait," Frairen said heavily, still trying to blink the sleep from her eyes, her body crying out for her to slump down against the grass and take a nap. Likely weapons training or something. Himmel rubbed at his eyes. Having sucked down a rare energy paste, he managed to not eat during a chow break in the field 3 days before, and hoping it went into effect quickly. "This isn't weapons training. I memorized the circuit map. This is armor training." "Armor training?" Zetran mused with a quiet hiss, scritching at his chin as he yawned. "Are we using armored vehicles?" Frairen chuckled. "I doubt it. Remember, we lucked out and drew out heavy shock infantry from the training roster. The most we'll see are heavily armored personnel carriers and the drop pods." "Drop pods?" Marwak said with easy excitement, looking around him where they sat on the grassy hill above the training site. "Do you see any? Are we going to get dropped down today? I hear the human ones have a massive machine gun that pops out and provides cover." Himmel nodded. "Those are the ones. Carries 1 platoon and lands them in full combat load. They were proven to be quite effective." "I saw them when the humans came to liberate my homeworld from the Daramir," Marwak said, looking up at the sky. "They came down like burning stars, spirits of vengeance raining down to bring justice to the wicked." Frairen rolled her eyes. Poetic way of describing re-entry thrusters. They sat and quietly discussed human vehicles while the rest of the company tried to not fall asleep, Frairen having to stand up with wobbly knees to discipline a flagging female Yorpal. To her annoyance, she was now Arun, or the head disciplinary female, thanks to her promotion and Yorpal culture. It was now her duty to discipline any female Yorpal that needed it, all while the males avoided their eyes. This one was easy, as Frairen just cuffed the purple Yorpal across the back of her ears. "Anye, Arun," the female Yorpal murmured, rubbing at her ears. "Anye." Marwak looked to Himmel, tilting his head. "She said she was sorry." Himmel said quietly, already having mastered both the Yorpal and Karlaken languages. "Frairen is their female boss now." "Curious," Marwak said, tapping at the side of his mask. One by one, the personal vehicles of the training site staff pulled in until all 40 arrived, and Frairen saw with open disdain that 10 of the cars were owned by range safety officers. "Oh man, what are they doing here?" Frairen groaned, pulling up her knees and resting her forehead against them. "They only show up if someone is shooting." "On your feet, recruits!" Drill Sergeant Killjoy bellowed, clapping his hands.
time for confidence training.
Himmel looked to Zetrin. I am feeling confident. I am not going to enjoy this. I am confident this is another torture method disguised as training, Frairen muttered, standing to her feet and brushing the grass from her tail. Zetrin stood as well.
I am confident this will be enlightening.
I am confident this is going to be fun, Marwok said, tapping his fist to his chest. Frairen lowered her eyelids, glowering at both the Jinn and Carlaken. I'm confident I hate the two of you. Himmel chuckled, swinging his assault backstraps onto his shoulders. The company filed into the large concrete warehouse-looking building and realized quite quickly that while it was an armory, it just contained armor, no weapons of any kind. These were the combat suits worn by the heavy shock infantry of the human military, and even Frairen could see why the humans were so effective in combat. The suits themselves looked straight up medieval. Not even in the funny sense, they just looked like suits of olive drab armor. As the drill sergeants were explaining the complex armor and electrical systems within the armor, Frairen raised her hand. Drill Sergeant Marshall nodded to her, still holding one of the T-visored helmets. Where is the energy pack, Drill Sergeant? Frairen asked, lowering her hand. Energy pack for what, Specialist? These are thermoelectrically powered, Drill Sergeant Marshall said, her short blonde hair catching the light oddly. Frairen looked confused. For the energy shield, Drill Sergeant? Drill Sergeant Marshall's confused face slowly grew a grin. Energy shield? These don't have energy shields. Then what keeps the plasma bolts or energy beams from hitting the armor, Drill Sergeant? A point asked, raising her arm well after she spoke her question. Drill Sergeant Marshall gestured towards the suit of armor. They're supposed to shoot the armor, privates. Why else would we design the armor plates to deal with it? They hit us? A Yorpal cried out, his face a mixture of horror and fear. How are we supposed to shrug off a plasma bolt? The sound of a pen ricocheting off the Yorpal's head made a lot of people have to suck in their lips to not laugh, though the human recruits seemed to be having the most issues of all. How are we supposed to shrug off a plasma bolt? Drill Sergeant. The Yorpal corrected himself, rubbing at the spot between his eyes where Drill Sergeant Marshall had nailed him. Drill Sergeant Killjoy patted the well-worn suit. These are designed to stop nearly every munition round found on the battlefield market. While they break down over time, they are able to stop plasma, laser, caster, and bullet alike. The Tolkien weave bodysuit. What is a Tolkien, Drill Sergeant? A point asked, raising his hand before his question, unlike the other point. Is it a rare mineral? Drill Sergeant Marshall chuckled. More like, who is Tolkien? When this bodysuit material was under development, the project was called Myrtle, as a nod to his book. You know what? It's not important. The suit! Drill Sergeant Killjoy continued on, giving a knowing look to Drill Sergeant Marshall, as he knew about her fiction addiction. Can stop nearly all edged and pointed weapons, low-power pistol munitions, as well as being able to dampen the effects of blunt weapons. This chest plate has an inner pouch for medical supplies, emergency water gathered from sweat, a docking port for a data slate, as well as the emergency stimulant needles it will jab into you to stop bleeding and reduce pain. Drill Sergeant Marshall pointed to the helmet. The Mark III combat helmet is a digital asset suit that feeds real-time information to your helmet, such as rounds in your weapon, troop movements, an inner ear radio speaker, microphone, and everything needed to command the battlefield. The arm armor is attached to the shoulder guards, which are attached to the chest plate, meaning this is an easy slip-on suit of armor that auto-tightens into place. The leg armor is also one piece, slipped on much like climbing rigging or just a very awkward pair of lingerie. Drill Sergeant Marshall said, gesturing to the leg armor. These have the same kind of armor plating like the chest piece, keeping the thighs, knees, and shins safe. Remember to face yourself toward the enemy, because you only have no suit on the back of your legs. And try not to get shot in your groin. You may attach an armor plate there should you deem it fit, but it will interfere with sitting. And many veteran troops either ignore it or use a simple soft armor insert for their underwear. Many within the bleachers made a mental note that they were, in fact, going to be buying the insert. Frairen once again held up her hand, and Drill Sergeant Marshall pointed to her. So, we just take it? There's no generator to help stop rounds, no deflector generator, magnetic field eruptors? Frairen asked, as she had been carrying around the assumption that humans use the same kind of armor tech as everyone else. You just get shot? You just get shot, Drill Sergeant Marshall confirmed, nodding. During the combat movements of Irmar's second, the Daramar hit us with a massive EMP and TMP strike, attempting to knock out our electronics and powered weapons. While it crippled the Yorpals and Zetran's defenses, we were unaffected, beside not being able to use our helmet electronics. While the Yorpal were too scared to move ahead with the lack of their shields, and the Zetran unable to use their combat suits, we humans were able to bisect the weaker Daramir lines. We took shots, used hand signals, and soaked up enemy fire while conducting our offensive. Drill Sergeant Killjoy nodded. It's because of our low-tech advantage that the Daramir could not get the breathing room to shift around their troops. While you all tucked your tail and hid with your fancy suits, we cleaned up house. The room was quiet, the human recruits curiously side-eyeing the aliens beside them as they stared in awestruck annoyance at the simple, stupid suit of armor. It does not produce a force field, Drill Sergeant Marshall began, smacking the chest plate of the armor suit. It does not suck your dick and it does not bake a cake, but it will keep you alive as long as the enemy doesn't get too creative. Drill Sergeant Killjoy chuckled. The weak points in the armor are the back of the legs, buttocks, and gaps in the armor along the joints so they can move. Normally your training will alleviate these weak points, and it is today where you will learn how to do so. A loud klaxon rang once, and what was presumed to be the back wall to the training room began to rise. Frairen stared with growing exhaustion that it was, in fact, a complete obstacle course, complete with berms, pillars, walls, and a range. Frairen breathed out under her breath, rubbing her fingers against her temples. Oh, the stars above! They're going to shoot us. Explains why the suits have so many repaired holes, Himmel murmured, pointing to the suits hanging in the racks that were, clearly, used for training. Frairen groaned openly, baring her fangs.
So they've always worn armor?
A pink-feathered Optican asked, looking up with awe at the videos of humans practicing in ancient suits of metal armor.
Why?
Miss Rimiki giggled. You know, I don't know why. I think humans have always correlated a suit of armor with warriors. Back in the days of melee weapons, humans had many types of armored suits, such as these knights, as they were called. But as they got more advanced, they stopped wearing those goofy things, right? Tinto asked, the black Yorpal chewing on her digipen. Miss Rimiki's head fronds gave a twitch, and she turned to the large display. Actually, no. Well into their pre-space age era, they still wore armored suits. The materials changed, but they always wore some kind of breastplate. And then they got more advanced, right? They made field generators into suits of Alveric weave, right? Tintel asked in alarm, looking over to the other Yorpal, Ramira, whose ears were pinned down, thinking of her sister down on Earth. Exoskeletons, adaptive armor, trauma gel? Miss Rimiki placed her hands on her wide hips, then clicked her tongue as she looked back up at the display screen. Well, not exactly. When the humans said low tech, they meant it. Frairen was heaving air in through her mouth and nose, the new helmets just barely giving her enough room to breathe with her snout. These had been made for the Yorpal and Karlakans, the former having small juts for their ears, while the Jinn were wearing another specialized helmet that sunk down onto their face, replacing their face masks, but keeping their privacy. Inside the helmet was a miniature HVAC system that kept her head cool, and in thus, her visor unfogged, and she was thankful for it. While they were running about the obstacle course, Drill Sergeant Killjoy regaled them about how the first humans who used these helmets in the field had to break away the visor, as the Daramir's EMP and TMP attack had fried the electronics. We charge a field bellowing like the knights of old. You had to be there to understand. We had never felt more alive. Frairen heaved in a breath and hurtled over the last wall she had to clear, wishing that the humans had been kind enough to insert some sort of inner mechanism to help her bear the weight. Instead, her body had to bear the weight of the combat armor alone, and somehow, she just knew it wouldn't be the last time she wore one of these. As she ran, the combat armor stayed snug to her, auto-tightening and loosening with the quiet zzz of micro-adjusters within the armor. In the arm and shoulder armor were also micro-motors that helped reduce weight in the arms by a few scant pounds, working off of pure biomechanical elements. These were all powered by her body heat, and she was thankful that they were there at least. The Carlaken were having trouble, as when they first started out, their body heat was too low to fully power the suit, but that was changing as they started to really move. The Point, wearing far smaller suits of combat armor, were lagging behind with the Yorpal as the Carlakens and Jin excelled. This was part team exercise for the Point, as they had to help each other over the taller walls and learn the limitations of their arm armor micromotors. Somehow, the humans had figured out that they could use extremely minimal shielding on these motors, and were nigh impossible to knock out except for pure blunt force trauma. Frairen groaned as she panted up a slight concrete slope, and it was here she had to duck and roll under gaps in walls, allowing her to feel how the armor puffed air into the inner padding to lessen blunt force trauma. As Frairen and a male Yorpal with dusky red fur both rolled at the same time, they both came up onto their feet, staggering in their step.
Could use some more cushion,
the Yorpal growled, holding a hand to his right buttock as his helmet produced a slightly modulated version of his voice via the small speaker. Frairen nodded her helmeted head, turning to look at him.
I felt most of that.
A pink Yorpal rolled, came to her feet, then toppled over onto her chest, skidding down the other side of the concrete hill with a yelp and a screech of hardened armor plate.
She felt all of that,
the male Yorpal muttered, eliciting a laugh from Frairen. The next obstacle was crawling, so they did, the Yorpals sticking together out of habit. They all, however, followed behind Frairen, also out of habit. The armor made it difficult due to the weight, but they came out the other side of the obstacle, their armor covered with sand and their bodies rocking back and forth as they all tried to catch their breath.
These are so stupid!
Another yellow female Yorpal raged from inside her helmet, her speaker auto-balancing her raging voice.
Who the Corwick just wears a suit of armor plate?
A green male Yorpal nodded, leaning forward to rest his hands on his knees.
They don't even have an exoskeleton inside these things. It's just micromotors that do just enough to make you wish they did more. Our combat suits even have microsuits inside of them. How are humans just using these as is?
Another Yorpal asked, his voice weary. As if on cue, a long stream of human recruits came running by out of the obstacle the Yorpal just finished, playfully clapping the Yorpal on their helmets or the shoulder as they ran past. Frairen watched these ease of movement and felt a deep inner shame as even the human females seemed to move at ease while wearing the armor.
I hate them sometimes,
the pink Yorpal growled, her tail swishing back and forth angrily.
I really, really hate them.
The rest of the obstacles came and went, with the Point coming in dead last, though even the Point knew this was going to happen. The training came to a halt at the far end of the warehouse, but Frairen did not like how this section looked. There were 10 humans lined up in front of what was clearly a shooting range, and all of them had different kinds of pistols, rifles, and the one at the end had some kind of large caliber sniper rifle. The range itself was just another obstacle course, but it had walls, doors, windows, a long hallway, and what appeared to be some analog of a trench. What was really distressing was that the range ran towards the humans with the weapons. "All of you will be shot," said Drill Sergeant Marshall aloud to all the recruits, human and other. "All of you will bear the honor mark of all recruits who pass through training. At the end of the range, you will be shot in the right thigh to demonstrate the functions of your armor and build your confidence in that it will not let you bleed out. You will be shot from a high-caliber sniper rifle first, and at range. This will hit you in the chest and likely make you see stars. The second shot will be from a rifle to the top of your helmet, the third to your leg armor, and so on. At the end of the course, Sergeant First Class Mary will then use her accuracy with pistols and clip you between the leg armor gaps on the move, shooting you in the thigh. Do not be ashamed if you fall. It hurts like a bitch. At least here, at the end of the training regime, the humans looked as nervous as the Star Citizens. First up will be Specialist Frairen, Drill Sergeant Marshall said proudly, then motioned for the yellow-furred Yorple to advance to the yellow line on the floor. Me? Frairen wailed, gesturing to the human recruits beside her. You usually make the humans go first. Drill Sergeant Marshall stamped her boot on the yellow line. Get the fuck up here, Specialist! Frairen stomped her own combat-shoed paws, swung her arms around angrily as she said a string of colorful curses in her native tongue, then stalked up to the yellow line. On the ground were her instructions, and the first one simply said, "Go through the door at a run." The door had no knob or lock and was clearly loose on the hinge. Frairen gave another frustrated, curse-laden yell, then took off at a run, the micromotors in her armor humming and trilling as she pumped her arms. She ran through the door, shoulder-checking it open with her armored shoulder, then felt the .338 Lapua Magnum smash into her chest like a freight train. The breath left her lungs despite the body armor compensating what it could for the impact, and her breasts felt like someone had smashed them with a hammer. She stumbled forward, gasping with her arms held out for balance. But she was alive. Frairen looked down at her chest plate, and despite the ragged hunk of armor plate missing, it had stopped the round. Continue! Drill Sergeant Marshall called out over the intercom system, and Frairen regained her breath on the run, stumbling towards the next obstacle. She followed the instructions on the floor and hurdled a low wall, though her head rocking backwards ripped her shoed paws off the floor. She landed with a hard exhale as the thinner backplate helped absorb the impact. She was panting and breathing raggedly now in panic, her vision swimming as she looked around the inside of her helmet. But there was no hole, no blood. Just a little dent on the helmet where the armor had deflected the bullet. Her helmet display chirped in her ear, and it was showing her where she had been hit. It showed the center point shot on her chest, which her more tender areas were still smarting from, and the glancing blow off of her helmet. Above these readouts were the words non-compromised, 97% survivability. Well, that's neat. Frairen panted, then leaned up, rolling onto her feet with a swish of her tail. 2 down, 8 to go. And those 8 came with a vengeance, to the point she wondered if it was somehow personal. The veterans down range were crack shots, the rifle round catching her in the thigh armor, ripping her leg out from under her and making her stumble, and she heard the sniper rifle fire, apparently shooting at someone behind her. When the 7th shot rang out and caught her in the shoulder pad, Frairen could see now that all the range safety officers were hardened veterans. All of them bore the scars of their service, and one male human even had a fully mechanical leg adorned with etched carvings to resemble tattoos. As 2 more shots rang off her chest plate and arm armor, Frairen, following the prompts on the floor, to hold her arms a certain way to close the armor gaps, she made eye contact with the last shooter, Sergeant First Class Mary. She was extremely cute for a human. Even Frairen had to admit that. At just 5'2" and maybe just over 100 pounds, she was a stunning specimen that had chemically dyed her hair a bright, cheery sky blue. She was even smiling brightly at Frairen, and she smiled back from under her helmet, though the smile died from Frairen's lips when Sergeant First Class Mary brought the highly advanced pistol up to her eye, and she waved her free hand at Frairen. Say cheese, the human giggled out, then promptly split a heavy-caliber pistol round through Frairen's leg with expert aim. Frairen had been on the run, and she let out a howling screech of pain as she came down onto her knee, skidding along the ground before rolling and tumbling along the concrete. Her helmet let out a quick of an alert, read out an injury display that showed her thigh had taken a bullet. Then her breastplate whizzed. A sharp puncture stabbed through her upper chest, eliciting another scream from Frairen, but oddly enough, the pain started to fade away quite quickly. She rolled over into a sitting position, looked down, and her leg wasn't bleeding. Oh, wow, Frairen said in her drug-induced haze, tilting her head at her leg. Look at that. Stopped the bleeding nearly instantly. Blood-transported medical nanobots?
You're a sharp one, a male human medic said as he grabbed Frairen by her drag handle and pulled her out of the way. Yeah, the suit injects nanotech that heals the wound. You'll see it stitching your leg together. Frairen looked down, blinking at the small hole in her leg forming into a neat white scar. It was actually growing hair back, though it was white. Huh? Wait, my suit thingy didn't work. You guys said it stopped pistol rounds. Yeah, don't worry about that. That round is designed to kill anything at close range. The medic said with a chuckle as another medic ran past him, grabbing an angrily hissing Carlaken that just got shot in his thigh as well. It's a pistol round designed to punch through light armor, lets you recruits know the limitations of the undersuit, but also leaves an extremely clean wound channel. Frairen shrugged her shoulders, her drug-induced haze hitting its peak as the body quickly metabolized the combat stimulant. Huh. All right then. That Mary person sure is cute. Did you see her hair? It's blue. Do humans always dye their hair like that? I read about you. You guys don't have blue hair. The medic chuckled and shook his head as he deposited Frairen into the recovery area. 3 other minor medical personnel jogging over to check the Yorple over and observe the readings from her suit. They really need to tone down the dosage on new recruits. Do they have to give them the full charge? Frairen was happily eating a pack of cream cookies, her helmet tucked between her legs. Then Himmel was plopped next to her, and she waved her hand in his face with a painless, wide-eyed smile. Himmel! They give you cookies! Great, Himmel muttered, and he looked down at the ragged hole in his leg. They shot me. I thought the suit stopped pistol rounds. Frairen giggled through a cheek full of cream cookies. They're shooting everyone with a special bullet. Look at how pissed Zetrin is. Himmel looked over to the angry, pouting Carlaken who was sitting next to the other pouting Carlakens, as apparently the pain drug within the suit was not working on their biology, and the medics were currently applying other drugs to see what worked. Himmel, fully doped up on combat stimulant, raised a hand and waved cheerfully to Zetrin as a male human recruit was dragged next to him. The human's eyes narrowed in annoyance due to also being shot. Zetrin, hi! Zetrin looked over to the point, saw he was fully drugged, then promptly raised his middle finger as he had to face the full pain of being shot in the thigh. Fuck you, Himmel. Frairen and Himmel both chortled, chewing through mouthfuls of cream cookies. One by one, recruits were deposited into the staging area, dragged there by medics as they were usually not trusted to walk with their first stimulant package being delivered to their systems. As the entire company feasted on cream cookies and switchel, their drill sergeants explained how over time they would need higher and stronger dosages of combat stem should they get shot too many times. First Sergeant Mary walked out with her pistol holstered, then congratulated everyone for not chickening out and taking their bullet like soldiers. Now when you look down at your leg and the legs of others like you will know that you all experience the same kind of pain, something that will forever set you apart from civilians. Sergeant First Class Mary said, then pointed to a point when she raised her hand. Do the soldiers of European region also do this? She asked, finishing her 3rd pack of cream cookies. Sergeant First Class Mary blew a raspberry and waved her hand. Of course not. They say it's way too dangerous. All of the alien recruits narrowed their eyes at her, and she giggled to herself while grabbing her own pack of cookies. When the first transport truck arrived to ferry them home, all of the point were besides themselves, cheering and clapping their hands in delight. For the first time in months, they wouldn't be walking home, and it was the point who clambered onto the buses first. They were then marched off as they were still wearing the training armor, and they quickly deposited the armor into the appropriate bins. When all the armor was put away for repair, everyone got onto their own respective transport vehicles, called cattle cars by the humans, and Frairen happily wagged her tail when the thing lurched into motion. She looked beside her to another female Yorple and grinned, both of them knowing they had finally made it past the first half of the training. Unfortunately, those within and outside the Cinderal Confederation were only able to enjoy peace for a frustratingly short time. To be fair, the humans were already starting to get a bit itchy with nothing to do on Earth, as well as around the other planets within the Confederation.
When the Mandarin expansion came hurtling into Confederation space, it hit hard and with a fury. 3 agricultural worlds ran by the now fairly wealthy Rimiki were sacked within days of the Mandarin making contact. The Rimiki, however, were not just conquered. No, that would have been far too simple, far too fair, far too normal. The Mandarin sacrificed every Rimiki they got their hands on, slicing them from chest to groin, and then opening them up to a readily deployed statue of their god. The Mandarin were elven-looking, much like the point, except that they were over 6 feet tall, dark of skin tone, and had eyes as red as freshly spilled human blood. Despite this, they had fur-tufted tails much like the Rimiki, something they had apparently taken personally after finding the race on their newly acquired planets. Their god was one of their own, though he had 6 arms, and the statues usually showed the palms open so the Mandarin could fill them with the organs, bones, heads, and limbs of their victims. This butchery caused the entire Cinderal Confederation to recoil in horror, as even their past enemies, the Daramir, had more honor in how they fought than this. The mass flight of the Confederation caused the Mandarin to believe they were the new bullies on the block and reveled in this new power as they raided merchant posts and the space lanes filled with traders. They, of course, never knew the humans were on their way, sporting murder wood that could have cut down an earthen pine tree. Humans loved fighting against vicious foes such as this, as it meant they didn't have to wear their Be Nice gloves. To the Mandarin, they believed all the humans had died during the Daramir War, purely for the fact their religious leaders had said so. While the humans were in fact on their way, it was slow going still, which meant that the other members of the Confederation had to try and hold the line until their own butcherers arrived. The Mandarin found nearly all of the Confederation wanting in terms of prowess, and only the formidable Karlaken gave them pause. According to enemy intel, the Mandarin frankly thought the members of the Cinderal Confederation were a joke, as nearly 50 million human warriors from all regions of Earth, known as a war wave, skipped through space towards their new front of battle. Earth was left with another 3 war waves in reserve. These reserve war waves were comprised of mostly new recruits who were unblooded, new recruits, such as Frairen the Yorpal. The Mandarin held some kind of arcane teleportation technology that even baffled the Opticans, allowing them to fold into space and then exit out into another region in record time. While the current way was to skip along through space in very controlled bursts of near light speed, it was slow going as the engines needed to cool after so many skips. The Mandarin simply folded into space, then came out of it where they wanted to be. Bizarre and terrifying, this ability was only held in check by the fact that the Mandarin couldn't do in its strength, only allowing a couple thousand of their kind to do so in order to raid and take their sacrifices as they wished. Optican, Yorpal, and Point Space fell prey to such actions, but the Mandarin were not ready for what appeared to meet them in human space. These raiders would be the first to meet the might of humans, as well as a few helpful hands. The alarm was loud, far louder than Frairen had remembered it being. The sound was designed by humans to jerk them out of a dead sleep, and was so spine-crawling that it put Frairen in immediate fight or flight. "What is it?" Frairen screamed, rolling off her bunk and coming down onto her paws with a plait of pad on tile. Zetran came barreling down the hallway, his tail wrapped around his waist to avoid tripping anyone around him. "Raiders!" "Raiders? Here?" Himmel asked, already pulling on his boots despite the fact he was still in his underwear. "They unfolded right beside Quadra," First Sergeant Mormon called out, already in uniform and placing his dark yellow honor beret on his head. "We are dropping in immediately." Frairen's hackles raised as she heard the name, and she spun around to face a human.
Quadra? That's where the Rimiki refugees are.
I am aware, First Sergeant Mormon said calmly, the flash on his beret marking him as a veteran drop trooper of multiple combat actions. The entire 3rd Company is dropping in. You will all test your iron, and your steel will taste blood for the first time. Himmel, jerking his pants over his boots, looked up in awe at the human.
We're combat dropping? For real this time?
No more training drops, First Sergeant Mormon said, turning and addressing the barracks room. You will all be dropping into an active combat zone under fire. The planetary security forces are attempting to hold out long enough for us to arrive, but they are reserves from the Karlaken and Yorpal. They are already falling back as much as they can. Get your souls in order. Today, you earn the right to wear human assault armor. Pitiful, the smarmy voice of Venderlin mused, cleaning the blood of multiple races from his glick blade. They had been hunting the local security forces for days now, and none of them were proving to be any particular fun. Vastet looked over to the male mandarin, arcing an elegant eyebrow, as her tail lashed behind her. What is pitiful, Venderlin? Your father bought you the best glick blade the armors could ever make. Venderlin sighed theatrically and flicked his hands free of blood, looking around at the dead patrol they had just butchered. It feels like overkill at this point. These Karlaken are a fair bit of fun, but the Yorpal fall apart at even a single strike. I mean, honestly, deflector generators of all things. It's simply childish. They do their best. At least they fight, unlike those heretical Rimiki. Vastet spat. It is diabolical that they even share the same kind of tale as us. Venderlin shrugged. We will eradicate them from the stars soon enough. Then those nasty Poit will follow suit. Who do they think they are, sharing the same kind of ears as us?
Blade Leader?
Came a voice from over Venderlin's comm channel, and he pressed his elegant finger to the inner earpiece. Yes?
We have ships coming into range. They are finalizing their last few skips,
the voice said. Venderlin sighed out, looking over to Vastet with his arms open and face smug. More sacrifices are arriving, Vastet. It appears we may have to miss dinner. Pity, Vastet said, hefting up a spiking rifle and checking the harmonized crystal charges that functioned as its ammunition. We were having stew tonight. This is Blade Leader Venderlin Rem to all units. Venderlin purred out, the throat mic within his armor perfectly picking up his sultry tones. More meat is arriving for our blades to savor. Pull away from the main assault line and arrange yourselves around the drop coordinates. We have work to do. Frairen's stomach was filling with butterflies as she double-checked the ammunition pouches that adorned her suit belt, as well as the extra magazines she had on her thigh armor. The human veterans had these, and she was copying the loadout, as well as the other recruits. There had been time to arrange her armor over the short few days they were in space, and she wasn't sure if she wanted more days or less. They were to be led personally by First Sergeant Mormon, as well as a slew of other humans who were veterans of the Daramir War. Their faces were grim and serious, but they held themselves as if they were just going into the office to clock in for the day. The heavy assault troopers of 3rd Company were arranged in the drop bay of the Big Mouth Bass, a human-inspired space dreadnought that had an odd split down the middle that led to the hangar bays. Ahead of Frairen were their assault pods, massive armored machines that carried an entire 50-man platoon, and it even had room for 2 vehicles in the middle. At the moment, the massive slab-sided pods were being loaded with ammunition belts that fed the main cannon that deployed out of the top, laying down suppressive fire as the infantry disembarked down the ramps. Called the Higgins Mark III, these assault pods were launched from the ship with teeth-rattling speed, piloted by a Navy PRCP, or Planetary Re-Entry Combat Pilot, These assault pods deployed multiple drag arrays when the PRCP had enough atmosphere to do so, slowing them down as they came towards their target. When they were close enough to the ground, the pilot would engage the final landing engines, the huge square thrusters allowing the pilot to quickly decelerate the craft and even spin it around should the need arise. Despite being a ship, they were called pods because they were only designed to land and were shuttled by another craft up to the dreadnought when the assault was done. Frairen had been assigned to 4th Platoon and was a bundle of nerves since she had no idea where Himmel and Zetran was. This platoon was mostly humans and Yorpal, and much to her annoyance, all the female Yorpal in the platoon were looking to her for guidance. First Sergeant Mormon took in a deep breath as someone spoke to him from behind, a Navy shipman judging by his uniform, and Mormon nodded his head. He pulled his helmet over his beret, something that Frairen found odd, then activated the comm thrower his particular kind of helmet had. His voice boomed over the noise of the bay. "Helmets on!" Frairen slipped on her Yorpal helmet with practiced ease, her ears going right where they needed to be. Her helmet hummed to life around her head, displaying its armor rigidity, as well as counting all her magazines, sidearm explosives, and even her combat knife. This helmet was very new, and even had her name etched onto the side of it. Her comlink came to life in her ear, hissing as the plugs came down close to the inside of her tall, fox-like ears. "Mount your ship!" First Sergeant Mormon called out, and the entirety of 3rd Company stepped forward at the same time, marching up the loading ramp. "The call of battle echoes to us, and we march to meet it!" It was taken as it came with the loading racks arranged inside the pods, and Frairen sunk back onto hers, the pinions and clasps sinking into the sockets on her armor. She felt her brand new combat shoes lift off of the ground as the loading rack hoisted her upwards a few inches, engaging its shock absorbers with a gentle hiss. Her nerves were buzzing with adrenaline as First Sergeant Mormon's voice called out over the net again, other racks around her hissing. "We face an enemy that offers neither mercy nor empathy." First Sergeant Mormon growled into his mic, and Frairen could hear the disgust in his voice. "They have come to kill in the name of their god, cutting down civilians with no regard to morality. They have broken the warrior's covenant, so they have no rights to its regard. No prisoners, no quarter. We will scrub them off the face of this planet, then wash them from the stars until not even their screams of agony survive." First Sergeant Mormon's words made her heart hammer in her chest as she felt the line go dead, and even her ears were trembling from the war fever and anxiety. This was a new thing that the Yorpals were having to deal with. The humans had a way about battle that awoke something within them, something that made the blood of the Yorpal jitter and vibrate with manic energy. Frairen caught herself baring her fangs again and giving her head a soft shake, taking in a deep breath to steady herself. "Specialist Frairen." Frairen opened her eyes with a few blinks, looking to the left of her helmet display. This was another odd bit of training that took a while, having to get used to looking at something very close to her face along the internal display. She had inquired about why the helmets had a T-shaped visor, as well as a standoff distance from the visor to the eyes. Apparently, it was a good median range between all races in terms of them being able to see words, and could even be adjusted. "Specialist Frairen." The gruff voice came again, and Frairen blinked at the name at the top right of her visor. "Yes, Sergeant Smith." "You're leading a Yorpal squad. I'm putting them on your display." Frairen tried to control her breathing as 12 names appeared on her display, along with their ranks. Beside the names were the letters RFA, letting her know they were not dead and ready for action. "Arun Frairen," a voice called out into her ear, and she knew it was a blue male named Taryn. "We have to be out the ramp first." "What are you talking about, Private?" Frairen asked him, her head locked in place within the rack. A female voice spoke next, a little huskier than normal, which told Frairen it was semantic. "Arun, we are by the left ramp. All of us are." Frairen blinked at her display, going through the options until it pulled up a small map of the assaulted pod, her circle, as well as her squads, were all beside the left drop ramp.
I see. We have to be the first.
Terran shouted again, his excitement plain as day in his voice.
We would be the first Yorpal ever to leave a human assault pod on a field of combat alongside other humans. We will make history.
Frairen chewed over the thought for a few moments, then blinked at her comm selection until she pulled Sergeant Smith back into view.
Sergeant Smith? Yes.
4th Squad requests the honor of being first out the door.
Frairen said professionally, her heart finally calming in her chest.
Granted.
Sergeant Smith said without delay, and the line shut off as he spread the word to the other NCOs. Frairen saw another name light up on her helmet display, and another human male voice entered her ears.
3rd Squad will be right behind you. Clear the ramp, and we'll be with you as we go into hell.
Thank you, Sergeant Mackey.
Frairen said, and she had to fight not to wag her tail. She liked Mackey as far as humans went, and he treated all the Yorpal with actual respect.
Don't thank me yet.
Sergeant Mackey said with a laugh.
You'll be the first to get shot at, you know.
May as well pull off the Band-Aid.
Frairen said into her mic and smiled as Mackey's laughter was her answer. An override voice entered every helmet, including Frairen's, and the dockmaster spoke to them all at once.
All Higgins loaded and personnel accounted for. No personnel found in the drop bay. Drop bay venting for launch.
The dockmaster purged the drop bay, sucking in all the oxygen they could before letting in the vacuum of space. Inside the drop pods, all the overhead lights changed to match the time of day and light levels on the surface, and as morning was coming, it bathed the racks in red and orange light.
Unlocking drop pods for launch.
The docking master said coolly, and all of the pods swung out into space on their long platforms, dangling along the bottom of the drop bay like heavily armored bats.
Showing green from all percepts. Engaging launching cables.
The Higgins Mark IIIs all gave a shudder as the launching hooks came under pressure, tightening and coiling with enough power to launch the pods at over 300 miles per hour in just 5 seconds.
Her first real ride,
Frairen said with a grin, then looked across the loading gangway at a large human man. He nodded to her, then gave her a nod wave with his hand, extending his thumb and pinky while keeping his 3 middle fingers tucked. They were only able to do this because their XC-1 Lancer rifles were attached to their chests. Frairen extended her fingers as best as she could and gave him a waggle back.
Hell yeah, furry.
The man said into her comlink.
Let's get that ass.
Frairen snorted out in laughter, but choked it down when the dockmaster spoke up again.
All pods ready? Go for air boss.
Go for air boss?
Frairen asked out into her helmet, then hissed in a breath as her stomach gave a lurch. The assault pods of 3rd Company were all launched at once, screaming along the rails of their launch ramps as fighters screeched out of their own hangar bays as escorts. Frairen's teeth were gritted as the assault pod came to speed, then let out a sharp exhale as they left the rails, spearing through the void towards the planet below.
All pods launched in the green. Brace for thunder and take their souls.
The dockmaster said, and the green lights beside the heads of every trooper within the racks turned amber. Frairen had thought it would take longer, but the shaking rumble of the assault pod hitting atmosphere jerked her back to reality. The comlink was worryingly quiet as Frairen looked around as best she could to the humans around her. All of their eyes were closed. None of them were speaking either, and appeared to be calm despite the chaos around them.
Arun?
Came Semantic's voice into Frairen's ear.
The humans are, I don't know. Their lips are moving, and the one ahead of me is holding some little silver cross thing.
Frairen narrowed her eyes, trying to see the human dead ahead of her that had given her the odd wave and was doing her best to read his lips. He appeared to be holding some odd little necklace in his fingers, which to her looked like some kind of anchor. No, it was a weird-looking little thing. Was it a hammer? Then her eyes caught a single word she kind of knew, one she had heard murmured among some of the humans when they would go off into the woods on little religious meetings.
Tear. No, that's not it. It's tear.
Frairen said quietly to herself, watching the human's lips move.
He's speaking to Tyr, one of the human gods of war.
Frairen squeezed her eyes shut as the drag devices deployed, catching the atmosphere and making the assault pod shudder even harder than before. All of the racks were rattling now, hissing and compensating to keep their cargo safe. The Yorpal did not have gods, of course. They were people of science and did not believe what they could not explain or hold within their hand. They did not even believe in souls until they came into contact with the point and were expressing a lot of cultural self-doubt when the Karlaken and humans also believed in such things. As she plummeted down to the surface of Quadra, she opened her eyes, looking out towards the human as he tucked his amulet back into his armor. Perhaps. Maybe.
Tyr, watch over me and my people.
Frairen said quietly, her words nothing but a hush that could only be heard by her and maybe, just maybe, the human god of war.
Find me worthy.
The assault pod shook with resolute resonations as the thrusters boomed to power, decelerating so swiftly that Frairen felt the G's pull at her fur and skin. All the racks gave a great tss as the assault pod hit the ground, reducing the impact down to just a hard jolt for those within their grasps, then clacked open. Frairen's shoed paws hit the deck, and she spun around as soon as she could, ripping her rifle off her chest as she pounded down the gangway towards the dropping ramp.
Find us worthy,
Frairen hissed, baring her fangs from under her helmet as the other Yorpal gave out their war howls, forming up the run behind Frairen. Venderlin gave a short laugh. Oh no, the poor fools. They've sent more Yorpal. They are now wearing new armor, Vastet said, her voice uneasy as she crouched down behind the rest of the warriors. The Mandarin were all staged around the outskirts of the ruined town, crouching down behind abandoned vehicles or huddling behind the broken stone of walls. It won't matter, Venderlin said, his voice rife with contempt as he brought up his rifle and readied a vibrant orange crystal shot within his aiming reticle. They break like poorly made pottery, and all they have done is given us more offering to Eos. The orange streak made an audible shriek as it sailed through the air, and Frairen had a horrifying moment where she could actually track it and watch as it sailed towards her. To her shock and surprise, the munition collided with her chestplate and shattered, spraying orange particles through the air in ringing streaks. She jerked back a little with the weight of the projectile, but her helmet advised her that her armor was still at 100% survivability. Her blood boiled within her veins as she looked up to where she saw the round come from and pointed a bladed hand on the run as she called out into her comlink.
Rip their fucking souls from their bodies!
Venderlin's arrogant grin faltered as he watched the round shatter off of the Yorpal's armor, then twitched backwards as she pointed her hand at him, the T-visor of her helmet glittering with morning sunlight. That is surprising, Venderlin said quietly, turning to look at Vastet. Vastet, however, was staring wide-eyed at the massive armored figures running down the ramps behind the Yorpal, bearing the same kind of armor. Venderlin, how close to the human planet are we? Does it matter? Venderlin asked, reloading his weapon. How far? Vastet screamed, grabbing the Mandarin by his hair. Venderlin let out a howl of pain, snarling as he slapped her hand away. How am I supposed to know? The War Spear told us to come to this planet to eradicate the Rimiki there. That is all I know. You Eos damned fool! May he strike you with all his hands! Vastet screeched. They have brought the desolation of the Daramir with them! The mad butcherers of the stars! Venderlin looked horrified, his eyes wide. That's impossible. They all died in the Daramir War. The Holy Handed told us so. They have doomed us all, you pithweed! Vastet screamed, cutting her hand toward the troopers spilling out from the assault pods that were deploying their cannons. Cut them down! Hurry! Call in for an exfil before they can fully deploy! Sergeant Mackey's XC-1 Lancer was barking out in rapid bursts of leaden death as he fired on the move, calling out into his comlink with his helmet as multiple munitions either shattered or embedded themselves within his chestplate.
Solid munitions are failing to penetrate. Machine guns deploy and pin them. Frairen, take your squad with 6 and flank that defilade.
Frairen nodded and loomed out around a broken food cart, her Yorpal and a squad of humans following her. One Yorpal gave a yelp of pain as orange crystal embedded in her thigh, causing her to crash down onto the pavement and skid to a halt.
Medic en route, continue mission.
A voice murmured into her ear, and Frairen turned her head in time to see a massive human hurtle over a wall, his black skin exposed, as he already had to rip off his gloves.
Copy!
Frairen shouted, then brought her rifle to her eye as dozens of Mandarin infantry came running around a debris-littered corner in the road.
Contact!
Frairen and her infantry depressed triggers and let fly a barrage of lead, causing 3 Mandarin to jerk back harshly and dive for cover. Others skittered to a stop, halting behind broken sidewalk stalls and benches.
Split and flank!
Frairen ordered, pointing her bladed hand to a firing position in front of them, and then off to the side. The humans took off at a sprint on their flanking maneuver, while the Yorpal took up the task of laying down fire, walking brazenly in the open while hammering the Mandarin positions. The Mandarins did their best to fire back, their weapons designed to break through nearly every armor they could think of meeting in space. But they had failed to work in the simple plate armor the humans wore.
Their armor is tough.
A Yorpal said through her squad comlink.
Must be a polymer hybrid for it to allow them to move like that.
One Mandarin pulled the cord on a plasma grenade and threw it towards the Yorpal, but Frairen's helmet picked up on the weapon as soon as it was thrown, displaying an alert and highlighting it within an amber square. Frairen lunged forward, snatching it out of the air while twisting her core, then hucked it away from her infantry and into an empty area of the road. How? A Mandarin veteran bellowed, ducking down behind a shattered vehicle that was now leaking both coolant and fuel. Frairen picked up her pace, now squeezing off single shots as she advanced on the cornered Mandarins.
Cease fire!
Frairen said calmly as she waved her hand from side to side, watching as the humans immediately engaged in melee, their bayonets fixed at the end of their rifles. The screams and shrieks of the Mandarins filled Frairen's ears as her squad of Yorpal came around the corner to enjoy the show, Frairen's helmet showing her that all the other squads were shattering the Mandarin infantry line like a bar of steel through glass. Yorpal troopers rested their rifles on their shoulders as they watched the humans scythe through the Mandarin swordsmen, the blades having difficulty even causing slices through the thick armor.
Those are anti-shielding blades.
Terran said, wincing inside his helmet as a large male human gripped a Mandarin by her hair, her head lacking a helmet due to their own pride.
They cut through like any kind of projector you can think of. Just ignores them outright.
The human didn't even bother using his bayonet, instead muscling the woman's head to the side with a crisp crack of her neck. Her howls of pain snapped off as if someone had flicked a switch and she fell to the ground in a heap.
Rad!
Terran muttered, watching a female human pin a male Mandarin to a car door with her bayonet.
Enemy flanking movement.
Samantha called out, swinging around her own XC-1 MG. The light machine gun let out a chattering report as she laid down fire on a squad of riflemen that were trying to reinforce their already dead fellows. Many of them tripped over their own feet and face-planted into the asphalt, the payload from the XC-1 MG munitions ripping flesh away from their bodies with minuscule detonations. Frairen and the other Yorpal responded in kind, fanning out in an echelon formation as they steadily walked across the debris-littered road. The humans formed up behind them, shooting over their smaller infantry brethren and ripping the Mandarins to shreds before they could even react to the enemy fire. Frairen's helmet gave a light amber pulse, showing that she only had 3 rounds left in her magazine, so she performed a tactical reload with practiced ease. As she thought about it, ramming her magazine home and placing the partially empty one in her dump pouch, she felt rather calm despite the bloodshed. Calmer than she thought she would have been, actually.
Specialist Frairen, move your squad towards Point Echo.
A voice called into her ear, and she knew it was Sergeant Mackey's.
We are pinned down by heavy weapons. Flank them.
Copy.
Frairen said, then waved a hand at those behind her.
Let's move it. Point Echo.
On her helmet, a thin blue diamond appeared near the top of the visor. Next to it, the English numbers marking how many meters she was away. She always found it funny how touchy the humans were about measurements, as the American she was with liked to use feet and pounds, and there was an apparent war between Europeans and Americans on which was better. According to the Americans, they only use meters to get the Europeans to stop whining, then switch to feet, yards, and pounds when they are back home. She looked forward to working with the Europeans eventually, even though the stories about the Greater Scottish were rather frightening. "We're getting slaughtered down there." Venderlin howled into his throat mic, personally manning the splitter array. "They have humans here." "Yes, of course, they're real humans, you idiot! Get those ships down here now! Now!" The splitter array was the only thing seeming to slow the humans down, the weapon energizing the crystal shot inside of them and causing them to shatter a few feet from where the targeting reticle designated. These weapons filled the air with splinters, allowing the gaps in the human armor to be exploited, but even then, it only slowed them down. "I got one!" Vastet screamed in victory, still dragging the helmeted head of a human along with her and holding it aloft. "Their neck is their weak point!" "Everyone's neck is a weak point!" Venderlin screamed, ducking down behind the gun shield of his splitter array as it was raked with machine gun fire. "We've only killed 6 of these bastards, and we've lost nearly 100 warriors already. What is going on? Are these veterans? Are they from the Daramir War?" A cast sender ducked low and ran up beside Venderlin, the 2 studs of his receiver headband glistening with the pearly blood of their own species. "Ships are coming down!" "Finally!" Venderlin screamed, pulling out a pair of smoke generators from his raiding vest. "Let's get off this rock before those humans get any closer to us."
Navy is reporting ships coming in through Atmo. They're catching the scans.
A radio man said, looking to Sergeant Mackey.
Top says to keep on the pressure. Frairen is about to start her assault.
Sergeant Mackey said, nodding to the radio man.
When we see them react to that fire, we'll push. I'm tired of being held up here by whatever that exploding crystal launcher is. Tell everyone around us to get ready. Copy.
The radio man said, then tapped a finger to his external helmet mount for his radio. Frairen was just coming around the bend in the street when she saw the alert ping from Sergeant Mackey and started pointing to the infantry around her.
You 6 go left and watch our entry. You 6 go right and watch our 6. Keep your spacing along the sidewalk. Everyone else, with me.
Frairen said, bringing her rifle optic to her eye as it fed her information as well. In all her life, she had never felt as at ease as she was now. In some ways, she felt invincible wearing this human assault armor, and quietly wondered to herself if this was how ancient human knights felt when they strode towards the lines of their enemies. Her troopers striding along beside her made her feel powerful as well, and it made her heart swell watching her fellow Yorpal work in such fine tune with the humans. She didn't have long to ponder much else as she made a wide pass along the middle of the street, and the enemy position opened up before her. Frairen held back the trigger without pause, tracing her reticle along bodies as her shoulder barely shook with the recoil of her rifle. Even as the Mandaranes screamed in their hissing language and returned fire, she didn't budge. She remembered when she would have ducked down or flinched away from the enemy fire coming at her, shattering the ground around her and throwing orange streaks through the air. But after a couple dozen or 2 range visits with Drill Sergeant Marshall, this was a piece of cake. Frairen could still taste the sand in her teeth after those range visits and ringing in her ears as Drill Sergeant Marshall fired around her head, and this seemed childish in comparison.
Cut in from the corner. Santana, keep watching our 6. Make sure these hissing pricks don't flank us.
Frairen said, then started walking forward, her rifle hammering away as 6 humans and 6 Yorpal formed up on her. Crystals sang as they ricocheted off of her armor or shattered, her legs taking the blows to her knees and thighs with ease. The Mandaranes seemed to be in a full-blown panic, finding no weak points in her armor. This was in part due to Frairen being able to easily track the damn orange crystals through the air and just close the gaps like she had been trained. The only reason one of her own had caught a crystal was out of a failure to close that gap in the first place. She still carried a small mote of hate for Staff Sergeant Krams, as he never failed to make her ribs rattle with that sniper rifle. As the Mandaranes turned to face this rear flank, everyone else pushed up, raining hell onto the cover that was the Mandaranes' only lifeline. There was a pause as 4 raiding cutters came down from the sky, raining orange crystals down from on high, and this seemed to give the Mandaranes cheer, bolstering them. Rockets streaking up from the ground rained on their parade, as apparently The Mandarines were also unprepared for surface-to-air anti-ship heat warheads. The raiding cutters fell apart as if they were made of tinfoil, crumpling inwards and detonating with a rain of metal, fire, and even personnel. The detonations of the ships colliding with the ground or buildings rattled the ground under Frairen's boots, though she was unbothered.
Sergeant Mackey, we are fixing bayonets. Watch your fire.
Frairen called out, pulling out her nearly sword-length bayonet and clicking it onto place on her lug. All of her troopers followed suit, while the humans still had theirs in place.
Clear for charge.
Was all that Sergeant Mackey said in reply.
Charge!
Frairen bellowed into her helmet, taking off at a sprint with her mustard-yellow tail fluttering behind her. The roar of her troopers filled her ears as they too took off at a run, and Frairen cleared the broken concrete wall of a smoothie shop with ease, putting her shoed paws together and drop-kicking some pompous-looking tit into the shield of a large-looking gun. Frairen was then thrown back onto her feet bodily by a human, hooking her under the armpit and lifting her skywards so she could keep up her offensive. The Mandarin slashed at her with his weird-looking sword, but all it did was leave a shallow groove along her breastplate and make her helmet flash with a heat warning. Before some mean-looking female could stop her, she lunged back with her rifle and buried her bayonet straight through the eye socket of the Mandarin, the blade ripping out of the back of his skull wetly with a spackle of pearly blood and brain matter. Oddly enough, their brains were also white, and Frairen made note of that. Semantic backhanded her own Mandarin with her rifle butt before plunging her bayonet into his chest, while Terran simply beat his to death with his fist, the armor breaking apart the woman's face with wet cracks of buckling bone. Frairen thought it odd that their armor was so weak, but then remembered that these point-looking peoples probably used the same kind of armor her own people did, along with odd hybrid polymers. As her squads bludgeoned, stabbed, and slashed their way through the rear of the Mandarin position, Sergeant Mackey and everyone else charged in from the front, sandwiching the couple hundred surviving Mandarins between two unyielding walls of infantry. True to the word of their first sergeant, no quarter was offered and no mercy was given. By the time Frairen was done, she was breathing hard and her armor was spattered with thick rivers of pearly blood that shone in the morning light. She had taken a few more slashes and even a stab from an actual knife, but her armor was doing its job and pumping her with both painkillers and the little handy biorobots that patched up her skin. The worst part was the itching, as the robots used themselves to fuse wounds together, and it irritated her flesh something fierce. For her first combat, Frairen did not lose a single trooper, and she sat on a low wall surrounded by dead Mandarins, taking off her helmet. Her fur stuck out at odd angles, her ears were going to need to be brushed, and her leg muscles were screaming at her. But she had never felt more alive and satisfied than this moment in her entire life. She looked around at her fellow Yorpals, and they seemed brighter in the eye, as if they had finally seen the light on how war was really done. The humans around her were fist-bumping both themselves, the Point, the Yorpals, and the Carlagan, as well as a few hugs being thrown around to the Jinn. After all, they were all still fresh recruits, and they had survived their first mission. As small details came to her through her exterior earpiece that she had plugged into place, she learned that there were some fatalities, though they were light compared to the hundreds of Mandarin that lay slain, the rest fleeing on their ships that had survived. Sergeant Mackey sat down next to Frairen, then rustled her hair with a laugh, eliciting a yowl of annoyance from Frairen. Hey, watch the fur, Sergeant. I'm going to have to brush it out enough now already as it is. Frairen chided playfully, smacking the human's hand away. Sergeant Mackey smiled at Frairen, his voice measured. Good work today. You got in some solid kills. The drones caught some of the footage. Drones? Frairen said, suddenly a little nervous. She had stomped in the face of a female Mandarin after the woman had stabbed her with that knife, and she did not reckon it was going to look pretty if it was caught on footage. Snack? Sergeant Mackey said, holding out half of his candy bar. Gotta eat something nice after your first mission. Frairen raised her eyebrow at the human, then shook her head, taking the offered half of the bicker bar. Of course you humans would feel a need to eat at a time like this. You're alive, and only the living get to enjoy food, Sergeant Mackey said, kicking a long-cooled body of a Mandarin. This poor fuck can't enjoy it anymore, so we better do it while we can. Frairen pursed her lips as she looked down at the body, then shrugged as she took a bite of the bicker bar. Yeah, I suppose you have a point. Would prefer pizza, though. I'm sure we can get some pies going once we're back up on the ship, Corporal, Sergeant Mackey said, grinning evilly as he watched Frairen give a gagging cough, the Yorpal accidentally inhaling wafer bar into her lungs. Miss Rimiki was still in a bit of a glow as her class settled down, having been waiting in the hall for her to finally show up and unlock the door with her passcode. Miss Rimiki had been playing around with the odd clothing styles that Earth had for some time now, and had appeared to unlock some kind of cheat code on her human partner. Due to the rather chilly nature of space, and everyone having different comfort levels, the space station was usually kept quite cold, with the only warm spots being the engineering sectors and cantinas. This was in part to not overtax their systems, and engineers just assumed everyone would wear warmer clothing outside their living quarters. Chilly temperatures usually meant that Zamra, like her, became quite lethargic, so she had been dabbling in human-made clothing that was focused around comfort and warmth. Recently, she had gotten into the large market of cabled sweaters, and this appeared to have caused something primal to arise within her human partner. It was so effective that Miss Rimiki had been several minutes late for class and had to master her breathing before she came within line of sight of her students. There were many quizzical looks from her students, as they had never seen Miss Rimiki out of breath before, and some were pondering if she had ran all the way here for some reason. This was doubly confusing because the Zamra were not particularly strong runners, being more toned and built for lifting and bearing weight. Regardless, when the students had all found themselves in their chairs and powered on their own personal digislates, Miss Rimiki once again took her position in front of the class, clapping her hands together. "Good morning, everyone," Miss Rimiki said chirpily, her head fronds gliding back and forth as she tilted her head with a smile. Tintle, a black-furred Yorpal that was having to deal with sitting next to a very excited pink Optican, raised both of her eyebrows. "You appear to be in a good mood this morning, Miss Rimiki." Miss Rimiki turned to look at the Yorpal, saw the glitter of mischief in her curious green eyes, then cleared her throat. "So, what shall we speak about today?" "We could always have speaking about the new war against the Mandarin," the Optican said, looking quite keen to discuss the topic. Miss Rimiki, not wanting to ruin her rather nice morning, waved a dismissive hand towards the feathered being. "Aroki, I would rather not discuss such a dour subject. The massacres and killings the Mandarin have been indulging in make for a poor classroom topic." "What about what they are in general?" a male Jinn asked, raising his hand. Miss Rimiki noticed he had multiple human tattoos along his arm, something that her people found to be rather deviant. "The Mandarin race are quite new, as far as I have heard." Miss Rimiki rolled her eyes, then sat back against the front of her desk, the piece of furniture becoming quite tired of being used as a chair and its plight ignored, despite its blatant groans of annoyance. "I suppose we can discuss what we know." "Yes!" Aroki said gleefully, causing Tintle to pin her ears back next to her. "Who are they of being? Where are they of coming from?" Miss Rimiki was quickly not liking Aroki being so close to the front, and had a mind to give her a headache with the powers of her fronds, but she soldiered on, tapping the pads of her fingers to her palm and thumb muscle and waking up the display screen. They kept upgrading the damn thing, and it was starting to get annoying. "From what we have gathered, through the very beginnings of this oddly religious, if not eugenic, war, is that the Mandarin are led by a council of religious elders and are dogmatic with nearly everything that they do. They worship a multi-armed star god named Eos, and have come to eradicate both the Nimiki and the Poit, though the reasons behind this are not yet known," Miss Rimiki said, bringing up a large solar map of the Cinderal Confederation. "Their ability to fold in and out of space in small numbers has allowed them to actually take a few planets, but we do not believe they will be able to hold them for much longer." Aroki raised her clawed hand.
But Missius Rimiki!
Just Miss Aroki, Miss Rimiki said, never having been fond of the Optican speaking patterns. She still didn't understand why the humans insisted they keep it either.
Miss Rimiki,
Aroki corrected, bringing down her clawed hand.
But are they not of causing great and terrible damage to Yorpal and Point soldiers?
They are, Miss Rimiki said, scratching at her cheek lightly. They appeared to have done their homework when planning their incursion. They use a crystallized energy weapon that infuses power into the crystal itself, allowing it to pass through any and all projectors, deflectors, shields, you name it. Just cuts through it as if it was never there. This is, of course, a major issue, since the Yorpal and Point work on nothing but that kind of armor, and the losses have been devastating to say the least. The Karlaken and Jin have been faring a little better, but they still suffer from the speed and lack of mercy from the Mandarin.
Aroki raised her hand again. But that is of the changing because of the humans.
Yes, Miss Rimiki murmured, thinking of the many things that were changing due to the humans, including her spending habits. They are a wild card that the Mandarin didn't consider. According to the prisoners taken during a major counterattack on Quadra, they didn't even know the humans were still alive. The male Jin chuckled. How would they not know the humans were still around? They decimated the entire Daramir Empire. That is hard news to miss. According to them, their religious leaders said the humans had been eradicated. But why they would lie about this is anyone's guess at this point, Miss Rimiki said, tapping her brand-new Zumra-designed boots on the deck, made due to the languishing of the very cold station floor. To say that humans may carry this war would be an understatement, but there is also an issue that none of the other members of the Confederation are ready to deal with.
Pride?
Tintel asked with a toothy grin. Miss Rimiki actually laughed, her shoulders bucking a little as the answer caught her off guard. Why, yes, pride. The Yorpal and Point are attempting to prove they don't need the help of the humans and are trying to bolster their own arms and armor themselves. It is not working very well, and they are constantly taking both wounded and casualties when using non-human-made armor.
The humans sent armor to Istin's secondary,
Tintel said, leaning back in her chair.
The Yorpal who tried to use it said it was too heavy or too unwieldy, and went back to locally produced armor. According to them, a Yorpal will never be able to wear human-made armor.
Miss Rimiki smiled brightly, her long, sharp teeth glimmering in the classroom lights, and she looked over to the butter-yellow-furred Yorpal, Ramira. Is that true? No Yorpal will ever be able to wear human-made armor? Ramira smiled but rolled her eyes, tapping her claw to her chin in mock pondering.
I don't know. I might know someone who can be an expert on the topic, though.
The class all laughed, but Miss Rimiki held up her hand after a few moments. I know what I said last time we spoke about the subject, about how leaders from the Confederation wanted you to fear humans. But there is a universal truth that everyone knows now more than they did during the Daramir War.
What's that?
Aroki asked, her avian eyes wide. Miss Rimiki crossed her legs as she sat fully on her desk now, the large draconic muscles visible even through her jeans. That humans are, by and large, the most wanted ally in the Confederation. Many would say galaxy, but that may be giving them too much credit.
Why?
Tintel asked. Because they can never find it in themselves to say no, Miss Rimiki replied. If they call you a friend or ally, they can never find it in themselves to deny you. Yorpal and Point capital ships will, at times, ignore distress calls and send out smaller ships to assist. Karlaken and Jin capital ships will outright refuse. A female Jin spluttered out, raising her hand.
Well, of course they would. A capital ship is a mighty fleet asset. You can't send capital ships off to deal with emergency broadcasts. That's what dreadnoughts and destroyers are for.
Oh, Miss Rimiki mused, bouncing her upper leg off of her lower leg's knee, despite the languishing of her desk. Then why would humans divert an entire battleship, which are nearly the size of capital ships, to deal with any and all broadcasts they receive? No questions asked, no reason needed, and they do it simply because their allies need help. The djinn held out her 4 hands.
Well, because they wouldn't. They would just send out a destroyer or something to deal with the threat. What race would commit an entire capital ship to a single emergency broadcast?
What race indeed, Miss Rimiki said, raising the ridge of scales that formed her eyebrows. Who would care that much about their allies and the smallest among us?
So these are just for 6-man squads?
Frairen asked, knocking her knuckle against one of the RIACs staged up in another section of the drop bay. Himmel nodded. Yep. Rapid infantry assault capsules. If you thought the big Higgins were launched fast, these will re-bleach your teeth white.
From what I hear, these things fire a huge rocket when it is close to the ground,
Zetrin murmured, also gazing at the rather fancy-looking capsule.
From launch to landing, we can react to an emergency distress signal within 10 minutes.
Frairen whistled, then stuck out the tip of her tongue to talk like the Carlagan.
That's fast.
Himmel chuckled, though Zetrin rolled his eyes.
Very funny, Frairen,
he said, giving her a hard shove and sending the smaller Yorpal cackling and stumbling along the flight deck. The RIACs were not new, but were starting to be used more and more to the point they were being produced at double the rate of the Higgins due to the lightning raids being performed by the Mandarin. The Mandarins were trying to avoid the humans as much as possible now that they were trying to raid within the same space, and were trying to fold around the war wave heading towards the main front of this religious war of zealotry. The big mouth bass was on patrol around the edges of Yorpal and Point space, and most of the training that the new recruits on board still needed was being administered on the ship instead. It was during one of these breaks that Frairen, Himmel, and Zetrin found themselves all in the same spot and had been catching up while admiring the yaks, as they were nicknamed. Apparently, Ryaks sounded stupid despite it being accurate to the acronym, and the humans didn't like it. Instead, they went with naming it after a key side effect of coming down through Atmo at the speed these capsules did. So do you guys want to get some food? Pretty sure tonight is taco night, Himmel said, squatting down to read a small metal plate label on the yak. Zetrin smiled, leaning his hooded head back.
Ah, tacos. I do like tacos.
They always make my face fur so messy, Frairen muttered. Can't they just always serve pizza?
What is with you, Yorpal, and your afflictions with pizza?
Zetrin asked her with a hissing laugh.
You have to learn to eat other foods.
Frairen's retort died in her throat as amber lights strobed to life across the ceiling, and the armory swung open with a loud clang of their doors being forced open by emergency hydraulic pressers.
So much for tacos,
Zetrin pouted.
They're coming!
Zarili shouted, the point ducking down as 3 orange crystals split the air over his head. I got a message through the jammers! They're coming! A magenta Yorpal male shrugged down beside the point, both of them huddling behind their covers as the Gauss carbine vented steam across their faces. You also said our own damned ships would be coming nearly an hour ago! Humans always come! They'll be dropping into our atmosphere in 10 minutes! Zarili screamed, both of their heads getting covered in shards of orange crystals as the metal crates they were hiding behind were struck multiple times. The magenta Yorpal looked around, his eye recticle glittering with light as it fed him information, and he turned around into a kneeling crouch. Magua? Yes, Fank? A voice screamed into his ear, the female Yorpal's voice strained beyond hope with fear. Bring your claw over here. We need to group up. Humans are on their way! Fank shouted, then loomed over the cover he was behind and fired multiple spikes of ammunition towards the Mandarin positions to at least get them to duck their heads. Help is coming! Humans? Thank goodness! Now I actually believe you! Magua shouted back into his ear, and Fank could hear the thundering of Yorpal and Point feet behind him. There was a scream of horror, and Zerilli watched as several large orange crystals split through the Point rifleman, the reinforced armor suit and vibro-decelerators doing nothing to stop the long munitions. The Point ragdolled to the ground in a tangle of limbs, her inertia carrying her in a fouled roll that saw her spine nearly bend all the way backwards. Tin's teeth! Zerilli cursed in shock as the Yorpal was a little slow getting behind their own cover, an orange crystal splitting his head open like an overripe fruit. The crystal didn't even slow down after leaving the crumbling body behind and sank deeply into the chest of another Yorpal that had been behind the first. The purple male let out a howl of agony as he was pinned to a water canister. He's drowning! Zerilli screamed as he leapt to his feet, the water canister splitting open and water boarding the screaming Yorpal. Fank jerked backwards and snatched Zerilli by the collar of his combat suit, then dragged him back behind cover. Leave him! He's in the open! He's going to die like that! Zerilli screamed, clawing at Fank to try and get the Yorpal's gloved paw off of him. 6 crystals shrieked through the air and embedded themselves within the pinned Yorpal, the body armor and shields doing nothing to keep the crystals at bay. Zerilli fell to a knee as the Yorpal convulsed against the water canister a few times, as if the body was trying to jerk itself free. He stilled, hanging there in the air as water flowed over his body, his paws dangling just a few inches above the wet ground. Why? Zerilli whispered over the din of the firefight. Why do none of the shields work? Fank growled under his breath, finally managing to bring down a Mandarin by sinking a Gauss spike through his armpit, then shrank down behind their cover. I don't know, Point. They had all been stationed on Mineski as a deterrent to raiders, as that branch of Mandarins mostly attacked lightly defended areas and at least lacked heavy armor. This time, the raiders had brought regulars with them. Not only did they have strong weapons, but their weird bodysuits of armor were also quite adept at stopping nearly everything they could throw at them. This whole fight had started at a docking area for commerce, and they had been pushed all the way back to a storage area filled with crates and other shipping containers. Losses were mounting quickly, as despite the best attempts of the Point and Yorpal, they still could not produce a suit of armor that could even slow those damned crystals. How much longer until the humans arrive? Fank asked Zerilli, pulling out a battery pack and replacing the drained one in his Gauss carbine. Zerilli pulled out his data slate, then let out a relieved puff of breath. They've just entered orbit. Get in the yaks! Go, go, go! Sergeant Mackey screamed, still pulling his helmet from the armory rack. Just get in there, now! Frairen pulled on her suit of torso armor, then held up her hands to catch her helmet as Himmel tossed it to her on the run. Zetrin was already running down the drop line, the RIACs trundling along launchers and getting into position along their speed rails. This one, Zetrin called out, attaching his rifle to his chest as he started climbing the loader ladder. The gallant lady. Hope she's a strong woman, Himmel muttered through his helmet mic as he started climbing after Zetrin, though he had a 40mm grenade launcher strapped to his chest. Funnily enough, despite all the high-tech bells and whistles and all the advancements through the arms and armory, the 40mm grenade launcher was still a mainstay of nearly every military on Earth. Himmel liked it purely because of the sound it made. Frairen pulled her helmet over her ears and head, then quickly scrambled up the ladder, her shoed paws making quick work of the rungs. Wait up for us! Marwak called out, the Jinn and 2 other humans coming up the ladder with him. Frairen's helmet was already loading their infantry information and creating a roster for them, and Command would already know who was leading who before the capsules even launched. The dagger-like capsules started to hum as its systems came online, and light flooded the intimate passenger space. There were only 6 racks in the yaks, and had nearly 3 times the amount of dampening equipment as the Higgins 3s. The seats were all arranged around the core of the capsule, facing egress doors that sprang open by 2 steel rods being launched into them. Frairen quickly looked around while her rack locked onto her armor and lifted her off the capsule deck. 6 seats, 3 doors. They would be springing out in pairs. The blade of these capsules, or the tip as many called it, were made of solid metal and alloys that would allow the capsule to stick into the ground, locking it in place. Near the top of the capsule were the rockets, which looked much like the pommel of a dagger, now that Frairen remembered. The long spike of the drag array deployers looked like a handle, and if she thought about it, the ship would look like it was throwing a bunch of high-tech knives at the planet. She wasn't sure why, but it made her chuckle. "Yaks are all loaded and personnel accounted for. All the other personnel in drop bay leave now! Emergency drop in progress!" The dockmaster called out into all their helmets, and Frairen could see dozens of shadows moving at speed towards the bay doors. They were all now dangling just above the deck and wiggling back and forth as the yak was brought under tension, and Zetran had his tail wrapped around his leg. "No personnel found in the drop bay! Drop bay venting for launch!" the dockmaster said, and Frairen could hear the yak spooling up and already putting power into the dampeners. "Oh, this is going to suck," Frairen said quietly, and everyone around her agreed with laughter. Himmel held up a finger. "I for one believe that this is not only going to suck, but it is going to... How do you humans put it, Marcus?" "It is going to suck balls, Himmel," Marcus replied, shaking his tanned head. "Unlocking capsules for launch," the dockmaster said, and amber light filled the yaks. There was no handy-dandy light changer in these, just amber light and the glow from the T-visors of the helmets worn by the passengers. "All yaks showing green. Go for air, boss." Unlike the Higgins pods, the only reply was a loud, ear-ringing buzzer that made everyone's teeth hurt, and then the sudden rush of their blood all trying to fit within their skulls. "Holy fuck!" Frairen screamed out as they were propelled at 3 times the speed from the bottom of the big mouth bass, their capsules actually leaving a trail of smoke and elements behind them as if they were thrown through a cloud of fog. Now looking back on it, Frairen and the rest of her friend group would all agree that screaming for as long as they did was a bit of a rookie move. Their armor technicians also made a note that they nearly destroyed their inner helmet microphones from how loud they were screaming and had caused a little bit of damage to the receivers as well. The speed of the yaks was utterly terrifying, and Frairen didn't even have a chance to really even catch her breath before the yak began shuddering like mad as it sliced into the atmosphere. "On mission!" was all Frairen could think to yell out, keeping her eyes squeezed shut as the yak began to display an impact timer on a screen above them. "Get a hold of yourselves! Speak for yourself, Corporal!" Himmel shouted in a voice devoid of breath. "I think my nuts are somewhere on the ceiling!" Zetran managed to open an eye and saw the screen quickly trilling with numbers. "Landing in 2 minutes!" Frairen was bouncing back and forth so much that she wondered if this was how the mixing ball in a cocktail shaker felt, and she was so tensed that her abdominal muscles were nearly showing through her fur under the suit. The yak sounded a loud buzzer, and Frairen snapped her eyes open to look at the screen. She felt the craft shudder as the drag arrays were finally deployed, and she felt her blood now rush to her damn paws. 30 seconds! The buzzer then began to rattle their teeth every 10 seconds, and at the last 10 seconds, the boosters kicked on with a stomach-curling lurch. Frairen let out a ragged gasp as the dagger-shaped capsule slammed into the ground, the impact so jarring that she had chipped not just 1, but 3 of her teeth. The yak let out one last formidable klaxon call, then the 3 doors of the capsule slammed open with the impact of their launching rods, and sunlight filled the capsule. Frairen's shoed paws hit the deck, and she took off at a run, slipping in front of Marwalk and ripping her XC-1 Lancer from her chest and immediately bringing it up to her eye. They had landed amongst the enemy, and she could tell by their armor that these Mandarines were regulars. Himmel came to a skidding halt, having come out of the capsule nearly face-to-face with a Mandarine melee specialist, and fired a snapshot with his grenade launcher. Humans, believing in safety of course, had a minimal arming distance on 40mm grenades. This meant that instead of exploding and killing both Himmel and the Mandarin, it instead just removed the Mandarin's head by brute force, throwing brain and skull fragments into the air like a macabre confetti popper filled with pearly meat bolognese. Marcus came off their ramp and body-checked his own Mandarin, the human pulling out a dagger and sinking it straight into the man's face with little pause, despite his mouth filling with blood. He had bitten his tongue on landing and had no idea how to spit it out within the helmet. Frairen's knees buckled as 3 more capsules hit the ground around her, and she toppled over into the dirt as 3 launching klaxons vibrated the air, followed by the sounds of their ramps hitting the ground. She quickly got to her feet and took in the situation, bringing up her rifle and putting a bullet straight through the forehead of a female Mandarin, trying to bring up some kind of beam weapon. They had landed where the coordinates were, some kind of loading area, but she heard the cries of their allies from behind her. "Everyone on me!" Frairen called out, then took off at a run towards a large gathering of crates, moving equipment, and a few low-altitude shuttles. Marcus and Marwok were the first to come beside her, while Zetrin and Himmel came in just behind them. "Where's Jersey?" Frairen asked out as she hurtled over a shattered water container that had a dead Yorpal still pinned to it. Marcus's voice keyed into her ear. "Dead. Caught on one of those crystals to the face and put his lights out." "Shit!" Frairen spat, then pulled her slammer from her belt as Marcus and Marwok did the same. Slammers were, for all intents and purposes, just a single-handed warhammer that sported a claw hammer face and a curved spike on the other end. The difference between these and their ancestral kin were that the strike face of these hammers could be triggered by an internally powered mechanism, allowing the strike faces to be propelled forward a few inches at speeds of over 100 miles per hour. These were found to be highly efficient at shattering the bodies of the Mandarin, despite their armor, and it was going to be the first time Frairen got to use one in anger. Her team loomed into view of a sprawling melee, and it was not going well for anyone not a Mandarin. A Point was screaming out in terror as a Mandarin tried to force a blade down towards his chest, while a magenta Yorpal was already staggering backwards from 2 swipes to his chest, his fur leaking blood like a busted hose as he fired his Gauss carbine on full auto, riddling a massive Mandarin's armor with spikes. Frairen wasted no time, bringing back her slammer and triggering the inner mechanism. She brought it across the back of the Mandarin's skull, and the warhammer let out a hissing thud, cracking open the Mandarin's skull and spattering it across the Point. The Point let out a scream and scrambled out from underneath the leaking Mandarin, all while Frairen jumped deftly over them both, firing her rifle with one hand and readying her slammer with the other. Marcus shoulder-checked the spike-riddled Mandarin and threw off the aim of his humming blade, sparring the magenta Yorpal of the killing blow that had been coming down toward his neck. Not to be made a slouch, the Yorpal pulled out a combat knife and sank it into the Mandarin's thigh, matching the time required for Marcus to bring his own slammer around and turn the Mandarin's heart to ragu within his chest. Zetrin, fueled by bloodlust and empowered by human combat armor, whipped his tail around and sent a female Mandarin smashing against a crate, his own slammer out and already shattering another Mandarin's shoulder. Marwok let out a war cry and jumped, sinking a heavy boot into the chest of a Mandarin, wielding some kind of odd power spear. The melee was fierce, and by the time Frairen could take a moment to catch her breath, her armor had been slashed 3 times by power blades, and her helmet was giving her an alert that her knee armor was compromised. Himmel spotted a group of riflemen heading their way, their glowing weapons keeping them well lit and visible, and launched a 40mm grenade their way with a soft thump of the weapon's report. This grenade was properly armed when it landed and exploded with a dull thud of shrapnel, shredding the Mandarin and sending them stumbling to the ground with multiple bleeds. Thank you, Zarili gasped out, reaching up and taking the clawed hand of Zetrin, who was bleeding from his 5th arm wound. You came. Humans always come, Marcus said with a nod, then turned when he heard the magenta Yorpal hissing out in painful laughter. I guess that part is true then, Fank muttered, and he looked around with a disheartened sigh. We got butchered. Frairen blinked up at her helmet display until she found the right channel. I need medics to Point Lima. En route. A female voice came back to her, calm and collected. Frairen nodded to the other Yorpal. They're coming. Thank you, Kawaii. The Yorpals said through gritted teeth, nodding to her respectively, as Frairen grimaced, unseen from inside her helmet. Kawaii was the name used for Yorpal who strayed from the ancestral path, and was a name given to all the Yorpal who had left to train with the humans. Yet here was this one, saying it to her with reverence. Corporal Frairen, head to Point Alpha, Sergeant Mackey said into Frairen's ear. Frairen nodded as a new directional heading appeared in her visor, and she holstered her slammer on her belt. Let's go, fellas. We have Mandarin to kill, and they are trying to hold a docking station. Let's get going then, Zetran growled, having not been satisfied in only killing 4 Mandarin. My blood is swarm. Frairen and her team took off at a dead sprint across their landing site, crossing paths with the 2 medics running the opposite way, then came over the top of a pathway where a chaotic firefight was evolving. Himmel! There! Frairen barked out, pointing her finger to a cluster of Mandarin who were manning 2 crew-served weapons, the bright purple beams hissing through the air with heat. Her helmet picked up where she was pointing, traced the finger, then lit up Himmel's own helmet display with an amber square, showing him where Frairen wanted him to shoot. Gladly. Himmel muttered, raising his launcher and slamming a high-yield boiler round into the tube, firing without delay. The 40mm grenade sailed through the air and hit dead center of the Mandarin position, exploding out in a huge plume of white smoke and burning orange phosphorus. Enjoy a visit from Willie, you know helmet-wearing dumbasses. The keening screams of the Mandarin were audible even through Frairen's helmet as they ran past their position, the people within the cloud burning alive from the white phosphorus, burning holes through their flesh and choking their lungs. Frairen came down a long roadway for trucks and managed to loop around a shallow warehouse, coming down into the flank of an entrenched Mandarin position. She went to lean out when a human XC-1 Lancer skipped across the top of her helmet, and she ripped herself backwards in a panic. Shit! Frairen howled, her helmet letting out a few trilling warnings. Corporal Frairen is at Point Alpha! Point Alpha, damn it! An unfamiliar voice hit her ears, though it was at least apologetic. Our bad. We had to give some of the point rifles. They can't see our readouts. Well, tell them not to shoot me! Frairen growled, waving her hand towards Himmel. Himmel, get up there and hit those bastards! High explosive! Himmel shoved the 40mm round into his launcher, then stepped around Frairen with his visor showing him the landing location. Hi diddly-ho, fuckboys! Frairen rolled her eyes even as Himmel launched the round, then lurched around the corner with her team in tow. You really need to stop going on the human message boards. That's where all the best memes are, Corporal, Marwak said, and everyone in her team grinned as Frairen let out an anguished rumble in her throat. Frairen and her team hit a jumble of scattered mini-connexes and crates, bringing up their rifles and slamming home the door on the L-shaped firing line. Frairen was pounding a Mandarin in her chest with munitions when the Mandarin turned and fired wildly, the rifle far larger and meaner looking than the ones the raiders from before had. The orange crystal sang through the air and embedded itself in her shoulder armor, penetrating all the way down to her flesh. Frairen let out a scream and was jerked around by the inertia of the munition, ripping her feet out from under her and causing her to slam into the concrete. It's burning! Frairen screamed, clawing at the massive crystal in her shoulder. Get it out of me! It's burning! Corporal Frairen is hit! Himmel shouted as Zetran gripped the orange crystal with his clawed hands, pulling it out of Frairen with a shriek of metal and a guttural glut of it leaving a massive hole in her flesh. Zetran threw the crystal down, and it rang away with a spin, sending flecks of Frairen's blood spinning off across the concrete. The Carlaken had helped the Yorpal to her feet with a jerk of his arm. Still able to fight? Zetran asked Frairen, hefting his rifle and laying down suppressive fire. Frairen's chest plate gave a hum as it injected her with the painkillers and wound tech, and she gave her head a shake. That sucked, but I can keep going. Just can't use that arm for now. Her visor display warned her that her flesh and muscles had been heavily damaged, and her armor zipped her arm to her side with a whine of the micromotors, locking it in place as the undersuit inflated to support the arm. Frairen hauled her rifle up onto the crate and kept firing, Marcus beside her and hammering away with his own weapon. "Frag out!" Sergeant Mackey called out over the unit communications, and dozens of little amber squares filled Frairen's visor as the other teams threw grenades. "That's going to suck for them," Frairen laughed, and she held up her rifle for Marcus. The human slammed a new magazine home for her, and Frairen started firing again, even as a concussive ripple of exploding grenades tore the air apart with the hiss and zing of shrapnel. The fight dwindled after that, as even these more heavily armored Mandarin could not withstand the pure weight of force that was human-heavy assault armor. There were, however, more KIA than before, but the ratio was far, far in favor of the human infantry. Even the big-mouth bass got in on the action, the flights of fighters, getting to engage in aerial dogfights with Mandarin fighters as the massive battleship took Mandarin raiding cutters to the sword. Frairen could even still see the flaming wrecks of Mandarin ships flaming and glittering in the atmosphere when they came to pick up both her and the other troopers, ferrying them up to the big-mouth bass when the battle was all over, and the Mandarin having folded away to safer space. While the shuttles landed down onto the now liberated dockyards, Frairen looked at her team. Marcus had 2 leg wounds. Himmel was somehow free of injury. Zetran had multiple arm bleeds. Marwalk had caught a crystal to the hip, and Jersey had died only a few seconds after landing. She chuckled to herself, then slowly pulled off her helmet, tucking it between her knees and running her good hand through her hair. "What a day. 10-hour combat action? Not too shabby," Himmel said, taking off his helmet as well. "Shame that all of you got shot." Marcus blew out a laugh. "That's because you're so short, everyone sees us first." "Get over it, lank leg," Himmel teased, then blew a raspberry as Marcus messed up his hair with his massive hand. Zetran sniffed, pulling off his helmet as well, when Marwalk opened his fresh air ports. 10 Mandarin killed this day. Brings me to 15. "Not bad numbers," Marwalk said, rolling his shoulders. "Shame about Jersey. I only just met him a few days ago. His number got pulled. Nothing we could do about it." Marcus murmured, watching as the shuttles started deploying their ramps and ferret shuttles started pulling yaks from the ground. "Well, time to go home." Frairen stood up, her wounded arm still tight to her side, as she locked her XC-1 into place on her chest plate. "Ah, yeah. Another day, another dollar." Himmel, Zetran, Marwalk, and Marcus laughed good-naturedly as they all stood up with Frairen, and they slowly made their way towards the shuttle. They had just sat down into the seats of the shuttle when Frairen let out a sigh, hanging her mustard-yellow furred head backwards. "What?" Himmel asked, unloading his 40mm and putting the round back into his bandolier. Frairen bared her teeth, closing her eyes. "It's still taco night." "Oh, for goodness sakes!" Zetran hissed out in an incredulous laugh. "You've been shot in the shoulder, and now your entire day is ruined because it's taco night?" Marcus shrugged. "The Navy guys got to do some action. Maybe you'll get lucky and they'll make pizza to celebrate." Frairen's head shot up, her ears perked. "You think so?" "They've done it before," Marcus said. Ariellis, a lanky female human, nodded her bald head. "It's true. The granny leg had a pizza party after they destroyed the Mandarin cruiser." Hope filled Frairen's chest as they lifted away from the planet and headed back home. But after being seen to by the medical staff, it was still taco night. Frairen pouted from within the DFAC as everyone around her celebrated with their many tacos and burritos and drank margaritas in salute to their fellow fallen warriors. She had tried to make something called a tostada or something of the sort, but it just wasn't the same. Despite her journey on the yaks and being shot, this was by far the worst part of her day. That was until her sister Ramira had a video call with her, and Frairen saw both her and her friend Tintel were eating deep-dish Chicago-style pizza, and it was all she could do to hold back her frustrated tears. Miss Rimiki had not been looking forward to this particular lesson. She knew that, eventually, once she had worn out all of the cultural aspects of humanity, their vehicles, clothing, and whatnot, someone was going to ask about biology. The day before, one of the more annoying Opticon had broached the subject at the end of the lesson, and the entire class had rallied behind her. To be fair, she was something of an expert on some forms of human biology, though she wasn't going to be bringing that up in class. Miss Rimiki blinked awake with bleary, slitted eyes as the alarm clock went off next to her bedside table. It was a classic model GE alarm clock, a relic from the bygone 1990s of Earth. They were remaking them, part of an ode to the classics renaissance that was currently taking over most of the countries on Earth. She frankly hated it. It made a loud, skin-crawling klaxon-type noise when the chosen time had arrived, and it made her instantly snap awake. This was the first of many things she found odd about humans. They did not automatically wake up. Nearly every alien race she could think of had a natural alarm within their brains, a survival mechanism that allowed them to wake up at the perfect time they desired, as their internal clocks ran like a well-oiled machine. The internal clocks of humans, however, ran like a bicycle that was missing a wheel. "Caden, the alarm," Miss Rimiki said groggily, her face pinching as the little clock kept rattling her skull with each beep. It was amazing that, despite the rather sensitive ears of humans, they could sleep through both alarms, car accidents, explosions, and possibly entire war zones. "Caden," Miss Rimiki whined, looking down at her side to the human male clinging to her. Humans, oddly enough, loved things to be cold when they slept, or at least a very high average. No one had any idea why, as all aliens loved their rooms warm and cozy, yet humans would happily turn a room down to nearly 62 degrees UAS Fahrenheit and then cuddle under a blanket. Caden was no different. Even now, he clung to her like he was trying to grapple her into submission, one muscled leg tossed over her thighs, and an arm wrapped around her ribcage. Miss Rimiki, being a Zamra, needed heat to stay warm, and was normally quite chilled on space stations because they were rarely warm enough. Caden couldn't sleep when the room was warm, so they instead had a thick comforter, something the humans called a duvet. Miss Rimiki could stay quite warm under the blanket, but Caden was like her personal space heater. Humans produced a ton of body heat, likely the reason why they liked to sleep so cold, and Miss Rimiki was like a heat sink for Caden. This led to their usual morning of tangled limbs, as well as Miss Rimiki having to drag the rather flirtatious hands of Caden away. Miss Rimiki never failed to laugh every morning when she had to untangle herself from Caden and lightly swat his hands away. Humans were the only sentient race that could be aroused no matter the time of day. Nearly everyone else in the Confederation had to be fully awake, fed, watered, and active for at least 3 to 4 hours before any kind of amorous awakenings came into play. Humans? Humans didn't even have to be awake for their motor to be running. Many star citizens that studied humans had a deep belief that this was the reason for their constantly expanding population. This odd trait had been the downfall of Miss Rimiki several times this week alone, speed-walking her way to class after having to re-shower and refresh herself before being in front of her students. It's no fault of her own, as she had a very strong will, even for the Zamra. The downfall came in the form of human pheromones. Humans were the most pheromone-laden in the mornings as the body rests, and this has been so commonplace that not even the humans seem to notice it anymore after the hundreds of thousands of years in their evolution. This meant that all citizens of the stars, including Miss Rimiki, awoke to a pheromone-laden room every morning, something that scared the absolute sense out of some races while arousing others. Some star citizens that evolved from prey animals are snapped awake with the desire to run and hide, overwhelmed by the smell of a predator next to them and swamping the entire bedroom. Others that evolved from predators find their heart beating fast and mind racing, but for a whole other reason. It takes almost 5 months for a star citizen to acclimate to a human mate, though male star citizens who pal around with female humans find their mornings extremely uncomfortable. There was even a code gleaned from these occurrences, as male star citizens will phone into work to say, "An extra 5 will do," to let their bosses know they need a little more time to calm down. Caden, again, was no different, and may have even been a little worse. As he reached over and slapped the alarm till it was quiet, he rubbed his face into her shoulder, squeezing her tighter with his arms and legs. "Morning, my little dragon queen." Miss Rimiki narrowed her sleepy eyes, then reached over and placed her large clawed hand against Caden's forehead. "No," Caden just chuckled, kissing her shoulder and then her neck. "No, Caden." Miss Rimiki giggled, using the extra height and weight she had on Caden to push back against his forehead, allowing her to wiggle free of him and the bed. "I cannot be late again, and you are the sole reason why I usually am." Caden sighed from the bed, still partially cocooned in blankets, and leaned up onto a strong hand, as his blonde hair fell down around his face in bed-headed ringlets. "That's fine. Just means I get to watch you go." Miss Rimiki looked over her shoulder, raising a scaled eye-ridge at him. Her heart gave a soft flutter as she caught sight of the morning light emitters casting his pale skin in a soft glow, but a sharp click caught her attention from the living room bar. If it wasn't for the coffee maker gurgling to life and reminding her she had a job to do, she would have been lured back into bed by the little love predator. Speaking of coffee, humans were caffeine junkies through and through. While slipping on a pair of jeans and a sweater, Miss Rimiki inhaled slowly and dragged in the caressing scent of roasted coffee beans. Human biology was rigorous, allowing them to consume a litany of poisons and stimulants that only served to fill them with jittery energy or get them high out of their minds. Coffee was a stimulant that humans had a high command of, and was likely one of the few reasons why Earth was as filthy rich as it was. Coffee, no matter how hard they tried, could only be grown on Earth. Scientists were dumbfounded and enraged that they could not get the plants to grow, and even the Rimiki were perplexed at the finicky little plant. The desire of the coffee bean elevated the countries of South America to a power on par with the unified American states and the European coalition, and were being courted by the UAS into joining. Fields upon fields of coffee plants ran all along the bean belt, as it was called, and Earth had a stranglehold on its production and market value. Miss Rimiki loved coffee, as did all Zumra, the darker the better, and it never failed to perk her up. The same could not be said of the Yorpal and Karlakens, who, despite loving the flavor of coffee, could only handle a single cup of light roast. They tended to get the jitters quite easily, but that simply meant they got more bang for their buck through a single cup. Unlike the Zumra and Poit, if a Yorpal or Karlaken ingested too much coffee, they had extreme intestinal distress, which sometimes even led to death. As Miss Rimiki took a sip from her coffee-filled canister, she felt the strong arms of Caden slowly wrap around her waist, resting on her wide hips. "Dragon in a sweater," Caden murmured. Miss Rimiki snorted and slapped at his hands. "No, stars above. How are you this active without even being fully awake?" She pulled out a long stirring spoon, reaching past her side and jabbing Caden in his toned stomach. "Back, beast. Back to the dungeon from which you came." The irony was not lost on Caden, nor was it lost on her, as they both giggled and laughed, Miss Rimiki jabbing Caden with a long spoon and herding him into the bathroom so he would shower. She escaped the lair that was her hab unit with plenty of time to spare, having fended off Caden. She arrived at her classroom well before her students and started setting up the course for the day. She had to get a little creative, as she knew what kinds of questions those little bastards were going to ask. But she had to steel herself. She was halfway through her canister when the first students arrived, and as per usual, it was the yellow Yorpal Ramira and the black Yorpal Tintel. "Good morning," Miss Rimiki said, nodding to them with a light wave of her fronds. Tintel grinned. "You're in for a rough one today, Teach. I wouldn't be surprised if you end up brain zapping a few people within the first hour." The entire class was huddled around in the cantina for hours after class, coming up with questions to ask you. Ramira said with a roll of her eyes, pulling up her own cantina stir that was full of a carrot juice blend. I hope you weren't planning to have a good day. Miss Rimiki tilted her head, sighing out with coffee-warmed breath. Oh, goody. You two go ahead and have a seat then. I'm sure they'll all arrive at once, prattling away like songbirds. My sister told me about the birds. Ramira mused, fluffing out her butter-yellow head fur before taking a seat near the front. Is it true they sing with the sunrise? Frairen always says they do. All birds make noise with the sunrise, Ramira, Tintle murmured, sitting down next to her. Ramira chuckled. Our birds just scream. Earth birds sing. Why can't we discuss fun things like that today? I have an entire... Miss Rimiki began, but let out a sigh as the two Yorple gave her knowing looks. They would riot, wouldn't they? Mm-hmm. The two Yorple hummed together, and Miss Rimiki just shook her head. She had just finished up the commands for her slides when the rest of the class arrived, and there was a tangible tension to the air as they all sat down, quiet for the first time since she had taught the class. Oh, you lot are keen, aren't you? Miss Rimiki drawled out dryly, standing up from her desk and smoothing down her jeans. She liked jeans, and these were quite advanced, made with some materials called spandex. I bet you've been looking forward to this for months, haven't you? The only reply she received was the widening smiles from her students, except for the masked djinn, who just gave her a cheery thumbs up with one of their forearms. Splendid. Miss Rimiki hiss-growled to herself, then tapped the pad of her finger to the thick muscle of her thumb. The large display came alive, sporting an image of human men and women of various skin colors playing volleyball. The cheer that the students let out was deafening, and everyone but Tintle and Ramira were tagged with a spike of pain as Miss Rimiki focused her will upon her students. The two Yorple knew it was coming and had smartly kept their mouths shut. That is more than enough. Thank you. You will all show proper decorum in my class, regardless of the subject, Miss Rimiki stated firmly, her tail whacking against her desk angrily. Collectively, the class all held a hand or claw to their head, murmuring angrily to those seated beside them as Miss Rimiki took her place in front of them all. So, all of you want to know the biology of humans. I mean to teach you about it in a highly professional manner, so I expect professional questions from you as well. Miss Rimiki began, then gestured towards the screen. Humans, as stated before, evolved from a predator race. This in turn has given them a muscular build familiar to other predators, such as the Zumra, Yorple, and Karlaken. Humans require movement and exercise to stay healthy, as without it, they can gain weight and lose their form. Miss Rimiki tapped her thumb again, going to the next slide showing a pair of extremely overweight humans trundling along a park walkway. Like all races, they are prone to weight gain if they consume too many calories and do not work them off. Similarly, they have many body types, ranging from short to extremely tall. Miss Rimiki tapped to the next slide, showing a cluster of humans of many sizes. They can be as naturally short as 4'6" to over 7 feet tall in UAS units. They can be taller or shorter, but this is normally related to certain diseases, such as dwarfism and gigantism. A powder blue female Yorple raised a pawed hand, and Miss Rimiki raised her scaled brow ridges to her. Yes? The Yorple leaned in towards her fellow students, heads nodding as they spoke. Then she brought her hand down. What is the human miasma? Of course. Miss Rimiki whispered to herself, but she let out a controlled breath as she put her teacher voice back on. That is a pheromone, released by humans as they sleep. Humans themselves are not affected by it, or at least not as much as other races of the Confederation. This pheromone causes different reactions, depending on the legacy of the race. Prey races will react in fear when they smell this pheromone, and it has been compared to a musk. The Poid, Djinn, and Nimiki so far have had the worst reaction to this pheromone, as they have awoken or have been filled with a blind panic, running from the room where the pheromone is present and then hiding. The pheromone overrides their logical senses and draws out something far more animal from the mind, and it takes time to acclimate to having a human around. Miss Rimiki tapped her fingers along her hand, pulling up an image of a human snoozing in a hammock. That being said, the pheromone has been found even when they are simply sleeping, and naps have caused a fair bit of chaos on ships.
What does it do to, not prey races?
The powder blue Yorple said quietly, tapping the ends of her claws together.
Out of curiosity.
Miss Rimiki had a notion to give the Yorple's brain another zap, but instead shrugged it off and kept her professional air. For non-prey races, it has been described as energizing. She had to take a few deep breaths herself, as her brain brought the same feelings to the front of her memory, and she felt her skin tingle lightly. It can cause the heart to race, the blood to rush within veins, and the brain to spin to life so quickly that it has been able to jerk a star citizen awake from a dead sleep. It causes the stomach to flutter, the skin to sweat, if it can, that is, and for an unusual arousal to take you. To many who came from predators, it can make you feel alive in a way you have never known before. There was an audible intake of air as those of such a legacy drew in an excited breath, while there was a vibration of excited fear from those with a prey legacy. Oh, good grief, Miss Rimiki thought to herself, then went back to her slides of humans. Anyway, humans are extremely well muscled if they take even the bare minimum of care to themselves. Due to their lack of fur, scales, or anything else of that nature, their strength is in raw display in their many forms of body. She changed the slides to a larger one, showing a male and female of 3 accepted forms of human body at their weak, middling, and peak. First, we have what many of us call the triangle human, Miss Rimiki said, ignoring the many low whistles and giggles from her students. This standard of human is by far the most abundant and have a very defined musculature. They are the most well-rounded of the humans, having a balance of muscle, fat, and height. The second are what we call oval humans. Miss Rimiki changed the slide to show a male and female of this type, and there was an interesting reaction to a lot of the students. Some of them had eyes wide with fear, while the eyes of others were wide for a far different reason, some of them even smiling. Oval humans have a higher tendency to store fat, have more muscle, and are just wider. These are quite common and are normally found where things need lifting on a daily basis. Ovals and triangles are at a constant war with each other, which has been compared to tribalistic bickering on who is actually the strongest, who looks better, etc. They are usually the slowest of the humans, excelling at sprinting but failing at longer distances, purely due to their weight. Then there are the rectangle humans. Miss Rimiki said, changing the slide once again. Well, they look rather friendly. A male poet said, having been taking notes the entire time. Miss Rimiki smiled. Quite. Rectangle humans are athletic, maybe even more so than the triangle humans, and have trouble building muscle or fat due to how their body functions. They are lean, quick, and agile, and dominate many sports that do not require as much strength as others. Human muscle is extremely dense, with tightly woven strands of corded muscle. How dense and strong it is up to debate, but there are things we saw during the Daramir War that still have us questioning many things. She tapped at her thumb, pulling up a slightly blurred image of a human ripping a Daramir warrior in half, and there was an audible gasp from the classroom as Miss Rimiki smoothed down her sweater. It appears that humans are kept in measure. That is to say, their immense strength is held in check naturally by their brain, and we believe they only do this as a means to, well, maintain their caloric needs. All of us use 100% of our musculature to its fullest extent. This much is known and accepted. Humans, as recorded and studied, only use up to 70% of their actual potential strength. Human women have been filmed lifting entire vehicles off of offspring with something called hysterical strength, all by themselves, and warriors have been known to go berserk during the war, ripping their enemy in two or just tearing the limbs from Daramir warriors. The Daramir have not been the only victims to human strength that is left unchecked when engaged in fight or flight. Humans that choose fight can produce terrifying amounts of strength. More roguish races like the Dokwi and Don Shirema have been found equally dismembered, crushed, or outright broken by humans they tried to rob. Even now, the Mandarains are finding themselves shocked at fighting humans in melee combat, as well as their immense strength when their adrenaline is pumping in their blood. After such a display of strength, the human body has consumed a ridiculous amount of energy and will crash a few hours later. Human warriors have been stumbled upon asleep on the battlefield, pushing themselves to the brink and then promptly passing out. The class was quite silent, staring at the still blurry image in horror and awe. Miss Rimiki perked up her voice a bit, going to a new slide. On a lighter note, one thing that all humans share is their ability to generate a substantial amount of body heat. Their bodies run so hot that most bacteria and viruses are cooked alive with the body itself. And only the localized microfauna of Earth even have a chance to infiltrate their bodies. This is also why many of us have to take injections regularly, and why the Optican have to ingest nano-scrubbers to make sure our bodies do not fall victim to earthen pathogens.
Is that why we are constantly getting pumped with med tabs?
Ajin asked shakily, raising two of her hands past her mask modeled after an earthen wolf. She had to steady herself from the earlier revelation.
I feel like I have gotten more injections on this station than I have in my entire life.
Miss Rimiki nodded. It is a requirement, I am afraid. Humans are extremely steadfast little buggers when it comes to infections, and they have bred some of the fiercest microfauna to ever reach the stars. We have a sturdy grasp on medical science, and it is the only reason why humans have not released a dozen plagues onto other planets. It got close a few times after the smallpox outbreak on Station Palpable, but thankfully the fatalities were low due to the hard work of medical professionals on the station itself. Many believe humans run hot to kill anything that gets inside of them, and stay hot to make sure they do not go down. Miss Rimiki tapped at her thumb muscle while her students all murmured to each other, pulling up an image of a human woman sleeping on her bed. As stated before, humans tend to release pheromones when they sleep, but they do not just sleep at night like most of us, Carlake and sleeping during the day on their home planet, as we all know. Humans run hot all through the day, and even with proper calories, they may feel a need to catch what they call cat naps, a quick snooze to empower their body and rest their brain. Curiously, no other race is able to do this. Even we, Zamra. When we sleep, and will not wake until we have completed a full cycle. As a matter of fact, the only creatures known to be able to nap all reside on Earth. A small rodent-type creature from Yulon will not be able to nap like a small rodent-type creature from Earth, and instead stay awake until they sleep. Further theorized is this being a key component to human dominance on the battlefield. When tired, they can take a quick nap and be back on their feet within hours. The Daramir had to complete full cycles and would even try and force themselves to stay awake in order to combat humans, whom they knew were resting and getting ready to assault them. This led to the Daramir being exhausted by the time the humans hit their lines, unable to nap, and instead trying to stave off their already long-due sleep cycle.
Are you of trying to say their superpower is of microsleeping?
A male Optican asked, his brown feathered head tilted in confusion.
What is a nap a feeling like?
You can find out if you intake some human pheromones, Miss Rimiki said with a wink, and the class erupted into laughter and guffaws. A female Carelacan hissed out in a giggle, then held out her hands, palms up.
You cannot be serious, Miss Rimiki.
I'm quite serious, Miss Rimiki said with a smile. The only times other races have been able to experience a nap is when they are near other napping human. Of course, they have to combat all the other feelings that may arise, but if they master themselves, they can experience a short sleeping cycle, or the human nap.
If they like sleeping so much, why do they ingest so many stimulants? The female Carlaken asked, resting her lizard-like head on her clawed hands.
Miss Rimiki tapped at her palm until the slide of a human drinking coffee came onto the screen, and only she knew it was Caden. It is a fair question, and frankly, the only answer we have is that they like it. Humans, for whatever reason, love ingesting poisons, stimulants, and minerals that make them perk up or feel different ways. We had all thought the Nimiki were the deviants around us, but humans put them to shame. Caffeine, sugar, nicotine, alcohol, cannabinoids, cocaine, opium, capsaicin. Humans ingest them all. They may want to flavor foods, feel more alert, disassociate, or just sit on the couch and eat junk food. Humans are some of the most prolific junkies currently cruising the stars, and their bodies are so robust that they can even ingest stimulants from other races with ease. Miss Rimiki was about to go on listing some of the more favored human stimulants when a raised hand caught her eye, and she turned. Yes? What is it?
I just got an alert that there's going to be a station emergency drill here in about 20 minutes or so, and those always take forever. Before we have to end class early, can we know? You know.
A female point said, running the pad of her finger along the tabletop.
The fun question? You know, what we're going to ask? You know, about the rumors?
Miss Rimiki tried to play dumb, raising her scaled eyebrow ridges again and tilting her head. Rumors? About their mating rituals? A male Yorple spoke up. The lengths they go, how they have affected the Confederation, how it made the Zumra rather angry, and why Yorples are taking human mates at— Yes, all right, Miss Rimiki said, holding up her hands with a flare of her head fronds. I know what you're asking. However, before I pull up the slides, all of you will be on your best behavior. Got it? A chorus of silent, nodding heads replied to her, and she queued up the slides. One was of a rather buxom female human wearing lingerie, the other a strapping male human wearing only shorts, both of them giving the class an eye that the humans were already well known for. The class itself was very quiet, though they were reacting in their own way. The fur of the Yorples floofed out a fair margin, the hoods of the Carlaken coming forward in an embarrassed manner to try and shield their faces, and the point all blushed, bringing freckles up onto their skin. The Optican were the most pronounced, their feathers poofing out in embarrassment, while the Jinn were calm and cool, though their fingers did fidget with their masks. Humans are predators, and they like to hunt, in all manner of ways. When not in combat, humans become predators of affection. Their body language not only changes, but it is subtle. For the most part, all of us are so advanced that we are quite cordial with each other and openly display our affections with words. The humans are quite behind us, technically, and they wage a different kind of war, one that could be called biological. Miss Rimiki began, and she kept taking in deep breaths in order to keep herself calm. She hated how she got when talking about this subject, but all it did was make her think of Caden. Humans bring out the worst in us, and sadly the Zumra the most. A popular human saying is, all is fair in love and war, and they are just as adept in one field as they are the other. Miss Rimiki set the slides to slowly rotate through a section of 50, showing different aspects of human courtship. It could be said that they operate on a biological level, taking advantage of natural responses to touch, taste, sight, and even hearing. The Zumra fell as easy prey to touch and body language, which infuriated Zumra leadership for reasons we already know. There is also a new issue with male and female Zumra smuggling themselves to Earth, but that is not part of this lesson. The most obvious is sight. Humans will initiate emotional combat with pure body language. They will narrow the eyes, smile, grin, and have a deep command of their eyelids and eyebrows. Confederation scholars believe that half of the human language is silent, derived from the eyebrows and eyelids alone. There are also their fingers, Miss Rimiki said, fighting to not smile. Humans will initiate touch in ways that none of us could even understand, having left that kind of communication behind centuries ago. A light touch to the shoulder, a finger to the chin or lips, the subtle caress of a hip. Hundreds of star citizens have fallen as eager prey to human touch alone. By some way, They know exactly how to touch, caress, stroke, or brush us to elicit a reaction. How they know this, no one is sure, but it appears to be innate, as if they can see us at a feral level and understand how to get the response they want out of us. A few certain scholars believe that human flesh is biologically weaponized, as human skin is quite unique with its ridges, and many consider it to actually be a weapon. The Yorpal, Zumra, Karlaken, and Optican are the most affected by this. It has been so much of a problem that humans are not allowed to touch these races while on some stations, as it is an actual fear that they may accidentally seduce a star citizen without intending to. Even firm handshakes and eye contact have smitten some officials, leaving them a twitter and causing them to become soft-hearted in negotiations. Furthermore, humans will engage in psychological warfare for affections. They will buy you small gifts that have meaning to you, and they will hug you, a form of intimacy where a human will wrap their arms around you and normally clasps the hands. Miss Rimiki said, pointing to the display. These are dangerous for more than one reason. One, once they have you, you cannot get away. By all means, try and get away from a human who has their arms around you. You will find it difficult, Miss Rimiki said, stifling a giggle from what she had to do that very morning. Hugs have meanings. A simple hug from the front in the diagonal is how friends usually greet each other. However, if the hug goes horizontal, either around the waist or neck, that means the human likes you more than a friend and have likely marked you as prey. A hug from the side is also a friendly gesture as long as it is around the shoulders, but should that hug travel south, you are marked as well. The most dangerous hug is one from behind, as no matter where those arms go, it is a display of more carnal or deep affection, and these are normally only administered to those whom they consider a mate in some way. As her students were all furiously taking notes, she kept speaking. Do note these hugs work in the same way on humans. If you hug a human around the neck or waist from the front, you are telling that human that you see them as a potential mate, and they will treat you in kind if they are interested. This can be quite awkward if they are not interested, and the humans are quite good at making that known in a kind manner. The most dangerous is a hug from behind. If you hug a human from behind and have not built up that level of trust and affection, it is no different than hugging an earthen bear from behind. You have a good chance of being mauled for your troubles.
What about the thing with the lips?
Ajin called out, waving all four of her hands in the air.
The kissing thing! The thing they showed the Nimiki.
Ah, yes, Miss Rimiki said, and this time she let a smile crawl along her face openly. It was a hard thing to forget, Caden teaching her about kissing, and it had been an enlightening study. This is a purely human phenomenon, though it could be considered also a Nimiki one as well after tutelage from human smugglers. Yorpal may nuzzle their cheeks together, and the Poit may touch their brows together to those they love. But humans kiss. A slide showing a male and a female human kissing came up on the slide, and Miss Rimiki gestured to it. Kissing is the action of pressing the lips to a part of the body, and this is considered the third human language. A kiss to the cheek is friendly. A kiss to the forehead is considered a way to show care, but the rest of the body has an entire manual of arms when it comes to a kiss. Miss Rimiki pointed to her own lips. A kiss here means one thing, and one thing only. A human likes you. You need to be careful here when dealing with humans, as like their fingers, their lips are also considered a biological weapon. There have been visible reactions to a human kiss, even on monitoring devices, and scholars believe that humans use pathokinesis as they kiss someone. It can calm you, excite you, seduce you, and even make you fight harder than you ever thought you could. The most common form of a kiss is a loving kiss, a way the human shows their affection for you, despite what you might think. There is also a timer.
A timer?
A male Poit cried out, his face incredulous.
This is a whole other language, and there is a timer?
Miss Rimiki giggled. Yes, a timer. A quick kiss, Mwah, as they call it, has no further connotations. It is a simple display. However, should you linger more than a second, you begin unlocking different pathways as the human pathokinesis begins to form. If you or the human lingers, they will then turn their head to the left or right as if working a key, and the lips will then combine. You are now working past locks and can be considered in combat. If either combatant pull away here, it can be considered flirtatious and teasing. However, should you keep the lips together at this point, humans will then rotate their head again, pushing past the third lock. They may hug you, wrap their arms around you, and at times may even press their tongue into your mouth. Ew! A male opticon spluttered, feathers rustling with distaste. Don't knock it till you try it. Miss Rimiki thought to herself, but continued on. In a form of dominance, and you are now considered to be in the opening moments of a coupling. Should, say for instance, either party pull away, the human will likely be angry or irritated. This is in part due to you showing dominance on the human, or human to another human, and trying to control the situation. I am not joking you when I say human courting and coupling is like combat to them. There is dominance, submissiveness, and tally-keeping even here. I suppose they could also be angry because it's kind of a buzzkill, Tintle said, having been resting her chin on her arms the entire time and watching Miss Rimiki speak with great interest. You get the engines all fueled up for nothing. Even ships hate that. A male Carlican spoke up next. Is it true about the wrestling? There was a murmur of giggles and chuckles around the room, and Miss Rimiki's heart kicked up a few notches in her chest. Human coupling is vigorous. Their strength is on full display here, Miss Rimiki said coolly despite her massive heart thundering her ribcage. As all of you know, the members of the Confederation, as well as other spacefaring races, treat mating as a polite requirement of reproduction. Sometimes it is even faceless depending on the planet. Instead, being a deposit of genetic material, the Huguin of the Shashout Ring have left behind physical mating and even birth, instead growing their young in great nurseries. Humans do not believe in this. Their mating is as ferocious as their prowess in combat, and they judge each other during it as well. Should a partner be lazy or lackluster, they are passed over. Scholars have noted that entire marriages have fallen apart due to one of the humans becoming devoid of effort, in which the other human goes and seeks a better partner. Before any of you ask, no, I will not be showing you any aspects of human mating on the display. We will only speak about it. There was a collective annoyed groan that was quickly snapped off when Miss Rimiki turned, poising her fronds. Humans, Miss Rimiki began again, keeping her fronds pointed at her class, bite, claw, and muscle each other during their mating, though it can run the gambit of being either feral, salacious, or intimate. It has been called horrifyingly violent by some scholars, while others have viewed it as charming and pure by others. Death is a common occurrence in human mating, and there is a warning to you all with it. Humans, both male and female, have accidentally broken and killed other races who have tried coupling with them. Again, I must impress upon you that humans are heavy creatures, capable of strength that you have no idea of, and will accidentally kill you, even during mating if you are not careful. That is not to mention that none of us have any defenses against human diseases passed via mating, and hundreds of star citizens have died with a quickness. Syphilis so far has a record of killing a point within 3 days of infection. Left untreated, humans can survive it for up to 20 years. If you are still doubting the ruggedness of humans, they have already been recorded catching both Tyhax Wayne and the Wandering Flesh.
How long did they of taking to die?
A female opticon asked. They didn't, Miss Rimiki said flatly. Their bodies chewed up the disease, then spat it back out with no ill effects. Now, let's circle back to their musculature. I'll think you'll find some things about their hand bones and elbows quite curious, such as their ability to use them as crushing weapons in a pinch. Frairen stood there in front of Specialist Rayburn's living quarters. She had checked and double-checked the regulations, and as long as both parties were within 3 ranks of each other, they could mingle without the need for further paperwork. She checked and double-checked both the state of her mustard yellow fur and uniform as well, then to the small bag she was holding. She had been told human women liked sweet things, so she had pilfered the commissary for some snacks and drinks they could enjoy during their movie night, in which they would just hang out on the bed, eat snacks, talk, and then go on their way after the movie. Frairen had already done this with Corporal Raddock, the male human having been quite pleased when he opened the sliding hatch door and seen Frairen standing there with a cooler of beer. It had been a fun time, and they had shared some laughs at the movie, but Frairen wanted to see if both male and female humans were the same after hours. As she pressed the hailing button and stood back, she tilted her head as she thought. Male humans weren't bad, but they just weren't as pretty as the females. Female humans had hair that was more fun, had far more pleasing features, and she just didn't understand what the other female Yorple were on about when it came to male humans. The door slid up with a hiss of actuators, and Specialist Rayburn was standing there, all smiles, wearing a pair of jogging shorts and a white tank top that did nothing to hide her tanned skin and well-muscled limbs. You came over wearing your uniform? We're off rotation for the next 4 weeks, unless it's an emergency, you know? Special Rayburn teased, then stepped back to allow Frairen in. Come on in, you dork. I found an old digital copy of Mulan. I think you'll like it. She didn't understand why, but Frairen's heart was beating a lot faster than usual as Specialist Rayburn gave her an odd look, and she could feel her tail wagging behind her. All right. Is it a war movie? Kinda. Specialist Rayburn said with a giggle, then closed the hatch behind Frairen. Frairen had never been backed into a corner like this before. The crushing weight of death had never loomed so close to her, and it was a feeling she never wanted to experience again. They had dropped onto Perthon in good order, standard procedures going without a hitch, and came down just in time to help push back a Mandarin offensive. The Mandarin had become quite jittery with the looming war wave only a few standard void weeks away, and their raids had become more impulsive, more violent, more desperate. The rumor was that they were searching for some old weapon, one that they already knew about, according to one of the rare chances High Command was able to catch a prisoner alive. The Zumra were doing their part in cracking these Mandarin prisoners, splitting open the truths from their minds like a plier to walnut. The humans were growing quite tired of these troublesome space elves, as well as their near-zealot-level hatred of the Rimiki and Point allies that fell under human purview. Frairen, perhaps out of everyone, hated them most of all. Their nearly purple skin tone and blood-red eyes instilled inside of Frairen a kind of hatred she had never felt before, one that never failed to creep up into her veins when she popped out of her drop pod to the sight of them. That near-feral loathing was riding on her skin like a parasite as she stared out past her crystal shard-laden cover, her helmet still pipped into her ear with a little every couple of minutes, reminding her that her armor was 52% compromised and that she was out of both injections and painkillers. The new blue crystals were embedded so much into her armor plating that she thought she looked like a hoodoo doll, a kind of magical item found on Earth. She had lucked out catching these new crystals mostly in the thick parts of her armor, but she was not unscathed. Out of 400 heavy assault and light infantry drop troopers, only 150 still stood. The rest were either dead or wounded, staged up in a landing port behind the little ragged line of survivors. Himmel and Zetrin were both wounded, the Point having caught a glancing blow to the helmet, and the Karlaken having sustained so many wounds, he simply ran out of blood to function properly. Himmel's helmet had burst open into a cloud of shards when a blue crystal slammed into it, but the helmet had done its job, sparing the Point of losing his head. Himmel would have to thank the lucky stars above that he still had a head between his pointed ears. Zetrin had been in the thick of the melee during the last push, counting aloud in Karlake and Hazra as he butchered Mandarin regulars with other members of his kind. Despite his battle fever, all bravado falls in the face of blood leaking from the body. The last she had seen of him, he was hooked up to nearly 4 bottles of replacer. The whole combat had been a battle for survival after they routed the raiding party. which had clearly just been a damned lure. Mandarin raiding cutters had folded onto the battlefield, a risky maneuver judging by the amount of cutters having folded into trees and buildings, exploding with bone-rattling concussions of their folding cores erupting. The big mouth bass was in its own fight for survival with multiple UAS destroyers and 3 EC frigates, while the cutters had folded planetside dozens of Mandarin lancers and Chasserine renders had folded in beside the human fleet. Even now, if Frairen looked up, she could see the readouts of fighters dueling to death above her, and the shine of C-beams glittering through the void of space. C-beams were terrifying machinations of human science, powered by their own fusion engines. The beams traced an arc of pearly white light through space, then pulsed amber streaks of energy that were capable of blowing a bus-sized hole through armor plate and shield alike. The worst part is that they were beautiful to behold, entire batteries filling the black background of space with dazzling lights. They were actually audible in space, the sound akin to broken glass being dashed against crystals. The duel in the sky meant no support could be dropped. They had tried to drop ammo, but Mandarin fighters either suicide rushed them or fired on them, blowing them apart and causing them to burn in atmo. The Mandarin desperately wanted a victory, to prove to themselves and their people that they were better than humans, and they had sprung a trap to both decimate their ground troopers and attempt to decimate their ships. While 150 stood strong, the rest of them were hoping for a medevac. Frairen took a moment to blink through her visor menu, pulling up a roster of dead. "Only 110 dead," Frairen said aloud to herself, her voice carrying over her helmet's communication speaker to those around her, more because she knew a lot of them lacked helmets at the moment. "Could be a lot worse." A male human trooper named Cornell shrugged his shoulders, his dusky, toned face wrapped with bandages, as well as covering one of his stricken eyes. "Gonna be a whole lot worse if they get through us. I'd be more comfortable with another 100 up here, and not back there." "Fat chance," another human said, though his voice was slightly distorted due to his helmet's microphone. "The medics ran out of blood sachets nearly 10 minutes ago. Whoever bleeds out next is gonna end up watering the plants as their last action alive." A female human chuckled through her microphone. "What a charming thing to say, Michelle." "It's Michele! I know you know this. I've told you more than enough times." Frairen spoke into her microphone again while turning to the 2 humans. "Children, please. If I am going to die, I'd like it to be sans bickering." Tittering laughter filled both the air and her inner ear receiver, and she smiled. "Yeah, you tell 'em, Arun." One of the last few standing Yorpal replied, and Frairen's smile faltered. That was a male, green-furred, she thought, and there was a red-furred male somewhere else down the line. Around Frairen were the last 3 females of pink, black, and red fur. Among the 150 were a few of the Poit, Karlaken, and Jin, but that still left over 100 humans to face the line. As Frairen turned to observe the 3 remaining female Yorpal, they all turned their helmeted heads to her. Frairen stared at them silently, leaning against her empty XC1 like it was a cane, and the red-furred one spoke up. "Is there something wrong, Arun?" she asked, taking off her snouted helmet with a light hiss and running her fingers through her fur. This female Yorpal was a veteran, even bearing a scar across her snout, and her paws did not shake like the others. Frairen stared at the Yorpal with her tired pink eyes, not taking off her helmet in response. "Are you 3 doing all right?" "As best as we can be doing," she replied, draining the last of her auxiliary canteen bladder. "Black on water now. All I have left is the inner plate reserve." "Count yourself lucky," the black-furred Yorpal said, her mic clicking on with an audible thud due to the damage it sustained. "Mine got pierced by a crystal round. It's been leaking down my suit the entire damn time we've been out here." The pink Yorpal chuckled, taking off her helmet with another small hiss. "You may want to shower later if we make it out of here alive. I heard the male humans are not fond of wet dog." "Odd. Here I thought they enjoyed it." The black-furred Yorpal replied dryly, the pink and red Yorpals sniggering to themselves. "Quinlan, you're so gross." The red-furred Yorpal muttered. "Corporal Frairen is going to have to tie you down with a leash judging from what I keep hearing.
Promises, promises.
Quinlan said loftily, and even this garnered a grin from Frairen. As long as you both make sure you're clean, I don't want any fatalities. Frairen muttered into her mic, her smile audible in her words. At the same time, don't embarrass me by becoming a rewe kwabing kahwai. Corporal! Quinlan blurted out with a laugh, flushing with embarrassment as the pink and red-furred Yorples spluttered with teasing giggles. Their laughter and shared moment of pause was ruined by the sudden of an alert hitting their helmets, and Frairen looked up at her visor. Despite the battle above them in the stars, a frigate was still doing its best to watch over them and track enemy movement. The alert showed them a live thermal map, and a final charge was heading their way. Shit! Frairen muttered, baring her teeth. Looks like they're out of ammo too, and are coming in to finish the job. She was tired, bone-tired, but knew she could not lay her head down. If she did, she would be asleep and her brain attempting to cycle. And waking her up for a coming melee would have been akin to dragging a zombie from its grave and pushing it forward into the fight. All Yorples, Poit, Carlaken, and Jin had already gnashed their teeth through the supply of stimulant gummies, and her tank was running on empty.
Troopers of 3rd Company!
A call went out into the air, and Captain Shawnez was walking in front of their makeshift barricade.
The enemy comes to break upon us and die. Affix bayonets!
Frairen saw the physical change in tone from the humans, and this particular command made her heart run cold. This command was more akin to a spell, a micro-story that told those receiving the command what to expect. Any trooper could place their bayonet onto their XC-1 rifle. That was more than known. But to be commanded to do it told a different story. The light infantry that had joined her drop pulled out their long bayonets and clicked them into place. The heavy assault troopers all instead pulled out their slammers, the power packs inside of the handles humming to life with a click of the arming switch. A lot of them hissed back to their starting positions, already stained with blood, flesh, bone, and hair.
The Mandarin come to eradicate us. All of them are in on this charge.
Captain Shawnez bellowed, his black hair dusty and blood-stained since his helmet had been blown off during a detonation. His armor was as bad as Frairen's, and he looked like an angry, rave-colored porcupine.
We are the last line to the wounded. If we fail here, we all die.
Frairen felt her body waning. Another battle, a final battle, and she was spent. Her visor told her she had been assigned a litany of humans under her command, and they were already making their way towards her.
I did not land on this planet to lose to these bastards. I refuse to let anyone end up in the hands of their altar. I expect the same feelings of you.
Captain Shawnez yelled, and a loud cheer echoed out to him from the line.
Bodies will be broken!
Captain Shawnez screamed, slapping his slammer against a nearby crate so it rang.
Blood will stain the ground! Valhalla's gates will open!
The thermal signatures were getting closer as Frairen's humans gathered around her. It still tickled her, even now, how even the short ones were still taller than her and the other female Yorple. Her humans were doing something odd, and the ones missing helmets were wide-eyed, teeth bared. Frairen said to herself quietly, the thing. She wished she had the thing. Hell, she wished all Yorple had the thing. She remembered talking with the other star citizens about the thing humans did, how they could tap into an energy within them. It was funny in a way. She and the others always called it something akin to magic, a power that could be pulled from the human body if the right spell was cast. Frairen took in a deep breath, then looked to Captain Shawnez. It was up to him to summon the magic, to reach inside the humans and turn on their final drives. Captain Shawnez turned, pointing his slammer to the now visible forms of the Mandarin raiders and regulars coming their way, their glowing weapons shining as they ran.
Not one step backwards. Not one more inch. If we die here, we die knowing we gave no ground and no quarter.
No ground, no quarter!
The humans all bellowed, and Frairen saw the change happen. It wasn't even subtle. Eyes widened, teeth bared, energy soared within the body from some hidden dark place. This scared Frairen, always did, but she had never felt this more raw form of fear before. She had seen it twice in videos, but never in real life, and she felt like a coyote standing amongst hungry grizzly bears. The humans were going to go feral, go berserk, as some called it. Frairen could tell the non-humans by how tired they looked, how they looked around in confusion. Frairen dug her fingers into her armor and suit, then pulled out the long steel chain that had the Tivas rune attached to it. She clutched it with her fingers, the arrow-shaped icon digging into her fur and flesh. "Help me," Frairen whispered, her eyes widening as the scale of the Mandarin charge loomed fully into view.
Give this Yorpal strength, Tyr. Make me strong like your humans. I beg you.
Even from the thermal readout, they were outnumbered 2-1.
The forge of battle roars before us.
Captain Shaughnessy howled, his back to the charging line as it loomed.
Steel will be tested.
Steel!
The humans boomed, slamming the buttocks of rifles and weapons against their cover.
Iron will be proven.
Captain Shaughnessy yelled defiantly, thundering his slammer onto another crate.
Iron!
The humans howled, and they all surged forward out of their cover, coming into battle line with Captain Shaughnessy.
Steel and iron!
All of the non-humans quickly clambered over cover to join them, and Frairen made sure to be in front of her own command of humans, even though her muscles ached and fear clawed at her heart as if it wanted to devour it. She could hear the mutterings of prayers from the other Yorpal, and the red-furred one appeared to be sobbing out of terror. The earlier mirth evaporated.
Let none say humans turn their heels to their allies. Let none say we gave ground.
Captain Shaughnessy roared in finality, and he began walking towards the Mandarins that were only 100 yards away.
Let all say we died standing on our feet and charging the enemy. Steel and iron!
The animalistic war cry that filled Frairen's ears nearly caused her knees to buckle. The humans were ready to die, and they refused to know fear. The spell had been cast. She started screaming as well, hefting her slammer into the air as they all began to run. It was a sound that Frairen had never heard before outside of movies. The clash of two forces hitting each other. There was something primal about it. Something that sparked a genetic memory deep within her brain. The human battle line, bayonets flashing and hammers raised, did not just meet the Mandarin charge. No, it impacted the Mandarin charge, the unstoppable force meeting an object that failed to meet the same standard. The Mandarin may have been full of confidence, but they were too refined, too proper. They could not handle the weight of feral aggression, the power of humans knowing that death was coming for either them or their enemy. They lacked the magic that let humans do things no other star citizen was capable of doing. Adrenaline, knowing that the wounded were behind them, that they were the last line of defense, that they carried the legacy and honor of humanity on their shoulders. It turned the humans into monsters, and Frairen was front row to the spectacle. Specialist Rayburn, the cute little female human that had brushed her fur while watching Mulan, had her arm elbow deep into a male Mandarin's mouth, choking him to death purely by the girth of her forearm, while she simultaneously slammed her thumb into the eye of a female Mandarin that raised her gleaming energy sword. The female Mandarin screamed in agony, dropping the sword and scrabbling her fingers at the ruined, ragged tendril of eye jelly and nerve that slapped against her cheek. Sergeant Nix, a man whom Frairen had personally seen coax a kitten from under a set of stairs while on Earth, ripped the jaw from a mandarin clean off, his soft face a mask of rage as an energy sword buzzed from within the flesh of his thigh. The mandarin, masters of duels, had expected something more formal. Instead, they were being snatched towards humans, hands gripping onto armor and using it as leverage so they could not get away. Bayonets dove into flesh with a ring of steel hitting bone. Slammers shattered arms with the impact of hissing strike faces, and Frairen spied even more eclectic weapons, boot knives, fighting daggers, tomahawks. Hell, she even saw one human wearing a pair of studded brass knuckles pummeling a mandarin so hard their face seemed to deform. Within the first 5 seconds, over 50 mandarin lay dead, maimed, mauled, or disfigured, and their charge came to a soul-shattering halt against the mass of humans. Even though they were long enough to wrap around the line of humans, they instead found themselves simply offering more targets to the humans in melee. Frairen ducked and weaved as best she could, turning and whirling her slammer around into knees, hips, and hands when she saw them. The Star citizens were doing their damnedest to give as best as they got, but they were being, thankfully, shown up by the humans. Frairen had to duck and roll along the ground to avoid Private Moose swinging a mandarin man around by his feet, using him as a weapon, even as blood flew through the air from the mandarin's broken face. As the mandarin enveloped the melee, another war cry thundered in the air, and Frairen spun around, her lungs heaving in breath and arms shaking from exhaustion.
Steel and iron!
Mandarin fighters turned in panic to see the wounded humans surging out from the casualty collection point. Despite the fact some were missing entire arms and had massive crystals studded into their bodies, they surged through the pain, wielding slammer, bayonet, crutch, rebar, and even jagged pieces of metal quickly wrapped in duct tape. A large, black-skinned human that was blinded in both eyes was holding 2 large crate lids, and he turned to the 2 white-skinned humans behind him. "Steer me," he bellowed, and the 2 equally wounded humans aimed him like he was a missile.
Go, Carter!
One of them screamed, throwing down his crutch and limp running after the black human.
Go!
Carter, still wearing the shattered remnants of his combat armor, roared out a defiant challenge and sprinted at full speed toward the mandarin, trying to surround the brawling human defense line. He split them apart like an axe through wood. Frairen heard the thundering boot falls of Carter and had to again duck out of the way, scrambling along the ground as Carter bounced off a larger mandarin regular and went side-slipping through the melee, barreling into a furball of fighting bodies and being lost from view. A female mandarin regular raised her energy spear, aiming it at Frairen as she came up onto her knees. But a crowbar, of all things, rang off the side of her head, throwing the mandarin off balance.
Oh, no, you fucking don't!
A female human with bright lilac hair growled, hefting the crowbar like a sword and rolling her shoulders. This one wore the armor of the light infantry and had multiple neck wounds, and Frairen could see an air release needle stuck into her back, used to regulate sucking chest wounds. The human, running off of pure adrenaline and hatred, ducked a swing from the mandarin, the air release needle giving a kss of air. The human stood, bringing the crowbar up as she did in a low swing and rang the claw off the crowbar, off of the mandarin's chin, tearing away a chunk of bone and shredding the flesh up to the eyebrow. Frairen brought up her weapon and slammed it into the knee of a mandarin, the bone shattering wetly with a scream of the man who it belonged to, and he tumbled to the ground. A wounded female human was instantly upon him, crawling over him with a broken bayonet and digging the jagged tip into the man's throat as she screeched. A stolen slammer wielded by a female mandarin clapped into the front of Frairen's chestplate. and the Yorple went spinning through the melee, smacking roughly onto the ground and rolling as her helmet screamed out to her in alarm. Her breath came in rugged, guttural inhales as she crawled along the ground on her hands and knees, looking for her own slammer, as someone fell over her back, throwing her to the ground again. Her lungs screamed in agony, and her heart was thudding in her ears as she slapped her hand onto the slammer, dragging it towards her in halting inches as she gasped and wheezed for breath. The warning trills and beeps from her helmet were so loud that she pulled it from her head, exposing her mustard yellow fur to the air and tossing the helmet away as she still struggled to breathe. A partially burned human, the flesh of his face warped and mottled black like molten rock, helped Frairen to her feet, a blood-covered helmet in his hand. He had clearly used it to beat someone to death, judging by the dent and 3 teeth still embedded in the metal.
Up you come, Corporal,
He said, hauling Frairen up onto her feet as she took in another ragged breath.
Not quite done here yet.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Frairen said with a painful squint to an eye, re-engaging her slammer with a crisp click and hiss of power.
Onward ho ye go.
The human said with a dry laugh, hauling both Frairen and himself into the melee. The burned lieutenant proceeded to swing his helmet in wide arcs, smashing it off of arm, head, and chest, with comical tocks of shaped steel hitting bone. Frairen was gassed, and it took every ounce of her power to just swing her slammer, having to time the trigger correctly in order to do any damage at all. The body of the red Yorple was on the ground, curled into a ball, and Frairen turned to the burned lieutenant.
I have to see if she's okay, sir.
The burned lieutenant nodded, and he slowly helped Frairen stumble their way towards the stricken Yorple. The energy weapons of the Mandarin had fouled with all the blood and dirt, and it was now a truly medieval brawl. Humans were straight up taking the Mandarin, hand to hand, and more elbows than not bore the marks of impacts upon flesh. Humans were even wielding chunks of rock and broken armor, battering the Mandarin to death like cavemen of old. The Mandarin were not accustomed to this kind of savagery and were completely lost in how to respond once their weapons could no longer handle the strain. Frairen had to duck along with the burned lieutenant as a large human swung a broken XC-1MG like a baseball bat, battering a Mandarin whose energy spear kept flickering on and off due to the damage it had sustained.
Private Mossrat!
Frairen yelled out, falling down onto the Yorple as the burned lieutenant came down onto a knee, his own adrenaline running low.
Mossrat, are you all right?
Frairen ripped off the Yorple's helmet with a quick hiss of the seal. The Yorple's eyes were wide, glassy, and her breath was coming in short, shallow breaths. Frairen looked into the display of the helmet and saw that her chest armor had been compromised.
Turn her over!
Frairen shouted, and the burned lieutenant nodded, rolling the Yorple over. Private Mossrat had a high-pitched whimper and kicked her feet as her massive chest wound came into view. An energy spear had gotten through and at a downward angle, carving a hissing path through Mossrat's chest and stomach. The sight of Mossrat going into pre-death shock was the last straw for Frairen, and the last of her energy fled from her, buckling down onto Mossrat with finality and holding the Yorple's head to her own.
Arun,
Private Mossrat whispered to Frairen, her voice so quiet that it likely took all the air in her lungs to make the words.
It's okay,
Frairen said, petting Mossrat's head.
It's okay. I'm here.
Mossrat's trembling hand pulled a silver cross out from the ruined hole of her armor, the chain broken by the heat of the energy spear.
Will he listen to me? Will he? Hush now.
Frairen murmured, pulling the Yorple in tightly as the burned lieutenant placed a helmet over his head. Frairen kept running her hands through Mossrat's fur and down her ears, looking around and making sure no one fell on the dying Yorple as the melee continued to rage.
They're retreating.
The burned lieutenant murmured, then looked up.
Supplies are coming.
Frairen spun her head around.
Supplies?
And reinforcements.
The burned lieutenant said with a nod of his head, then ripped off the helmet, summoning the last of his energy to bellow as loudly as he could, despite his twisted, wounded lips.
Brace for thunder!
Frairen wrapped herself tightly around Mossrat, the burned lieutenant wrapping himself around the both of them, and all the humans hit the dirt when they heard the sounds of reduction boosters split the sky. Dozens of Higgins 3 dropships slammed into the ground just behind the halted battle line, while yaks split through the sky, shattering the ground apart with their impacts and spitting out light infantry, cutting off the other Mandarin that had shown up to reinforce their struggling counterparts in the melee. The doors to the Higgins 3s slammed down to the ground, and the sprinting figures of 3rd Company's combat engineers spilled out like a hive of angry insects. Human combat engineers had their own heritage weapon, much like how the heavy assault troopers, like Frairen, had the slammers. Combat engineers had power-matics, the flat, spade-looking end being able to punch through any kind of surface to dig, and the wicked-looking spikes being energized so that they could punch through any kind of material. They were wicked-looking things that crackled with malicious energy and small arcs of light, and these combat engineers were pissed. Out of another Higgins 3 came nearly every other medic Frairen thought 3rd Company had, pouring out of their drop craft and hauling a trauma bag in each hand.
Dolebra, milito!
A huge mountain of a human bellowed through his engineer's helmet. Theirs had a thick ridge above the T of their visor and a single-bladed apparatus on the side that allowed them to search for explosives with thermal and radiography scanners. An answering war cry echoed from the fresh combat engineers, and their matics found the Mandarin armor as tough as the soil they were made to toil in. A point medic slammed down next to Frairen, having tripped over the body of a dead, wounded human, and didn't bother getting up. Instead, he pulled a trauma bag over and started digging through it, pulling out a 5-inch, thumb-thick needle and slamming it into the hamstring of Private Mossrat. "Just in time," the point said with a grin, as Mossrat gave a jerk, then screamed out into Frairen's neck to muffle the noise. He turned, handing a large yellow canister to the burned lieutenant.
This is for you, sir.
The burned lieutenant nodded, cracking the seal on the can to expose the short needle, then slammed it into the side of his neck.
Make sure we save who we can.
Yes, sir.
The point said, set down a quick response pack of 6 additional canisters, then took off at a run with the other medics. The burned lieutenant picked up one of the cans, letting out a sigh as the painkillers worked their way into his body. He sat down fully and watched the combat engineers slaughter the now retreating Mandarin. The Higgins 3 landing guns already opening fire on the incoming Corsair ships attempting to pick up survivors. He turned to Frairen, who was now petting the fully calmed down Mossrat, the drugs having slammed her pain receptors shut as the medical nano-healer started weaving her organs back together.
Corporal,
He said, then tilted his head with a smile when Frairen didn't respond. He scooted a little closer, then tapped Frairen on the shoulder with the amber liquid-filled can, the other still holding his own to his neck.
Corporal.
Frairen turned her head, her eyes wide and tired, and then down to the can.
Ah, yes. Sorry, sir.
Take your medicine. It'll make you feel better.
The burned lieutenant said with a chuckle, then tossed down his empty can, the nano-healers already attempting to chew away his burned, ruined skin. Frairen knew that he knew what he meant. As soon as she slammed that can into her body, she was going to fall asleep. One by one, all the surviving Yorpal that had been in the melee found Frairen, sat down next to her, and slammed their own can into their body. Quinlan and the pink Yorpal had survived, though they were heavily mauled, and Quinlan's arm looked broken in several places. Despite this, they slammed their cans into their flesh and promptly passed out on or next to Frairen, feeling comfort in knowing a Kawaii Arun was nearby to watch over them.
I'm going to pass out when I use my can.
Frairen stated flatly, turning to look at the burned lieutenant with exhausted eyes.
Is that okay, sir?
The lieutenant chuckled.
Permission granted. Here, let me get that can for you.
Thank you, sir.
Frairen murmured, heard the human crack the seal on the can, then the sharp pain of the needle getting shoved into her skin.
Rest now, Yorpal. You've earned your way.
The lieutenant murmured, and Frairen's eyelids drooped shut like bulkhead doors. Miss Rimiki pulled up the brim of her large sun hat, relishing in the feeling of warm, natural sun and wind blowing across her skin. It was high time she got a vacation in, and there was no better place than Earth. Caden had, of course, joined her down on the planet's surface, and they were enjoying ice-cold gelato in a small resort city that rested within the Appalachian Mountains. She was overdue as it was, having been cooped up in that station for too long, and she wanted to feel a planet again. This trip had been wonderful so far. She had gone and seen all the waterfalls she could, gone hiking up and down the mountains with Caden, and he had somehow gotten both of them into an animal experience. Miss Rimiki had heard of possums and raccoons, but had never had the ability to actually touch one yet. Caden not only got her into a rescue facility, but had also convinced the humans who ran it to let her touch and play with all the babies. Miss Rimiki had spent several blissful hours holding, feeding, and playing with baby foxes, raccoons, bobcats, possums, and even, at one point, got to bottle feed a baby cougar. Despite her being a Zumra, the locals were extremely receptive of her, something she had not experienced in the larger cities. She still shuddered about that subway experience in New York, let alone the smell. They had decided to finish out their day at this little cafe, and as per usual, Caden was a glutton for attention. Caden opened his mouth, and Miss Rimiki rolled her eyes, giving him another spoonful of her cherry cheesecake gelato. Miss Rimiki was about to open her mouth and receive a spoonful of mocha marshmallow gelato when a sudden cry from the other diners made both her and Caden look up and around.
Look! It's a battleship!
A waitress cried out, pointing up at the sky.
It's on fire! It's going to crash!
Miss Rimiki took off her hat, her fronds curling out and idly twitching as she looked up into the big blue, squinting past the sunlight and fluffy clouds with narrowed eyes. Multiple combat ships were slowly gliding down through the atmosphere on their descending engines, meaning they were too damaged to even make it to the floating orbital ring. Even as they came down, shuttles and landing craft were splitting away from the main ship, hurtling towards hospitals. Even more curious was that damaged fighters were zipping through the sky with the destroyer. Fighters only did this when their docking mechanisms were damaged, meaning the fighting had been especially fierce and they had to ride. "Those are not battleships," Miss Rimiki said as she pulled a data slate from her sling bag, bringing up the station news. "Those are destroyers. Battleships cannot handle the gravity of in-atmosphere maneuvers. They are, however, damaged." Caden set his hands on his hips, looking up as the smoke-trailing destroyers lumbered towards a repair dockyard. "Series 5 assault destroyers. We make those in space along with battleships on the dockyard ring. Looks like a major tussle with the Mandarin." "The battleships look worse for wear," Miss Rimiki said, showing Caden the view of the naval dockyard. "They're sending down medical carriers with wounded. Looks like they are missing a lot of fighters, too." Miss Rimiki tapped onto the slate a few more times, then pursed her lips prettily. "Salvage teams are already out there pulling out stranded pilots. Looks like the new survival pods you designed are working." "Means they're going to be calling for me soon," Caden grumbled, running a hand through his blonde locks. "Survival systems feedback and battleship damage overrides the vacation protocols for Tarim 1 master engineers. What's the point of having all this power if I can just get called back every time a battleship gets a boo-boo?" Miss Rimiki raised an eyebrow at Caden, then bumped him with her hip. "Right. They don't let you get away with anything." Caden blew a raspberry, then held out his elbow. Well, let's get going, I guess. No point in waiting around. Nope, see? There's already a shuttle coming this way. At least my quarters on the ring are lavish. I even asked for an extra large tub to be installed. Miss Rimiki grinned at him evilly. I wonder why you would ever ask for such a thing. Frairen saw her sister Ramira lounging with her friend Tintel, the two Yorpal passing away their idle time in the cantina. Much like her, Ramira was yellow in fur color, though hers was brighter and more sunshine in tone. Her snout and paws were a little more dainty as well. Though her ears were larger, Ramira had always been the beauty of the family, while Frairen had been the bruiser. Tintel was one of the black furs and looked as if she had been dipped in pen ink. She had been hoping to surprise them with her arrival on the station, and it appeared she had been right to spread the white lie of having to go back down to Earth for a little while. Frairen smiled to herself as she ducked her head and made her way through the crowd. It felt alien to her, only wearing civilian clothing, and she felt naked without her XC-1 Lancer rifle. She was allowed, as were all human military troopers, to wear a pistol still, and she had hers in a chest holster. Much to her amusement, hers was made by Alien Gear and even featured both a cartoonish alien head and the United American States' First Amendment on the crossbrace. By the time she looped her way around the cantina, she was directly behind her sister and dug her fingers into the Yorpal's sides. Ramira screeched as Frairen's fingers plunged into her ribs and her fur instantly floofed in pained, ticklish panic. "Hello, sister!" Frairen cried out, then began lacing kisses all over Ramira's face, cheeks, and snout as she continued tickling. Everyone around them in the cantina turned to look, some shaking their heads, while others giggled behind their hands. Ramira tried to pry away her sister's hands, but Frairen had been trained and fortified by the humans, and her grip was as sure as stone.
Frairen, get off me!
Tintel exhaled out her nose, leaning to the side to avoid the two tussling yellow Yorpal and making sure they didn't knock her cantinister out of her hand.
I've missed you so much!
Frairen cried out in genuine affection, lifting the sunshine yellow Yorpal with ease and spinning her around.
Look how small and dainty you still are.
Tintel had to duck a few times, avoiding Ramira's kicking feet.
You're fucking huge!
Ramira cried out in giggling alarm. Her eyes still squinted against her sister's fusillade of kisses.
What have the humans been feeding you?
Tintel took a moment to observe the two sisters, Ramira still trying to get free of her sister, while Frairen continued to pour on the love, along with the muscle. Frairen was nearly 3 inches taller than her sister when Tintel had seen pictures of them before. They had been nearly the same height before Frairen had left for training, and Tintel found that curious. Even odder was the difference in muscle mass. Ramira was still the lithe, athletic beauty she had always been. But that did not mean she was strong in any regard. Her muscles did not deform her fur, and she still had trouble opening lids or jars due to her more metropolitan lifestyle. Frairen, on the other hand, looked like an absolute monster. Her muscles were thick, rugged, and even her thigh muscles were showing through her tight-fitting tactical lounge pants. Her arm fur showed off the contours of her arm muscles like fluffy mountains, and Tintel quietly wondered, too, what the humans had been feeding her. It didn't end there, though. Frairen looked different. Tintel didn't want to think she was scary or anything, but she did look, well, scarier. Her eyes held a kind of hard edge, even as she looked lovingly at her sister, and her body was held together, rigid, poised. If anything, it looked as if Frairen could kill right then and there, then go and buy a corn dog without little trouble. Frairen finally set her sister down, then stood back, setting her hands on her hips. Geez, I bet you're giving all the men on this station trouble, aren't you?
No?
Ramira stammered, even though Tintel was idly nodding her head behind her back.
And what about you? You said you had to go down to Earth for more training.
Frairen nodded. I do, but I had to come up here and give some kind of report. Figured I'd surprise my little darling sister. Frairen pinched her sister's cheeks with both her hands, making Ramira yowl and bat her hands away.
Stop it! You're as bad as Mama.
Tintel chuckled behind Ramira, drinking from her canister. Your mom is a howl, by the way. Calls over the station link every morning to make sure Ramira is brushing her fur correctly. Probably hoping to marry her away during the Shahamet. Frairen said, then crossed her arms as she remembered her mother trying to do the same to her, making her flee and join the whole human military initiative in the first place.
Holy cow, Frairen,
Ramira said in a hushed tone, tilting her head at Frairen as she observed how her arm muscles bulged as she crossed her arms.
Look how big you are.
As Ramira ran her paws along Frairen's arms, she looked at Tintel. Holy cow?
She's been digging deep into human slang,
Tintel said offhandedly, waving her pawed hand.
You should have heard her practicing how to say radical in the right pretense. But her muscles are radical,
Ramira said, squeezing Frairen's bicep.
Look how big her shoyar is. It's like she stuffed apples into her skin.
Tintel snorted. Looks like she stuffed a lot of things a lot of places. I'm pretty sure if she squats down too low, those pants are gonna explode.
They're not gonna explode,
Frairen said in confusion while unfolding her arms, pulling at the fabric with her fingers. They have spandex woven into the cotton, see?
Whoa,
Ramira said with a gasp, now noticing just how much larger her sister's chest was.
Did the humans give you those, too?
Frairen, for the first time in a while, felt embarrassed. Huh? What? No, you do a lot of chest exercises during training and PT, so the muscles get bigger. The humans give us a lot of fatty foods for chow, like cheese and stuff. Yorpals shouldn't have cheese and stuff, you know. Tintel mused, knowing what happened to the male and female Yorpals. They make us store fat really easy. You should have seen some of our fellow male students after they discovered poutine. 10 of those bastards had to get put on calorie restrictions.
Don't get me started on the things the more human-inclined females have been doing.
Frairen narrowed her eyes at that, then swatted away her sister's hands as they felt at her abdominal muscles. What do you mean? They're trying to be more appealing, Tintel mused, shaking her canister, trying to get rounder figures. Yorpals are not meant to be round, Frairen said, wondering if she had to use up some of her free time here to slap some sense into the female Yorpal on station. Tintel shrugged. Side effect of living around humans so much. You should see our teacher. That some raw is even wearing jeans. Frairen raised her eyebrow at that, then slung her arm around Ramira's shoulders. By the way, where are those little metal things?
The cantinisters?
Ramira asked, pointing to her sticker-covered one, and Tintel's, which was also covered in stickers. Canister, Frairen said. Ramira shook her head. No, cantinister. What the hell is a cantinister? Frairen asked, now doubly confused. Ramira pointed over to a large shop that sat within the cantina. They're little canisters that keep hot drinks hot and cold drinks cold. So it's a canister, Frairen growled in frustration, in which Ramira and Tintel both laughed.
No, it's a cantinister.
Ramira giggled out, then took her sister by the hand, leading her towards the shop as Tintel followed behind them.
When the Opticon...
Frairen rolled her eyes. Of course it involves those stupid bird people.
I don't like them either,
Tintel murmured behind the pair, then went back to slurping on her straw. They say words wrong all the time, with their stupid beaks and their damn feathers.
When the Opticon got on station, they liked ice water, since they overheated a lot in the beginning with their training.
Ramira began again, but was interrupted once more by the two other Yorpal. Imagine being too weak for Earth's gravity. Frairen snorted, Tintle chuffed a breath of air out her nose in response, muttering around her straw. Or needing to eat a bunch of calcium tabs and medical nanotech to reweave their bone structure.
To keep their water cool.
Rhaenyra interjected, her ears pinning back in aggravation.
And to keep themselves cool. When they found the canisters, or thermoses, if I remember what the humans call them correctly, they thought only the cantina had them, so they combined the word cantina and canister. They thought they were quite clever calling them cantinisters, and the humans, for whatever reason, are highly fond of optic and speaking patterns. So they were dubbed cantinisters, and even have the name stamped on the bottom of them.
Frairen, all while her sister was yapping into her ear about the other news around the station, picked up one of these cantinisters, though she picked one that was olive drab green. That way it matched the rest of her on-duty wardrobe. After she had gotten her cantinister, Frairen went straight to the long line of coffee carafes and began pouring in a steady stream of dark roast.
Wow, are you sure?
Tintle asked Frairen.
That stuff tastes really strong. None of us can even handle a mouthful of it.
Frairen shrugged a shoulder. It's all we get to drink in the garrison or in the fleet. If you want coffee, you get Soul Black, as the humans call it. Or you get nothing at all. You learn to appreciate it. Plus, I get to drink more of it.
Rhaenyra and I have to drink the golden roast. It's all our tongues can handle.
Tintle murmured, watching with open jealousy as Frairen turned up the pour valve, then screwed on the cantinister cap.
Straight up? No milk or anything?
Frairen turned to look at the Blackford Yorple, her cap groaning quietly as she took it just past hand tight. Yeah, why? Do you two put milk in it?
Nearly half milk,
Rhaenyra said in awe.
You're able to just drink it like it is?
Frairen nodded. Yeah, I guess.
Your sister is hardcore, Rhaenyra,
Tintle said breathlessly, not even able to imagine drinking an entire container of black coffee with nothing in it to dull the taste.
Is that part of some human warrior cult thing?
Rhaenyra asked, refilling her own cantinister with Yorple-level roast and then pouring milk into it.
Miss Rimiki was telling us about the little cults that make up the human military.
No, it's 1600 and I'm flagging and need caffeine kind of thing. Frairen chuckled, taking a sip of her coffee and tapping her card to a small screen nearby, paying for it. Tintle saw her balance and whistled through her teeth.
Human military pays well.
More like I have nothing to spend my money on, Frairen replied, in which Rhaenyra slowly turned around, looking over her shoulder.
I have an idea on where you can spend that money,
Rhaenyra said, then fluttered her eyelashes.
After all, you did miss my Yarunlo while you were gone, and all our parents sent me was a card.
Frairen shook her head from side to side, then let out a small laugh before turning to her sister. All right, let's go shopping then. I'm sure there are some things I need aboard the station as well anyway. From what the layout infers, this place is just a giant shopping mall. What Frairen was not prepared for was Rhaenyra's voracious appetite for shopping, and after the drought brought upon by their parents, Frairen found herself performing as the deluge her sister required. Rhaenyra was, however, not prepared for her sister's newfound grit, as the pushover Yorple she once knew was now a hardened combat veteran. There were multiple times when Frairen grabbed her sister by both her ears and gave her a shake, especially when she got too whiny. Frairen found Tintle far more polite, something the Blackford Yorple were not known for, and got her a gift when she showed a lot of attention to a graphic t-shirt in an oddly grim themed store. Rhaenyra still got her pound of flesh off of Frairen and was happily walking along the promenade with 2 armfuls of bags. Frairen herself found a few things she liked, mostly lounge pants and a few sweaters that were all the rave on the station due to how chilly it was. They had all settled down to an early lunch some hours later when Frairen's service slate gave a light chirp and she pulled it out from her sling pack, tapping it awake with the pad of her pawed hand. As she narrowed her eyes at the slate, Rhaenyra looked up from her large plate of mall Chinese, a notorious selection of food humans were renowned for in terms of saucy junk chow. Tintle, still trying to get a hang of chopsticks, looked over as well.
Something wrong, sis?
Rhaenyra asked, slurping a noodle up too quickly and causing it to whack her across the nose. Tintle tilted her own head at Frairen as the mustard-yellow Yorple read her slate, then wiggled her haphazard chopsticks at Rhaenyra.
I think your visit is getting cut short. Those brows and narrowed eyes say official fuckery.
Quite. Frairen sighed out, then stood up, grabbing her already empty tray of food. She ate faster than these two, simply out of military habit. I have to go in early for my meeting. Appears a few Yorple elders are on station. Tintle blinked up at Frairen.
Elders? Here? Why would they come all the way to this station?
I don't know, but I guess I'm going to find out. Frairen muttered, then turned, dumping her cardboard tray into a nearby recycling slot. When I'm done, I'll send you a PVWIP so we can link back up. Hopefully, this won't take too long. Tintle held her hand to her eyebrow, grinning cheekily.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Rhaenyra inhaled with a snort of laughter, then started coughing on a stray noodle that found its way into her lungs. Frairen did not like being in meetings, and this one felt worse than being in a room with her NCOs and COs. They had her at a little table wide enough for one, and a roller chair that kept trying to make her wiggle back and forth to get comfortable. Ahead of her was a far longer table on the same level and only 5 feet away. At the head of the table were 4 Yorple elders, and most of them were looking at Frairen as if they had smelled shit at the bottom of their shoes. On the far end was a female Zumra wearing a smart business suit, and on the other far end was a male Point, though he looked as grizzled as Frairen did. When their gaze met, he winked at her, and she felt a small pause come over her.
One of me,
Frairen thought to herself, and she found her nerves settling.
Kahwai Frairen Yoilut, stand before your elders in the correct posture,
one of the male elders roared, his white fur flecked at the ends with black.
Or have you become so infected by human culture that you have forgotten our ways?
Frairen barely held back the growl in her throat. It had been a very long time since she had to perform the Corful to someone, and for some reason it made her extremely angry to do it now. Her eyes cut to the Point as she moved to stand, and he gave her a very short inch of a nod, as if saying, just do it and get it over with. Frairen exhaled slowly out of her nose, got onto her knees, held her balled fist to her chest, then leaned forward until the nose of her snout was touching the ground. It felt humiliating to do this now. She was a killer, a soldier forged by human warriors, and they had never asked her to bow or touch her damned nose to the ground. Her heart burned in rage, something she had never felt before in such a way until now. The white-furred elder continued speaking.
Kahwai Frairen Yoilut, you have been called before this council to administer a full report on humans and their tendencies in war. We believe this pertinent now that the war wave is only a few days away from beginning their mass offensive. We saw it prudent that we be here personally.
That and you're as far away from the war wave as possible, you fucking cowards. Frairen thought to herself, and the feeling that washed over her was alien. It was pure, unfiltered hatred, and it made her eyes water with shame as she prostrated herself like this before these people. Humans didn't make her do this. Humans didn't make her feel shame.
Rise and take your seat, Kahwai,
the elder said, and he never masked the disgust on his tongue when he said that one word. Frairen mastered herself, blinked the shamed sting from her eyes, and rose from the ground, taking the seat. The Point and Zumra seemed to know exactly how she felt, and their faces were hardened compared to the pomp smugness of the Yorple elders.
Miss Rimiki,
one of the female elders said, her fur light purple and going white at the tips. Miss Rimiki cleared her throat, tapping her data slate to life, and she smiled kindly at Frairen.
May I call you Frairen?
Yes, that is fine, Miss Rimiki.
Frairen responded, her voice tight. Miss Rimiki smiled brightly again, her draconic head fronds wiggling at her.
Very good. Frairen, the elders here have a belief that they wish to discuss with you. And since you are the highest-ranking Yorpal in the human military, being a corporal, they believe you will have the best thoughts on the subject. As good of thoughts as a Kawaii may have.
Another male Yorpal elder murmured, his own fur completely dark gray.
This is a human station.
Miss Rimiki snapped suddenly, and she turned her gaze to the elders, violence hot on her eyes.
And on this human station you will not disparage this Yorpal, doubly so for her being a uniformed NCO of the human military.
The tension in the room skyrocketed, and Frairen could smell the musk of anger and fear from the elder Yorpals. The point cleared his throat, speaking out with a calm, smooth voice.
This is the way of the humans, and we must adhere to their rules while on their station. Corporal Frairen has every right to lodge complaints against you as it is, making her bow like that. That is what Kawaii do! That is how they respect their betters!
The white-furred Yorpal elder shouted.
I will not have a Kawaii stand before me and not show their obedience!
The point and Miss Rimiki grew cold around the eyes, and Miss Rimiki looked to the point.
Mr. Radisson is correct. You cannot treat her this way on this station, nor will I allow it. Or do I have to remind you who I am?
Miss Rimiki said, and her fronds gave a threatening twitter from her head. Frairen was now deeply curious who this Zumra was, and why all the elders, as well as the point, looked rather afraid of her. Miss Rimiki tapped her data slate, then turned to Frairen.
The Council of Yorpal Elders believes that the humans may be compensating in their bloodshed out of fear. Do you agree? What?
Frairen sputtered, the question taking her so off guard it caused a comical mental double take.
Compensating because they're afraid? What horse shit is this?
The white-haired elder went to leap to his feet in outrage, but a single glance from Miss Rimiki, as well as a cocking of the shoulders from Mr. Radisson, kept him in check. The more polite male Yorpal elder spoke up, his fur a tawny brown.
There are many within the councils that believe the humans may be, shall we say, over-exaggerating their fierceness in combat, as if trying to mask a hidden fear or hiding the fact they fear war in general. They have gone into combat with such overwhelming power that some believe they may be trying to keep something under wraps from the rest of us, or trying to keep their power in line with their reputation, or trying to make themselves look better to the other races. You, being on loan to the humans under military service in order to gain information on their warrior culture, would know better than any of us. We hope that you can put these rather odd rumors and ideas to rest.
The purple-furred female elder said, looking pointedly to a few of her fellow elders, the white-furred Yorpal in particular.
Not to mention you were there during an exposition of human war magic and saw it firsthand. Do you, Kawaii Frairen, believe that the humans are hiding a deep fear of war?
Hell no!
Frairen laughed out, the absurdity of it all hitting her right in the funny bone.
They love war.
The white-furred elder slammed his palm to the table.
It's a lie, a bold-faced lie from a Kawaii nonetheless. Humans are over-aggressive, over-fierce, and over-exaggerated. No one goes out of their way like that to do combat. Who diverts an entire battleship to a simple distress call? Who sends so many troops to the front line in such numbers? They are hiding something. There's no reason for it. There is a weakness they are trying to keep away from all of us, or some underhanded plan for power because they fear not being on top or being needed. You will tell us now, Kahwai.
I'm not going to tell you a goddamn thing! Frairen roared, standing up so suddenly her little table toppled over away from her, thudding against the carpet. Who are you to demand such a thing of me? Who am I? The white-furred elder roared back. I am your Frairen, her blood bubbling in her veins, jabbed a finger at the white-furred elder, her limbs shaking. You are nothing to me. You come here calling me Kahwai and made me perform the Corful. You made me press my nose to the ground as if I have done something wrong when you sent me here. The humans have been nothing but good to me and treat me like I am one of their own, while you treat me like trash. I have earned my stripes, earned my veterancy. I bled with the humans and my fellow Yorpal on the battlefield, while you run and hide next to Earth as the war wave approaches. There was disquiet in the room as the silent part was said aloud, and all the Yorpal elders' ears came back in an awkward pin. Frairen, seeing their faces, their ears, and smelling their musk of anxiety and fear, let out an angry scream and kicked her chair across the room with her shoed paw. The chair shattered into a dozen pieces, though Miss Rimiki did not react as some of the plastic tinkled onto the table in front of her. Being reduced in status like this by the elder Yorpals was agonizing to Frairen, and she had to do something, to break something before she broke them instead. All but Elder Trek and Elder Cordal will now leave, Miss Rimiki said politely, even as Frairen openly rumbled a growl in her throat, her hackles raising from under her shirt to plume around her neck. You will leave now, for your own safety. Mr. Radisson stood up and placed a hand on Frairen's shoulder as the ejected elders began to make their way towards the door, their wary eyes on Miss Rimiki. Easy, Corporal. If you touch them, not even we can help you. The warning in his words made Frairen calm down an inch or two, then blinked in confusion when Elder Trek, the purple-furred female elder, came around and set a different chair down in front of Frairen. So odd seeing a female Yorpal like you. I can see why Elder Vorband was so afraid and wanted you to do the Corful, she said, smoothing down her immaculate robes and sitting back down. It seems you are right, Miss Rimiki. The humans are afflicting the other races. Miss Rimiki nodded. I was not wrong, was I? Appears that even Corporal Frairen here has a little dusting of the human magic as well. You say this part of their pathokinetic tendencies? Elder Cordal asked. Their brains and skin are affecting others. Miss Rimiki nodded. I believe that is where most of it stems from, for now anyway. It is currently all I have to go on. Frairen turned to look at the point, Mr. Radisson, but he just gestured to the seat and walked back to his own. Frairen, tell us about humans in combat, Elder Cordal said cordially, his tawny fur looking more at ease. Are you hiding near Earth to avoid the war? Frairen asked brazenly, locking her eyes onto the tawny-furred Yorpal. Elder Cordal nodded. Yes, we are. However, that is not why we are here. We are here because you are here, and we have been receiving quite interesting reports on you. You have been leading Yorpal into battle alongside humans, and their own reports on you have been glowing, so much so that we have waves of renegade Yorpal taking the Kahwai title and fleeing to Earth for training, Elder Trek said, giving a small laugh. So, tell us about them in combat. Frairen looked to Miss Rimiki and Mr. Radisson, both of them nodding back to her, and she now felt a little awkward in the aftershock of her outburst. Well, I think it is when humans truly come alive. I think it's where their true colors come out.
They are not all brave, but I don't think the military is made up of the more flighty humans. The ones on the front lines, the warriors, they wade into combat and war without fear.
How do they make you feel? Miss Rimiki asked, tapping lightly on her data slate as Frairen spoke. Or should I say, how do you feel around them? Frairen shrugged.
Like, I am one of them. In the beginning, they treated me like a joke, like an alien, I suppose. But when I earned my way and shed blood with them, I don't know, I felt like I belonged. They made me feel like I belonged anyway. They don't treat me like a Yorple, and they don't treat others like Poit or Carligans. To the humans, you're just a weird-looking human with a lot of fur, I guess.
How do you mean? Elder Trek asked, leaning forward and resting her head on the back of her pawed hands.
When I was a soldier with our own people, on Dagmar Prime, and when we would fight with the other star citizens, there was never this feeling. We fought, we separated, and that was that. With the humans, after the bloodshed, you feel like you are safe, with family. The humans fight with a fury I have never seen before, never bore witness to before. And they fight not only for themselves, but for you as well. A burned male human officer bore me aloft into battle. A severely wounded female trooper defended me from a Mandarin. And it was innate. They just do it. You don't have to ask. You don't have to beg. You just have to earn your place.
Frairen said, the faces of all the humans flashing through her mind one by one, smiling at her or giving her this look she could not explain.
When you wear their warrior green, go through the training and fight beside them, you stop being Yorple or Poit or whatever you may be. You are one of them. You are more.
Miss Rimiki rapidly tapped on her data slate, then looked up at Frairen. How do they look at you? Their eyes, what do they say? Frairen, despite herself, found her throat suddenly hard to speak with, as her mind filled with more human faces. She focused in on the looks the male and female humans had given her after battle, after their drops together into the roar of war.
I don't know why, but when they look at me, I feel like I'm human, one of them. My mind says friend, but it's more. It goes beyond friendship. It's brotherhood.
Mr. Radisson said, the single word filling the room. Frairen slowly nodded her head.
Yes, I believe that is the correct word. Brotherhood. As if fighting with them proves you are worthy of their shared soul.
That is rather deep of you, Kahwai Frairen.
Elder Cordell murmured.
Do you believe this is why they love war like they do, as a time of proving oneself worthy of brotherhood?
Frairen took a quick gulp of coffee from her cantinister, popping the drinking gap closed with a crisp click of plasti-steel.
I think there's more to it. I'm sure that is part of it, don't get me wrong, but I also believe that humans simply love to fight. The humans in my unit are always fighting each other in mock battle, but they never tire of it, never become bored of it. It makes them stronger and tighter as a unit in a lot of ways. I have never felt more alive than I have on the battlefield. I have learned to enjoy the seconds and savor them as if they are days. I have learned to savor the taste of coffee as if I'm drinking ambrosia, because I have come face to face with death so many times. Each time, the humans have pulled me through. I think humans love war and to some degree death because it makes them appreciate life more than anything else ever could. I also think they're more willing, if not more happy, to give their life in the betterment of those around them.
Miss Rimiki looked to Mr. Radisson, while Elder Cordell and Elder Trek shared a look as well. Elder Trek tilted her head at Frairen as she spoke.
I did find it curious that humans would so willingly go into battle for such minuscule reasons, such as when you drop down to help the remnants of the Rimiki refugees, or a struggling unit of mixed-race soldiers. Your entire battleship went off course. Do you believe that the humans would do this for anyone? Do you believe they are selective? Many believe they do this to butter up the other councils for power.
I believe they would happily fight and die for those they consider friends or allies worth having. Frairen said without pause, surprising even herself at how easy the words flowed out of her.
What about you? Elder Trek asked, her ears perked. Would you die just as the humans would? Would you die like a human?
Frairen felt the statement leave her mouth before she even had time to think it over, her voice stalwart and firm. Yes.
Why?
Frairen took a short breath, blinked, then looked at both of the remaining Yorpal elders. Because this is the human path. It is the path I walk now as well. When the call goes out, I arrive with thunder. Miss Rimiki stopped tapping on her data slate, then smiled warmly to Frairen.
Thank you, Frairen. That will be all.
Elders, please, head up to the secondary room like we discussed. Mr. Radisson and I will meet you shortly. Frairen nodded to Miss Rimiki, then to Mr. Radisson, and quickly left the room, her head and heart filled with a mixture of emotions that she would have to find time to wrangle later. Oddest of all is that she did not long for her sister, or even for other Yorpals. Her heart missed where she belonged, amongst the humans in Warrior's Green.
It has hurt deep,
Mr. Radisson said, lighting up a human cigarette and taking a long pull from it before blowing the smoke past his lips.
Her elders didn't even have an effect on her.
Miss Rimiki nodded, pulling up her latte that she had hidden from view during the entire meeting.
I thought the pathokinesis was bad when humans touched us, but I think it becomes far more effective during combat. The human love for bloodshed may accelerate their mental and physical effects. They're not going to take her back. They're going to leave her to the humans because they can't control her anymore.
Mr. Radisson said, looking at the ember of his cigarette as his pointed ears twitched.
There are over 3,000 Yorpal heading this direction for training. Their councils will not be pleased.
It was a foregone conclusion that Corporal Frairen was never going to go back to Dagmar Prime. Miss Rimiki replied, finishing the notes she had tapped on her data slate with one hand, while the other brought her cup to her lips. She took a long drink, then set the latte down. As soon as the Yorpal recruits hit Earth, the humans are going to have them lock and key. Mr. Radisson nodded, then took another pull from his cigarette, holding the smoke in his lungs for a few blissful heartbeats before blowing it out. There was a long pause, then he looked to Miss Rimiki.
She said she felt like she was human.
I know, Miss Rimiki said, putting her data slate in her own bag. Mr. Radisson raised his eyebrows at her, his face sarcastic.
We both took human lovers, yet we don't think like her. What do you think the reason is behind that?
Maybe it is like I said. The human pathokinesis is far more intense during war. Humans feel deeper, become more human, and at the same time, more bestial in combat. Maybe it unlocks something within the humans that enters the brain via smell or touch or something else. Miss Rimiki said, standing up from her chair and clearing her thick tail from it.
Or...
Mr. Radisson said lowly, his fully colored eyes peering at Miss Rimiki pensively.
the soul?
Miss Rimiki took a few steps towards the door, then took in a deep breath as she turned to look at Mr. Radisson.
The ever hard to find, and even harder to prove, soul?
There was a long pause in the room as the two held each other's eyes, star citizen to star citizen. Miss Rimiki turned, swishing her tail and holding up an empty hand, palm to the sky, as she left a final word in the room for Mr. Radisson.
Maybe.
A mental wellness cycle? Frairen asked from behind her slice of pizza, eyeballing Himmel with a cocked brow. Himmel nodded, scooping up what was left of his fried rice. They want us to take some time off and go enjoy ourselves. Apparently we left a lasting impression, and the humans believe we have earned some
rest and relaxation.
I'm already bored.
Zetrin murmured, chafing under the fact they hadn't been in combat for nearly a week.
What am I supposed to do? Hang around drinking smoothies all day?
Frairen was a Yorpal, a semi-bestial race of aliens that hailed from Dagmar Prime. Her people were ones of snout and paw, and her fur was a dull yellow, clashing hard with her pink eyes. Himmel was a point, a shorter, multicolored race of peoples from Pylon 4. They were constantly called space elves due to their pointed ears, freckles, and fully colored eyes that lacked pupils. Zetrin was a Carlagan, a lizard-like peoples that the humans compared to cobras. Himmel set down his spoon. We aren't doing anything. That's the point. We're being assigned a rest and relaxation area.
Doesn't sound very relaxing getting ordered to go somewhere and relax.
Frairen said with a smirk, licking her lips clean of pizza sauce.
Why can't we just relax in our barracks rooms? I've been chewing through books in a steady stream, and I have a few more I'd like to get back to.
Zetrin finished off his banana smoothie, the foreign taste sensation causing his reptilian hood to flare.
Still reading about the human fantasies?
Frairen nodded as Himmel pulled out his data slate, scrolling through it until he found the message he was after.
We're evidently at risk of being shut-ins, and Command is making us go out and mingle with the humans so we don't turn into something called a combat need.
Himmel mused, scrolling through the message further.
We are being assigned to relax at some place called Mr. Margaret's Fur Baby Fanfare.
What the hell is a fur baby?
Frairen asked, having just polished off her third slice of pizza. Zetrin noticed then tutted his forked tongue.
I distinctly remember the medics telling you to go easy on the pizza. They already had to adjust your breastplate once as it is.
As well as fit you with a normal human undersuit.
Himmel chided, swirling the dregs of his drink.
You and the rest of the female Yorpal don't even look like the civilian ones. I distinctly remember a freshly arrived Yorpal child asking her mother who the huge, scary monsters were, and they were pointing at you and Quinlan. Never mind how the males look. At this point, you may as well be a pack of werewolves.
Zetrin hissed out a laugh.
A Yorpal fed a steady diet of dairy products, bread and meat, coupled with ample time for workouts, produces a refined form of the Yorpal, it seems.
What's wrong with looking like a werewolf? Frairen asked, eating her fourth slice of pizza with little care to Himmel's recommendations. She always felt like she was hungry now, and her stomach growled at her constantly. Humans like werewolves. Himmel tossed his empty cup into a nearby trash can.
You should, of all people, be aware that humans will find anything attractive. Do I have to point out the Orgur again? Those little alien slime balls were so receptive to positive human attention. They are reforming themselves in appearance. People are even going as far as to call Yorpals like Frairen Earth-cast Yorpals, because there's a rumor that humans are remaking them.
Rubbish, Frairen muttered as she tossed her empty plate away. She of course knew full well that her body was stronger than any Yorpal on her home planet, and also knew that she could eat all the pizza she wanted as long as she hit the gym later before bed. Zetrin rolled his eyes as Himmel stood up, dusting off the thighs of his casual jeans.
All right, well, who's ready for some forced fun?
I suppose.
Zetrin sighed out, standing up and tucking his hands inside his front hoodie pocket. Frairen dusted off her sweater, then hopped up onto her shoed paws.
May as well.
Himmel looked at his two friends with raised eyebrows.
Did neither of you look at the clothing pamphlet I gave you?
What?
Zetrin said, looking down at his jogging shorts, tennis shoes, and hoodie outfit.
I'm covered. My tail makes things difficult.
Himmel looked over at Frairen, who was sporting a pair of tight-fitting overalls printed with many forms of mushrooms and small animals, and a pink sweater sporting the printed image of a confused-looking woman staring at a rifle in her hands.
And what? The overalls help with your tail too?
I had the tailor on base make a little hole, see?
Frairen said in a pout, twisting, so Himmel could see the slit where her tail wagged from.
It's what the male humans are gonna see that gives me pause. Plus, they're gonna ask why a race known for needing body heat is wearing jogging shorts.
Himmel mused, stepping out towards their rented vehicle. Frairen scoffed.
Oh yeah? And what are you wearing then?
As per fashion news, the 1990s are back, and I'm wearing the highest styles of the times.
Himmel said matter-of-factly, pointing at his outfit.
Basic comfort fit jeans, Kogi-style sweater, and of course, a baseball cap. Did you also buy all of those in the children's section?
Zetrin hissed out with a laugh, casting a bit of a side-eye at Himmel. Himmel ignored both Frairen's and Zetrin's laughter, instead getting inside the transport vehicle and pulling down on the door.
Just get inside already. We have to go see the fur babies or something before Command locks our barracks doors.
The two still giggling Star citizens got in with Himmel, and he kicked on the engine to the vehicle. It began spooling up identification codes and waiting for its air traffic clearance. And this time, it was Frairen's turn to roll her eyes.
Really? Flying again? What's wrong with just driving on the road?
Frairen asked, watching as the set of wings began to extend out from the side of the vehicle and the APU of its jet engine began to spool up.
I like driving,
Zetrin said with a smile.
Feels much more fun than flying.
Himmel waggled a finger.
No, I will not hear it. This is a brand new Rocket Boy 3, and I will not be ignoring its flight mode.
Until you bury us in the dirt and end our military careers early,
Frairen grumbled. She got enough flying as it was up in space. She didn't mind the times where she could just drive around on wheels instead. Himmel was adamant that this way was better, and after getting clearance, pulled out into the road from the drive-through multi-diner. The engine was extremely efficient, being made by a joint human and Optican development team, and Himmel had the airspeed for flight in just under a couple seconds. Frairen felt her stomach lurch as Himmel pulled the craft into the air, joining the bird roads with the rest of the flying craft and shuttles, then settled back into her seat. Himmel's piloting turned the 45-minute drive into a 10-minute flight, and he touched back down onto the roadway, a mile from the reserve. Frairen could see it from their landing path, and it was quite a large building with an even larger parking lot. Mistress Margaret's fur baby fanfare, as per Frairen's data slate, was a pet rescue. Pets were another oddity of humanity. They just liked to own other animals. Frairen had always seen these pet stores from afar, but always felt weird about wanting to go inside. It was bad enough how a lot of animals here on Earth acted towards her, and dogs were a constant, noisy problem when they weren't the working dogs on base. Even as she cracked the door on the Rocket Boy 3, her ears twitched and pinned back as she heard the barking of dogs, and she felt her nose wrinkle a little in anger.
Dogs,
Frairen growled, shutting the hatch door.
I hate dogs. How am I supposed to relax in this place when they are going to be barking the entire time?
Himmel chuckled as he pressed the locking button.
There are rooms inside for us. Then they're going to bring us animals to play with. This has been proven to help soldiers a lot, so it's a constant program with the UAS military. We are supposed to follow their training to the letter, after all.
It smells,
Zetrin said quietly, his hood flaring.
I do not understand why humans have animals they cannot eat or do not want to eat. What is the point of an animal that serves the same purpose as other people? Why not just make more actual friends?
Come on, fellow aliens. Let's go learn.
Himmel said with a wave of his hands to both Frairen and Zetrin. When neither of them moved, he bent down slightly and slapped at the thighs of his pants.
Come on, little aliens. Come on. Let's go meet the little furry friends of the humans.
If a dog mistakes him for a chew toy, I'm not stopping them.
Frairen said with narrowed eyes, tucking her pawed hands into her overalls and stepping off to follow Himmel. Zetrin chuckled, stepping off with her. Mistress Margaret of Mistress Margaret's Fur Baby Fanfare was a large human, and Frairen nearly startled backwards out the door when she got eyes on the woman. Mistress Margaret was 7 feet tall and well over 300 pounds, and the sight of her nearly caused Frairen to flee.
Well, hello.
Mistress Margaret called out jovially, opening her arms out to the 3 star citizens.
Our first visitors from outer space. My, I couldn't believe it when your unit command let me know you were coming. We are all quite excited to show you this part of human culture.
Frairen jabbed a finger at the massive woman and was having to fight both her fear of the human and of the massive dog she spied while walking in.
No dogs. Of course.
Mistress Margaret guffawed loudly, holding her hand in front of her mouth to hide her laughter.
I would have never even assumed. It would have been careless to put Yorple and Hound in the same room without training. Now, rest assured, we have quite the spread lined up for you.
Spread? Himmel asked, tucking a hand into his pocket as the others signed them in.
Of course!
Mistress Margaret boomed.
There is more to pet ownership than just dogs, you know. We humans find comfort and companionship in many animals from all over our world.
Even ones you can eat?
Zetrin asked with honest curiosity, seeing on the wall that there was a picture of a goat wearing a traffic cone.
I've had tacos with those animals in them.
Mistress Margaret took the question in stride.
Of course. Rabbits, goats, horses. We take all kinds as pets and companions. Now, I have a room set aside down the hallway with your names on it. There are drinks and snacks inside as well, and I'll be sending in my helpful hands to show you some of our friends. Go on now. I'll let them know you've arrived.
Frairen started down the hallway, even as she felt the steps of Mistress Margaret on the bottoms of her feet, and ducked inside a room that had her name on it, as well as Himmel's and Zetrin's. Mistress Margaret must have done her homework, as there were the favorite snacks of each race within: pizza bagels for the Yorple, mini tacos for the Carlagan, and cheese curds for the Poit. There were also potato chips and cookies, as well as other little finger foods, and Frairen took a bagel bite to keep her mind distracted from the fact there were roughly 900 dogs in this facility alone.
Did you ever own a pet?
Zetrin asked Himmel, tossing a potato chip into his mouth with a crunch. Himmel laughed.
Why would I own an animal? If I wanted companionship, I'd just go and talk to another Poit. I mean, animals can't talk to you. They can't listen to you, so why bother? It would be like trying to befriend a bug.
I would not hold your breath,
Zetrin said through a cheekful of potato chips.
I was watching videos of a human hand-feeding us spider bugs.
Frairen turned her head, chewing the last of her own little tasty morsel. Hand-feeding a spider bugs?
Held them with chopsticks and tossed it into their web. Spider would run over and quickly wrap up the bug. I believe it was named Arachna or something.
Zetrin finished with a shrug. Frairen snorted.
I still don't understand why humans want lesser life forms as pets. They can't feed themselves, can't take care of themselves, can't help out with anything useful. It's like having a child and it never growing up. Just always a useless beast running around on all fours.
Their discussion did not last long before both 4 helpers and Mistress Margaret made their way into the room, the latter having to duck down in order to fit in.
Well now,
We thought we would start small. Mistress Margaret boomed out again as the helpers set down quite a few containers. Here are our reptilian friends. As one of the helpers pulled out a large rainbow boa, Frairen looked over to Mistress Margaret while Himmel's back slammed into a wall, obviously terrified.
Do you mean it when you say friends?
Frairen asked as Himmel continued gibbering, eyes locked on the rainbow boa as Zetran tried to calm him down. Or is it a kind of mannerism or honorific? Mistress Margaret laughed good-naturedly while the boa was quickly put away, as Himmel was nearly climbing Zetran to get away from it. We do. We mean it in the most literal sense we can. Some of these species have formed into pets over thousands of years, and are charming companions that help keep life from being dull. All right, Frairen said, then sat down on a ground pillow as Himmel was wrestled into place behind Zetran.
Did you see that thing?
Himmel hissed out, looking over Zetran's shoulder with wide, terrified eyes.
That's a fucking snake! A snake! Here! In a building!
Zetran looked at one of the handlers apologetically.
Sorry about this. Kimmel had an unfortunate run with a copperhead during training.
It's just a boa. We call them noodles at this point. One of the human workers laughed, and he handed Frairen a large, blue-tongued skink. Here, try a lizard on. Frairen held the odd creature in her paws, looking down at it with perked ears and wide eyes. It mlemmed its tongue at her, and she snapped her eyes to Zetran. Zetran, look! Zetran, curiously looking down at the rainbow boa now placed in his hands, turned his head towards Frairen. She held up the lizard, eyes bright and giddy, as the skink mlemmed its blue tongue. It's you! Zetran raised a scaled eyebrow ridge at Frairen, while Himmel, still too scared to move, watched in horror over Zetran's shoulder.
It looks nothing like me.
The boa, leaning up the entire time, booped its nose against Zetran's, making all the humans in the room giggle while taking pictures on their personal communicators. Zetran tilted his head at the little boa while unfolding his hood, who tilted its head right back, and Zetran found the odd little creature somewhat cute. Maybe he didn't have to try and know what this one tasted like. They brought out a few crested geckos, the far more entertaining monitor lizards that did nothing but run around the room like lunatics and chase Himmel, a few more kinds of snakes, and ended this visit with a couple of tarantulas. While they crawled along the scaled and furred hands of Zetran and Frairen, Himmel couldn't even open his eyes the entire time, instead staying tucked behind Zetran. With the lizards and crawlies over, they next brought in the smaller mammals on little carts, all of them contained in their own little area. Now these are considered more personal than reptilians and arachnids. Mistress Margaret began, already holding a large chinchilla in her hands. Some humans make hats or clothing for their little furred friends and massive homes for them to crawl around in. Frairen found this to be a particularly smelly affair and did not want any of the rodents on her fur. She could smell the urine from here and could even smell the larger rats leaving a fresh trail as they walked. They make friends of vermin? Frairen asked as she tucked her nose inside the collar of her sweater. Mistress Margaret nodded. They do indeed. Many humans find kinship in rats and mice.
Ah, hey, little guy.
Himmel said, picking up a small fancy mouse and letting it run along his fingers.
I used to see little brown ones like this while we were out in the field.
Deer mice, likely, Mistress Margaret said with a smile and a nod. Humans take them as pets, too, believe it or not.
Mine is broken,
Zetran said with a confused hiss, holding up a ferret and giving it a little wiggle.
It has no bones.
One of the female human helpers snorted.
No, that's just Kevin.
He is a ferret, Mistress Margaret giggled. They are a predator that many take as a pet, usually in pairs. They are known for their clever and playful natures. Himmel, now holding a handful of fancy mice, held them up with a grin.
What about these little guys?
Fancy mice, Mistress Margaret replied, still petting at the chinchilla in her massive hands. After the Minor Mammal Initiative, we were finally allowed to start genetically enhancing our smaller mammalian pets, and fancy mice are now 400% smarter than their ancestors. Rats are even able to send messages to owners via data slates. Frairen, eyebrows furrowed, pointed to a nearby rat that was sniffing at her tail curiously.
They're smart enough to send messages, but aren't smart enough to stop pissing everywhere they walk.
Some things are harder to stop, Mistress Margaret said with an innocent shrug, then stifled a laugh when Frairen growled at the rat near her tail, sending it skittering away. Zetrin got in a solid 20 minutes of playtime with Kevin the ferret, while Himmel renewed his vigor by playing with the rats and mice. Frairen just sat there on her ground pillow, quietly wishing the next pets wouldn't be nearly as smelly. Next came the intelligent pets, and the human helpers brought in a parade of birds, guinea pigs, raccoons, possums, and at one point, even an octopus in a small tank. The octopus threw them all for a curve, even when it shot water at them or felt their fingers with its curious tentacles. They were still playing around with the raccoon when Mistress Margaret clapped her hands together. All right, let's head outside and see some of the other animals while this room gets switched over, she said, and all her helpers began to gather the animals, though the raccoon was having a hard time leaving Zetrin. Frairen looked over her shoulder, currently holding a very large parrot like it was a baby.
Switched over?
For rest and relaxation with the felines, teapots and more ground pillows, Mistress Margaret said with a wink, then ushered them outside once all the pets were contained. The outside portion was a noisy affair as they had to walk past the outdoor dog runs, one that Frairen did not care for, but did like it when they got farther away towards the barns. The horses and cows were odd beasts, as they were both used as companion, mount, and farm animal for the production of goods. Frairen was not a fan of the goats, not as much as Himmel was anyway. While both she and Zetrin adored the donkeys, Himmel, being chased around by one donkey in particular, did not like them as much. Oddly enough, this was her favorite experience so far, as the humans had brought out baskets of apples and carrots for the three of them to feed out. Zetrin got in trouble a few times for eating more of the food than the animals, but Frairen really found it calming. Something about breaking the food apart in her hands and feeding it to the animals tickled her, and that wasn't just the tongues or lips that grabbed at her hand. Her favorite donkey got more than her fair share of apples, and she had to eventually feed some of the others, as they were getting jealous. When they were finally brought back inside, the room had indeed been transformed. There were now 12 cats inside the room, as well as pots of tea and more snacks. The cats threw Frairen for a loop, as she had middling luck with cats due to her canine-like appearance, but these were thankfully far more friendly. None of the cats really seemed to like Frairen, as they would sometimes walk by, take a few pets, then maul away. Himmel and Zetrin were nearly covered in the damn things, drinking their tea and eating snacks while twiddling their fingers in the fur. After 20 minutes of being snubbed, one cat in particular finally crawled out from a basket in which they were all brought in on, and he was a feral-looking specimen indeed. Frairen tilted her head at the cat as it plodded up to her, and she took a look at the collar. Loki the Lycoi, the werewolf cat breed? Frairen read out loud as the cat crawled into her lap, letting out a long yawn before curling up into a ball.
Werewolf cat, huh? Well, I guess you found the right seat then.
Frairen was finally able to pet a cat the same way the others were, and she supposed she could see the appeal. The little living animal did have an odd calming effect on her, but whether that was due to the animal or the fact it was an animal from Earth, she did not know. She was curious as to why the creature kept vibrating, and after a quick, quiet talk with Himmel and Zetrin, all the other cats had been vibrating as well. After an hour, Himmel and Zetrin were taken outside to go play with the dogs. Neither Mistress Margaret nor her helpers wanted Frairen left out of the fun, so they instead brought in puppies once all the cats were taken back to their original rooms. Frairen had not been prepared for puppies, nor had she been prepared for their chaotic nature. Barking, growling, and yapping, they ran around the room, either playing with the Yorple or with each other. Frairen couldn't remember if she had ever met a puppy yet, as she had only seen large dogs on base, on deck of the ships, or just in general. Dozens of breeds ran around her, played with her tail, fought with her fingers, or tugged on ropes she held in her hand. A Dutch Shepherd puppy appeared to be trying to take possession of her, standing in her lap and barking at any other puppies that got too close. This one in particular really wanted to play tug, and it took up the remainder of her time with the puppies. By the time she had a second pass with the donkeys, and Mistress Margaret had waved them away, it was nearly 7 at night, and Himmel got them home in good time. Zetrin, Himmel, and Frairen discussed the visit the entire way, and both Zetrin and Himmel wanted to see the puppy room next, as they mostly gassed themselves running around and playing with the larger dogs. Wanting to get some snacks and walk home after not moving much all day, Himmel dropped Frairen off at the Combini just outside base. Frairen liked these odd little stores, as they apparently originated in some place called Nippon. These were nearly carbon copied from those, even down to the products, and it was one of those few places where Frairen could get a rice ball. They also sold an odd food called inari that Frairen was quickly becoming addicted to, nearly as much as pizza. With a sack of goodies in hand, she started her 7-mile walk to the northern gates of the base. There was a woman walking ahead of her, a large Carolina dog at her side, and Frairen kept her distance in order to avoid upsetting the hound. She already knew the dog was suspicious of her, as it kept looking back at her, and only settled down when Frairen returned the wave of its owner. Her mind was drifting on the memories of the cute donkeys, when a sudden growl from the Carolina dog made Frairen come to a stop mid-step, her ears perking and eyes narrowing. Out of instinct, she walked off the path, peeking through the tall bush she was currently using as cover. The dog growled again, and 3 Prill far traders stepped out into view.
Well, hello there, darling.
One of them said, his voice buttery yet ringed with malicious ice.
Funny meeting you here, all alone on a late night.
Prill far traders were a constant cultural issue and were technically barred from landing their ships on Earth, but that didn't mean they didn't operate as crew. The Prill were a bald race, pale blue of skin, and had ears that took up most of their head anyway. Their ears came out to the side and down and were normally found draping over their shoulders. If they were not such a skulldugerish and wretched culture, they could have been called attractive, but their demeanor quickly shot that horse in the face every time they opened their mouths.
What are you hoping that dog is going to do, eh?
Another Prill murmured, pulling out his long, curved Prillic spine dagger.
Little doggies don't last long around us Prill.
To Frairen's astonishment, the dog held firm, growling in its throat and baring its teeth while not barking.
I don't want any trouble. I just wanted to go for a walk.
The woman looking back and panicking now that she couldn't see Frairen.
You're supposed to stay with your ship.
The Prill leader smiled with gleaming teeth that caught the street lamp light.
Well, lucky us. We don't want any trouble either. Nor did we want to stay on that boring old ship. What we do want, however, is to savor the local
Oh!
The Prill let out a yell of pain as the Carolina dog latched onto his hand, as he had been reaching out to grasp the human woman's chin, and was now being jerked forward by the large dog.
Get this beast off of me! Kill it!
The Prill leader bellowed past the pain, slamming the pommel of his dagger against the hound with little effect. The woman, to her credit, was trying to get the dog off of the Prill while crying for the dog to let go. When another Prill raised his hand, the Carolina dog switched targets smoothly, letting go of the hand and instead latching onto the testicles of the other Prill, Even Frairen had to hiss through her teeth. As the man went silent and fell to his knees with a crunch of bone on concrete. As the dagger clanged against the sidewalk, the Carolina dog switched targets again as it jerked itself free of the woman, body-checking the third prill as it raised a pistol to try and shoot the dog. Seeing deadly force being used, Frairen stepped out and around the bush while drawing from her holster, placing the target reticle right onto the forehead of the prill as he stood. Thankfully, it was far less paperwork if she had to kill another Star Citizen, and they were armed. He aimed his pistol at the woman who was trying to keep her dog from further maiming the wounded prill leader.
You humans and your damn animals! Why don't you?
The prill screamed as he pointed the pistol at the woman's head, but was silenced as the lead payload of Frairen's pistol shattered the back of his skull, throwing brains, chunks of bone, and pieces of skin down onto the sidewalk. Frairen squandered no time, as the prill's body thudded to the sidewalk and instead wasted the other two, placing 2 rounds into their chests as she advanced on the move, ears perked and ringing. The prill were dead within seconds, all while the Carolina dog sat in front of its owner, tail wagging and teeth marred with the orange blood of the prill.
Are you okay?
Frairen asked her as she held out her pawed hand, all while giving the Carolina dog a cautious look. The woman nodded while sniffing, taking Frairen's hand.
Yeah, I'm okay.
The dog made no move against Frairen as she helped its owner to her feet, and instead just kept wagging its tail while panting. After Frairen checked the human over for injuries, she called in the shooting to the local police. As the sirens neared, she looked down at the Carolina dog as its owner hugged it, running her hands up and down its fur. Frairen pursed her lips, then slowly reached down, running her hands along its ears.
Good boy?
Frairen said, not quite sure if that was the right phrase, but was rewarded with a few licks to her arm fur and the tremendous wagging of his tail. As Frairen gave the hound another pet of the ears, she noticed a phrase on its collar, and she narrowed her eyes while reading it.
Large Mammalian Defense Protocol Project?
Oh, for goodness! Get off the couch!
Miss Rimiki shouted, wagging her data slate at the large Maine Coon on the couch cushion. It was, as always, sitting beside Caden and was hissing at her. Zumra and cats got along as well as oil and water, and the large dragon-esque Star Citizen hated this animal in particular. Earth cats were immune to her fronds, which meant that she could not zap its brain for annoying her and getting in her way.
Caden, shoo her away!
Miss Rimiki growled, picking up a pillow and thwacking the cat with it.
Go on!
Caden just chuckled, still looking down at his own data slate. Why can't you two get along? Always fighting, always yelling at each other. It's almost as if you two hate each other.
I do hate her,
Miss Rimiki said with narrowed eyes. She could crush Squishmallow so easily, but doing so would anger Caden, and she couldn't risk that. Instead, she constantly had to play this game with a damned beast while on this other station. And big bathtubs with soft lotions did not make up for the fact that this creature lived here. As Caden laughed, Miss Rimiki and Squishmallow began to swipe at each other, the large Maine Coon hissing and batting at her with its massive paws while she bapped right back. Miss Rimiki got desperate enough and grabbed a nearby broom, using the wooden end to poke and prod at the cat.
Away, beast! You are encroaching on my cuddle time, and I will not be second to the likes of you!
Miss Rimiki growled, catching the cat in the ribs and finally sending it fleeing to the other side of the couch. Caden rolled his eyes, scrolling down his data slate. Bravely fought. Bravely fought. Come and take your prize, then.
She's such a little shit,
Miss Rimiki rumbled, cuddling up next to Caden while looking over his head and glaring at the Maine Coon, who was glaring back at her with twice the hate. Why do you even have her? Caden laughed, leaning over and planting a kiss on Miss Rimiki's collarbones. Someone has to keep me company when you're off on your trips. Plus, she's always been here on station.
She runs around and kills rats that sneak on board. We could always have robots do that, Miss Rimiki said, tossing another square pillow at the cat to make sure it knew it was not welcome. Caden shrugged. Robots aren't that cuddly, though. Oh, to be a man with 2 women after his heart. Miss Rimiki didn't find the comment very funny, nor did she find it funny when Squishmallow, the Maine Coon, ambushed her later that night when she went to get a drink from the fridge. The cat latched onto Miss Rimiki's tail with her teeth and gave her quite a few solid bites, causing Miss Rimiki to panic and fling chocolate milk all over the kitchen. Squishmallow, despite gaining a wounded leg during the thrashing, seemed quite pleased with herself as Caden helped patch up the hissing and cursing Miss Rimiki. The larger woman bent over his lap so he could properly see to her wounds. The two glowered at each other while Caden hummed happily to himself, disinfecting the bite marks and placing little cartoon cat-themed band-aids over the small wounds. Squishmallow may have won that battle, but Miss Rimiki won the war when Caden asked if she needed more comforting now that she had a few ouchies on her tail. She, of course, said yes, and Caden made sure the cat bites on her tail were the last thing on her mind. It was good to be back on the Big Mouth Bass. After a bit of training on the base at Fort Lennart Wood and dealing with a few more interactions with the Yorpal elders, Frairen was nearly frothing at the mouth to get back into space. At this point, she was not only trying to outrun her sister, who had gotten rather clingy knowing that Frairen had to soon leave, but also her damned teacher. The Zum-Ra, Miss Rimiki, appeared to have taken a deep interest in Frairen, and Frairen knew just what kind of Zum-Ra she was. Those in the know knew about the Du-Ra, the political enforcers of the Zum-Ra, and when Ramira had told Frairen about the brain zaps, she knew she wanted to be nowhere near that alien space dragon. It was bad enough she was one of the female ones. Male Du-Ra were level-headed, for monsters, but the females were akin to keeping great white sharks as a pet. At the same time, Frairen had quickly learned that humans did keep sharks as pets, so maybe it was meant to be. Frairen had visited the warrior garden before they had taken off, the place of worship for those human warriors who fell under the eyes of Tyr. Many of the fallen crew and troopers had been freshly buried there, and she wanted to see them one last time. The burial formations had been a hard time for Frairen, as well as the other Yorpals. Yorpal warrior burials were loud affairs with music and song, the last remnants of the ancient ways, but not here. It was deathly silent the entire time, the loudest noises being the clicks of heels on the ground, the groan of the burial baskets, and the wind cutting through the trees and grass around them. In the warrior garden, fallen troopers were buried below a plaque with a sapling of ash trees, creating sacred groves with the nourishment of their bodies. They were not cleaned, groomed, and set to rest naked like Yorpal bodies, but buried in their service uniforms, their weapon at order arms beside them. The silence had killed Frairen. She wanted to sing or howl for the human spirits she knew must have been around them, but this was not the way here. It was not the way of the warrior's green. When all of the baskets were covered with soil and the saplings of ash neatly lined in their rows, the dozens of musicians with horns played. Sorrowful, longing notes carried themselves through the air, speaking out for those who could not break the morning silence in the formations. It was so odd that no one said a thing, that no one spoke, and simply let the horns do the speaking for them, as the large flag above the garden flapped and snapped in the wind. It was the last conversation between the living and the dead, the last goodbye to those of the Brotherhood. At no point had Frairen felt closer to the humans around her, as she and the other Yorpals stood at attention. But she did cast her eyes around out of curiosity. Many humans looked grim, others cried quietly with unmoving faces, and it was such a clash to her. She had seen these men and women fight with ferocity, known to only animals that battled for survival, to claw, snarl, and bite at death to keep it at bay. She had seen them carouse and sing with the best of them,
turning every Friday into a party up on the ship. But here, they were as quiet as the graves before them, and it broke Frairen's heart every time she caught a glimpse at the face of another human. The one thing she learned most of all is that a quiet human gives pause for worry. But none of that bothered her now. She was safe and away into space in her warrior's green, and surrounded by those of the Brotherhood she now knew she was a part of. The flight away had been an easy affair, the repairs on the large battleship having gone smoothly. They had the latest editions of the drop pods, assault ships, fighters, and bombers, and renovations had been carried out to quickly update rooms and sundries. There were now even civilians working on board to fill out the small shops that were in the new lounge areas, and military cooks even wielded civilians when needed. Why Fleet Command had decided on these changes was a mystery to nearly everyone, but they did not go unwanted. The Big Mouth Bass now had 15 total bars in all styles, including a tavern styled after fantasy role-playing games. Frairen liked that one, actually. The Big Mouth Bass was a busier place now as well, as they could fit an entire brigade of regs on board. Regs were regular infantry, who did not fall from the sky in dropships or pods. Instead, they were ferried down by vehicle landing craft, once heavy and light infantry had rent the sky to clear a path. Regs had all manner of weapons including mortars, artillery, and a plethora of vehicles, both wheeled and tracked. The escalation of Mandarin raids made the desire for vehicles pertinent, as they too were now showing their hands with their repulsor craft. Frairen found herself in the odd tavern bar one Wednesday, speaking to a few of the regs with her heavy-drop infantry companions. "Weapons exposition? Here?" Frairen asked in surprise, nursing a glass mug of spiced mead. "How are they going to pull that off? We can't shoot the damn things into space or something. That technology doesn't exist." A nearby human with ruddy red hair and a strong jaw sighed, swirling his own mug.
I had always hoped we'd figure out those magnetic hanger shields, like in the old movies.
"Yeah, no," the other man said with a chuckle, his head as bald as a newborn's.
We'll just be using the larger range we have now. According to the stats, our lovely little space Hulk gained several metric tons of add-ons, including some wicked armor that's going to play hell with the Mandarins.
Himmel nodded, currently on his 5th ale. "The pilots have to be quite wary of the planetary distance now. If we get too close, gravity will suck us down and we'll fall, like a boulder. We're so heavy that other ships are docking on us. I even think I woke up and saw 3 destroyers latched onto us like parasites."
Just how much bigger did we get?
Zetran asked, still petting his ferret, Carl the Boneless. Zetran had gotten special permission to buy and bring the ferret on board, and the two were nearly inseparable. Himmel pulled out his slate, tapping on it until he found the file he wanted. "Let's see. Some Turum 1 master engineer took advantage of our damage and put us into the Caden clause, whatever that is, and it started remaking the ship. We now have 2 hulls, the old one and the new one, and we are just over twice the size we were before." "Damn," Frairen said, swirling her mead. "Big ol' Bass is gonna be a force to be reckoned with." "I agree," Himmel mused, scrolling along the file. "We can take on an entire Mandarin raiding fleet if we wanted, as well as having enough troops on board to sucker punch an entire army. The troop count on this ship alone dwarfs some planets."
How many ships of this size are there?
Zetran asked, twiddling his claws in Carl's fur.
2,
Himmel replied.
2 total in the entire fleet. It's us and...
Himmel squinted hard at his data slate, then turned his fed-up eyes to the humans around him.
Shippy McMurderface.
Nice,
the bald human said, then high-fived another reg to his right.
That's the name I voted for.
So the 2 largest battleships in the fleet are the Big Mouth Bass and Shippy McMurderface? Frairen asked with a hard eyebrow raise, then turned her gaze to the humans with a tilt of her head. Why are you like this? Why can't you just be normal?
One of the other regs let out a screech, causing the other humans to chuckle or panic, having to keep themselves from spitting beer across their tables. So we have the prestige of serving on one of the 2 largest ships in the fleet. Means we're going to be having some fun, Frairen said eagerly, already missing the sound of the drop pods kicking on their reduction boosters. Is that also why there are so many shops now? Because other ships can latch onto us? Himmel was still scrolling through his data slate. Oh yeah, but we're going to be getting resupplied all the time. The regs transports barely fit in the new hangars, so they needed a way to let destroyers attach to us. Along the surface are these big squares, and they attach to the outer hull. That one stays free of the artificial gravity, so it's real floaty hours out here. The ship has split gravity? Why? Frairen asked, genuinely curious. Himmel shrugged. Easier to move stuff around, I guess. You don't need a vehicle elevator when you can hook them to a trolley belt and shuffle them back and forth.
Curious,
Frairen mused, downing the last of her mead. She couldn't shake the feeling her furry ass would be dragged into this whole weapon exhibition thing, and she would find herself proven right a few weeks later. The sight of multiple Cinderal Confederation memberships docking to the big mouth bass was startling to say the least, but her eyes narrowed when she saw the Yorpal XDJ-LI assault cruiser nestled into its docking square. It was odd seeing the craft, once thought to be the tip of the spear for Yorpal ship combat, looking like a bird perched on a tree trunk. She already imagined the Yorpal ship commander angrily fuming on his flight deck, knowing that even the human destroyers punched above his belt. When she got the call on her slate, she rolled her eyes and started heading down to the armory to get her heavy assault armor on. They wanted each trooper type to be in their armor and battle gear in order to style on the other members of the Confederation. Frairen had already told herself she was going to leave her helmet off. The other Yorpal were likely going to call her a kawaii, and she wanted them to read her lips when she told them to eat shit. Frairen was the only Yorpal to arrive with the other heavy assault drop infantry, the rest being humans. But they all held out their fists to her and greeted her with respect. Frairen had earned her stripes down on the battlefield with them, and as always, they treated her as they would a human. Morning, Corporal, a female human named Clendahi said, her bright blue eyes and blonde hair shining brightly in the lights of the large range. Ready to show the other doggies what a warrior looks like? Frairen snorted. They wouldn't know what a warrior looked like even if it pissed on their leg. The humans all chuckled. They liked Frairen, more so than the other Yorpal, because of how quickly she was adhering to human ways. Frairen spied the light infantry setting up a long table, and she gestured towards her group. Let's go see what the featherweights and regs are up to.
Aye, Corporal.
A large human named Blackburn said, his brown hair shorn close to the head.
I believe they brought quite a few relics with them.
Frairen raised an eyebrow at that, but noticed the regs pulling out some very large machine guns, some she had trained on during boot camp. Her type of infantry didn't use them, though. They were usually mounted on vehicles or garrison towers. My gosh, they brought M2s up here? Frairen asked, as the regs slapped the large heavy machine gun on its tripod. Aren't they afraid the rounds are going to punch through the walls? Blackburn chuckled.
Nah, Corporal. The range can handle it. State of the art and able to handle 40mm cannon rounds, should the need arise.
Hi-ho, Yorpal! One of the regs called out, raising a hand to Frairen. Regs were an odd bunch. They lived to either hold locations on the ground or drive around in vehicles, hunting the enemy and their own armor. She had seen them training a few times, driving around in their wheeled or tracked war machines, but they were trained to take and hold planets, not smash down into the ground and kill everything around them as quickly as possible. Not that she minded. She quite liked her job. It was simple. Their armor was just slightly heavier than the light infantry. Light infantry mostly just wore a chestplate and leg guards, while the regs wore a chestplate, shoulder armor, and the leg guards. Though neither of them had the handy little motors or as thick armor as the heavies. There were thankfully some point and marwalks in the light infantry and regs, so a bit of banter was shared as all the weapons were unloaded and staged up. After an hour, the other races began to arrive. The Yorpal arrived first, a delegation of 20 with 6 weapons in tow. Frairen mean-mugged them the entire time, and the other Yorpals wouldn't even risk looking at her due to the humans standing around her, daring them to say something to their corporal. They knew what a Kawaii was, knew that their Yorpals hated being called that, and the story of Frairen's visit with the elders did not stay secret for long. Next to arrive were 30 of the Point, hauling a long weapon with their own weapon examples. The Point were far more friendly than the Yorpal, and quickly began chatting up the humans as well as the other Point. The Marwalk and Karlaken arrived along with the Rimiki, though the latter brought no weapons. They merely wanted to observe, as well as seeing just what kind of weapons were keeping them safe. The 40 Opticans arrived along with the surprising addition of the Orgur, and both came oddly enough bearing weapons to test. The Avian Optican brought 2 new weapons just to see how they fared against the usual arsenals, knowing that while they were not soldiers, they could at least try to produce weapons to help out the non-human members of the Confederation. The 20 Orgur, well, they were an entire thing altogether. Somehow, some way, they accelerated their evolution as a species and were now no longer mere balls of slime that rode around in little suits. They now looked like people. Frairen, with eyes narrowed along with nearly everyone else in the range, saw that they actually looked a lot like humans. One could say identical to humans, if just in multiple colors of slime. The resemblance was so uncanny that it made Frairen's skin crawl. Despite being a solid mass of living slime, they had hair, faces, thumbs, fingers. Hell, they even had ears if just in shape. They evolved themselves to have eyes, complete with a small indent to show where the pupil was. They still wore a suit, but it was more to help keep them from sticking to things and to better communicate. A voice box on the neck of their suits translated their thoughts into words and was highly advanced, even able to replicate emotion and inflections. "Hello there!" A purple Orgur called out cheerily, waving their slightly transparent purple hand. "This ship is so big!" Frairen heard the female voice, saw that the Orgur had the correct shapes to be a female, and even walked like one. But she knew they were Orgur for crying out loud. They didn't have shapes, let alone genders. "Hello there," Frairen said, holding out her hand out of reflex. The Orgur took it, and the feeling against her palm pads made Frairen's spine crawl with disgust, even as the purple Orgur happily shook it with enthusiasm. "Hello, hello. It's so good to be here. We didn't want to miss out on this little meeting, not after Earth was considering letting us Orgur be mechanics on their ships." The purple Orgur cried out, and Frairen could see that her lips moved as the box spoke. "They're gonna be on our ships?" A human quietly whispered behind Frairen, and all of them shrugged. "I guess they can get into tight places," Clenhandi murmured, watching the Orgur walk past them so they could be greeted by the human officers. Blackburn scratched at his chin, watching a yellow Orgur female stride past with a happy smile on her face. "Anyone else think their race name sounds like Booger? It's not just me, right? Booger has a pair of slime bags on her." A rather short male human muttered, and even Frairen inhaled a short snort before clapping her hand to her nose, turning and glaring at the human while everyone else let out strained sounds of mirth. After the officers had done their spiel about working together and joint progress to victory, nearly half an hour had passed, and all of the human-aligned troopers were about to shove their thumbs into their eyeballs. Officers, especially human officers, could be extremely long-winded at higher ranks. Finally, they were done speaking, and all of them slowly roused their brains to working order again as the Opticans were the first to go.
"We are of bringing the Optican Test 3 Pulse Repeater,"
a grand-looking male Optican called out, pulling out the odd-looking rifle and gesturing to a nearby reg.
"It is of mild recoil and of good performance over short ranges. It is of a short-range weapon, good against all targets.
A nearby male reg rolled his eyes, then got up and took the rifle from the Opticon.
Well, I will be of trying then, I guess.
The Opticon ran the human through the manual of arms, and after a few seconds the reg had it down pat. This repeater was a loud, thuddy pulse weapon that fired bright bolts of light. The recoil and report of the weapon surprising even the humans. The bolts of light were only a few inches long, but impacted the targets with scorched holes, burning through a few millimeters of steel at a time. By the time the reg had fired a small magazine of the weapon, he was dripping with sweat, the heat from the weapon's barrel unbearable.
Ah,
the Opticon said, smiling politely in apology.
We are of still having problems with the heat.
This thing is like shooting a lit barbecue, the reg said, wiping his face on his uniform sleeve as the entire weapon warbled the air around it with heat. We'd be cooked alive in our armor. After that, the Opticon brought out a pistol of the same make, and it was nearly as hot and loud as the rifle. What really caught Frairen's and the rest of the heavy assault troopers' attention was their assault shield. The Opticons had a fascination with human warriors of old and had made a powered Dipylon shield. This example in particular was layered with ballistic weave, woven webbings of steel, a slot for a melee weapon on the inside of the shield, a hidden dagger blade as a backup weapon, and something they called an antrilic device. The device caused the surface of the shield to vibrate with microscopic waves and could shatter rounds that impacted it purely with its vibrations. It could absorb roughly 100 rounds before the antrilic device gave out, which was more than enough for Frairen. All of the heavy assault troopers got together and pestered the Opticons with notes, especially about a rest for their rifles so they could shoot on the move. The Orgur presented no weapons, instead chatting up the humans and other races while simply being polite guests upon the ship. Frairen was trying very hard to not like the purple Orgur from before, but she was just so sweet, nice, polite, and inquisitive. What are they even up to, little stupid ooze people? Frairen thought to herself, trying to pay attention to the point. The point, naturally, were trying to advance the technology on their plasma throwers, but their weapons were abysmally inadequate, without large supplies of both power and the gas they used. Even though these weapons could blow holes through the steel targets, it took several minutes for the weapon to be ready to fire again. The faster reloading weapons were indeed quicker to reload, but had a laughable range. Of course, the point then explained that this was why they were looking and encouraging the Opticons and humans to try and work with their research for larger vehicle-borne weapons. The Karlaken and Marwok instead showed off their newer melee weapons, knowing they had no chance in this particular display. The Marwok held aloft multiple weapons at once with their forearms, their carved metallic masks tilting back and forth as they explained what each one did. Pulse daggers, blur blades, sun spears with their glowing heads, all attempting to try and pique the interest of the human officers. The Karlakens did the same with their close-range fighting weapons, such as the Karlaken butcher claws and power talons. There was much discussion about these weapons and test of them on various surfaces. The power talons and pulse daggers were of keen interest to the light and heavy infantry, and sometimes their hammers or bayonets were the wrong tool for the job when it came to non-armored entities. The last to take the stage were the Yorpal, who were attempting to act as if they had the best weapons of the lot. The Yorpal brought out their latest Gauss tech, solid shot throwers powered by high-powered coils and magnets. These were impressive, as well as very quiet, but the humans still sucked their teeth at them. The rifles, pistols, and large crew-served weapons were impressive, but they still required power. While advanced, they were power-hungry creatures that needed a strong energy source to power the Gauss tech, and no amount of penetration or lack of noise would change that. Even Frairen had to nod in appreciation at the advances, as the rifles she had used back home were far worse than these newer ones. The discussion on the Yorpal weapons went at length, and was the most amount of talking so far. It was civil until Blackburn mentioned that the rifles were cute.
What did you say?
A blue Yorpal asked, his voice haughty.
Cute? What about our weapons are cute, Mr. Blackburn?
Specialist Blackburn, Frairen corrected, locking her eyes on the Yorple and daring him to say something. He didn't, instead gritting his teeth and looking at the human.
Specialist Blackburn? What do you find cute about them?
Blackburn shrugged.
They are good-looking weapons, sleek and the like, but they require a truckload of power to use. Even if we can punch through the side of an APC with that rifle there, how many times can we do so? How long do the power packs last? Are they resilient to weather? Are they crash-proof? Are they shock-proof? Are they immune to BCSMP strikes?
The Yorples all pinned their ears. Blackburn had hit on every fucking issue they were aware of and hated that he had done so quickly. While we were assisting the Yorple and Point garrison units, they remarked that their power packs lost their charge quickly and were slow to recharge. Frairen said, making all the Yorples look at her. She enjoyed how they had to slightly look up. There was also a lack of penetration on the rifles, as the rounds themselves could not break the sound barrier and get the speed required. The discussion continued for some time, but after they ran out of things to discuss, it was their turn to show off their stuff. The long tables were set before the range with their weapons placed atop, while others had been taken apart for display.
Corporal Frairen, would you do the honors?
Colonel Shakes asked, gesturing to the long table with the weapons as he turned to the gathered Yorple, Poit, Karlikin, Marwok, Orgur, and Rimiki.
While your weapons are impressive, and do not misunderstand me, they are impressive, there are still limitations to them. For instance, Corporal Frairen will now fire a preheated Opticon repeater.
Frairen raised the rifle, already making her face hurt from the heat, and pulled the trigger. It fired 20 bursts of light, then shut off with a sharp click and spooling whiz from its safety measures.
It overheats quickly and can no longer be used until it has fully cooled down,
Colonel Shakes said, remembering what General Amber had told him to point out.
Then there are the plasma casters of the Point.
Frairen went through the weapons one by one, throwing the shot down the range into the targets beyond the closer ones. Some of the shots did not even get close.
They are short range, require power as well, and cannot reach out and touch a target at longer ranges.
Colonel Shakes said politely.
The same is for the Yorple Gauss tech.
Frairen felt the familiarity of the rifles as she picked it up and found it extremely lacking as she fired it, the rounds falling off at range due to their lack of speed.
Short range, power hungry, and unable to provide sustaining fire,
Colonel Shakes said, still maintaining a professional air.
I understand this is what you all use, and you have shown contempt with our chemically propelled weapons, but I will show you why we have been using these weapons for thousands of years. Corporal Frairen, please use the M2, full burst on all target ranges. Everyone else, please wear the muffs that are being handed out.
Frairen smiled to herself, then turned her head, grinning to the other Yorple behind her. They hated her, and frankly, she hated them, and she wanted them to see how stupid their weapons were. She looked down at the top receiver of the M2 and gave it a soft pat. These heavy machine guns were older than dirt, but they were still being made brand new in factories. Yorple tech was trashed and recycled after only a few years, and there were no old weapons. Humans kept their weapons forever, and she loved finding the old ones. This one was a prime example of an old workhorse getting a few new legs. Frairen ran her finger down the feed tray cover, knowing the odd human names. France, Germany, Italy, Korea, Vietnam, Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, Falklands, Mexico, Brazil, Sudan, Chad, Tropomor 2, Tropomor 3, Istar Prime, Daramir's Demise, Port Lily, and... Frairen popped the cap off of a nearby marker and quietly wrote on the feed tray cover to keep the joke going. The Big Mouth Bass. Frairen smiled to herself triumphantly, honored to be wielding such an old machine of war,
and loaded the belted 50 caliber ammunition into place. She slapped the feed tray cover down, pulled back on the handle with a crisp mechanical crick-crack, then promptly pressed her thumbs to the butterfly trigger, lacing the tracer rounds down range at the targets. The bone-rattling thump, 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 thump chug of the weapon moved the fur on Frairen's face, and she couldn't help but smile brightly as she traced the weapon back and forth, while the Orgurs stared wide-eyed at the weapon, clapping their hands in polite amazement. The Opticans and Yorpal stared on in horror, watching the rounds shred through the steel target like they were made of paper. The Point were far more reserved in their fascination and were actually writing down notes on pads of paper. The M2 chugged to a stop when the last round was spent, and Frairen angled the barrel up cheekily, blowing the smoke from the end with a light puff of her cheeks. "Good shooting, old girl," Frairen whispered to it, giving it a soft, appreciative pat. Colonel Shakes chuckled to himself, as he could easily hear her over his muff's electronic sound grabbers.
"And this is our largest common heavy machine gun. Now Corporal Frairen will show you the XC-1MG. This one has a mounting arm that will connect directly with her suit."
Frairen put the powered arm into place on her suit and whirred it to life, taking up nearly 60% of the weapon's weight and supporting it. Frairen made a show of stretching out, popping her back in her armor, and made all the humans titter with laughter while the other Yorpal fumed. She then yanked the weapon into place, pulled the open bolt back without bothering with her helmet's co-feed aiming display, and just started lacing rounds downrange. These XC-1MGs were based off an old Earth weapon called MG3, which was further based off the MG42. Some parts of the MG3 and XC-1MGs were interchangeable, much to the amusement of most gun techs. The rate of fire on the XC-1MGs still matched its predecessors, spraying leaden hate downrange with a conical fireball bright enough that it made the civilians shade their eyes. It was weapons like this that made Frairen kinda miffed she wasn't a machine gunner, as they were always a hoot to fire. As Frairen continued blasting, Colonel Shakes motioned for a reg to move forward with a new barrel.
"As you may assume, this weapon does get quite hot, but we have a solution for that, allowing it to keep firing after only a couple seconds."
"Barrel change!" the reg shouted into Frairen's earmuffs, and she let go of the trigger. The reg palmed up on the barrel release, pulled out the hot barrel with a gloved hand, then pushed the new barrel into place. Frairen slapped the change-out door shut, then started blasting again, littering the ground with a constant stream of belt links and spent brass. At this, everyone but the Yorpal and humans let out little oohs and ahs of awe, then politely clapped when the belt finally ran dry.
"These can fire at a rate of 500 rounds per minute, 800 rounds per minute, and 1,000 rounds per minute depending on where the switch is placed. We can sustain a rate of fire over 10,000 rounds before the receiver of the weapon has to be retired for cooling. Then there is the standard issue XC-1 Lancer rifle, and Corporal Frairen will fire it at max range with her helmet on,"
Colonel Shakes said, pointing down the range.
"She will place 20 rounds in quick succession onto that 200-yard target, one that many of your weapons had trouble reaching or doing damage to."
Frairen slid on her helmet, and it buzzed to life in front of her eyes. Multiple messages were waiting for her, and she blinked them open as she loaded her own personal rifle that she had brought along. "Look at those stupid bastards," one message said, and Frairen realized that all of the Yorpals on ship were watching the demonstration via cameras. "I'm glad they're eating some of their own tail, thinking they're going to wow us with that bullshit," said another, attached with an emoji of a Yorpal sticking out their tongue. Frairen blinked open a live chat box that barely fit on the right-hand side of her helmet, and she nearly giggled at all the words. "They can stick those Gauss rifles where their mother used to clean them," one message said, while another was mostly emojis of a Yorpal violently vomiting. "Can you lot hear me?" Frairen asked aloud into her helmet, and the messages all spammed a Yorpal emoji giving a thumbs up. Frairen nodded. "How about we show these toe suckers what a real rifle can do?" Words flew past the corner of her eye, and they were all certainly not in favor of the other Yorpals behind her. "Warhound pride," one sentence said in all caps,
and the sentiment began to flood the chat box. Warhounds. Fangs of the Warhounds. Show them our bite. Warhounds and thunder. Wait a minute. Does that Orgor have breasts? Someone tell Blackburn to turn his head. Frairen snorted and blinked the window closed, then brought her rifle up to her eye. With 1-second pulls of the trigger, she drilled the heads of the steel targets with ease, then began speeding up her trigger pulls to half-second, then quarter-second pulls. Ah, fuck it, just send it, came a message from Colonel Shakes, sent to her helmet from his data slate. Empty every mag. Frairen's teeth gleamed from inside her helmet as she quickly ran through her entire combat load, flicking empty magazines away and slamming fresh ones home with practiced ease. By the time she was done, she had gone through all 10 magazines on her person, and she pulled off her helmet with a flourish. Iron and steel! Frairen called out to the humans behind her, and she smiled evilly at the obviously enraged Yorpals as the humans all whooped and cheered at her. To her amusement, the rest of the members of the Confederation also looked impressed, nodding to her respectively while politely clapping. As my technicians have told me, and from what you could all see, she did not miss a single target, and hit all targets up to 400 yards away, Colonel Shakes said with a proud smile, gesturing to both Frairen and the range. All with a simple change of a magazine. No batteries, no need for power, just brass, powder, and lead. A bright gold Orgur stood, and he clapped his hands a few times as well, before nodding to Colonel Shakes. This is most impressive, and far better than anything I think we could ever do. Are you willing to sell these weapons? I find myself of agreeing, said the Optican leader, running a finger down the top of his beak. They may be of excellent backup weapons of a last resort in case of power fluxes. All of the other races nodded and murmured in agreement, except for the Yorpal, of course. While impressive, the Yorpal leader said, fighting to not pin his ears back, I believe we can still do better. We just need a little more time. Colonel Shakes bowed forward politely. Of course, I believe a race of arms does nothing but benefit all those involved. Now, these are just our small arms. If you would like to see our larger vehicles, we have a few on their way here now. We also don't mind showing you around our ship's batteries. You may find the C-beams quite a treat. Frairen let out a happy sigh as she stuck her weapon back to her armor, then stuck out her tongue in a toothy grin when she turned to look at the other humans. All of them whistled and laughed, clapping their hands at Frairen as she rejoined them, and she knew she wanted to be nowhere else but here. Afterwards, once the other members of the Confederation were shuffled away to look at the tanks and armored personnel carriers, all the Yorpals on board pulled Frairen into the tavern bar and had a small celebration of arms and brotherhood. Dozens of pizzas were laid out on the tables, and the Warhounds of Third Company partied like they were humans, in defiance to their fellow Yorpals, who would label them as Kahuai. Hera was a teenage Rowan, and like the Rimiki, they decided not to join the Cinderal Confederation. It was mostly due to the fact they couldn't hope to afford the fees. Wanderil was a rather poor planet, as far as planets went, and the Rowan space program barely had any legs. Rowan were a charming race, as far as the children of the stars went, and shared a lot of genetic markers with the Prill. They were thankfully different in both temperament, culture, and look from the Prill, and this meant that human smugglers were far more eager to trade with them. Rowan had the long, wide ears off the side of the head like the Prill, but they had full heads of hair. Their hair was long, curly, and vibrantly colored, while their skin was shades of yellow, ranging from light buttermilk to a dusky gold. Humans who came upon the Rowan called them adorable and cute, and their pictures were spread far and wide on Earth. The first human smugglers came upon a small town of Rowan that all had dark brown hair, and dubbed them banana people in early reports. They realized later on that there were far more colors to their hair, but the moniker stuck. This gave birth to the Nanner Run, a smuggler path that ran to the world of Wanderil. The sudden interest in the Rowan by humans caused their leadership to panic, and they banned humans from ever going to their world for recreational visits, only allowing the smugglers due to their length of contact and trust. There was a deep-seated fear that the humans at large would steal the Rowan from their planet or force them into their army. The Rowan had been reading deeply into Yorpal reports, as well as interactions between humanity and the Zamra, and they knew they stood no chance in comparison. So, humans could only land on Wanderil if they were smugglers associated with 5 key syndicates, and even then, they could only visit and operate within certain locations, far and away from general Rowan society. The Rowan who worked with the humans quickly proved why leadership was correct to fear humanity. They wanted to leave and see the stars with humans, as well as see Earth and its many space stations being bought in wholesale by the stories and charismatic nature of humans. Rowan security forces always searched human ships top to bottom, making sure that no rogue Rowan were hiding away on board. Some got away, the more cunning of the Rowan, but others had to settle for more mundane means to meet humans. This came in the form of taverns and trolls. Video games were nothing new, as even the Rimiki had little simulators to whittle away their free time on, but no one did video games like the humans. Taverns and Trolls was a GWRPG, or a galaxy-wide role-playing game, set within a fantastical world of human creation. The younger Rowan were instantly enamored with the game, which oddly enough matched well with their more rustic aesthetic. Human smugglers always remarked that visiting Wanderil was like stepping back in time, even though they had spaceships. Harrow was deep into the addiction of taverns and trolls, and was a prized healer in a large guild primarily made up of humans. The Gigachads were the top guild on Harrow's server of multiple planets, and the constant challenges and missions set out daily by human support staff always kept the game fresh. Then there was the artificial intelligence, known as Big Mork, which further made the game truly feel alive. Harrow, aka Big Bungus Chungus, the wood elf healer, was prized for his skill at micro and macro managing both himself and the other healers within the guild. This went as far as Harrow being able to make Earth credits, being paid to heal or go on loan to other guilds. This allowed Harrow to be mildly successful on his own poorer planet, and allowed him to play the game full-time as a job. He loved it, as one would when you could go to work in your pajamas. Harrow and his planet were far away from the Mandarin conflict and did not pay it much mind, as they still attempted to earn their own way into the stars. The Rowan may have been poor, but they were quite proud for a race. A new alert had buzzed his communications array, and all his human guildmates were braying for him to come online and heal. They were to be facing an invasion wave, attempting to hold back the tide of undead flooding toward the new player areas. Death was permanent in taverns and trolls, which meant that a lot of people just starting out were going to be kicked back to the beginning of the grind again. Harrow logged on with a smirk, ready to strut his stuff again, and already the credits were flowing in from other guilds bidding on him. Of course, he would help his guild first, then go off to earn the next 6 months' rent in only a few hours. The first hour of play went well, even if the ASGDD was getting sweaty around his face and made his ears a little sore. The BCI headset was not designed for Rowan physicality, but Harrow made do.
Good work out there, Banana Man,
one of the players said, and Harrow turned his head, looking at the face of their dwarf warrior.
Thanks, Fallen,
Harrow replied, glowing under the hum and cast of light from the ASGDD headset.
I always enjoy these little wave missions. They're a nice change of pace.
Did that headset and gear make it to you? Had to pay that smuggler and all kinds of weird shit so he'd take it.
Another guild member said.
What is it with you, Rowan, and peanut butter cups?
Harrow's fingers, already halfway through peeling a cup free, paused.
Peanut butter is good?
He's got you there, Shank.
Fallen laughed out.
Peanut butter do be good.
Harrow was laughing along with his guildmates when a new alert buzzed on his communications array, and he brought a small display around so he could look at it while slightly raising his headset. Harrow swallowed hard as the letters traced across the display, and he felt his skin go cold as he spoke.
Hey, guys, I got a problem here.
What? More guilds trying to poach you?
Their guild leader asked, the clinking of alchemy bottles a near constant chorus around him.
No,
Harrow said, and suddenly 30 more alerts buzzed on his array.
I think we're being raided.
I can't just call the military, John. Are you stupid?
Jessalyn shouted to her son, who had come nearly rolling down the stairs shouting to her to call the army.
What do I even need to call them for?
John, sporting a freshly rolled ankle, hobbled to the kitchen.
You don't understand, Mom. The Mandarin are raiding Wanderil. They're going to kill our guild healer.
What the hell is a Wanderil? Jessalyn asked, cracking the cap off a bottle of beer. John, clearly in a panic, slapped his palms against the countertop.
The Rowan, Mom! The Rowan! Harrow is a Rowan!
Ooh, your little banana friend? Jessalyn said, taking a sip of her bottle. How is he doing?
He's being raided, Mom! God!
John wailed, panic gripping him as his mother was, as usual, not treating him seriously.
You have to call the army and let them know. Only adults can use the hotline. Harrow is like a brother to all of us, and he carries the entire guild.
Jessalyn rolled her eyes, taking another swig from her bottle before setting it down. The hotline incurs a heavy penalty when you use it incorrectly, which you would know since you have already made a call in about the Mandarin ship you saw in your telescope. Remember that ship? The ship that turned out to just be a damn rock?
This is different. Harrow asked us all directly. All the other moms are calling in too. Mom, please, just call it. I'll pay it off like last time, I promise.
John pleaded, gripping the edge of the countertop.
We can't lose Harrow. He'll die there, Mom. They don't have actual soldiers that can handle the Mandarin.
If you're being stupid again, I'm taking the money out of your college fund. Jessalyn sighed, but pulled up the house data slate, keying in the number. All right. What's going on exactly?
Admiral,
Colonel Shakes said, turning around to look at the naval commander, just as they were just breaking for lunch.
Are you getting these?
Admiral Vincent turned back to look at the Army colonel, holding up his slate.
I am, actually. An SOS signal being sent out from Earth, but it's correlating to some event on Wanderil.
Ah, the Rowan,
Colonel Shakes said, itching at his cheek.
I believe they are not part of the Cinderal Confederation.
Why?
Too poor.
Ah. Admiral Vincent opened up the alerts.
Well, either way, we can't go down there unless we have an invitation. We were all having a good chuckle about it when the ruling came down. We're like the Fae of the Stars now. You mean the doorbell ruling?
Colonel Shakes asked, opening up a few of the messages at a time.
The very same. We can't break Atmo without a formulated and solid invitation by the Rowan.
Admiral Vincent said, though his face soured as the video began to play. It was a bunch of digital characters dressed in fantasy armor, and it appeared to be in a game. One character, a wood elf, was begging and pleading for the others to help them. And Admiral Vincent could hear the bark of an orbital displacement drop breaking atmosphere in the background of the mic.
They'll be slaughtered,
Colonel Shakes said with a twitch of his head.
The Rowan are severely lacking in war power. Their largest ships couldn't even handle our patrol cruisers.
Admiral Vincent nodded, but a few choice words were screeched out by the wolf elf, and he drew in a deep breath.
The accent does indeed sound like a Rowan.
Admiral,
Colonel Shakes said cautiously, turning on a heel to hit the man with a look.
This is shaky in the legal sense. We can't prove the elf is a Rowan. But all these other players are obviously human.
Admiral Vincent said, tapping the side of his thumb against his data slate.
And if no one acts, the Mandarin will kill the Rowan to the last. We both know this. The war wave is about to make Bootfall in only a few hours.
Colonel Shakes pressed his lips together, weighing the options as he spoke.
We'll be going way off our patrol path, and we have 4 destroyers docked on us. We need to know for sure the planet is under heavy assault. The Confederation Council will be quite peeved if we go in and rescue someone not under their fold. and it turns out just to be a small raiding party. Does anyone on this boat play taverns and trolls?
Admiral Vincent asked, and the bark of a laugh from Colonel Shakes told him he knew someone who did.
All right, Chungus, you're on with the Admiral.
Sergeant Taskins of the 7th Infantry said into his mic, then twisted the headset towards the Admiral so he could speak.
Mr. Chungus?
Admiral Vincent asked, ringed with nearly 100 troopers packed into the coffee shop on board the Big Mouth Bass.
I understand you are under attack?
Harrow looked out the nearby window and saw the flashes in the distance.
We are. I counted 20 ships breaking atmosphere. There's a whole bunch of shooting and explosions.
Are there any larger ships?
Admiral Vincent asked patiently.
Do you have a telescope nearby?
I do.
Harrow rushed out, then slowly crawled towards his window. He had seen several fast attack craft zip by his expensive residential building, and he could hear the armed guards down below shooting into the air. Admiral Vincent turned to Colonel Shakes.
He speaks English well for a Rowan.
They learn English faster on this game than anything else, sir.
Sergeant Taskins said with a shrug. Harrow pulled his microscope around, chose the correct filters, then set it to scan automatically. The gears and motors whirred and buzzed as it tracked, then stopped with a cheerful beep. Harrow put his eye to the viewport, and lounging above the sky was an honest-to-heavens Mandarin world hewer.
World hewer.
Harrow hissed into the microphone of his headset.
It's a world hewer. I know them from the alert pictures.
They're going to scour the planet.
Colonel Shakes said in alarm, and even Admiral Vincent had to lean back in surprise.
Those world hewers are battle temples. We're going to sacrifice them all. That's a big Mandarin battleship. We haven't encountered one of those yet in combat.
Admiral Vincent mused, then snapped his fingers.
Presence of planet-killing hardware by a genocidal race? There's precedence for both in that ship and their attacks on the Rimiki.
Admiral Vincent leapt from the bench seat, then pressed a button on his data slate. The entire ship began to buzz with an alarm, and he turned to the men and women around him.
Battle stations, make preparations to drop.
Hang on, kid. We're coming.
Sergeant Taskins said, pulling his headset around as everyone scattered.
It's going to be a few hours, but just hang in there, all right?
Harrow turned off all his lights as another pair of Corsairs went thundering past, and he huddled under his gaming desk.
Hurry, please. I can hear the screams.
Frairen growled as she slapped her helmet on. She had just started a new movie with Rayburn, and then they were suddenly racing off on an emergency skip and having to get every pod ready. What is even going on? Frairen asked on all the comms as she clambered into a yak. 3 humans and 2 Yorpals quickly climbing in with her. Sergeant Mackey was the first to respond.
Mandarin have landed on Wandero, and they have one of their battleships hovering over. We take care of the raiders. Flyboys, take care of the ship.
Another day in the fucking office, then, Frairen muttered, and the ship gave a subtle lurch as they exited their ship. It was a fast skip, as Wandero wasn't very far, but enough time had still passed for the Rowan to suffer at the hands of the Mandarin. The new drop bay was huge, allowing an entire company to be dropped at once, including the Yaks and Higgins 3s at the same time. Fighters are already deploying, someone said over the all-comms, and that made everyone get goosebumps. If the fighters were being deployed already, then the Mandarins were extremely close.
All Higgins and Yaks loaded. All personnel accounted for.
No personnel found in the drop bay. Drop bay venting for launch. The Dockmaster said, her voice even-toned as it usually was. Be advised, all pods will be dropping through the dogfight.
Through the dogfight?
A Yorpal said, turning to look at Frairen as the air was sucked into the ship before the rest was purged by the drop doors opening.
We are going to be dropped through the fighters?
Frairen matched the confused look of the other Yorpal, then looked back forwards, eyes wide. Well, that's a new one.
unlocking drop pods for launch,"
the dockmaster said, and Frairen could hear the yak once again spooling up and putting power into the dampeners. The noise was deafening when all the yaks spooled up, and Frairen's own yak was vibrating from the engines of the Higgins 3s. They were all then levered into position, dangling out of the drop bays like a cloud of metal bats. Frairen opened a display to the outside, and she sucked in a short breath. Hundreds of fighters and bombers danced and streaked in the dark above the planet. Bright flashes of light, signaling the end of a fighter or bomber, sparkled everywhere, and she could also see the looming shadows of destroyers detaching from the big-mouthed bass.
"Showing green from all percepts. Engaging launching cables."
All the yaks and Higgins 3s were brought under tension, and Frairen quickly wiggled the chewable mouthguard into place. It was pineapple-flavored, and she was not a fan. "All pods ready. Go for air, boss," the dockmaster said, and everyone within their pods braced themselves. All of Third Company was launched along the rails in a hissing wave of steel, the yaks screaming ahead of the heavier Higgins 3s with the glittering of light off their armor. Frairen was used to this by now, and looked forward to it frankly. The rush was something she could get nowhere else. Even the noise of the yak's warning klaxon was enough to get her blood pumping at this point. "All pods launched in the green. Brace for thunder, and take their souls," the dockmaster said, and even she was watching through monitors as the pods screamed towards the surface of Wanderel. Frairen's pod was buffeting back and forth as usual, but a loud boom caused them all to shake and rattle within the compensator harnesses, and the yak was letting out a short, clippy klaxon of warning. "What the hell was that?" Frairen yelled out as the yak began to twist and yaw, and the dockmaster entered her ear. "You went through a Mandarin bomber. You're going off course," she said into Frairen's ear. "You'll be landing some ways away from the unit. Prepare to be on the move as soon as you land." "You mean if we land?" Frairen shouted back at her, and she felt the yak start to spin. The yak was now a litany of noise, a chorus of growling klaxons and ringing warning bells. "We're hit!" came an all-comms call, and Frairen quickly blinked open a video display. Mandarin bombers had managed to land a missile on a Higgins 3, and it was tumbling through space while trailing both oxygen and glittering fragments of metal. The human fighters swarmed around the drop pods now, rotary cannons spewing glowing lines of death as tracers lit up the inky void of space above the planet. "We're losing air!" the pilot called out again, but it was cut short as two more Mandarin missiles made contact. The entire Higgins 3 erupted with a brief flash of light. Troopers, cargo, metal, and parts of the drop pod were thrown out into space in a spray, and Frairen's stomach dropped. "Get SAR out there!" someone called over the link as the fighters engaged in a feverish pitch of aggression, carving a path through the Mandarin for the search and rescue craft, desperately trying to take in any floating troopers they could see were still alive. The drop timer came on for Frairen's own wobbling yak, and she looked around to the other troopers around her. "Get ready! This is going to hurt!" Harrow was watching through his window, listening to the fighting below. When the drop pod screeched through the neighboring building with a boom, he fell to the carpet, covering his head out of instinct as the pod slammed into the concrete below in the middle of the gunfight. The building gave a low groan but held steady, bricks and concrete trailing down through the sky like the broken teeth of a giant that lost a fistfight. "Holy shit," Rowan said in English, then scrambled up to the window as the pod gave a clanging hiss. "Go, go, go!" Frairen howled as she tumbled out of the yak, rolling along the steel onto the ground and firing the entire way. Their yak had come down at an angle, and she had to unfortunately deal with gravity more than the others. Her rolling fire caught the Mandarin raiders off guard, as they had been busy fighting a private security element of the Rowan. Their weapons were cheap Gauss-Tech rifles from the Yorpal, and they were feeling the weight of its lack of penetration. Frairen rolled onto her feet in a squat, her tail brushing against the ground with a swish as her humans and Yorpal came around her to flank, firing on the move. "Why are they here?" A Mandarin raider spat out over the clamor, firing her rifle on the move and watching with anger as the crystal shattered against the heavy armor.
Rowan aren't a part of the Confederation!
Fucking humans!
Another Mandarin howled, then started firing his own weapon at Frairen and her troopers.
They don't know how to leave shit alone!
A usual issue, their crystal-based weapons cut through shields and projectors alike, but failed to fully penetrate old-fashioned human hard armor. Frairen always enjoyed this part, walking through the screeching crystal fire while hammering away with her XC-1 Lancer. There may have only been 6 troopers, but they cut through 20 raiders like butter. Frairen turned to look at the Rowan private security, then pointed her bladed hand at them. "Where are the rest?"
All over!
The Rowan called out, slamming a fresh power pack into his Gauss carbine.
We've been fighting them for hours now! They just don't end! We've lost nearly all of our ground forces! Our vehicles didn't even last an hour!
Frairen blinked at the menus on her helmet display, then found Sergeant Mackey. "Sergeant, we've landed, but we're 10 miles away from you. Cleared out some Mandarin from a residential area."
Get down!
A Yorpal shouted, tackling Frairen to the ground as a Mandarin war vehicle rounded the corner. Everyone took to cover as the barrel of the hover tank hummed, then discharged a hot blue pulse of light, blowing the yak to pieces and sending it skittering across the concrete road. "Armor!" Frairen screamed at Sergeant Mackey as she and everyone else dove for cover. "Mandarin hover armor!"
Stand by,
Sergeant Mackey said calmly, even as he was currently in the middle of his own gunfight. Mandarin hover armor was an odd creature, as they were low and squat, yet hovered around 2 feet from the ground. They had a turret built of angled armor, and their sensor suites looked like a pair of eyes on the turret itself. Ominously, they gave a faint pulse of light every 5 seconds, the only tell of their shields. The hover tank pulsed along the roadway as Mandarin infantry piled behind it, then fired again, blowing a huge chunk out of the roadway where a Rowan mine was hastily set up. Frairen and her men all got up and ran to hardier cover by a water fountain, dodging the crystal munitions of the infantry all the while.
Bomber en route! Stay behind cover!
Sergeant Mackey said to Frairen, even as she was hugging the bum of a Rowan statue. "Yeah, I'll do that!" Frairen barked back as the hover tank gave another report, cleaving away half of the fountain and raining both water and stone onto the troopers surrounding it. The Rowan security forces tried to open up on the infantry as they got close, peeking out from behind their own cover by the building. Frairen turned her head in time to watch them all be turned to red mists of dust, blown to pieces by a direct hit from the cannon. "Ah, shit!" one of her humans said, the female human hugging the ground as hard as she could.
Where did their armor come from? We were supposed to come down with the 3s. They have the anti-armor.
Another human yelled out, leaning up to fire quick bursts at the Mandarin before ducking back down. The hover tank fired again, and more of the Rowan were blown away, though there were survivors this time. A female Rowan called out for aid in her native language, her legs caught under a large chunk of concrete as she fired randomly at the Mandarin. One of her fellow Rowan tried to grab her, but quickly caught 3 rounds of crystal to the chest, falling down dead into the road with a whack of skull against concrete.
"Damn it!"
Frairen hissed, then scrambled up from the ground into a run, hauling ass across the street. Crystal sang and shrieked around her, one round catching her in the shoulder armor and causing her to stumble. But she came down next to the woman. As she hefted the concrete with the aid of her micromotors, she realized the 2 other Yorpal had come with her and were laying down covering fire at the advanced infantry. "Grab her!" Frairen yelled, her muscles bulging with the effort. "Grab her! Grab her! Grab her!" One of the Yorpal grabbed the Rowan by the arm and jerked her out, after which Frairen let go of the concrete with a crash. 2 crystal rounds impacted her chest plate, carrying her backwards. Frairen stumbled and hit the ground as the 2 other Yorpals carried the Rowan to cover, but was back up on her feet after a single breath. She raised her rifle and fired, carrying the line of rounds along the infantry and making them scatter. Frairen heard the hum of the hover tank's barrel, and she pinned her ears against her helmet as the barrel swiveled towards her. "Oh man,
Are you for real?
Not willing to go down easily, she raised her rifle, firing at the tank. She even strode forwards, reloading her rifle to keep firing at the damned thing. She had been taught at the Standing Stones that those who followed Tyr did not go quietly and died with their weapon in their hand facing the enemy. If she was going to die, she would be dying on those terms in order to appease Tyr and not dishonor her fellow Kawaii Yorpal. Oddly enough, Frairen gave the tank pause. The barrel stared at her for a moment as she emptied her third magazine into it. But it began to hum with energy, preparing to turn this arrogant Yorpal to stardust.
You may want to get down,
Came a male voice into her helmet, and Frairen obeyed, falling down to the ground like her strings had been cut. Frairen looked up to see the Boeing IZ-10 zip overhead, its 4 engines glowing blue and red and swallow wings, leaving trails of white vapor in its wake. The anti-armor missile hit the Mandarin hover tank like a small child getting wanged with a baseball bat, and the explosion lifted Frairen from the ground.
Holy fuck!
Frairen howled as the shockwave of both the missiles and the detonation of the tank carried her backwards, rolling and thudding along the concrete like a paper doll in a windstorm. She slid on her front chest plate for 20 feet before coming to a rest in a full starfish, and her helmet was giving her all kinds of warning beeps about that one.
Tank gone?
Sergeant Mackey asked into her ear.
Uh-huh,
Frairen said, still a bit jumbled from the multiple rolls.
Good. Back to work you go then,
Sergeant Mackey said. Frairen puffed out an angry retort of air, then shakily got back up onto her feet as she was juiced with painkillers. She looked over to the 2 Yorpals, the several Rowan that they had picked up, and the 3 humans all looking at her.
What?
Frairen asked them, dropping her magazine and putting in a fresh one as she started walking.
We got work to do. Come on.
The Battle of Wanderel was one for the books. Not only did the big-mouth bass, along with the multiple destroyers that had been attached to her, obliterate the Mandarin world hewer, but it was the first armor-on-armor battle of the war. The Regs of the 7th Infantry got the first Mandarin vehicle kill, beating the bomber by 14 seconds and beat the actual war wave by 32 seconds. Anti-armor scout APCs of the 13th Armored gained the first vehicle-to-vehicle kill of the conflict, having been transported down aboard an experimental armor drop Higgins 3. Sadly, the waylaid Higgins 3 was in a rough spot for rescue, and by the time fighters had cleared the area, only 13 of the 50 men on board were able to be rescued. The rest suffocating inside their armor or dying to the exposure of space. Several Higgins 3s had been hit by fighters and bombers on the way down, but thankfully, only one was lost completely. The fighting continued for several more days, the Mandarin being systematically tracked, found, and destroyed by human infantry and vehicles. Those on the ground were not done, even as the last Mandarin lay dead or taken as prisoner, as the wreckage of the world hewer pounded the planet for days. Rescue operations were carried out in full by all personnel, digging out Rowan survivors from fallen buildings or tracking them down as they hid out in their forests and mountains. Even the human civilian coffee baristas got in on the action, setting up small stalls and handing out free joe to the Rowans. As the bodies were counted, Command realized that the Mandarin were hoping to take the planet, so prisoners were pried open by force to spill their secrets. According to the Mandarin, this planet's sacrifice was to facilitate prayers of power to those on the front line fighting the war wave. They had thought the area empty of ships able to contend with the world hewer, and had assumed that the big-mouth bass was in fact a space station, judging by the readouts. Everyone on board had a good chuckle at that. While the devastation was great, the humans had arrived quickly enough, thanks to the intercession of humans playing with the Rowan, Harrow. Harrow's knowledge of the English language and having made fast friends with American gamers had saved his planet, as well as sparing the remaining 77% of the planet's inhabitants. If it had not been for Harrow, the planet would have been killed to the last and used to feed the Mandarin's eclectic powers. The battle had been fast and fierce and cut short due to the detonation qualities of the Mandarin armor. When a tank was critically hit, it went up in a massive explosion of energy, and it did a good job of clear-cutting Mandarin infantry who were too close. The Mandarin believed that their own energy shields would make child's play of human armor munitions, but it appeared that was not to be the case. Sure, it could stop the sabot rounds and explosives, but a jet of molten metal from shaped cone? That was a surprise for them. The leaders of the Roans were quick to recognize mercy when it was given, as they knew that the humans had no reason to come help them. They could not afford the fees that gave such services. The Cinderal Confederation, while annoyed at the rescue being done for free like it was for the Rimiki, turned a blind eye to it. They knew better than to try and chastise the beast they were currently wielding, and knew that it was more likely for it to bite them for being heartless. If the humans wanted to play hero, so be it. At least the warhound was happy. News of the battle spread far and wide, and the Roan, being as prideful as they were, offered themselves as tribute. In the rights of the Roan, they were technically offering themselves to subjugation, as they had nothing else to give. Roan leadership was more than certain that the humans would absorb them like a meal, devouring the planet and taking it while doing the same to its people. It was a fair trade in their opinion. They were alive, after all, thanks to the human warriors in green. What surprised the Roan was that not only did the big-mouth bass loiter in their space, but it also supplied the planet with crate upon crate of weapons, something called an M16, as well as completely refitting the planet's arsenal. Roan leadership was alarmed.
"We cannot afford this,"
one of them had exclaimed during a meeting, the bright gold Roan sweating bullets.
"We don't have the credits."
A human military ambassador had just scoffed. "Oh, please. These are relics. You're doing us a favor by just taking them out of our warehouses." A month into their extended stay above Wanderil, they learned of the crushing collision of the war wave against the Mandarin proper, and the fight was escalating by the second. The Roan learned of this as well, watching the video feeds from the front lines, and their pride could not allow them to sit idly by. They had been too poor to join the Confederation, to properly exercise themselves in the war at large, and had to be rescued by the humans. But they did have one thing in spades, one thing that had been spared by the timely arrival of the human warriors. Shuttles began leaving Wanderil, arriving on the Big Mouth Bass around the clock, and Colonel Shakes was watching the loading bays fill with Roans as General Greer arrived behind him.
"General?"
Colonel Shakes said, still looking down into the bay with crossed arms. General Greer walked up beside the man, looking down his nose at the legion of Roan waiting in tidy rows.
"What is this? Did we set up a meet and greet?"
"No," Colonel Shakes said. "Those are volunteers."
"Volunteers?"
General Greer said, now taking full note of the Roan below them.
"What do you mean, volunteers? I thought the UAS Senate firmly decided to reject the subjugation offer."
Colonel Shakes nodded.
They did, unanimously. But the Roan aren't taking no for an answer. They are demanding to be taken in and trained. They want to fight and earn back the mercy we showed them.
"Oh, come now."
General Greer muttered.
"We only lost 80 troopers, KIA, and a handful of fighters. Hell, most of the pilots didn't even die. They just ejected out safely. They don't owe us anything."
Both of them watched as the next shuttle landed, and another 50 Roan walked out, along with one that both of them recognized.
"Harrow?"
General Greer said with a smile.
"The one the Admiral had talked to over the game."
Colonel Shakes smiled.
"In the flesh. Looks like he wants to earn his way too." "There are so many,"
General Greer muttered.
"We don't have enough room on this ship for all of them. Did you call in for shuttle lines?"
I did. They'll be here in 10 hours. They were fucking around near the Mars base, so it'll take them a bit.
Colonel Shakes said. Then he placed his hands on his hips.
Well, I guess we'd better get down there and talk to those bananas then.
We gotta figure out what they want.
General Greer smirked, turning and singing as he walked towards the door.
Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana.
How many did you say? Miss Rimiki asked, her scale ridges raised high as she turned to look at Caden. I think I misheard you.
You didn't.
Caden chuckled, laying the last slice of pickle on his sandwich.
You heard me correctly.
Miss Rimiki now furrowed her scale ridges, turning to look at the human standing beside her as they both made their lunch. 1,000 Rowans! That's absurd! I didn't believe you about the 200 Yorpals either. Miss Rimiki was a Zumra, a race of four-eyed draconic star citizens that were well known for their beauty, refined features, and strength. Miss Rimiki's head fronds gave a wiggle as Caden ran a hand down her left hip.
Come on. Would I lie to you?
Caden asked. Miss Rimiki snorted. You lie to me all the time. You think I've forgotten the time you tried to make me believe that thigh-high socks were normal office attire? Or that baby oil is essential to human courting rituals?
It felt essential at the time, and you never complained.
Caden said loftily, and didn't flinch when Miss Rimiki thwacked him on the forehead with a slice of cheddar cheese. Miss Rimiki left it there, stuck above his eyebrows as she continued making her third sandwich. Caden may be able to get away with one sandwich for lunch, but the Zumra needed a little more calories just to maintain their weight. Not to mention, Caden got rather upset if she got too thin. Where are they going to train all these people? The Rowan aren't even members of the Confederation. Why are they giving so many recruits? Miss Rimiki asked. Caden shrugged again, still not removing the cheese, as he cuts his sandwich in half.
Beats me. I only learned about it because some of the other engineers were yapping about it. They learned of it as soon as the ships docked to retrieve the Rowan, and it's spreading faster on the back channels than the official channels.
Well, I'm pretty sure I know where they're going to send all the Yorpal. Miss Rimiki mused, licking her mayonnaise spoon clean with a pop of her full lips. Mayonnaise had been a subtle surprise to the citizens of the stars. For a spreadable sauce, no one had ever thought of mixing egg yolks and oils in such a way. It also had something to do with the earthen chicken eggs, as they appeared to be the only egg that could create the odd, tangy, creamy spread. There had been a minor issue with the Orgur consuming 60% of all exported mayonnaise products, and egg consumption was so high that even humans with apartments kept a small coop, selling the eggs for a fine price.
What makes you say that?
Caden asked her, rustling a small pile of cheddar sour cream chips onto his plate. Miss Rimiki set her 3 sandwiches on her own plate, then stole one of Caden's chips, tossing it into her mouth as she spoke with a smirk. They're going to want to go where Frairen went, and I know which base she calls her home away from home.
You like her, don't you?
Caden asked with a smile, picking up another chip and waggling it at her. As Miss Rimiki opened her mouth, Caden placed the chip on her tongue.
This isn't the first time I've heard you say her name, and you have yet to say it with a frown.
Miss Rimiki chewed happily, wiggling her shoulders back and forth with a cheery flick of her thick draconic tail. She swallowed and then picked up her plate, walking into the living room with a sway of her hips. Let's just say she is pivotal in paving the way.
Cryptic.
Caden mused, then snorted out a laugh as Miss Rimiki hissed at his Maine Coon cat, Squishmallow, who ran spitting and hissing away from the couch. Frairen sighed out, flopping down onto her bunk for the first time since she landed 3 days ago. Frairen was a Yorpal, a semi-bestial race of the stars that hailed from Dagmar Prime. Not that she could really say that anymore, as it seemed Dagmar Prime had turned its back on her. Her people were one of snout and paw, animalistic in appearance and stature. Her fur was a dull yellow, quite common really, while her pink eyes only gave her a little bit of leg to stand out. As soon as she had landed, she had to go through the hell of paperwork and a swift looking over by the land-based doctors. While the corpsmen on the ship had given her a clean bill of health, the Army medics still wanted their pound of flesh. They were more curious to see how she came out after going through a building in her yak drop pod, and were quite pleased to find all of her bones were intact. She then had to see the Rune Keeper, as she had called for Frairen to come by for a visit and a mental wellness check. The Rune Keeper, Captain Loria, was overly thorough in Frairen's opinion, and it made her suspicious as to what was going on. Then Sergeant Mackey picked her up from Captain Loria right on time, and her suspicions only grew after that. Sergeant Mackey was tight-lipped the entire ride in his truck, and they promptly got out when they had arrived at the Uniform Supply DRC.
Sergeant, what is going on?
Frairen said, turning her head slightly to eye the human man.
Why am I at Uniform Supply? I have plenty of uniforms. All of us do.
Sergeant Mackey put his aviators back on, then donned his patrol cap.
You are missing one.
I am not,
Frairen said defiantly. All of my uniforms are waiting for me at my room.
Not this one,
Sergeant Mackey murmured, then snapped his fingers at her as he started to walk.
Let's go, Corporal. Time's a-wastin'.
Frairen rumbled an annoyed growl in her throat, but got into place beside Sergeant Mackey, her ears pinned back as she looked around at the building. When they got inside, he hooked a hard left towards the training section, and Frairen's booted paws skittered to a stop.
Whoa! Hold on now!
Frairen shouted, jabbing a finger towards the sign.
Training? I'm not training anybody.
Sergeant Mackey slowly came to a stop, putting his hands in his pockets with an annoyed roll of the head as he turned.
Yes, you are.
I don't want to train new privates,
Frairen wailed, sagging at the shoulders.
I want to be on the Bass. Training cycles take months, and that means I'll be on this planet for months. I belong in a dropship, not a fucking NCO barracks room, or in a starship.
Starships were self-contained barracks that held both classrooms, dining facilities, outdoor exercise pits, the barracks themselves, and were one-stop shops for training new recruits. Frairen had been quite disappointed when she kept hearing starship during her early training days and was faced with an old brick building to live in.
Himmel and Zetrin will be there in another company,
Sergeant Mackey mused.
They were quite eager to teach new recruits.
Frairen's fur flared out and her hackles raised.
Himmel likes being in buildings, and Zetrin just wants to show off his ferret.
Himmel was a point, a shorter, multicolored race of peoples from Pillin 4. Despite being a slender, athletic race that held deeply colored, pupilless eyes, they had pointed ears and shared many features of the humans. This led them to being called space elves, and they had quite the reputation as drinkers. Zetrin was a Karlaken, a lizard-like peoples that the humans kept comparing to cobras. The little snakes and the Karlaken peoples shared the broad hoods around their heads and the forked tongues, despite the fact they had legs and feet much like the humans themselves.
Corporal,
Sergeant Mackey said, fixing the Yorpal with a look.
You are the highest-ranked Yorpal on active duty, and are a combat veteran. We have a lot of Yorpal coming here, and Command wants you here to assist in their training. This is not a request. You are being ordered to assist the drill sergeants at 313 and get these Yorpal through their training cycle.
Frairen deflated, her ears drooping along with her tail.
But Sergeant!
No.
But the raids! What if there are Mandarin?
The Mandarin can be killed by people besides you, Corporal.
What if you need more soldiers?
We'll call in another ship.
Sergeant, please! I don't want to be stuck planetside for months on end!
Sergeant Mackey rolled his tongue in his cheek, frankly annoyed at Frairen for being so fussy, then pulled his trump card as he set his eyebrows in an aloof manner.
Specialist Rayburn will be on the base as well, helping train light infantry.
Frairen's tail gave a short betraying wag, as well as her ears perking up.
Specialist Rayburn is going to be here?
Uh-huh, Sergeant Mackey said, picking at a small speck of fluff on his uniform's shoulder.
I told her you'd be around too, and all assisting personnel, such as you and Rayburn, are staying in the same NCO barracks, freshly refurnished.
Frairen still didn't like it, but if Rayburn was going to be here... Fine, Frairen muttered, folding her arms angrily, even as her tail still gave short wags. I guess I can deal with this bullshit for a few months.
That a girl,
Sergeant Mackey said dryly, turning on his heels with a long squeak of his boot heels.
Come on, then.
Frairen followed Sergeant Mackey, although still reluctantly, into the training section of the uniform supply building, and she was quickly whisked away by the civilians that worked the area. To her far more happy surprise, she found herself quickly fitted into the new YBDU, or Yorpal Battle Dress uniform. These were designed and tailored to fit Yorpals better than the standard military BDUs they were all currently suffering through, and only managed some level of comfort thanks to the talented seamstresses. There was even a part of the waistline that could be unbuttoned, allowing for the tail to pass through, then rebuttoned for a seamless fit. The bottoms of the BDU trousers could also be unbuttoned at the end like a cuff, allowing the larger Yorpal paw foot to fit through more easily, as well as a more open neck for their chest fur. As Frairen looked at herself in the mirror, she had to admit that she looked good in this uniform. The trousers clung to her curves in a professional manner, and the tapering of the side seams made sure her strong figure stood out more prominently. She didn't want to admit it, but she felt sexy in this uniform, and she kept making herself blush when she would turn around to observe the seat of her trousers. She couldn't even meet herself in the eyes when she saw how her chest looked in the mirror.
Oh, honey, you look stunning!
An older female human said as she came around the corner of the mirror, clapping her hands together in polite glee.
My goodness, you looked like a furry little square in that other uniform compared to this.
Another older human woman with graying blonde hair came around the other end of the mirrors, holding 7 identical uniforms.
They cut quickly thanks to those new machines. With these, the Yorpal will look like actual soldiers now, instead of teenagers in their daddy's uniform.
Human shape isn't the same as a Yorpal, that's for sure.
Came the voice of the other female human, this one getting into her 50s, and she came bustling out of the back while holding an odd cap in her hands.
They have those big old ears and fur, and they can't wear any darn hats. I think I figured this one out, though.
The first older woman dusted down Frairen's shoulder, checking for the fit, then turned to the woman in her 50s while squinting at the cap.
Is that what I think it is?
A mod 1918 overseas cap.
Yep.
The woman said proudly, holding it up for Frairen to see.
I cut a small curve into the fabric so it will fit around the right ear and have a little, jaunty tilt to it. There are clips inside the band that will help it stay in place on the fur. There's no way to make it fit around a Yorpal's head due to the ears, but this way at least it looks the part.
The woman in her 50s stepped right up to Frairen, working the cap into place. Even in her old age and average height, Frairen was still looking at the woman's chin as she got the cap around her ear.
Ah, here we are. The look is complete,
she said, backing up from Frairen with a happy smile. The graying blonde woman shuffled around, then let out a content sigh.
See? There we go. Now the whole look is complete. Can't be complete without a cap or a hat, that's what I always say.
The last woman said, folding her arms as she watched Frairen gape at herself in the mirrors. Frairen had never felt this professional in her life. She looked as if she had stepped out of a slate recording. She quietly wondered to herself what her mother would have to say about this. She had always wanted Frairen to wear pretty clothes proper for a female Yorpal seeking to be someone's Andurhaira. She would likely froth at the mouth seeing Frairen in this uniform, knowing that it would never be a skin-tight glida to send the males into a stupor. With her new uniforms, hats, and boots in hand, Frairen was quickly ushered back into Sergeant Mackey's truck. Dozens of eyes had snapped around to Frairen when she left the seamstress fully dressed, and the other soldiers had tried to stop her and ask her who she was. A dashing male human had nearly caused her to fluster when he walked over, asking her if she had any free time in the evening. It was only the timely intervention of Sergeant Mackey, who had stopped, wondering where the hell Frairen went, that got her out of the situation. That did not stop her tail from wagging all the way to the truck, though. The ride from there to the training barracks had been swift, and the transport buses were already parked outside.
What?
Frairen asked, looking around to Sergeant Mackey in confusion.
Why are we here already?
Because you're going to teach, obviously,
Sergeant Mackey said as he unlocked the doors.
Now get out and go do your job.
What?
Frairen cried out, now inwardly panicking.
Isn't there usually a school for this kind of thing? I thought instructors went to a school.
Sergeant Mackey stared at Frairen, face placid.
You're not a drill sergeant. You're assisting the drill sergeants. If you dally any longer, they're going to come here and find you.
Man!
Frairen whined, grabbing her duffel bag and sliding off the truck's seat.
What about the other stuff I need?
Rayburn will be around with it here soon. You know where the NCO barracks is from here. You can walk it,
Sergeant Mackey said with a wink. Frairen's tail wagged, which made Sergeant Mackey grin, and she quietly cursed the rogue appendage. As the truck pulled away, Frairen turned around and faced the starship. The buses blocked a lot of the view, but she could hear the shark attack happening in the workout pit. She started walking to where she knew the drill sergeants would be, her mind rewinding to her first time here. She had barely gotten a handle on Earth gravity when she was dumped out of the bus, running out of it while holding all her bags. She remembered the drill sergeants surrounding them like a wave, tripping, smacking, pushing, or whirling around them like feral beasts. Training with the Yorpal military had been rather posh, all things considered. You arrived at the training base, watched a few recordings, got spoken to by the commander of the training base, and were then sent out to, well, learn. It was all very formal, nearly a college-like experience. Here it was like a hazing ritual, and it was hell on wheels the entire time. She remembered being launched forward when someone kicked the rucksack on her back, and she had gone rolling along the torn-up tire tread in the pit. When she tried to get up, it was Drill Sergeant Marshall who was screaming down at her, wondering why she was so weak that she was falling down. That had been an eye-opener. Frairen came around the lead bus to see two drill sergeants waiting for her, and thankfully, they were smiling. One was an Asian human, her auburn hair braided into a thick cord, in face, one of a gentle mother. The other was a tall, corn-fed white specimen, his hair dark brown with a matching mustache.
Hey there, Corporal,
the man said, holding out his hand.
You got here just in time.
Frairen took his hand, shaking it as she quickly read his name tape.
Thank you, Drill Sergeant Maxburn.
This was all rather odd. She should have been at the position of parade rest, but they were acting like she was an old friend. She turned and shook the hand of Drill Sergeant Hirata.
My, hard to believe you were here only just a little while ago,
Drill Sergeant Hirata said, giving Frairen a warm smile.
Pride and joy of the 313. Now going forward, do not stand at parade rest for us or any other NCO. You are a trainer now, and you are exempt from that custom. However, all the recruits must give you that courtesy, and you have to be on them about it, all right?
Frairen blinked rapidly.
I'll try.
Drill Sergeant Maxburn chuckled, both he and Drill Sergeant Hirata turning, motioning for Frairen to follow. She quickly stepped up with him, hefting her duffel bag.
This is a rather large training rotation,
Drill Sergeant Maxburn began, as they walked through the square of the company area, the human so tall that he was casting a shadow on Frairen.
Most drill sergeants I've seen for a single class. Usually we have anywhere from 200 to 300, but this has 500 recruits. Not a spare inch in the barracks, let me tell you.
Drill Sergeant Hirata smiled as she turned to look at Frairen.
Of the 500, there are 200 Yorpal volunteers, 150 humans, and 150 Rowan.
Rowan are being trained here? The yellow people from... Frairen started but was interrupted by Drill Sergeant Maxburn.
Yeah, those. They're being trained all over the States and a few over in Europe.
Drill Sergeant Maxburn murmured.
We're treating them as any other alien that comes down here to train, and they will be reforged into warriors.
Drill Sergeant Hirata turned to Frairen, pointing to a spot by a pillar.
Go ahead and stand there. We're nearly done with the hazing. They'll complete their first objective together, and when we are calling out the names of the drill sergeants, we'll do the trainers right after. You're the only one we're naming at the moment, so when you hear your name, walk out towards that podium there.
She pointed to a place where the captain of the starship was getting ready, along with a bored-looking lieutenant who kept checking his watch.
All right, I'll be there,
Frairen said, then watched the two drill sergeants walk off. As she was standing there, she had a sudden thought on how she should walk out there. Should she be loose, professional? Should she walk out there like a killer, putting fear into the other Yorpal? She had killed people, after all, so it's not like the walk wouldn't fit. Frairen, hearing the sounds of both panting, angry shouts and bawling from somewhere in the pit, peeked her head around the wall to look out into the hazing area. While many in the pit were doing their best to remain stalwart in the face of angrily shouting and harassing human drill sergeants, some were not. Well, they weren't doing as well as they may have hoped. The humans, knowing how this all usually went, just put up with it. They narrowed their eyes, set their jaw, and just let the drill sergeants yell at them. Any human going into service also saw the videos and knew what drill sergeants usually got up to. The Yorpals were doing their best to be stoic. Their pinned ears and tucked tails told Frairen that they were afraid, but they were determined as well. All of these Yorpal were Kawaii, renegade Yorpals that were seen as lesser in the eyes of proper Yorpals on their home planet. It was forbidden to join the human military after the first Yorpals had done so, since none of them came back to the Yorpal military. Once a Yorpal went Kawaii, there was very little chance of them ever going back to Dagmar Prime and being treated normally. Then there were the Rowan. Frairen hissed painfully through her teeth as she watched a female Rowan fall to the ground, crying and trying to cover herself with her bags to avoid the drill sergeants. The Rowan were a far more peaceful people, and this was going to be the biggest shock to their lives since the Mandarin landed on their planet. The stronger males and females were doing their best to match the humans, but the weaker males and females were making a real show out of all of this. They cried, cowered, or trembled in the formation, but at least they didn't run. She did like the Rowan, though. They were a cute little race of the stars. Their large, wide ears made her think of the Prill, but they had full heads of hair and were more human-like in their builds. If anything, they were just yellow, big-eared humans with curly hair. If humans were weak, frail, and prone to being winded by stairs. Frairen watched them fumble through their first objective. It was a classic, laying down a canteen belt and arranging them so they were all going the same way, and laid out in the same fashion as the others. The humans were quick, as were the Yorpal. But the Rowan... They made soup and sandwiches out of the entire ordeal. A male Rowan was in tears trying to get his canteen going the right direction, all while the drill sergeant's knife handed him within an inch of his life. Even the Rowan next to him were trying to suck back their own tears, and a heavy-chested Rowan was shaking so hard that she always seemed to be in motion. Frairen got a good chuckle out of that, and that Rowan was going to hate the lack of room and the power armor. Finally, they all completed their first objective, and the captain started with their speech. And tears taint did he ever have a speech. Frairen found officers tiresome for this one reason the most. If at any time they needed to make a speech of any kind, they dragged it out like stretching a piece of chewing gum. Frairen was nearly going numb at the brain when she heard names start getting listed off, and she straightened up behind her little hidden area, making sure her uniform was still good.
And as a trainer, in order to give you all true and recent combat experience through the eyes of a non-human soldier, we have Corporal Frairen here to show you all how to become one with the warriors green,
the captain said, then held out a hand for Frairen. Frairen set her eyes and mouth to a grim military edge and walked out from the hidden shadows of the company area. As soon as she hit the open air, there was a sharp inhale of breath from all the Yorple.
Look at the size of her.
A female Yorple breathed out, eyes wide in shock. A red male, his eyes locked on Frairen, started wagging his tail.
She's real. Stars above, she's a monster.
Frairen snapped her head around to the male, and nearly all 200 Yorple flinched back, avoiding her gaze. They were all so small. It still tickled her to no end that Yorples were so naturally small and demure, unforged upon the anvil of humanity. The Rowan all bowed their heads to Frairen. They knew her, and that she had set boots down onto their world, and they had nothing but the utmost respect for her. Captain Tilde nodded his head to her as Frairen stood at attention, then turned to the new recruits.
Maybe Corporal Frairen has some choice words for you. Words of wisdom for her fellow star citizens.
Frairen grinned, letting her fangs show as she raised her voice to those ahead of her in the formation. Dry up those damn tears. There's no place for them here. If you want to cry and lay on the ground, she pointed a bladed hand toward the buses. The buses are right there. If you want to wail like children, go home and do it. This is a place for soldiers, not weanlings, and Earth is not kind to the weak. The formation was deadly silent. Then a male Rowan went to make a run for the buses. 3 other male Rowans turned and snatched up his uniform, dragging him back into place. Whatever he was saying to them was quickly hushed down with a hard slap. A female Rowan, who was moving to make her own run, halted mid-step, instead slowly turning back into her place within the formation. Just as she remembered, as the days began to pass, the new Yorple and Rowan would have to deal with the first hurdle of their training, Earth. The main ingredient of what made the warriors of Earth the warriors of Earth was the planet itself. The gravity was punishing. The weather was unkind. The teachers of its warriors more unkind than even the weather, frankly. The first few weeks was just conditioning the recruits. Frairen arrived bright and early before the sun, running and lifting with the recruits. The new Yorple were flagging even more than she had been, and she realized quite quickly that these were civilian Yorples. All of her class had at least been soldiers. This class, artists, writers, cafe workers, factory workers, students, they were all weak. Their weakness made Frairen hate them, a burning shame that swirled around her heart. This fire inside of her had been drilled into her by her own human drill sergeants, as if they had dropped a little core of the planet into her during her own training. The human drill sergeants were hard. This much was true to the Yorple and Rowan, but they were no comparison to the demon known as Corporal Frairen. The devil Kahuai was a boogeyman to the Yorple, and the males were not handling her having power well. A large, tawny male Yorple had challenged her week 2, chafing under her constant chastising, and had had enough. He had shoved Frairen in the chest, going to tell her to back off. He didn't even get the words back out before Frairen was on him. Human drill sergeants stood aside and let Frairen teach, bludgeoning the male Yorple as if he were a child. Frairen was a Yorple of the Warriors Green, forged in blood and brass by the humans on Earth itself, and she was not to be trifled with. A second blue male Yorple thought it was a fluke, and both he and 2 other male Yorple tried to ambush Frairen in order to put her back in her place. These civilian Yorple were still running off of Yorple cultural norms. Frairen knew this, but they were also going to learn how things worked here, in this particular military. The human drill sergeants did nothing here as well, merely making a ring for Frairen to teach in. They themselves already had to thump down a few of the human recruits who got a little too much steam in their pipes, and this was all part of the modern American military process. The Rowans stared on in awe with the other sore civilian Yorples as Frairen decimated them as a group. Frairen was built, strong, and had what they did not have yet: human-instilled drive. Frairen had been in more melee battles than she could count, had killed dozens of Mandarin by this point, and she saw this as nothing different. They caught her outside the DFAC as she was walking out, the three having been hiding nearby and watching while the post-meal formation came together. Frairen was caught off guard, but her well-honed senses kicked in immediately as all three made contact with her. Frairen snarled out a wordless challenge and caught one in the nose with a hard elbow, turning with the action to crack her skull against the face of the other. The third was on her back, expecting her to crumble under the weight, but Frairen's thighs explained to him that this was not going to happen. She had been trained in Earth's gravity, with human techniques, and fed a steady diet of human food. Her thighs locked in place, bearing the male Yorpal's weight easily, and she felt him tense up on her back. "Oops," Frairen hissed at him through bared teeth, turning to look over her shoulder as his tail was quickly caught up in both her fists. His soul was not ready for the sound his mouth made when she twitched her hands. By the time 6 seconds had elapsed, all three of the male Yorpal were broken in several places. One had a shattered nose, the other missing 3 of their teeth, and the third, well, Frairen had broken his tail with a loud, audible snap in order to make the point stick to the other Yorpal. They lay on the ground whimpering as a couple of medics started making their way over, already pulling out the painkillers.
How?
A black female Yorpal asked, amazed by the fact Frairen wasn't even breathing hard.
How are you able? How?
Frairen straightened up, corrected the position of her cap around her ear, then let her arms hang as she spoke to those around her. "You will not be normal Yorpal for long," Frairen said, slowly stepping in front of the line of Yorpal that had gathered. "You are all weak. Dagmar Prime weak. You are still thinking as if you are on Dagmar. You are not on Dagmar. You are on Earth. Earth is going to change you, break you down, and rebuild you into something new." Frairen slowly began to take off her uniform top, undoing the buttons as she looked to the black Yorpal. "You, come here."
Yes, sir. I mean, ma'am. I mean,
The Yorpal started stammering out, but quieted down as Frairen tossed her uniform blouse to her. "Don't drop that, or I'll break your nose next." Frairen growled at her, and the black Yorpal dropped her head in a respectful bow. She turned to the others as she untucked her uniform shirt. "You believe you are strong. You believe you are tough enough to survive in the human military. Earn your way. Become a Kawaii warhound like me." Frairen pulled her uniform shirt over her head, standing there in her cap, bra, and uniform trousers. Her muscles rippled under her fur as she opened her arms out to her fellow Yorpal, and she made sure to really flex her stomach to really make her abdominals pop. "None of you are there yet. None of you are even a match for me. I could take each and every one of you on right here, right now, and kill each of you with my bare hands. Earth is going to feed you and give you strength you have never known with its nourishment. Its gravity will build you. Its terrain will test you. Its people will train you and remake you. You will grow taller, stronger, and only when you have cracked through Atmo on your first drop and land with thunder can you ever be considered a Kawaii warhound." Frairen held up an arm and flexed, letting the male and female Yorpals see how not even her fur could hide the bulges of muscle. "Any more of you weanlings want to waste my time, or is 4 males being broken enough for you?" The Yorpals in front of her were dead silent, and all of them looked afraid of her. "Good," Frairen said, turning to get her uniform shirt. She looked up at the human drill sergeants, and all of them were struggling to hold in laughter. Drill Sergeant Hirata was silently wheezing, waving a hand in front of her face as she tried to not cry out her words.
She flexed on them. She literally flexed on them. Oh my god.
It was the last time Frairen was challenged, and the Yorpal fell in line behind their obvious Yingha, or the alpha Yorpal in charge of a group. The weeks wore on, and Frairen found the Rowan tiring. They were just as civilian as the Yorpal, but they were a poorer, more peaceful world. During training, they constantly whined and cried about being sore, about how they were hungry, how hot it was, how uncomfortable they were. It never ended. The Yorpal weren't any better, languishing under the Missouri sun as they trained under the sky's gravity. To their credit, the Roans stuck it out due to pride and dedication to their people, and did not want to be known as the first Rowan to drop out due to weakness. The Yorpal held on due to the fact Frairen was there, and did not want to look weak in front of the human-forged Yorpal. The baleful pink eyes of Frairen haunted them like a ghost, looming out of the darkness with the other drill sergeants during training. The warhound corporal chased them through the Missouri woods during ambush training, tormenting them as she taught how to react to fire. She battered them black and blue in hand-to-hand combat training, teaching them how to use their size to their advantage and how to push through the pain. Frairen strode above them as they fired on the range, crying out and shrinking away as she laced rounds next to their heads from her XC-1 Lancer rifle. "The enemy is going to fire back! Do you think combat is going to be another lazy day on the range?" Frairen screamed down at them, kicking sand over their heads, or even pelting bodies with rocks as they fired. Frairen really enjoyed this part. She didn't know why, but she found it a good bit of fun. The Yorpal were starting to finally get into shape, get into the swing of things, and the Rowan were right behind them. Day after day, Frairen and the human drill sergeants broke these star citizens and molded them into something else. Something tough, hardy, and deadly, hammered again and again on the anvil of Earth until the scale left their bodies. Frairen pushed them to the brink of quitting multiple times, using Earth itself as a weapon. She never allowed the Yorpals to slack off, to slow down while on runs, to do the bare minimum of workouts. Frairen worked them to their undercoats, letting no one take the easy way out. Summer was not working in their favor. Rowans and Yorpal languishing under the heat. Neither race normally had to deal with heat like this, and it left them wobbling at the knee after every training session. The heat, the gravity, the air, the harshness of humans, and the little Yorpal maniac they had created. It was a lot to bear. On top of that, they had rough gravel roads to march on, rolling grasslands they had to low crawl through, pelting rainstorms that tried to drown them even as they stood, and wind so strong it threatened to rip their very souls away. The weather was just another layer to the training, a painful dollop of cream that no one could bear to savor. The weeks carried on. Rowan and Yorpal became stronger, changing, rearranging, learning, and time skipped by. It was the day before the armored training that Frairen found herself back at Specialist Rayburn's room, and she knocked at the door. Specialist Rayburn opened the door, dark hair freshly showered, wearing a pair of sweatpants, a long flowing t-shirt, and a bright smile. She was outside a little more and was becoming more tan, and it made her green eyes shine all the brighter. "About time you got here. You told me 10 minutes," Rayburn said, stepping back to let Frairen in. Frairen groaned, setting her cap on Rayburn's desk. "I know, but I had to double-check with the drill sergeants about tomorrow. Meeting took longer than expected." "Your spare comfy clothes are in the top drawer," Rayburn said, popping a bag of popcorn into a Yangla cooker. Frairen shrugged off her uniform top, wincing. "Thanks, Rayburn. I guess I'm late enough all the time that it was smart of you to leave clothes here?" "Yeah," Rayburn said with a smirk, pushing numbers on the Yangla cooker. "You'd probably go to get changed in your room and fall asleep on the couch again." Frairen mumbled under her breath as she pulled off her uniform shirt. "I said I was sorry." Yeah. Had to walk all the way down there and wake you up." Rayburn chided playfully, watching as Frairen changed out of her work clothes and into something more comfortable. Frairen always felt good wearing sweatpants. They were a stupid, ugly garment, but damn if they weren't cozy. "All right, let's get this over with," Rayburn said, and she turned to rustle around inside of a drawer. Frairen turned, then rolled her head with a laugh as she spied Rayburn pulling out a brush. "Really? Now? Your fur is all out of whack, and your tail looks like the wind chewed on it. Come here, let me fix it," Rayburn demanded, patting a spot in front of her on the ground pillows.
Frairen rumbled in annoyance, but tiredly walked over towards the female human and sat down on a ground pillow. Rayburn slapped her own thigh a few times, and Frairen rolled her eyes this time. "Really?" Frairen asked her, looking over her shoulder with a wry grin. Rayburn slapped her thigh again with the brush. "Come on, then." "Ugh." Frairen sighed out, but slowly laid down on her side, resting her furred cheek on the human's well-muscled thigh. "There." Rayburn giggled, then started to brush, both of them trying their best to ignore Frairen's wagging tail. Miss Rimiki lounged on her daybed, the long, odd-looking couch set in front of a long window. Miss Rimiki was a Zumra, a race of four-eyed draconic star citizens that were well known for their beauty, refined features, and strength. Miss Rimiki was a little different from other Zumra, for the fact she could attack the mental faculties of other races, even though cats were apparently immune. Caden, her human lover, had taken her on a little beach trip to get away from the creeping cold of the orbiting space stations. While the beach in the distance did sound lovely, and the air was warm and salty, there was a single issue she did not want to contend with: seagulls. Seagulls, for whatever star-forsaken reason, were also immune to the effects of her head fronds, and even seemed to take it personally when she tried to brain zap them for the attempted theft of her french fries. Miss Rimiki knew crows and the like had good memories, but the vengeance of the seagull was nothing to be played down. To avoid this new mortal enemy, which she ranked up alongside cats, Miss Rimiki decided that for today she was simply going to sunbathe. Caden, sitting on an actual couch a few feet away and working on his data table, looked up at her every once in a while to smile and observe her. Miss Rimiki was wearing something the humans called a bikini, and she didn't feel brave enough to wear it outside yet. She had worn a one-piece bathing suit when she went out to splash around in the ocean for a bit, but this thing, well, there was very little to hide. It was annoying enough just trying to walk around in it, as the damned fabric kept trying to crawl between her butt cheeks like a gabran trying to flee the burn of the sun. Caden, on the other hand, seemed to take great pleasure in her wearing the bikini, and even now still chuckled when he saw the print. Miss Rimiki had found a dinosaur-themed bikini in which the seat of her bikini bottoms had the phrase "Dynamite" across it in broad letters. The effect was reduced as the letters D-ite were normally the only ones visible due to the particular weight Miss Rimiki carried in her hind quarters. Miss Rimiki opened an eye, looking over to Caden as he had paused again to look at her, his eyes tracing along her strong scaled thighs and toned stomach. "I'm not an iguana in a tank, you know," Miss Rimiki murmured, reaching up to stretch and pop her thick back muscles. Caden chuckled.
I am aware, though I must say, you would make a fantastic display specimen.
"Har har," Miss Rimiki rumbled, picking up a piece of pineapple from one of her many empty drinks and tossing it at the human. She had quickly fallen in love with something called a Mai Tai and was on her 7th already. She didn't like being so large, as it made buying clothes difficult, but it came in handy with human alcohol.
So, have you been doing any more research while here at the beach?
Caden asked, going back to tapping and pinching at his data table.
You looked to be nose deep in your data slate yesterday.
Miss Rimiki let out a yawn, baring her pearly fangs to the warm sun, then sat up with a slight bounce. "I've been reading up on some of the odder things about humans. That class is nearing the end of their cycle, and they are constantly probing me."
I'm sure they're just excited to come down here and run around is all.
Caden said loftily, squinting at a schematic of the battery array for a destroyer. "Speaking of running," Miss Rimiki said, standing up and once again picking her bikini bottom free of her rear. Her tail was making a real mess of things, too. "Did you know humans are the fastest of all the members within the Cinderella Confederation?" Caden blinked and looked up.
Us? It's not the Yorple?
Quite the opposite, actually, Miss Rimiki said as she padded across the carpet towards the kitchen. She wanted a string cheese, and Caden always had a pack for her somewhere. While Yorples will outstrip anyone at short distance sprinting, they can't hold up the pace of a human. We Zumra are strong, yes, but we are not fast. Our muscles are too dense and our bones are too heavy. Caden leaned to the side to peek inside the kitchen, watching Miss Rimiki bend over and prowl around in the fridge. He personally didn't mind those thick muscles or heavy bones. The point have those short little legs, so they're not running anywhere fast. The Jinn and Carlaken are okay at running, but they can't last as long at distance. Don't even get me started on the Rowan or Opticon. They can barely manage a mile before they start to burn out. Miss Rimiki went on, her tail swaying back and forth as she quickly grabbed up 3 cheese sticks and a bottle of tea. A strong body meant more calories required, and it felt like she was always eating when she came down to earth. The Mandarin and Prill come close, but even they start to lag after 2 miles. The Nimiki? I actually don't think I've ever seen a Nimiki run. Caden quickly sat up straight, pretending like he hadn't been oogling Miss Rimiki the entire time.
Oh, I'm sure they could be compelled to run if they had a reason to.
No, I'm pretty sure they can't run, Miss Rimiki replied, peeling open her cheese sticks. The Mandarin slaughtered them so easily because they just couldn't manage it. That's what the reports say, anyway. Caden snorted, then patted his thighs as he smiled at the bikini-clad Zumra. Miss Rimiki rolled her eyes. This was another odd thing about humans that still confused her, the whole crushing thing. Hundreds of millions of humans used weighted blankets to sleep, as the weight was alleged to be a stress reliever to them. Caden, however, just wanted to be used as a chair, and the curious mindset was oddly more prevalent than she would have guessed. She had a line of communication with a Zumra researcher in a human state called Maine, and even he found it odd. His human lover always asked him to lay with her on the couch, and she always ended up either under or halfway under him while they watched movies. She would also fall asleep quickly, in which he would have to carry her to bed. Miss Rimiki was certain Caden did not want to go to sleep, and again, just wanted to be used as a chair. He was so weird sometimes. She slid in between him and the data table and slowly sat down, in which his arms were instantly around her stomach and his throat filled with pleased laughter. Miss Rimiki just shook her head fronds waving as she slowly peeled her cheese stick. "This is by far one of the weirdest things you ask me to do," she muttered, popping a strand of mozzarella into her mouth. Caden leaned around and under her arm, kissing her ribs. "I can get weirder." "Please don't," Miss Rimiki said with a chuckle, then pinned his head to her ribs with a flexed bicep. "Or else I'll have to render you to jelly." Caden let out a chortle and spluttered, smashed between Zumra bicep, rib cage, and something much softer. "But you render me to jelly every time I look at you." Miss Rimiki flushed, then rolled her eyes. Frairen woke up with a start, lurching off the bed as if she had been touched with a shock prod. Her mind was constantly traveling back to her old battlefronts, but the Rowan being blown apart by that Mandarin hover armor was still coming back at her. She wasn't sure why it bothered her so much, but it stuck to her mind like old cheese. Pizza cheese. Pizza. Frairen's stomach gave a discontented growl of hunger, and she pulled the blankets off of her with a grunt, swinging her pawed feet down onto the deck of her room. Frairen was a Yorple, a semi-bestial race of star citizens that hailed from Dagmar Prime. Her people were one of snout and paws, but she was a Kawaii, a rogue Yorple. Her dull yellow fur caught the morning light with a slight glow, the sun causing her pink eyes to shine like rose garnets as she passed the window. As she opened the door to her fridge, her data slate gave a chirp from the counter. She picked it up, and there were 2 messages, one from her sister Ramira, and the other was from Rayburn.
Frairen had a moment of pause in deciding which to open first and decided to open Ramira's.
Karu awari ramta!
Was the message that greeted her, along with a long slew of Yorpal emojis that made Frairen smile. Ramira was still trying to get used to dark roasted coffee and was having a time of it. Judging by the amount of puking Yorpal emojis and toilets, she was having a real rough go. She opened Rayburn's while sipping an already opened bottle from her fridge and nearly spluttered when the image popped up. Rayburn may have been working in the field of training new recruits for the light infantry, but she was a master of psychological warfare. As Frairen coughed and blinked away the tears in her eyes, she scrolled down below the image to see the words, "Can't wait for movie night," with a heart next to them.
Where did she even take that picture?
Frairen said aloud, even though her tail was wagging behind her.
That's grass! She took that outside?
Frairen stared at the picture for a little too long, then cleared her throat to the empty room, putting the data slate back down on the counter while pulling out a frozen pizza. Humans, for whatever reason, were constantly in the predation mindset. It was always present, and when not at war, the warrior caste got even more ferocious in their chases. It wasn't even like they wanted to do anything either. Sometimes they just did it to make the heart race. Rayburn was one of those particular hunters, getting Frairen's heart pounding so hard that the Yorpal could feel it in her toes. When her breakfast pizza was just about done, another chime from her data slate caught her attention, and she opened it as she put on her oven mitt. It was a message from Drill Sergeant Maxburn. "Gas run, 1000. We're bruising the bananas and slagging the Yorpals."
Ugh.
Frairen grumbled, pulling out her pizza and setting it on the stove. Gas runs were a torture test for recruits. Humans could run, and man did they love to run. She hated them during her time here in basic, and even though she was different from that wiry Yorpal of the past, she still didn't like running. Humans could jog for hours, bleeding away moisture and just keeping their feet moving. Hell, she had seen fit humans actually run for 2 miles, running down their challengers from other planets in a show of force. It was an odd ability, but even now, it was starting to strike fear into the Mandarin. The Mandarin, with their elven looks, over 6-foot-tall bodies, dark-toned skin, and eyes as red as human blood, were formidable. Even with their tufted furred tails, they could go toe-to-toe with a human for a lot longer than anyone else could, and killed plenty of humans in hand-to-hand combat. What they couldn't do was outrun them. Humans in the light infantry were hunters through and through, and the Mandarin were their prey, as if they were flagging deer in a forest. The Mandarin found human tactics punishing. They targeted vehicles first, anything that could carry troops. They took out landers, skiffs, corsairs, anything that could be used to run and escape their wrath. The Mandarin fancied themselves alpha predators, the top of the food chain, and treated everyone as such. Humans appeared to take that personally. It went as far as humans isolating entire Mandarin combat groups when they had a chance to, dissecting them if time allowed. They forced the Mandarin to run, driven like cattle across terrain. It was cruel, but the Mandarin made it quite clear they were just as savage, just as brutal, and they rubbed humans the wrong way. It was fascinating in all the worst ways, horrifying to most, a display of brutality to others. The theories on human hunting tactics during their growing stages were known, but no one expected them to bring those tactics to a modern battlefield. It was almost barbaric, but humanity wanted to fill the enemy with fear, so they did. Should the Mandarin find themselves within the jaws of the human trap, they were forced to flee on foot. Human ships kept the skies clear and made it evident to those down below that no one was coming to save them. The Mandarin ran, and the humans hunted. It started off slow, judging by the reports and video files. The weaker Mandarin were killed loudly, slowly, filling the survivors with fear. Light infantry and their bayonets cut at the hamstrings, and some humans even let their quarry go, letting them fill their fellows with dread. The Mandarin would try to sleep, to rest,
only to find humans stalking along the wood line or running through the bushes, terrifying them. The Mandarin would run, and the humans would chase, all while their fellow troopers from the stars rested. The Yorpal, Point, Carlaken, and Jin thanked their lucky stars they were on the side of humanity, and the fact those weren't their screams carrying over on the wind. The screams of the hunted Mandarin terrified them to their core. By the time a Mandarin was killed, they could do nothing more than crawl, still desperately trying to get away from the ever-roving humans. Hundreds of thousands died to humans hunting them in this fashion. Mandarin bodies still laying in bedrolls where they were too exhausted to get up, too tired to fight back, and died on the ground to a human bayonet. The humans prowled across planets, killing and butchering all that they could, sometimes joined by refreshed Jin, Yorpal, and Carlaken, until there were exactly 100 survivors left. When these last few chosen survivors were together, herded into one place like cattle with their ragged armor, gaunt faces, and darkened eyes, they would find a Mandarin skiff, a gift to those who survived the hunt. The Mandarin would board and run, fleeing to only bring back the tale to command and to their fellow Mandarin warriors. Fear of humanity spread quickly, and soon the Mandarin were too terrified to even risk being caught by the humans without excessive exfil craft. Raids picked up, of course, as the Mandarin required sacrifices and the like to better their morale. But they were scared. They had accidentally found the bigger fish. That was not to say the Mandarin were not giving as good as they got. Mandarin battle groups were still formidable when they had appropriate air power, and the humans seemed to relish in the fact they had finally found a proper enemy. Frairen, however, was not on the front line. She pulled down her long-bladed pizza cutter and cut her za into 4 slices. The crunch of the crust and the pull of the cheese made her smile, her ears perking to the prelude of deliciousness. There was a quote that always made her laugh, usually said by humans when they were hungry. Pizza is always better than sex. Frairen had not actually, done anything yet with anyone, whether that was Yorpal human or otherwise, but she did wonder if it would even be anywhere near as good as pizza. Sure, she had enjoyed a little heavy petting from male and female humans, but come on, pizza had cheese on it. Could a little carnal fornication really compare to the tang of pizza sauce and savory pull of mozzarella? As she quickly munched through her pizza, enjoying it with a couple of ciders, she got dressed for PT all the while, making sure not to get pizza sauce on her gray shirt. By the time she had licked her fingers clean and put on her paw shoes, she was satiated, awake, and slightly buzzed, the perfect state for a human warrior. Drill Sergeant Maxburn and the other drill sergeants had just gotten all the recruits out of bed in the company area by the time Frairen arrived. She was whistling to herself as all the recruits looked at her glumly, still not used to waking up this early in the morning under the Earth's gravity. "Shashk aha!" Frairen called out to the Yorpals in the formation, and they all bowed their heads to her. "Erlik brek." A black female Yorpal sighed out, rubbing at her eyes with her pawed hands. Frairen chuckled at that, but took up her position where the instructors were supposed to stand. Drill Sergeant Maxburn let them all know they were going on a gas run, a long-distance run designed to see where they were in their state of readiness. These kinds of runs were not about finishing. They were designed to see just how far a recruit could go. Frairen hated them back then, and she was not looking forward to them now, but she had to show these Yorpal what they could achieve by sticking with it.
Remember, my little bastard children, it's not about giving up quickly. Push yourselves as far as you can. We have medics on standby, so the risk of death is low.
Drill Sergeant Maxburn said. A Rowan raised her hand.
Drill Sergeant, you said low. Did you mean there is no chance, or that there is an actual chance we may die from this run?
Frairen let out a small giggle, which made all of the Yorpals rather nervous. They didn't like when Frairen giggled, especially on the weapon ranges.
I wouldn't worry about it. Either way, skinwalkers get fed. Ha! Anywhooser, let's get it on. Forward!
The command to step off was given, and Frairen ambled alongside the Yorples with Drill Sergeant Hirata. As they made their way down the road towards the designated running road made from dirt, Frairen hiked up her shorts and tied the extra fabric of her shirt behind her. This gave her a rather sporty tomboy look that Rayburn had taught her, as well as making sure she didn't chafe. Fabric on fur was hell, and the less loose fabric there was, the happier she'd be after the 5th mile.
Wow!
A female Yorple breathed out as she got a good look at Frairen's more hidden places.
Look at her.
A male Yorple gulped, suddenly finding his PT shirt a little too hot, and kept struggling to keep his eyes off of Frairen.
Why don't others look like her? I mean, they kinda do, but not like that.
Human magic.
Another Yorple whispered, but a quick look from Frairen made them all go quiet. It was true that a few of the humans jokingly called her tier blessed, and that she was slightly larger than the other female Yorple, but Frairen chalked that up to excess calories fueling her workout regimens.
All right, we're all gonna take off at a jog. If you think you're fast, come up here with me. If you don't think you're fast, Drill Sergeant Hirata is keeping a more mild time. If you're a Yorple, you're sticking with Corporal Frairen. On the whistle!
Drill Sergeant Maxburn called out as recruits scrambled into place. Nearly all of the humans went up to the front. High schools had vigorous PT programs in their classes, and even students put adult members on the Syndral Confederation to shame. A bright whistle shrieked, and everyone took off. Frairen kept her pace normal, going for a nice light jog if anything. After the first mile, she and the other Yorple had to start weaving through the quickly falling out Rowan, huffing and breathing heavily as their yellow skin poured sweat. She couldn't really blame them or anything. Earth gravity was a bitch to get used to, and the Missouri heat didn't help at all. "Drill Sergeant Maxburn is gonna have you lot for socks if you don't get back into it," Frairen called out, clapping her pawed hands together. "Come on now, up, up! Get those feet moving!" The Rowans heaved in more breaths and set off, though it was more of an airborne shuffle than a jog. Half of the Rowan recruits were shuffling behind the Yorples when they hit the 2nd mile, and said Yorples were already holding on to stitches in their sides, or panting heavily with pinned ears. Frairen, whose pawed hands were not even wet, looked at her mini slate that was on a band around her wrists. She idly responded to Ramira while calling out to the Yorple around her. "You've passed 2 miles, but to graduate, you're gonna need to beat 3 miles in under 25 minutes. This is to prove you have the lungs and leg muscle to carry you across a battlefield."
3 miles?
A flagging red male Yorple groaned out, panting hard at the mouth and wheezing slightly.
Isn't 2 enough?
A pearly white female Yorple was blinking through the sweat in her eyes, while panting as well.
Isn't that like 6 something? Matcha?
Yorples did sweat, but like most furred creatures, they couldn't sweat like humans. They mostly cooled down by panting and sweating through their eyes, nose, hands, and feet. In crucial areas, they sometimes shaved their fur shorter, but that was seen as a last resort. "It's only another mile. Try and make it there at least." Frairen chided them, now running backwards in front of them. "If you think this is hard, wait until you're wearing your armor."
Armor!
They all cried at once, causing Frairen to laugh before taking off at a faster pace. "Come on, little doggies," Frairen called out. "Keep up with the big bad kawaii werewolf." As they quickened their pace, the white female Yorple let out a pained cry.
Oh, I hate her. She's enjoying this.
Yup. A blue male Yorple groaned out as he tried to keep up the pace.
Did you forget she was tutored by humans or something?
As Frairen kept up the pace on the Yorple, they started running into more and more Rowan. The poor yellow-skinned peoples were either standing still, heaving in breath through their mouths, or were laying in the dirt on their backs, chest pumping as they tried to recover. Frairen ran on a little more to find Drill Sergeant Hirata standing still, Rowanless, while directing medics to the more prone to deadification Rowan. Drill Sergeant Hirata turned to look at Frairen, then grinned.
Come on now, make them fall out.
I'm trying, Frairen called out with a laugh. Drill Sergeant Hirata thought for a moment, then turned to the other Yorpal who were jogging up.
If any of you, and I mean a single one of you, grab Corporal Frairen's tail, I'll call in pizza for chow tonight.
A gleam hit the eyes of all the Yorpal recruits, and Frairen's laugh turned into a feral smile.
Good luck, fellas.
A male Rowan panted from the ground, having fallen over into the grass beside the running road.
I wouldn't mind a slice after this bullshit.
As all the Yorpal leaned into the run, Frairen took off at a sprint. Unlike these tender foots, Frairen had been honed and polished into the peak of what a Yorpal could be. She was the werewolf made by the humans, and she would not be caught so easily. The Yorpals were fast at first, sure, their mouths open and lungs pumping as they dug deep for a sprint, but they were basing their assumptions off of the energy they had. Frairen slowed down just enough to give them hope, the white female leaning out with eager fingers toward her swishing tail. But Frairen put on the speed. She didn't just outrun the Yorpal, she outstripped them foot by foot. They kept up the chase for a quarter mile before their legs gave out, and Yorpals started dropping like flies onto the road, rolling along the dirt in a whirlwind of tail and limbs. Frairen hummed to herself as she turned around, gamely jogging around all of the falling Yorpal. Not one remained on their feet.
Well, with a little more application of regimen, I think you lot could make it past the requirements.
None of them had the breath to talk, instead just dragging in ragged breaths into their lungs and clutching their hands to the stitches in their sides.
You guys want to see something really crazy, though?
Frairen said as she leaned down and rested her hands on her knees, wagging her tail happily behind her. A dusky brown male Yorpal cracked open an eye, looking up at Frairen as if she were a furry Yorpal angel of death he had read about in the human books. His voice was haggard and strained.
What?
Frairen grinned down at him and then stood up, gesturing with a bladed hand around the bend in the road.
Use your ears.
What do you hear?
My own heart trying to crawl out of my ribs.
A female Yorpal called out, eliciting a few exhausted laughs from the falling Yorpal. All of them, however, strained their ears, and they could hear the crunch of boot on loose dirt and rock. You may think the humans are scary because of their weapons or their armor, but there is one true scary thing about humans that all of you will come to respect quite quickly. Frairen called out, stepping off to the side of the road as she gestured with both hands, giving them a wiggle for effect. Their endurance! The massive form of Drill Sergeant Maxburn loomed around the bend, though he was in a proper run and looking over his shoulder.
Let's go, you fucking worms! Do you want ice cream or not?
I swear to God, I will have my rocky road!
Came another voice, and a female human came hauling ass around the bend, arms pumping and feet digging into the road as she chased Drill Sergeant Maxburn. Drill Sergeant Maxburn gave a cackle as he put on more speed.
Oh shit! The fun runner!
Get back here, you son of a bitch!
She called out, her face nearly feral as she put every ounce of her person into catching the elusive Drill Sergeant Maxburn.
You dare taunt me with marshmallow-laden chocolate? I'll have you within a quarter mile!
More humans came sprinting around the bend, their chests swelling rapidly as they drew in air.
Rainbow sherbet! Vanilla and caramel! Butter pecan!
The Yorpal recruits sat in silent shock as the humans all streamed around the bend, chasing Drill Sergeant Maxburn in the pursuit of their prize.
How many miles he take you out?
Frairen called out to the more relaxed runners, and a male human turned his head to her.
Oh, hey, Corporal Frairen. We just went out for 5.
5?
A Yorpal breathed out, running a pawed hand through her orange fur.
5 out? That means they're running 10 total?
They'll take a breather at 6 miles. They always do, Frairen said, crossing her arms under her chest as she watched the last human go jogging by.
Drill Sergeant Maxborn likes to run them out fast, then run them back slow. Barring ice cream wagers, that is.
The Yorpals all looked to each other in shock, then gazed over their shoulders to watch the humans disappear around the next bend.
They can just run like that? They don't get hot?
The orange-furred female asked Frairen. They do, Frairen said with a nod. They just get sweaty. They'll get so wet they'll have to peel those clothes off of themselves, then drink a whole bunch of water. Unlike the rest of us, humans are made for running. They have resilient muscles with a ton of endurance, large muscle groups to keep them going, and their tendons are real springy. You lot ever try to watch a Zumra run? A few of the Yorpals nodded, while some let out breathy, tired laughs. To give you all some comfort, not even I can keep up with humans for long. But you're going to have to manage. You're going to have to train and build up your own endurance. Earth is a harsh planet, but it will make you stronger if you can survive it. Frairen said, then clapped her hands. All right, up you come. We'll jog back to the start while doing the last man's. The Yorpals had no idea what that kind of exercise was, but quickly learned they hated it just as much as regular running. The last Yorpal in line had to run as fast as they could to the front, and the cycle would continue while the rest jogged. When Frairen met up with the resting humans, the Yorpals were about ready to collapse into the road again.
Got your workout in, did ya?
Drill Sergeant Maxburn called out to Frairen, seeing the Yorpals sweating around the eyes and nose, as well as panting heavily. Frairen shrugged a shoulder. Had to happen eventually. None of the Rowan actually died, thankfully, and after attending to by the medics, were well enough to march back to the barracks. There was a small celebration as Private Mobley was given her bowl of Rocky Road ice cream, her prize for jumping onto the back of Drill Sergeant Maxburn and catching him. Drill Sergeant Maxburn had been so impressed that he went out and got the ice cream himself, then made the rest of the human privates carry her around like a queen, all while chanting, "Ice cream, queen of the spirits," as she ate her prize. The Yorpals did not, however, get their pizza party, as the werewolf was in far better shape than them. The Rowan's prize was simply surviving, which they took much pleasure in. The rest of the day went by smoothly, mostly classroom work about small unit tactics before their field training exercise. When Frairen was free to leave, she made her way back to her own room. While the DFAC made suitable food, it paled in comparison to what she truly wanted anyway. She had about an hour to grab a snack and hit the gym before she had to link up with Rayburn, and she was already setting up her workout rotation in her mind as she tapped in her door code. When she opened the door, Rayburn was laying on her bed, looking down at her data slate and reading the news. Oh! Frairen stuttered, surprised to see Rayburn in her room, more so because she never gave the human the code. She also reeked like a wet dog in sweat and didn't want Rayburn to smell her like this. Rayburn, what are you doing here? I thought we were going to link up later on, after I got done at the gym. Rayburn's hooded green eyes looked over at Frairen, and the look sent a chill through the Yorpal's spine. Her dark hair was wind-tossed, as if she had been outside all day in a breeze. Then again, Frairen had received that picture, so she probably was outside all day. I saw you out running today, Rayburn said in a voice that was damn near a seductive purr, tossing her data slate over the blankets with a lazy flick of her wrist. Interesting choice of outfit. Frairen, despite herself, felt a shiver of excited fear wiggle down her skin, and she inhaled. Rayburn had taken a nap in her room. Oh, I was, training the Yorpals. A fresh workout shirt and shorts hit Frairen in the chest, and she quickly gathered them up in her hands, confused. I'd like to see it again, Rayburn said loftily, then stealthily slid off Frairen's bed, her bare feet touching down to the deck silently. Up close. Frairen's tail tucked out of fear as she swallowed nervously. but it was still wagging despite it being between her legs.
I have to go to the gym still, Rayburn.
You'll get a workout here, Rayburn said lowly as she walked up to Frairen, then reached out with a foot, kicking the door shut with a dull thud.
You can't work out here. You don't have any spare clothes.
Frairen stammered out, her ears pinning as Rayburn slowly wrapped her arms around her neck. Rayburn grinned, touching her nose to Frairen's. Where we're going, only one of us needs clothes. Now put on the shorts, werewolf.
I don't understand why everyone walks around on eggshells. It's just a human.
Burdick murmured, drumming his fingers on his meeting desk. Ula, a rather tall, bright purple Orgur, frowned prettily at the below-average height Prill.
Because if he gives us the confirmation, we can finally go legitimate.
The Prill were a bald race, pale of blue skin, and had ears that took up most of their head anyway, leaving no real room for hair. Their ears came out to the side and down, and were normally found draping over their shoulders. If they were not such a skullduggish and wretched culture, they could have been called attractive, but their demeanor quickly ruined that chance every time they opened their mouths. The Orgur were slime people, though they had recently gone through a distinct change. Instead of being mere balls of slime, they had modeled themselves after humans, even going as far as to change their very genetic code. This was mostly due to humans treating them quite well on first contact, and the Orgur had been enamored with the two-legged muscle monkeys ever since. Burdick was not a fan of humans, and he never had been. He had become a pirate in the first place due to humans, and it was only by his own strength and cunning he had come under control of this space station. Station Awareness was a rogue station orbiting the second moon of Averna, a throwaway Yorpal world that did little more than grow food. All sorts mingled here from all walks of life, but Burdick had taken a rather un-Prill-like stance on his station. He had found it adrift around some forsaken rock in the Frillman sector, abandoned due to some creature getting loose and killing a few people. He had found it, killed it with the help of his pirate crew, and spent nearly a month cleaning the thing out of egg sacs, dead bodies, and some weird mucus shit. Despite being a Prill, he wanted things calm and peaceful. He had lost many a good Prill and other pirate races on his ships, and he was frankly tired of being in the company of death. The last few casualties on the space station had clenched this mindset, and he was tired. Just tired. He wanted to change his image, going as far as to get dental work and rejuvenation procedures, and that meant making his fellow Prill less, well, Prill. His first major help had been Ula, a companion that had done a lot of his dirty work for years. With her help, he was finally able to bully his way onto ships in the beginning, slowly trading up and up through the pirate markets. While she had been gone getting her gene code rewritten, he had been on pins and needles. Ula was an enforcer on the station and knew her stuff better than anyone else. While she was still in Orgur, she had a malice inside of her that really sparkled to Burdick. Before her therapy, she had been a ball of deadly destruction, but now, Burdick looked over to Ula. His eyes narrowed.
Did you, choose that form?
Ula hummed, turning to look at Burdick and causing him to lean back slightly.
Of course, we all modeled ourselves after real humans. We had big video screens we could sort through.
And you chose...
Burdick asked, still looking at Ula as if she were absurd. Ula tapped at her now plump lips, sitting rather lasciviously.
You know, I don't really know her name. She was very popular on the human internet, though, like a celebrity. She had all kinds of videos made. I can show you some...
No,
Burdick said, cutting both his hands over each other.
No, I think not.
Burdick did not like humans, and the last thing he wanted to see was a naked one. Ula, her data slate already halfway towards her finger, shrugged with a mild jiggle and smile.
Okay.
Burdick rubbed at his temples and quietly wished he could have his old enforcer back. She was still an absolute force of nature when someone stepped out of line, but people were starting to record videos of it and post them online.
So what all is this human going to want?
Burdick asked her, tapping through his own data slate and checking in on things with the station. Ula swiped a finger on her data slate, then tilted her head at it.
Appears he wants something called diplomatic immunity. All the humans have it, though. Seems to come standard with them.
Diplomatic immunity?
Burdick asked quizzically, looking up from his data slate.
What the hell does he want that for?
I don't know.
Ula murmured, giving her head a shake to move her hair out of her face. Burdick didn't like this new tick. Ula didn't have actual hair, but she flicked her head like she did, causing her weird jelly-like body to move. Her hair would then also move, but it wasn't hair. It bothered him, and it kept distracting his workers.
So we need to give this guy diplomatic immunity on a rogue station, or else he isn't coming?
Burdick asked, drumming his fingers on the desk again.
I would say no out of pure annoyance, but I need this damn rating. We're in a prime lane to intercept human and Yorpal traffic. If this goes through, I can add on refuelers, overhaul the shopping centers. Hell, I can add on bigger warehouses so the humans can store their shit here. Allow that big mouth bass thing to dock here and resupply.
Ula nodded, smiling again.
It's a sure thing, boss. I mean, think about it. The Yorpals could never afford to put a station here in the beginning, and we moved here just at the right time. We beat both the Yorpals and the Point. And there wouldn't be a point to putting another station here. They'd have to use yours.
Burdick smiled at Ula, and he meant it. The damn Orgur had been his biggest cheerleader ever since he stopped those slavers from turning her into plasma. It was an unprill thing to do, sure, but he couldn't just let them do it for fun. Ula held out her now massive hand to him, and he rolled his eyes, taking it. Ula was nearly several feet taller and wider than Burdick now, but she always liked to do this with him when they were alone. A human dance known as the waltz. It was her one indulgence, and he could never tell her no when she wanted to do it. It was different now that she wasn't a regular Ol Orgur, but he supposed he now had a place to put his hands finally. A large place. Seriously, what was she thinking? She barely fit in the damn Orgur containment suit.
Come on, imagine it.
Ula said cheerily down to Burdick as they continued their slow waltz.
We could have actual normal people living on station that pay their rent on time, don't cause a ruckus, and don't die in the ventilation shafts.
Burdick grimaced.
Did we ever figure out how that Point even got in there? The medical team said that his back was high enough that he had more alcohol than blood in his body.
Nope,
Ula said with a happy laugh.
Not a clue.
Burdick hummed, making sure to watch his feet around Ula's larger ones.
So, what all does this immunity entail?
Ula spun Burdick around, making him laugh. He may have been a prill, but he was Ula's special prill. He wasn't sure what kind of relationship they had, but they were most certainly friends. Unlikely friends, but friends nonetheless.
Well, you can't sue the humans for anything that happens around him, for one.
Ula chirped, then dipped Burdick as he laughed again.
I'm supposed to be the one dipping you, stupid.
Can you dip me?
Right.
Ula pulled Burdick back up and continued to waltz.
No suing and no calling Earth for help. His immunity means that whatever he does goes onto himself. You can't whine to the Confederation
the Earth governments, or frankly, do anything with him if he does something you don't like. He is completely immune.
That sounds like a real overreach. What if he kills someone?
Burdick asked, doing his best to allow Ula a womanly moment and sort of dip her. As he did this, he came face to face with her massive Ulas.
And why does he get this special thing?
Ula giggled at this little meager dip and leaned back up.
Because he's a dangerous human, of course. All humans are given this immunity, even the civilians. Dangerous little buggers, those humans, but they are so nice.
Yes, I know,
Burdick said with a wry smile. Stars knew he heard this story enough times to know it by memory.
Probably the only reason why he's coming out here is because you kept sending him all those digimails.
Ula grinned, as much as an Urgur could anyway. Their teeth just looked like more of their mouth, if just with more lines to show they were teeth.
But he was so nice about it. He's coming out here on his own and will do all the paperwork. Plus, he even said he would set up a line of credit with Earth and make this a proper stopover for trading lanes.
Ula said, her voice as cheery as ever. Burdick came to a stop looking at Ula.
He said that? He said he'd make us a dedicated stopover?
Uh-huh.
Ula chirped again, then came down to a knee so she was more level with Burdick.
Look, buddies, we can finally be a proper station. You won't have to deal with the scum anymore, and I won't have to break people all the time. You can relax, get those nice fancy suits you are always looking at over the data slate, and finally enjoy the fruits of your labors. You've been at this for nearly 10 years.
11.
Burdick murmured, looking down at Ula's boots, but her purple hands came around his cheeks and forced him to look up at her.
I know it was hard getting shunned by the other Prill, and I know the things they call you.
Ula said, pinching lightly at Burdick's large ears.
But if this goes right, the only thing they'll be able to call you is Sir.
Burdick flushed a darker gray around his neck and chest at the thought, and he looked into Ula's eyes once, nodding.
All right, Ula. You've sold me. Bring him in and give him immunity.
He'll be here in less than a week if the skip lanes stay clear.
Ula said softly, then leaned down and gave Burdick a soft, if wet, kiss on the forehead.
You're finally going to do it, boss. You're finally going to be the important person I always knew you could be. It's about time you stopped having to be a pirate just because your people didn't think you were Prill enough.
Burdick, rather overcome with emotion, swallowed hard and cleared his throat, then patted Ula on her shoulders.
Thanks, Ula. I'll even get you one of those new tubs the other Urgur have.
A jelly belly?
Ula said in an excited voice, lifting Burdick clean off the ground.
Do you mean it?
How the hell did you get stronger?
Burdick called out with a laugh as Ula began to spin him.
Yes, I'll get you a damn jelly felly or whatever. Stop spinning me, you're gonna make me sick.
The mood on the station was... no. Palpable didn't fit. Plus the word was used way too much. Burdick racked his brain as Ula stood beside him, lips pursed as she played a game on her data slate. Visible? Yeah, visible. The mood was visible on everyone except Ula. He had sent her out to put the fear of the very gods into the workers on his station, and Ula even had to rough a couple of the Prill up to get them in line. A Cholin, a rather rubbery-looking species that lost their planet a long time ago, tried to give her guff as well. Cholin pirates were finicky bastards that looked a lot like Mandarin, except they were charcoal black in skin color, as bald as the Prill, and were buck-toothed. Ula had to kill one to get the rest of their crew in line. She was good at knowing who was or was not in charge, and shattered the spine of the underling. The captain then got his men in order, and they were proving to be model visitors.
Uli, you got any of that chewing gum left?
Burdick asked Ula as he drummed his fingers on the sides of his pants. The ship was coming in slowly, and he was a bundle of nerves as he watched it tilt back and forth. Ula looked down at Burdick, then pulled a strip of the stuff from a pocket on her suit.
Here you go, boss.
Thanks.
Burdick said as he rapidly unwrapped it and shoved it into his mouth, chewing as he rubbed the foil wrapper between his palms, forming it into a ball.
Jeez, look at the size of that ship. Why is he coming in on a destroyer?
Ula didn't look up from the game on her data slate, something that Burdick had heard her call taverns and trolls, or something of the sort.
His brother or something commands it, and called in a favor.
Ula said, tilting her data slate and narrowing her eyes.
His brother captains a human destroyer? Oh, jeez.
Burdick muttered to himself, quietly wishing he had hair just for the sole purpose of running his hands through it. Despite his fears, the docking went smoothly, and Mr. Capricus was a model gentleman. The human was older, around 40 years of age, and was already graying at the temples, despite his warm voice. Burdick liked that. It showed he had been through stress at least once. Mr. Capricus spent a good amount of time greeting Ula, the two shaking hands, and chatting about a few things as they walked beside Burdick.
I see your gene therapies went well,
Mr. Capricus said, nodding thoughtfully to Ula.
I thought you were going to go for something shorter, though. What changed your mind?
Ula shrugged.
I don't know. I thought she looked really pretty.
That's our Ula,
Burdick said quietly, pulling a genuine laugh from Mr. Capricus. The visit was, well, Burdick had thought it was perfect. Mr. Capricus looked around the station, remarked on how clean it was, explained to Burdick the places for expansions and what human pilots like to see in stations. And Burdick's fingers were a blur as he recorded it all down on his data slate. Before he knew it, 10 hours had flown by as if they were minutes, and Burdick was laying in his chair, completely beat.
I think we did it, Ula,
Burdick said as he quaffed his third glass of guava, the pink liquid cooling his throat.
I think he might sign off on us.
Ula stood in front of Burdick's desks, her hands on her massive hips.
Of course he will. I told him all about the station and all about you. He's been impressed before he even got here.
Burdick smiled up at the tall as hell Orgur, then pulled out a second glass, pouring her a measure of the guava.
Ula, have a drink with me. I think you've earned it.
Ooh, letting me have the good stuff, huh?
Ula said with a smirk, picking up the glass and drinking it in one go. The pink liquid turned into a sphere within Ula's throat, then slowly bubbled from view within her suit. Orgur could get tipsy if they drank enough alcohol, but they couldn't really taste anything in a refined way. They could tell sweet from bitter, but anything more complex was lost on them. When a person gave them something really expensive or extremely tasty, it was seen more as a mark of friendship than anything else. To an Orgur, it was a waste, of course, but to know that a person was willing to waste such good stuff on a being that couldn't taste, that was a mark of true friendship. After all, Burdick knew that Ula's favorite treat was algae, as she claimed it helped keep her good and pretty purple.
Yeah, I think you are worth the good stuff, Uli,
Burdick said, pouring her another drink.
Here soon, I'll be able to afford feeding you all the best I can. You've earned more than that after keeping me alive for so long.
Ula stared down at Burdick with soft eyes and smiled more gently this time, taking the refilled glass.
Thanks, Birdie.
Not a problem.
Burdick knew he stood no chance. Even if he was into Orgurs, humans commanded the attention of two races, the Orgur and the Zum-Ra. If you weren't a human, you may as well step to the side. He knew that at some point a human of some sort was going to live on station and steal the heart of Ula. But that didn't matter to him much. Ula was his best friend. The two were thick as thieves, because They were. They had stolen a lot of stuff together. Burdick was pouring Ula's 7th drink, the two reminiscing about their old days of going around on a stolen Yorpal combat frigate, when an alarm began to blare in his office. He was rather tipsy, as was Ula, and they both ambled over to the screen. The camera was pointed at the docking ring of the human destroyer, and there were Prill running out of it.
Son of a bitch!
Burdick growled, slamming his fist on the console.
Those morons! Those fucking morons! Ula!
I'm on it, boss. Ula murmured and actually rolled up the sleeves to her form-fitting suit to reveal her opaque purple arms. One of them slowly formed into the shape of a hammer, the other into a long shiv. They're not messing this up for you. I'm not going to let them. Burdick nodded and they both lurched out of his office, running down the hallways as Burdick barked out orders to his security staff. Everything was going to plan until Burdick came out of the passageways towards the human docking ring, but a sight brought him to a skidding halt. It was Mr. Capricus. He was holding a gun, a human chemically propelled lead thrower.
Whoa, Mr. Capricus!
Burdick shouted, coming out of the hatch with Ula on his tail.
Hold on now. I have secured. They killed one of my own,
Mr. Capricus said flatly, and a small platoon of human soldiers formed up behind him.
They killed my cat, Mr. Burdick.
Oh, shit! Ula muttered, quickly moving around in front of Burdick with curious speed.
Mr. Capricus, Birdie had nothing to do with this.
Mr. Capricus nodded.
I know, nor does it damage the reputation of his station. All things are in order. Do not worry. Oh, thank fuck.
Burdick said with a small panicked exhale.
But there is a reason why I always ask for immunity. Why we as a race always do.
Mr. Capricus said dourly, then racked the charging handle on his weapon.
I'm afraid this has become personal. I would advise all personnel you deem important to return to their rooms. Return to their... Wait, hold on now.
Burdick said as he ducked under Ula's spread arms.
What are you going to be doing in my station? I may be a prill, but I can't condone wanton destruction. There are innocent people here, traders and the like. They're not like those other prill. Does this really have to go to bloodshed?
Mr. Capricus frowned.
I am aware, but I'm afraid you cannot stop me. They had no reason to kill my beloved Fluffernoose in such a way, and they have angered me greatly. They will die, Mr. Burdick. I suggest you and Ula return somewhere safe until we are finished. We will keep collateral down to a minimum, but do not expect to take the bodies. They are ours.
Burdick didn't like the way the human said, "They are ours." He looked up to Ula.
Fluffernoose? Ula, what is he talking about? He can't just waltz around my station killing things over a cat.
Blood debt, Ula said quietly, and she nodded to Mr. Capricus.
Blood debt on those prill, and no other prill, right, Mr. Capricus?
Mr. Capricus nodded.
We have them marked by the things they stole, as well as the blood of my cat on their boots. As I said, collateral should be low.
All the other soldiers slowly put on naval combat helms, the helmets giving a light hiss as they sealed, then glowed a faint blue around the visor. Burdick sobered up immediately. These humans, they were scary. He had faced Yorpal, Poit, Carlaken, and Jin, and never had he felt afraid of them. But these humans, all this over a cat?
Humans are very protective. They're pack animals.
Ula said quietly down to Burdick as Mr. Capricus started onward with his soldiers in tow.
They hate unjust things. We're pirates, but we never hurt the innocent. We were never slavers, and we never killed unless we had to. It's the only reason why he's here.
Burdick hissed up at Ula.
All this over a fucking cat?
It was the cat he bought his wife before she died.
Ula said in a hushed tone.
Humans are tough people, but even they have illness they can't fix. His wife was cold in the hospital, so he brought her a kitten. They're easier to deal with in hospitals, have little boxes they do their natural business in.
Burdick started after Mr. Capricus, Ula following behind him.
A kitten? I thought you said it was a cat.
It is a cat now.
Ula chided down at him, her arms changing back to normal.
The cat is the last living memory of his wife, besides himself, and he takes it with him everywhere. I never thought someone would do anything to it. How did they even—
Sir!
A black Yorpal called out from a nearby office, scrambling out of it and running over to Burdick.
Mr. Swams?
Burdick called out, motioning for the Yorpal to come over. Swams was his second in command, and had been ever since they took their first cruiser together with Ula. The Yorpal had gone as far as to freeze brand the mark of piracy onto his chest, so the fur grew back white, a grinning Prill skull belching plasma.
They got on board the human ship by hacking into the door jambs.
Swums panted out, holding up his data slate to Burdick.
We all knew they were old, but there was an understanding between us all, a gentleman's agreement, and they just hacked it. Blatantly. By the time we knew what was going on, they were already inside the ship. We think they got spooked by the guards on board. They only made it into the cargo hold beyond the door.
Burdick growled in his throat. He knew the little gang of Prill, and he hated them deeply.
Red Tangers. They've been an issue ever since they were left here. Should I gather security personnel?
Swums asked, pulling his ancient Glock 19 from its holster. He had personally stolen that from a museum, and the damn thing still worked.
No. Make everyone stay away.
Burdick said with an angry sigh.
The humans have a blood debt. Blood debt, but no one got hurt.
Swums said in a confused tone, looking back at his data slate.
No one is sending out medical alerts.
Ula slapped her fingers, a hard thing for Orgur to learn, and it was impressive.
The cat. It must have been in the— Oh no.
What?
Burdick asked her, patting Swums on the shoulder.
The cat must have gotten out and was prowling around the cargo hold. Cats do that. They're curious creatures and like to hunt rats. You remember our pest problems on the old ships?
Ula said, leaning back with a sigh.
Prill must have killed it, thinking it was a guard or something.
Burdick slapped his forehead while Swums shook his head.
Fucking morons.
Burdick growled. But all their heads snapped around when the first echo of a gunshot boomed across the station. Swums quickly dragged his pawed finger across his data slate, and his eyes widened.
Stars around us, they're butchering the entire gang. The entire gang? There's almost 100 of them.
Burdick said, jerking the data slate out of Swum's hands. As he stared down at the video feed, his stomach dropped.
Oh.
Blood debt,
Ula said sadly, whirling a finger in the air.
Don't matter who you are or what you are. You upset a human and kill one of their own, they're going to wipe you out to the man. They also don't like it when you hurt kids. There's been a few incidents where someone just smacked a child of one race or another, and humans took them to task. After the 30th lawsuit in a CC-jointed allotted month, humans stopped going places unless they had immunity. They refused to change.
Burdick pulled out his own data slate and pulled up a larger camera feed, and the three of them watched the humans go about their butchery. Mr. Capricus, the charming man who Burdick had shared a light meal with during the inspection, was wielding a glowing dagger, punching it through Prill like they were made of paper.
Jin pulse dagger, brand new.
Swums said glumly, pointing to it.
Rips through flesh and bone like it was nothing. They just got done showing those up in some private expo. I don't know how he got one, though.
Carlacan power talents,
Ula muttered, pointing to a rather large human who had just cut 2 Prill in half, their bodies rolling across the ground in a long cartwheel of entrails.
Also new, they're extremely heavy, and he's wearing a pair on each hand.
Burdick stared in horror as the humans moved swiftly through the gang area, an old, unused warehouse that he had hoped would keep them far away from everyone else. He turned to look up at Ula.
Uli? What? Who is Mr. Capricus?
Oh no, Ula said with a hard shrug, causing her chest to wobble back the side of Burdick's face.
He said he was a human fixer or something. He does this on the side, though, as a hobby, dabbling in mercantile stuff since it's what pays most of his bills nowadays. His daughter works that side of the government, but he goes out into space instead so she stays nice and safe on Earth.
Both Burdick and Swum stared at Ula in horror. They had heard of fixers, the human juggernauts that were sent out by the military on covert, precision operations to cut out those they deemed trouble. Burdick was always afraid that one day these guys might catch his scent, and was the main reason why he strove so hard to keep his nose cleanish during his pirating days. Why the hell was one doing station inspections? Couldn't he or his kid just hire out a normal human to do this?
Sir, they've sent a distress signal.
Swum said, his voice shaky. Burdick rounded on the black Yorple.
The humans? For what? No, not the humans, sir. The Prill.
Swum said glumly, then turned his data slate around.
See, they've sent out an SOS to all Prill on the station. Get everyone inside their rooms or shops. I want this place on full lockdown.
Burdick shouted, rounding on Ula.
Ula, hustle your giant wobbly cheeks over to the nurseries. I know the Prill. They may try and use the innocent as shields. Go.
The two nodded to Burdick and took off at a run, while Burdick took off after the humans themselves. There were over 1,000 Prill on this station, and half of those were gang-affiliated. The other half were good folk, but he had to make sure they were safe and that the humans had warning. He found himself having gassed his lungs for nothing as he came into the old warehouse attachment and found it to be nothing but a charnel house. The Prill had been quick to respond, knowing that the human destroyer would have been easy pickings should these humans go down. But they had found more than they had bargained for. They ran into a human fixer and his cleanup crew. The Prill had thought they were safe when the humans ran out of bullets, rushing them with their own melee weapons. But they were no match for Mr. Capricus. Mr. Capricus saw these Prill as nothing more than currency to pay the blood debt they had taken out for his cat, and he butchered them with an eerie calm. Burdick watched in horrid fascination as Mr. Capricus carved a bloody toll through the Prill, their weapons bouncing off of him as if they were made of child's plastiboard. The other humans were just as methodical, just as devastating, and they all looked so at ease, almost bored.
Nurseries are all safe, boss. The Rimiki have everyone accounted for.
Ula said happily into his earpiece.
All babies still tucked in and sleeping. I had to smash a few heads, though. Good call.
Swum spoke up next.
Everyone is on lockdown. Anyone outside right now is likely a gang member. They're killing them. All of them.
Burdick said numbly.
What?
Swum said.
How?
Ula spoke up next.
Just stay out of their way, boss.
Mr. Capricus was soaked up to his elbows in orange Prill blood, and some had spattered onto his face. His once clean suit was now a ruin, and multiple blows from Prill weapons showed Burdick what he had not seen before. Human Mortech, state-of-the-art armor from the Mithril program. Ula had called him a fixer, but something deep down told Burdick he was something else, a whole other animal. He believed these stupid Prill had killed the pet cat of a human assassin, one that paraded around as some kind of inspector and required diplomatic immunity. Diplomatic immunity, in case he had to kill someone. Burdick's skin twitched in fear. Had he been a far more bloodthirsty pirate, and Mr. Capricus had come to do an inspection. Burdick looked down at the bisected body of a dead Prill ganger and twitched again.
Ula, who on earth did you invite onto this station?
Burdick asked quietly, turning to watch as Mr. Capricus and his team started mopping up any survivors. Ula came into his ear again.
I don't know. But he was on the data site. He had full credentials and everything, tons of past reports, and a lot of other station managers said he was the guy to go to. Why?
I don't think this is all he does.
Burdick said with a light whisper as Mr. Capricus turned to look at him, orange blood dripping down his face in rivulets.
Mr. Burdick.
Mr. Capricus said calmly, flicking his fingers. Burdick nodded his head.
Mr. Capricus, are you all okay? We'll be fine.
Mr. Capricus said with a polite smile, then took a small handkerchief from his back pocket to clean his hands.
However, I can say that I am satisfied.
Burdick's eyes nearly bugged from their sockets at that, since there were nearly 400 dead Prill here in this warehouse, but he quickly got a hold of himself.
Ah, well, good. I'll have some men from the Eagle's Wind come over and help clean up the warehouse. I'm afraid we are not used to these weapons yet, and we caused a bit of a mess, as you can see. I am terribly sorry.
Mr. Capricus said in an honest apology.
I lost a little of my control due to the death of my cat, and I am sorry you had to see me in such a state.
Burdick looked up at the human and gave his best Ula-like shrug.
I think I'll get over it. Ah, good.
Mr. Capricus said with a laugh, clapping Burdick on the shoulder. Burdick turned, walking beside Mr. Capricus as he chewed over the words. When they made it past the walkway of the warehouse, he looked up at the human.
You're not just an inspector, are you?
Mr. Capricus smiled down at Burdick.
No. Am I in trouble?
Burdick asked with honest curiosity.
I didn't really have the manpower to get all these Prill out of here when they were abandoned by their last ships, and I gave them this place to keep them out of the way.
Mr. Capricus tutted while waving his hand politely in front of him.
No, not your fault at all. I can't have you taking the blame of others. This was an unfortunate thing, that is all. If I had known they were even here, as well as your locks being that out of date, I would have placed better precautions on my ship. Your brother's ship.
Burdick said.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Capricus said with a laugh. Burdick walked out with Mr. Capricus and his team as more humans came flooding out of the destroyer, a lot of them curiously carrying mops, buckets, and body bags.
Do I, owe you for your friend? No.
Mr. Capricus said sadly, taking off his blazer.
I should have been more careful. Fluffernoose was quite old, and I assumed she could not get out of my room as easily as she did. Even in old age, she was quite the clever little thing. This is my fault.
Burdick watched as the crew began ferrying bodies, as well as parts of bodies, to the destroyer.
What are you going to do with the remains? Cataloged, processed, and turned into gems.
Mr. Capricus said matter-of-factly.
Then they will be buried with Fluffernoose.
The rest of Mr. Capricus's visit was quite mundane after that. News got around the station quickly, and everyone breathed a little better knowing their little Prill problem had been dealt with. The station was approved, Burdick gained an Earth pardon for his past crimes and piracy, and the station became an instant hub of activity. With the money flowing in, Burdick got a small cat statue of Flufferness commissioned, placed at the human dock interlock, so it was the first thing new arrivals saw. Mr. Capricus had flown all the way back to see it unveiled, and Burdick found it odd that the human was moved to tears by it. After all, He had watched the same man butcher over 400 Prill to death with a small team of humans, and here he was blubbering over a damned cat statue. True to his word, after a few months, Burdick got another special package in, and had Ula cover her eyes as he walked her towards it.
I mean it. No peeking. If you ruin the surprise, I'll fire you.
Burdick said, piloting Ula by the hips towards her brand new relaxation room. Ula giggled.
Fine, fine. I'll turn my vision off then.
Turn your...
Burdick whispered to himself, but just shook his head as he rounded the corner.
All right. Open your... turn on your... Look.
Ula opened her eyes and saw an entire bathing room made from colored glass, much like the same colors of the hors d'oeuvre. In the center of the room was a Jelly Belly 61, a top-of-the-line relaxation tub for hors d'oeuvre, as well as any other race for that matter.
Boss!
Ula said, holding her hands to her face.
A 61? Those are like 50,000 credits!
Burdick smiled brightly.
See, told you I'd buy you something nice. Now how it works is...
Burdick's voice trailed off as Ula's suit hit the deck, and he stumbled backwards from the nude form of Ula.
Stars on glass, Ula. Don't do that in front of me. I'm out of here.
Thank you, boss!
Ula called out with a shrill laugh as she hopped into the tub, the main function of which was to purify the gel-like substance that made up the hors d'oeuvre body.
I'm gonna be so shiny!
Burdick scrambled around the doorway to the safety of the wall, laughing to himself as he heard the tub turn on.
Sheesh. I need to buy a screen for that thing or something. I have to walk by that on the way to my own washroom.
Frairen checked her wrist, giving it a little shake to wake up her brand new PDD. The thin black band displayed the time across her fur, though it looked better on normal skin and worked best on the iron-rich flesh of humans. The time read out 0600, and she growled in her throat. Frairen was a Yorpal of semi-bestial race of the stars that hailed from Dagmar Prime. Her people were one of snout and paw, animalistic in appearance and stature. Her fur was a dull yellow, quite common really, while her pink eyes only gave her a little bit of leg to stand out. This early in the morning, they always had a nice slight glow to them. Yorpal with lightly colored eyes like hers sometimes had a little shiny glow to them at certain times of the day, while darker colors just looked normal. Frairen had changed quite a bit during her time with the Unified American States military, both in mind and body. She was no longer a lithe Yorpal, but something that the other Yorpals simply called a human-made werewolf, playing off of ancient human mythos. She was strong, muscular, and far more built than a standard Yorpal. While her kind called her monstrous and ugly, the humans kept calling her beautiful and breathtaking, which confused her something fierce. Rayburn said similar things to her all the time, and there was a male human that was slowly turning up his flirtations with her. Brahm was not as brawny as the other human males, and had an odd way about him. Frairen didn't know what exactly it was, but he moved a lot like Rayburn, a prairie cat stalking after her and unleashing smooth-talking compliments when he caught her. He was nearly the opposite of Rayburn. He had reddish-brown hair, a smooth, kind, charming face, and a body that was obviously built for speed. Frairen's sister, Ramira, had told her he was a rectangle human, after sending her a selfie of the two of them, whatever the fuck rectangle human meant. She grumbled in her throat again, then checked her wrist one more time. 0601 was the readout, and she hung her head back, exhaling angrily into the sky. Her breath fogged upwards in smoky tendrils, something she quite liked. Dagmar Prime didn't really have cold weather. Not like Earth, anyway. New star citizens feeling an Earth winter for the first time usually suffered extreme shock, or had to bundle up in warm clothing so they didn't freeze to death. Even new Yorpals had to wrap themselves inside coats and jackets, as despite having fur, it sure as hell wasn't rated for Earth. It never bothered the humans, though, not until it got below freezing. Then again, not much ever seemed to bother humans. Frairen was waiting outside a large staging area, rolling back and forth on the balls of her cold-weather paw shoes, as the company started getting ready for their cold-weather field training exercise. Humans fought on all battlegrounds, unlike the others, and while her fellow Star Children had done well during the warmer months of training, they were in for a bitterly cold surprise. Yorpal were renowned for their ability to only fight on warm battlegrounds, while Karlakens, great cobra-hooded lizard people, didn't go to planets altogether if it wasn't at least a balmy 75 United American States Fahrenheit. Human soldiers, on the other hand, trained in them all, and were expected to perform in them. For the first time during their training, the Rowan finally had a leg up on the other recruits, as their planet was mostly cold except for 4 months out of the year. In regards to some of the hell she had endured, Frairen could handle another Missouri winter, and the damn things were almost a badge of honor to the Yorpal. At least she was tougher than the recruits. It was only 50 UASF, and all of them were in their winter gear puffing back and forth while she stood there in a standard YBDU, or a Yorpal battle dress uniform, as they were now called. Frairen had even gotten to model for a little e-zine, and she had found it quite fun. Rayburn teased her about it, putting the printed-out pages up on the walls of Frairen's room, while Brahm, instead, took fake pictures of her when he saw her, asking her to growl like a tiger. Both were flattering, and at the same time, she kinda hated them both in an affectionate way. While she observed the recruits trundle back and forth, woken up far earlier than usual, she watched the humans. They were unbothered by the cold, some of them even poking a little fun at their otherworldly fellows. Humans were red-blooded, which was not too rare, but their blood was quite different indeed. Human blood was energy-rich, dangerous, and always an eyebrow-raising 100.1 UASF, or 37.7 ECC. Not that it ever stayed that temperature. Humans even disregarded the rules of their own body, and their blood temperatures tended to fluctuate. Then there was the thing about how their blood was poison. "Morning, Frairen!" Frairen blinked her pink eyes as she left her inner thoughts and turned, spying Himmel striding through the motor pool cargo area.
"Well, hey there, Himmel. I see you got your E4.
Frairen said with a smile, spying the double chevrons on Himmel's chest. Himmel chuckled, hands in the pockets of his field jacket. "Well, we all can't lag behind the great and mighty Frairen. You should hear Zetran. He hasn't stopped hissing about getting his own."
Is this field training exercise bigger than what I thought it was going to be?
Frairen asked the Point, looking down at him. The Point were a shorter, multicolored race of peoples from Pillin 4. Despite being a slender, athletic race that held deeply colored, pupilless eyes, they had pointed ears and shared many features of the humans in terms of simple structures, such as the hands and feet. Their lack of height, however, led to humans treating them like space elves, something the Point were coming to terms with while wearing forced, angry smiles. "Yeah, they're going to have multiple units running around doing war games and all that. I personally am not looking forward to it," Himmel said with a puff and fogged breath past his lips. "I have nothing but Jinn, humans, and Point to work with. You got all the Yorpals, and Zetran got all the damn Karlakens." The Jinn were an odd race of the stars, and were only surviving at all thanks to the humans. They were new to the Cinderal Confederation, the four-armed, angular-headed race having been nearly destroyed completely during the war against the insectoid Daramir. Like the others, they were seeking to pay back the humans for just barely keeping their culture alive, and numbered only in the low millions from the billions they were at their peak. Unlike everyone else, they wore cultural face covers in the forms of ornamental and heavily detailed masks, and only let certain people see their true face, such as their future spouse. One human, the first of his kind, managed to convince a female djinn to let him have a peek under her mask. He was stunned, as the story goes, and her countenance bore him to keep her secret. Some people tried to wiggle a little bit of the truth out of him over time, and the only thing he kept saying was, they were grooved with natural tattoos that ensnare the eyes. The man seemed to have a way with words, and was still, with said djinn, honor-bound. Humans were silly creatures, honestly.
Do not be so pessimistic, Himmel,
Zetran said as he walked up beside Frairen on the opposite side of Himmel, still petting his pet ferret, Carl the Boneless.
Just because I have all the Karlaken doesn't mean it will be unfair.
Frairen raised an eyebrow at Zetran. He had been working on not drawing out his S's when speaking, which she had been wondering about for a few weeks now. It was unlike Zetran to rein in his speech patterns, and she secretly believed it had something to do with the ferret. Maybe the way he spoke scared it? "You're not bringing Carl out to the field, are you?" Frairen asked, turning towards Zetran. "Seti, you can't drag animals out into the field. You're supposed to be training the recruits." Carl crawled up into the warm, flared hood of Zetran, which was only warm due to the special jackets they wore due to their own lower blood temperatures.
Oh, please. Carl will be fine. He is an earth ferret. They are made of the same stuff as humans. He battered them down anyway,
Himmel said, cracking the lid on an energy drink called Suck My Star-Spangled Ding-Dong, Cherry.
He said he wouldn't go into the field without Mr. Boneless, and that it was his right as a citizen of the Cinderella Confederation.
Frairen, having turned to look at Himmel as he spoke, slowly turned her head towards Zetran, pink eyes narrowed. "Did you really pull an Article 69 over a ferret?"
It is my right,
Zetran said, his face set in an apathetic amusement as he twiddled his clawed fingers in Carl's ferrety fur. Frairen shook her head, shrugging her shoulders in bewilderment. "Unbelievable."
That's our Zetran,
Himmel said, slurping loudly from the bottle with half-lidded orange eyes. He took a few sips, then smacked his lips before turning to Frairen. All the recruits now mingling together as multiple training companies began filtering in for vehicles and APCs.
You hear about Gesserit?
Frairen flicked her ears as the recruits started falling into formations, watching the Yorpal closely. "Can't say the name rings a bell? What happened?"
The djinn was playing around too much with a human, wrestling in the evenings. There was an accident,
Zetran murmured, casting his own withering stare at the long lines of Karlaken recruits. Himmel nodded.
They got too rough. The djinn was on the attack, and I guess they bonked their mask against the human's nose. It fell over, hit the mat, knocked each other out, something of that nature. The human's broken nose spilled a whole mess of blood into Gesserit's mouth, ended up swallowing a bunch of it.
"And what? Got a tummy ache?" Frairen asked, squinting her eyes. "It's just blood. It happens all the time amongst the other members of the Confederation." Zetran chuckled, nuzzling into the ferret Carl as he did.
Well, yes. That would be the end of it. Usually, the stomach acid would digest the blood and all would be well. Except this is not what happened. Gesserit was poisoned,
Himmel said darkly, now looking to the humans mixed into all the formations, forming the bulk of the soldiers, even with the Rowan counted in.
He nearly died in the hospital.
Frairen furrowed her brows and her tail gave a frustrated flick. "Poisoned? How? It's just blood. Stars know we can trade plenty of other fluids with humans with no side effects. Kissing hasn't even been an issue, and human saliva breaks down organic matter better than everyone else's."
It scared the humans, let me tell you,
Himmel said after another solid drink from his bottle.
The blood? I don't know, attacked him or something. He got really sick and they had to pump him with a lot of medicine to get him stabilized. They did a few tests, and, well, it explains why a lot of us got sick during medical treatments in the field.
Zetran nodded.
Human blood got on things. Humans are clever little creatures, made up synthetic blood bags for us all until they get enough stored in their cold cells. Rowan blood is red, point blood is quite pink, but they wanted to make sure we could all be taken care of. No one had ever tried to intake human blood.
Fresh, hot human blood was transferred into a willing Rowan, and it nearly killed him,
Himmel said, swirling his bottle around in thought.
Crashed out on the table and his body started shutting down. They had to drain him like a sink before he died.
Why? Frairen asked, thinking back to her little experiments with humans in the past, as well as Rayburn. If anything, her brain told her that human spit should have been the most dangerous thing they could come into contact with, barring whatever fur fauna the more degenerate humans carried around. Human spit may not have been the most powerful solvent ever made, but some Star citizens did mention feeling a light tingle when kissing humans. Then there was the weird fruit called a pineapple, which a lot of them couldn't even eat. Frairen tried once, and her tongue had felt raw for days.
Humans don't know yet, but they have been putting out messages and emails since yesterday, probably why they are all in formation.
Himmel said, nodding towards a medical colonel, making his way towards the front of the troopers. True enough, it was a warning announcement, and many of the recruits were casting worried glances at the humans next to them, even though the colonel stressed that it was only dangerous if very fresh blood got into their system. He also said to make sure they did not swallow or ingest any kind of human blood for now, and to make sure to wash their hands should they come in contact with it. So, what if humans ingest our blood then? Frairen asked. Himmel let out a chuckle.
Oh, that doesn't matter at all. Humans have extremely strong stomach acids. They could crack us open like ice pops and drink our blood for food if they wanted to.
Kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Zetrin murmured as Carl chirred next to his face.
They've never fed on any of us before, never drank or eaten us. What if it gave them powers?
It was Frairen's turn to chuckle this time, and she nudged Zetrin's elbow with her own. Humans don't get superpowers from drinking the blood of others. Don't be silly.
Except for the vampires,
Himmel said, seriously looking up to Frairen.
You know, these humans, all kinds of weird things have happened before.
Vampires do not exist, Frairen said with a huff and shake of her tail. Neither do zombies. I can't believe you got all of your recruits hell-bent on believing that humans can come back from the dead. Himmel grimaced.
Say what you will, non-believer, but I know I'm right.
Zokoro morquit, Frairen said ruefully, shaking her head. You're as bad as the damn males. They swear up and down that humans can innately tell when someone is looking at them. They've been stalking the other recruits for weeks trying to prove it.
How is that whole thing going?
Himmel asked, pulling out his second bottle of energy slurry and cracking the lid open with a sharp twist.
I heard you got into a few brawls.
Frairen snorted, crossing her arms again in a more protective posture. They are not used to being led by a female. Female Yorpals are handled by a female. Male Yorpals are handled by a male. These fur bags were all civilians before they came here. They do not fall in line as easily as my fellow military Yorpal. I put in a request for a secondary commanding male to be sent to the training company, and I was told to just make them behave by command.
I'm sure they are getting a grasp on the program.
Zetrin hissed out in laughter, while Carl choked out his own mimicry of mirth.
I remember hearing about Command wanting to go full hands off when it came to you disciplining the Yorpal. She handles the furballs. We'll fix them after is a direct quote from Major Human.
Major Human?
Himmel asked Zetrin, taking a pause from slurping at his energy slurry.
I thought he was a myth.
Frairen let out a giggle. No, he's real. He's a medical officer at Gilwack.
Huh?
Himmel murmured hollowly into his bottle.
Just seems a little too far on the nose.
Zetrin rubbed a claw under Carl's chin, the ferret churring happily as the Carlacan observed the humans running around, at ease in the cold weather.
Look at them run around like that. It's almost as if they can't even feel the cold.
Human blood gonna human blood, Frairen said at the same time as Himmel, the two looking at each other in mild but friendly annoyance.
Their higher iron content is already off the charts compared to others, makes their muscles tougher to boot.
Himmel continued on before Frairen could interrupt him.
Their blood may be the most unique in the Confederation. What's crazier is that their blood is even toxic to other humans. Any Jin, Yorpal, Poit, or anyone else that shares the same blood as their people can transfer their juice either way across, no problems. Earth? None of their creatures can do it, and especially not humans. I think even their cattle have like 11 blood groups?
Blood groups confused me for the longest time,
Zetrin mused.
Animals not being compatible with humanoids makes sense, sure, but nearly every animal having separate blood groups, it is insane to me.
Frairen tapped at her chin, then glanced to Himmel as human trainees started hauling water jugs into the back of cargo trucks, all while the Yorpals, Poits, and Carlacans shivered. What do you mean their blood is toxic to other humans? I could give blood right now to any Yorpal in this motor pool without issue.
They have 4 blood types, each with a negative and positive trait.
Himmel began, holding up his fingers.
O negative is the universal donor blood type, with O positive being right behind it, for all the positive blood types. What's really wild is what happens when a human gets the wrong blood type, and is kind of what we think happens when one of us ingests too much human blood.
What do you mean? Frairen asked, shaking her head back and forth, as a pair of Roans struggled with a single water can, while a human female trudged past hauling one in each hand. The Rowan let out angry breaths of fog when a male human trudged by soon after, 2 water cans held in each fist. Himmel took a deep breath, trying to find the right words.
It's... the human body attacks the blood.
Attacks it? Like an immunity response? Frairen asked, while beside her Zetrin nodded.
Their immune system attacks the blood, seeing it as a foreign invader. It causes the blood to clump and can be fatal. I thought the humans were joking, but the first symptom of an incorrect blood type is impending doom.
Zetrin said. He saw 2 male Carlacans doing nothing standing by a truck's exhaust in order to try and stay warm, and he hissed at them loudly in their mother tongue. The 2 Carlacans grumbled to themselves as they went back to work.
Humans are warlike, and their bodies are no different. The little warriors within their veins engage in genocide of the enemy invaders, causing chills, sore muscles, and the like. It is rare, and they take great care to make sure the right blood gets to the right person.
Frairen was quiet for a moment, watching the preparations near their end as crates of field chow rations were loaded onto the trucks, along with the sim munitions. She spoke aloud to the 2 star citizens next to her, her ears pinning back a little in fear.
What if they mess up and give us human blood?
If it is the pre-packed blood bags, that blood is purified of white blood cells through leukoreduction and is not alive,
Zetrin said, though his voice was uneasy.
You will get sick, very sick, and will have to go to the hospital in order to be looked after.
Himmel also looked uneasy, his voice tight.
If it is fresh human blood, like being directly given across a tube in transfusion, it will kill you within only a few minutes. That Rowan was lucky, as he was in the hospital when he started to die, and was surrounded by medical staff. The human blood will wage an all-out war on your own system, and your body will be shut down as it is killed by inches. You will, feel your body dying, and there will be nothing you can do about it.
Fuck's sakes.
Frairen whispered with a frown. Is it the same way for them? If they take our blood? Himmel gave a rueful snort.
Hell no! Their bodies consume our blood as if it were food. Don't tell anyone I told you this, but I heard that when the Rowan first came in, they did a few tests on surviving members of Company 13. Their bodies hoovered up the blood like it was pineapple juice, ripped all the nutrients from it, then spat out the waste in their piss. Worst is, their bodies can do this for all of our blood too. They may not get superpowers, but Poit blood makes humans high, Yorpal blood makes them hungry, and Carlaken blood makes them sleepy. Jinn and Rowan blood gives them an energy boost, while Optican blood makes them want to eat cherries for whatever reason.
Cherries? Why? Frairen asked, and was kind of annoyed that humans could just crush the blood of everyone else while theirs was poison. Himmel shrugged.
Beats me. The test subjects in the reports just said they wanted to eat cherries or drink the juice. When they were given a small cup of it, they were quite pleased and were suddenly really good at crossword puzzles.
Where do they get the biological nerve? Frairen muttered.
Did you know how many human cultures drink blood?
Zetran piped up, his eyes bright as he remembered this little nugget of information, and his hood flared in excitement.
The Maasai and Bahima all consume blood as a drink. Poland and Germany are famous for making sausage out of blood, too. Ancient human warrior cultures, such as the Romans and Scythians, were also alleged to drink the blood of their enemies. And even today, hunters in North America will eat the still fresh hearts of their kills.
Frairen and Himmel looked at Zetran horror-struck, despite the happily whipping tail of the Carlaken, as he recounted all the other foods and recipes that required the blood of animals. Frairen was about to turn green when he launched into the organs they ate as well, and was rescued by the timely calling of all the drill sergeants from the training companies down below.
Oh, geez, Zetran, that's real neato, but look at that! We better get going.
Himmel said, trudging off towards the motor pool, all while being a little wobbly in the knees.
Time to go make pretend war. Yup, off we go. No more talking about blood sausage or blood soup or fucking blood milk.
Frairen stepped off after the point, with Zetran at her flank, and she turned her head to the great cobra-hooded lizard man. You need to stop this whole late-night reading thing. You're going down rabbit holes that nothing should be living in.
I just thought it was neat,
Zetran said with a pout, quickly shuffling the ferret Carl into a more secure inner jacket pocket. Frairen waved her friends goodbye and got into the back of an APC that was part Yorpal and part human, though thankfully it was all female Yorpal. They all bowed their heads to her as she climbed in, and she nodded back to them as she took one of the remaining seats. She was honestly becoming taxed by having to manage both males and females. The split in control had always been in the best interest of the two Yorpal genders. Male Yorpal knew best what to do with the males, and female Yorpal knew how to handle the finicky nature of the females. She honestly had no idea why Command was so hell-bent on making her deal with both genders, and she was quickly becoming frayed at the edges due to the anxiety it produced. Eventually, as she knew, the male Yorpals would outstrip her in muscle mass, and she could finally dump the males onto him. One male red Yorpal, up on the big-mouthed bass, was a good friend of hers, and despite being lower rank, took lead on the males. The humans, a mix of males and females, all nodded politely to her, one male speaking up for them, since he was the specialist of the group.
Morning, Corporal,
he said, winking at her.
Wanna give us any deets on what kind of missions we'll be on?
Frairen smiled at him, and she noticed with a small twinge of pleasure that he seemed to blush lightly. Well, we have a whole mess of sim munitions, including mortars. You all packed your goggles, right? They all responded, yes, Corporal, in unison, and Frairen had to fight to not wag her tail. We have backups just in case anyway. We'll be using brand new Core 3 simunitions made for us by our Optican friends in orbit, part paint and part micro-taser. It will make you feel much like you have been shot, and the only thing you are going to be allowed to wear are your goggles, protective gear for your sensitive bits, and a standard uniform. Frairen said, and all of them gave a shiver of fear. A blue and white female Yorple raised her hand.
But we just did armor training. I got shot and everything.
I know, Frairen said, patting her on the leg where they both bore the wound hole that all UAS soldiers shared. But this is new training. They're attempting to simulate a real combat environment, even more than when I was last here. They don't hurt too much when they get you anyway. Just feels like you get hit with a really, really, really painful paint round. A male human snorted, rustling his short blonde mustache with his fingers. Super.
At least we'll have those nice tents.
A red female Yorple muttered in a rather husky voice, one who was quite popular with the male recruits.
They have those microfusion heaters in them. I saw another training company setting theirs up and making sure they still worked.
We'll only get those if we're not up for,
a male human said, leaning on his XC-1 Lancer rifle.
If we draw the short straw, we'll be stuck in halves and relying on radiator heaters to not turn into meatsicles.
A far smaller red female Yorple, who was short even for Yorple standards, leaned her head back.
Well, we're fucked then.
Why?
A male human laughed out. The smaller red female Yorple turned to look at Frairen.
Because the corporal is in our company. She's a combat veteran, which means we're going to be putting the hurt on the other recruits.
The entire APC filled with defeated, angry guffaws, while Frairen instead giggled to herself with bared fangs. Oh, come on! Being the enemy would be fun! Imagine all the ambushes we could lay out, or do a little raiding on the enemy camps! Frairen called out, even as the grumbling increased in volume and different languages. A pink female Yorple held up her hands, digits of her pawed hands splayed. Oh, yay, I can't wait to lay out in the earth's snow and freeze, then get left in the dust by the humans as they go a-stalking through the winter landscape. If you ask nice, we'll walk slowly for you. An extremely cute male human said, twirling his gloved finger in imaginary curls, more due to how short his hair was shorn. I sure would hate for that pretty fur of yours to get all fussy after trying to keep up with us. The husky-voiced red Yorple barked out a laugh. Oh, fuck off, Crusoe.
I hear that female Yorples can't even run in a straight line. Is that true? I mean, only going for 3 miles.
A far larger black-skinned human said, pursing out his lips playfully.
3 miles is a lot!
The extremely short red female Yorple shouted, jabbing a digit at him.
Especially for me. Look how short these damn legs are. I need like 5 steps to one of yours, you jolly black giant.
All the male humans recoiled in laughter as the larger black human let out his own shout of mirth, slapping his thighs with his hands. Frairen leaned down and rested her chin on the back of her pawed hand, watching the humans and Yorples bicker back and forth with lowered eyelids as her tail flicked behind her. She knew 2 of the people in this APC, which was now trundling down the road, weren't being completely honest. The husky-voiced red Yorple named Trumi and the human Crusoe had been seeing each other secretly for nearly 2 weeks now, but they played their parts well. Frairen herself hadn't caught on until the 8th day of their tryst, and only barely noticed when she caught a whiff of Crusoe on the female's fur. Maybe she would help them cool their humors with a nice, long ambush in the snow, and let them lay there in the cold for a few hours. It would toughen up the rest of these females. She knew that for damn sure.
They told her no, right?
Mr. Radisson asked, the tired, rugged-looking Poit lighting up another cigarette. Miss Rimiki nodded, having joined the Poit for a light lunch. The far larger, 4-eyed draconic Zumra twirled her spoon in her tea. I made sure of it. She'll be leading the male and female Yorple on her own.
If she can manage that, then that means the other females and males will too down the line. If we can do away with this gender separation the Yorples are so hell-bent on, it will cause further separation of Yorple military recruits from their home planet.
Mr. Radisson murmured, taking a sip of his 4th coffee. He took another drag from his cigarette and blew the smoke from his nose before looking to Miss Rimiki.
Do you think we can manage it?
In time, Miss Rimiki said. The Poit, Carlican, and Jin
are already falling well in line. I give it another year before the Yorpals start to lose their iron grasp on the Cinderal Confederation councils. They were already extremely angry after the humans allowed the Rowan in by paying their dues, and are slowly beginning to understand they are not the top dog anymore.
Mr. Radisson sighed out happily.
Think about it. No more worlds being left behind out of pride or lack of money. No more people of the stars will be snuffed out due to indifference. Humans may have been the key we needed for reformation all along. The Poid Council members are already on the fence, and the Karlaken Council members have been pro-human since the end of the Daramir War. How is the whole Zumra thing going? I know they are nearly as anti-human as the Yorpal are at this point.
I've been having successes,
Miss Rimiki said with a devilish grin.
They never expected an entire skip liner to accidentally arrive way inside Earth's authority range, and the mutiny on board the ship? A terrible happenstance. Who knew so many human weapons could be smuggled on board?
Mr. Radisson grinned back.
Really? You went through with that? How many Zumra defectors were on that boat?
700,
Miss Rimiki said with a smug flick of her thick tail.
Minus the 50 crew members. I'm sure they'll get over it. How are the others doing with their own tasks?
Mr. Radisson took another sip of coffee and a quick bite of his French toast before speaking, having always been fond of human breakfast foods.
They're all secure in their tasks. Our Jinn members don't even have to really work. They'd teleport their damn planet here if they could. Our Yorpal members are still pumping out student visas, letting ships slip through containment rings. All the usual. The Opticans have been a master stroke at this point. They may not be very tough, but they beat the shit out of the rest of us when it comes to hacking. Then there's that human, Capricus. He's been legitimizing a whole slew of rogue stations and prime lanes. It's been pissing off the Yorpals something fierce.
The war against the Mandarin will do nothing but help us at this point,
Miss Rimiki murmured, though her face turned pensive, if not saddened.
I do hate how the Nimiki got caught in the middle of all that. The poor dears. While the arrival of the Mandarin had been a timely boon, their near eradication of the Nimiki has been a horrible side effect. They are thankfully safe now thanks to the humans, and it has done nothing more than further our plans, if at an unwanted cost. In the end, it has been a show of strength, compassionate humans helping out planets in need, working side by side with the other citizens of the stars.
Imagine how angry that Yorpal Council would be if they knew,
Mr. Radisson said, and both he and Miss Rimiki began to quietly laugh as she tapped her teacup against his offered coffee mug. Training had never been on her mind, as Frairen had always wanted to just be a soldier. It was easier to be a soldier. You do your job, kill who you have to, and get paid to do it. Training. Training always meant you had to deal with someone weaker than you, someone who knew not even half as much as you did. You had to shepherd them around like a lost duckling, make sure they didn't drown in a puddle or something. Frairen knew that the other Yorpals would be weaker than the humans, while the Poit, Karlaken, and Jinn would be running on a whole scale of where am I in comparison. The Rowan were constantly a source of aggravation. They lacked the musculature, they lacked the stamina, they lacked hardiness, as far as she was concerned, and were a constant thorn in her side. How such a weak race got into the human military was a mystery to her. The Nimiki knew they had no place in it, and instead did what they did best, which was farming. The Rowan? It was no wonder that their planet nearly buckled under the strain of the Mandarin.
You can't get too mad at them,
Marwak said one morning as he and Frairen sat idle near a resupply tent, watching all the new recruits shiver in the cold as they waited for their chow.
The Rowan, well, they never knew any better. Since they first picked up the stick, they've been the dominant species on their planet. In terms of applicable video game terms, they were on easy mode the entire time.
Frairen rolled her eyes, The Jinn were addicted up to their masks in human video games. She would have called it a crippling addiction if it wasn't for the fact their integrity-based culture kept them on the straight and narrow. The Jinn were a four-armed, angular-headed race that had been nearly destroyed entirely during the war against the Daramir. Like the others, they were seeking to pay back the humans for just barely keeping their culture alive, and currently outnumbered only in the low millions from the billions they were at their peak. The main oddity of their race was their masks. Jinns did not show their face to the public, as only their spouse or other close people got to see their true face. These masks could be rather plain or exceptionally elaborate, some even having the faces of animals or beasts carved into them. Frairen remembered seeing a Jinn farmer have his mask sculpted like stalks of grains, and that was by far the coolest. "Easy mode, eh?" Frairen asked him, rolling her head around with a light crackle of her spine. Frairen herself was a Yorpal, a semi-bestial race of aliens that hailed from Dagmar Prime. Her fur was a mustard yellow, rather boring as far as Yorpal went, but she did have pink eyes that offset her more mundane fur colors. Unlike other Yorpal, she was a kawaii warhound, a Yorpal reforged in the crucible of Earth's militaries. Other Yorpals had even gone as far as to call her a werewolf, a beast of human legend known for their ferocity and monstrous visage. It still bothered her that a lot of the other Yorpal thought she was ugly, even going as far as to smear her as hideous in the news articles from back home. Thankfully, her sister Ramira was sticking up for her in some places, being the beauty she was, and the humans. Well, the humans didn't seem to mind her one bit. "As crude as it sounds," Marwak began, slipping a human cigarette into a little port on his mask. "They have had it easy for nearly the entirety of their race's tenure on the stars. No major wars, plenty of necessary resources, a friendly culture. They just cruised." Frairen smirked, wafting the smoke away from her nostrils. "Well, they sure as hell aren't cruising today." "Oh, sorry, Corporal," Marwak said, walking around to the other side of Frairen so the smoke wouldn't blow on her. "I keep forgetting you Yorpal don't like ciggies." Frairen shrugged. They smelled foul, honestly, and even Rayburn stopped smoking them when she refused to kiss the human if she even smelled remotely like cigarettes. Brahm's biggest vice was wearing too much cologne, and she wasn't sure which was worse on some days. "So what will you have them all doing today anyway? I noticed none of you got into any of the tents." Marwak asked, taking a long draw of the cigarette and blowing the smoke out the bottom of his mask. Himmel chuckled behind them, the point slurping on a human military specialty, Soul Black, a coffee so dark it could probably stain shirts and be used as pen ink. Frairen and Marwak turned as the point spoke. "Frairen got put on gingerbread men duty," Himmel said, winking a fully orange eye at the mustard-yellow Yorpal. Himmel was a point, a shorter, multicolored race of peoples from Pillin 4, despite being a slender, athletic race that held deeply colored, pupilless eyes. They had pointed ears and shared many features of the humans, such as their hands or feet. What they didn't share was quickly pointed out as elvish, a yoke that the point did not particularly like bearing. "Gingerbread what?" Marwak said, confused, and gave his cigarette another puff. Frairen tapped the side of her nose, a Yorpal gesture for "I'll explain. Ignore who is speaking." "He is speaking of the 509th, a human military unit that specializes in being the bad guys during training exercises. They are also known as Geronimo," Frairen explained, reaching over and tussling Himmel's hair because she knew he hated it. "Humans call anyone who is performing as Op-4 by the same names. Lets everyone instantly know what's going on." Marwak nodded his head. "Oh, I see.
So you'll be the ones running around attacking all the camps?
Something like that. We're going out to step up our... What did the humans call it again? Frairen asked, turning to Himmel. Himmel smoothed down his hair with his free hand, grumbling in his throat.
Bivouac.
Our bivouac, yeah. We're going to be roughing it in tents for a while. The recruits are going to bitch a lot, but the captain already said he has coins ready for them when the exercise is over. Frairen said, and both Himmel and Marwalk perked up at that.
Coins, really? How exciting.
Marwalk said, clapping his hands.
Did you know that all the units have different challenge coins? They're all unique and even have a kind of cultural power with human military units.
Himmel nodded.
There are some coins that are extremely rare or very old. I got to see a few of the older ones in the base's museum. I know I should be shocked, but it is not very surprising seeing that humans use military coinage as a secondary source of value.
Himmel took a slurp from his mug, then smacked his lips before speaking again.
How many Rowan did they pawn off on you, Frairen?
50. Frairen groaned. I have to lead 50 Rowan, 30 Yorpal, 30 humans, and a handful of Poit, and a sprinkling of gin. They want everyone else getting used to being ambushed or something. Why am I leading so many troopers as a corporal? This is ridiculous.
Poor little Frairen, having to go out and work while I stay warm in the HQ tent.
Himmel pouted, then barked out a laugh when Frairen whacked him with her tail. It was not long before everyone had their chow, and the assignments were dealt out. The collective groan from the Yorpal and Poit could actually be seen by the exhales of fog, while the Rowan could not be more pumped to be under the tutelage of a drop veteran. None of them were enthusiastic about their tents, as that was a rather nasty surprise. As far as tents went, human field tents were akin to wearing beast fur underwear and using a wooden club to batter your enemy to death. All the other races of the stars had rather high-tech tents, even the Rowan. Built-in solar panels to keep the tents warm, scientific weatherproofing, ground sheeting, and you could not find a tent that the user had to set up. They set themselves with micromotors and wire. Humans, ever the subtle creatures and wanting to avoid detection, had regular field tents. They were held in place with stakes hammered into the ground, were held aloft with poles and expanded with rope. Rope. Frairen was used to these, but the others, well, they had to take a few minutes to collect themselves. They were to be the op-4 for the entire field exercise and would be sleeping in these non-heated weather wick tents in a clearing within the forest. No stoves, no heaters, no racks. Just a ground pad, a sleeping system, and fires they had to make. Frairen issued out command ranks to a few of the more with-it recruits and set them to task. The next hour would have made Frairen laugh if it wasn't so pitiful. A familiar pink Yorpal, whom Frairen now knew was named Dranilli, snapped a pole on accident. This caused a snowball effect in which she had an absolute meltdown and caused all the males around her to flee as she started whipping the broken pole around while screeching.
Tents! We're out in the cold in tents! Is this some kind of joke?
Dranilli howled, then finally flung the broken pole out into the woods, clattering against the Missouri trees and shaking dead leaves down onto the soil. Frairen had expected this and had nearly a dozen extra poles on standby in their trucks. A large blue male Yorpal sighed out, looking down at the tent stake he had in the ground, while the Rowans were having to tie knots for everyone but the humans.
Honestly, we're using rope to keep these things up. I feel like we've gone backwards 1,000 years just hammering these into the ground.
I've never even used a hammer before.
The smaller red female Yorpal named Nui muttered.
I've seen these in, video games.
A male Rowan chuckled, brushing his tawny white hair out of his face.
We use hammers all the time where I'm from. We make furniture.
hammering wood into place, chiseling, staking.
Yes, I'm sure you do.
Nui growled, pinning her ears.
Your planet is like 400 years behind everyone else.
Frairen cocked an eyebrow. No need for that, Nui. A nearby female Rowan stood, pointing her own hammer at Nui as her own chestnut hair fluttered in the cold wind.
That's a big talk from someone who had no idea how to tie a mueva knot. Your race may be more advanced than us, but you sure as shit don't know any of the basics.
I think I've messed this up, a male Jinn said, his mask etched in the likeness of running water. Is it supposed to be... Everyone around him leaned slightly to the left, mimicking the tilt to his tent. I'd say not, Private, Frairen said, fighting to keep down her giggle. You may have done all your ropes too tight. Anwali. A rather strapping male Rowan rolled his head, looking up to the sky in anguish.
Yes, Corporal. I'll help him.
Thank you, Anwali, Frairen said with a grin, stepping off to see where her other troopers were. It was a painful 5 hours, but by lunch all the tents were erected, thanks to the rustic nature of the Rowan. All of the tents were straight, fire pits were dug, and soon the loned kettles were boiling with snow and ice water. Their chow was to be 2 meals of ration pouches with a kestrel delivery of hot chow in the evenings. Kestrels were an odd beast, an extremely fast and clippy troop transport that looked much like its namesake animal. Humans loved their hovering aircraft more than anyone else, and the kestrel was a 4-engine variety. Armed with 4 Ashburn slit-jet Corsair engines, it was an extremely safe and reliable little transport craft. It even had the ability to land safely with 2 destroyed engines, though the landings were safe only by the metric of, most passengers should survive. The troopers under her tutelage were not fans of pouch meals, something that became apparent quite quickly. Boiling pouches in water was another aspect of roughing it they did not enjoy, though the humans in Rowan did not seem to mind.
Isn't this poisonous?
A blue male Yorpal asked, watching the pouch bubble and bounce inside his kettle with dubious eyes.
Like, won't the heat cause particles to stick or leach out into the food?
A nearby male human chuckled, already halfway through his pouch of chili.
Nah, Choop, you'll be all right. These are lined with wiggled steel.
Wiggle steel?
Choop asked, flicking his blue furry Yorpal ears.
What in the stars and void is wiggle steel?
Flexible stainless steel that we managed to design about 50 years ago.
A female human with blonde hair piped up, opening a steaming pouch of blueberry cobbler.
All the benefits of stainless steel, none of the rigidity. You can pour it out of the boxes, like mercury, just heavy as shit before it's processed further.
A nearby Rowan sniffed curiously at a bag of apple cider apples, then smiled happily as he spooned some up into his mouth.
Isn't it weird how we can eat this stuff? How are humans so quick with making compatible foodstuffs and the meds?
Humans are rumored to be the chimera of the stars, don't you know?
A sandy-haired Rowan female murmured nearby, watching the nearby humans as she moved her lasagna around in her pouch.
Everything grown on Earth? They haven't found a person yet who can't eat it, though it can upset stomachs until the person gets used to it and everyone avoids the poisons they eat. Same time, humans can eat and devour anything they come into contact with.
What about the meds?
The other Rowan asked, though he was having trouble trying to figure out what flavor fruit punch was. She shrugged.
Dead clever, I guess. We got what, 20 shots when we got here? Little machines are running around inside us, taking care of the Earth afflictions while boosting our immunity to them.
It was kind of funny how we arrived and just started eating whatever.
a male point said, sitting down next to the two Rowans since the Yorples were just bitching the entire time outside his tent.
I remember going to a Karlik and Cantina once. Half their food was still moving around and squeaking at me. I ended up getting sick because I ate some kind of fermented goo. Meanwhile, I arrived here and got something called an onion burger right outside the Stargate. Got the burps, but that was it.
A male Rowan laughed.
I thought I was just really tough. I was like, I just crushed this peanut butter sundae and bet no one else can do that. Turns out, everyone can do that.
A peanut butter sundae was your first meal here?
The female Rowan asked.
I went straight for the neck and hunted down a Taco Bell.
Nearby, 5 Point all chuckled and or guffawed.
Girl!
A female point gasped out, her fully yellow eyes wide and white hair catching the wind.
Right for a Taco Bell? Those things even mess humans up.
The point around her all laughed openly, while a male was rubbing his temples.
My first Taco Bell was a chili cheese volcano burrito,
he said, and the other point hissed through their teeth.
I had read the humans were famous for their chili, some article that Rimiki had written. I didn't realize there are very distinct differences in chili made by hand and whatever creature was made out of the Taco Bell one. The sounds my intestines made.
The female point with the yellow eyes snorted.
Is that why you kept asking us to kill you?
A merciful death,
he replied, and everyone within earshot snorted, giggled, or chuckled into their pouches.
Well, it wasn't that, but I had a gin crunch supreme. I thought it was rather nice, all things considered. Sour cream is odd, as is the hot sauce.
The female Rowan mused, while the male point gave a shudder.
The hot sauce. Oh, stars, the hot sauce. What was I thinking?
He whispered to himself.
Most folk can eat the food of any race.
Frairen spoke up, polishing off her chili mac while her pouch of apple pie cooled.
But humans have, allegedly, some of the best food in the galaxy. Their spices are second to none, and it is the spices where you will get in trouble. Tons of more exotic spices are quite poisonous, if not extremely uncomfortable to anyone who isn't human. Even humans have trouble with some of them. Do you all remember your restaurant Wary cards?
A lot of heads were nodding, while Choop raised a blue paw digit.
Do not eat anything with chili peppers, or a chili pepper next to it on the menu. Beware of garlic and onions in large quantities. They will make your sweat smell weird,
said a male Rowan, rolling a finger in the air.
While humans can eat fish and meat raw,
you cannot.
Everyone said out loud in unison, then started laughing amongst each other.
Yeast, while tasty, can cause painful gas and excessive burping.
Frairen continued on with a smile.
And whatever you do, go easy on the milk.
Everyone said together again, pointing to a nearby female djinn who hung her head backwards, her mask etched with moving strands of grass and stalks of grain.
It was one time,
she cried out, slapping the cold ground next to her.
How was I supposed to know cottage cheese does that to a person?
The days that followed were spent cruising along the woods, following intel from the exercise leaders and making fake war with the other recruits. As was assumed, Frairen knew a fair bit about hunting and engaging the enemy in combat, and those under her tutelage were gaining experience no one else was. The first combat engagement was a single high-angle ambush, watching along a road for an infantry column to come into view. This was, of course, to allow the units to react to enemy fire and learn what to do, so the simulated slaughter was expected. Frairen had hunkered a female djinn and point behind an XC-1 MG in an elevated position looking down the road Everyone else littered along the standard and brutal L-shaped ambush. She had told the other drill sergeants ahead of time what she was doing, and the training plan was in place way before the enemy column ever set off.
This may be it for you,
Frairen murmured to the troopers around her, all of their rifles sporting the different barrels for the sim sounds. Waiting, listening, watching, all to get the enemy dead in your sights. The process for getting the weapons switched around had been a pain, as an exercise armorer who had to personally log, record, and lock the training barrels into place. There was also the lack of armor and helmet, but this somehow felt more feral, more alive, being exposed to the air. The trees whistled and shook around them in the wintry wind, scattering flecks of snow onto the dead grass and dirt around them. Piles of dead leaves made every step a tell, every shift of the body a cavalcade of noise, but they all lay in wait, just as they were ordered. Wind gripped at the fur and hair of the recruits around Frairen, while she herself blinked down the optics of her rifle. It was definitely strange, being so exposed. All they had were their goggles and padding, but besides that, the cold gripped at their bodies through their cold weather gear. A few times, Frairen had to blink a fleck of snow away from her eyes, and knew she and the other Yorpal probably looked like they were speckled with white. All the Yorpal's ears perked, and Frairen knew why. Boot steps on leaves. "Be quiet," Frairen murmured, her voice carrying through the air via her throat mic into the ears of the recruits. They all wore inner ear devices, both for communication and to reduce tinnitus from the pop of training simunitions. "You never fire too early. You wait for them to expose themselves as much as possible. That way, they can't run away." The column of humans, Jinn, Poit, Karlakens, Yorpal, and Roans slowly loomed into view, trudging down the road while bitterly muttering about the cold. At their head as an NCO, Drill Sergeant Hayes, and he winked out into the woods where he knew Frairen was. "When Drill Sergeant Hayes steps off the road, let them have it with that crew serve." Frairen whispered out, lazily training her sight onto the head of the Yorpal that had tried to start fights with her in the beginning. "Everyone else start picking targets. Now is a good time for revenge." The simunitions designed by the avian opticans were quite safe, but also quite realistic. They even made a loud bang and a flash of light, something that caught Frairen off guard when the Jinn pulled back on the trigger of her XC-1MG. The loud brrrt of the barrel reporting and the spray of the sim rounds tracing along the dirt caught, frankly, everyone off guard. 10 recruits were already screaming in pain as the tasers within the sim round sent pain shocking through their bodies, many of them falling to the ground and clutching at their bodies.
"React to fire!"
Drill Sergeant Hayes bellowed as he ducked behind a tree.
"Suppressive fire and move!"
The recruits reacted swiftly, sending sim rounds cracking up at her little emplacement team. The Jinn and Poit, hilariously to Frairen, still tried to fire their weapon, ducking down and letting out little brrt brrt brrts of fire down into the road. "Fire!" Frairen said and sent a sim round right into the ear of the male Yorpal that caused her a headache in the beginning.
"Fuck!"
he howled, rolling down into the leaves with a tangle of limbs. Frairen grinned to herself.
"What you get, you little shit."
"Reactive fire from the ridge! You are in an L-shaped ambush!"
Drill Sergeant Hayes called out.
"Make the call, Private Adams!"
Private Adams, the leader of this column, ducked and weaved as he tried to get a handle on the situation. The male human looked around, seeing the enemy fire, seeing the machine gun still attempting to shoot at them despite the withering counterfire, then nodded his head.
"Pre-planned kill zone!"
Adam yelled out.
"We're hosed! Covering fire on the enemy lines and the MG! Pop smoke!"
"Popping smoke!"
Several voices called out, and soon the road bloomed with gray and white smoke.
Corporal, we're going to pull back. Give us 10, then attempt to pursue.
Drill Sergeant Hayes said into her earpiece.
Copy.
Frairen said, just firing randomly into the smoke until her earpiece chirped back, letting her know she was on her trainee frequency.
Fire into the smoke, then reload and prepare to do some running and gunning.
They played their part, and soon the enemy column had retreated. Naturally, there would be no wounded, as these were simunitions, and the effect only lasted a few seconds. But she let out a breath, letting her nerves settle.
When the smoke clears, you will see no bodies.
Frairen said aloud, sitting up onto her knee and letting her rifle rest across her lap.
But in war, you will hear the groans and screams of the dying. You will see them crawling along the ground or bleeding out, holding onto their guts.
Frairen moved her hair out of her eyes, some having come out from under her cap, and she fixed her eyes onto the now gathering troopers.
I'm going to tell you what the humans told me. Mercy is only given to merciful enemies. If this were us ambushing the Mandarin, we would be going down and bayoneting every living wounded soldier we could find. If they were worth tending to, we would be offering aid and patching them up. Humans have rules to their war, and I'm sure your fellow human recruits can tell you.
She pointed to the human troopers around the others, and all of them nodded.
However, one thing I need you to know is that you have to automatically hate your enemy. You have to want to kill them and slaughter them until they are no longer willing to fight. We are not fighting as Yorpals or as Poit anymore. We are fighting with humans, and their method of war is brutal beyond imagination for a reason. You cannot look weak in front of the humans. They demand the same of you as they would demand of themselves, and you must perform. You cannot falter, you cannot hesitate, and you cannot see the enemy as fellow citizens of the stars.
Frairen said, standing up as she spoke and starting to walk down towards the road.
All Yorpal here on this planet are Kahwai. We are no longer Yorpals. We are warhounds, beasts of battle crafted by humans so we can rip the stars apart with our fangs. The same can and will be said of the rest of you.
Frairen stepped out onto the road, looking around at the places where bodies should have been laying. The trees hummed and thrashed again above them all, more flakes of soft snow, filtering down through the dark, deep brown canopy and flickering across the soil of the road. It stuck to their uniforms, and the cold wind rustled their hair and fur, the fabric fluttering lightly in the rush of air.
When you are done here, none of you will be the same,
Frairen murmured, easily heard through her throat mic still.
When you join humans on the battlefield, you cease to be what you once were. You will be human in all but body.
She started down the road and put a new bright blue magazine into place within her rifle.
Saddle up. Spread out 5 by 5. MG on center.
Everyone, humans included, silently fell in behind the werewolf and began to spread out. They gave as good as they got most of the time. Simulated mortar fire would drive them away. Simulated gun runs by actual aircraft buzzed them. And it was good fun. Frairen and her gingerbread men would attack, fall back, get new orders, and attack again. They even got to ride in kestrels on the 7th day, simulating an air raid on the main camp and wreaking havoc. Despite her orders, the Jinn and Rowan tore down multiple warm, cozy tents, while the Yorpals made off with several loaves of bread and cheese from the mess tent proper. Frairen, on the other hand, in a sign of cheeky commitment to the bit, raided the command tent and made off with several chocolate bars as well as the camp's guide and banner. She also dumped salt into their big container of hot coffee. She was sure they would enjoy that. In the chaos, all her gingerbread men ran off with their booty and revenge, hopping back onto kestrels, making quick dust-off landings. They were dropped off at their bivouac by the birds and celebrated amongst themselves. The Yorpal made cheese toasties for everyone, while Frairen handed out squares of chocolate, all while they excitedly chattered about their successful raid. The theft of the Gaiden did not go unnoticed, and soon a simulated seek and destroy mission was set up, borrowing an older training compound for an assault. This too was quite fun, and let the Rowan and Jin strut their stuff as they leapt from rooftop to rooftop. Yorpal machine gunners let fly their simunitions and made it hell for the assaulting infantry, but naturally, Frairen was captured after the overwhelming assault. As another set of training, she was to be transported back to the main camp, which then fell under attack from a rapid offensive push led by Drill Sergeant Maverick, a ginger-haired woman with white eyes due to a medical accident in her youth. Frairen was rescued by her troopers and ferreted away, the entire roadway being smothered in smoke as the Op-4 retreated. For chow that night, Command, cheeky as ever, had flown in a small cake for the Op-4 group. It had a picture of a doghouse made from icing, with "Congrats on your breakout, Corporal," written on it in icing letters. They had their cake, and they ate it too. Though, as with all good things, it did have to come to an end. It was getting bitterly cold quite quickly, and Command did not want to have any star race getting frostbite by accident. The tents were broken down, everything packed away into the trucks, and Frairen watched them all do the last of their preparations. She leaned against the truck, arms crossed and hip cocked, observing these men and women. Humans joked and laughed with Rowan, Yorpals poked fun and helped the point, and Jin mingled with them all, nodding their masked heads and shaking them back and forth, to show they too were smiling when their compatriots couldn't see. Trained by human means, by humans and human-led trainers, all under a human sky. She didn't know why, but she felt something odd inside her chest, and it made her eyes fuzz. She fought the feeling down, instead sniffing idly, as she watched a human male and female Jin heft the last of the tents into the truck. "Ready to go, Corporal Werewolf!" a Rowan called out, swiping a finger on a data slate and looking out over their now empty campsite. The only thing left of their presence being holes in the ground from stakes, or the now freshly buried holes of their fire pits. Frairen nodded, then reached inside the bed of the truck she was leaning on, pulling out a sack. She had been given these the day before her command, as they congratulated her for her success in leading the Op-4 team. These coins were custom ones made purely for her, by humans in command of their unit, and she quietly dreaded to see what they were. According to Drill Sergeant Hayes, they apparently had a bottle opener on them, so that was nice. "All right, my little gingerbread men, come here and gather round," Frairen called out, jingling the sack. "Looks like we got some awards to hand out." The excited clamor of the troopers made Frairen pin her ears back. Then she bared her teeth. "Simmer down! Sheesh! You're louder than an actual XC1. "Are we really getting coins?" Nui said through her clapping hands, her tail wagging back and forth so quickly that the two male Jin around her had to step to the side to avoid it. "Human challenge coins? If they're human challenge coins, it's gonna make this all so worth it." Frairen rolled her eyes, opened the sack, and pulled out the coin. She nearly pursed her lips as she stared down at it. The coin was die-cut around the figure of a well-drawn, snarling, yellow, sexy werewolf, complete with long fangs and blood-speckled claws. The bottom part was round, bearing crossed XC1 Lancer rifles in front of a slice of pizza. Around the rim of the round bottom of the coin were the words 9701513, Frairen's Gingerbread Men. "Fuck's sake!" Frairen growled, while around her all the troopers exploded. "Those look awesome!" A female human cried out, having to hold up Nui so she could see as well. A male human squinted at the coin, then over to Frairen.
"Huh, they really nailed the corporal's likeness."
"Can it, Greggins!" Frairen snarled, then pinged his coin off his forehead. With coins handed out to eager hands, with just two left over for Frairen's own use, the troopers of Frairen's gingerbread men loaded onto their trucks and linked up with the convoy heading back to their barracks. Time resumed on as per normal. More training, more classrooms, more short jaunts out to the rifle range. And slowly, the training cycle came to a close. Troopers, sparkling in their dress uniforms and looking proudly up at the stage, were addressed by their commanding officers, their drill sergeants, and of course, their assisting combat veterans. Humans and star citizens of all kinds sat in the crowd, while others had to watch via video screens. Others, unfortunately, could not watch on Dagmar Prime and were patiently waiting for the video to land onto their data slates via other means. Frairen had been agonizing over what to say, and neither Brahm nor Rayburn had been helpful. As she stood there in her newer designed dress uniform, chest glittering with little ribbons and medals, she looked out into the faces of this training cycle. Humans sat by Yorpal, Jin by Carlaken, Poit by Rowan, all having faced the rigors of training that she had to face, and possibly even more.
This is the future.
Frairen whispered to herself as she came in front of the mic, and she looked out towards her gingerbread men, having all sat together and had their coins pinned to their breast pocket of their dress uniforms. Frairen cleared her throat and decided to make her words short. Remember how you got here in these seats. Remember who suffered beside you. Remember who you turned into. You are not Yorpal, not anymore, Frairen said defiantly, straightening up. You are not Poit or Jin or Rowan or Carlaken. You are now all Warriors Green, forever and always. Iron and steel! Frairen called out, and all the recruits got to their feet with a thunder of dress boots, along with anyone else who wore a uniform in the ceremony room.
Iron and steel!
Their throats bellowed, shaking the very walls with their war cries. A tall figure, hidden back in the shadows near the doorways, smiled to herself, her 4 draconic eyes squinting as she smiled at the distant figure of Frairen. Iron and steel, Miss Rimiki murmured to herself, then turned, exiting out the side door towards the parking lot, where Caden waited with their vehicle.
Before we get into today's video, please quickly check to see if you're subscribed. It's totally free and allows you to never miss one of our stories.
Star-wide war against the Mandarin had stayed where it had begun, in the stars. Humans left Earth on their many ships, the war wave crashing against the Mandarin like a cargo truck running through an ice cream shop, and the battle was contained as best as it could be. This kept the war far away on other planets, the other races of the stars battling alongside the humans against this common enemy. Earth was considered by many the safest place any race of the stars could be. The orbital stations around the moon, the many star docks with their ships floating above the big blue and white pearl. Artillery intercession rings constantly rotating around it. Earth was the stronghold of humanity's might. On the planet below, they even trained the citizens of the Cinderal Confederation, forging them into something stronger, better, deadlier than what could be achieved back on their home worlds. The air, sun, minerals, food, gravity, and Earth itself reshaped these odd peoples into something only humans could truly appreciate. The Mandarin figured that out as well. The problem wasn't just the humans. It was the damnable Deathworld they came from. They had assaulted and invaded dozens of other planets, and their game plan was the same as it always was. They would land in number, quickly take over the orbital defense systems of the planet, overrun what little military there was, and that was that. Earth would fall, as all the others have. Miss Rimiki had just sat down after a long time working on her standing desk. Sitting down as often as she did was not good for her, let alone anyone, and Caden had gotten her a desk that instead allowed her to stand as she worked. Miss Rimiki was a Zumra, a four-eyed draconic race that hailed from a planet that was not particularly happy with humans at the current moment. The Zamra were lauded for their beauty and attractive features, and were renowned for their fantastical appearance, all the way from their long head fronds to their strong, dragon-like feet. Miss Rimiki, like other Zamra, liked humans nearly as much as they liked them, and had been a part of the first group of defectors to ignore the demands of their leadership. Now she taught other star citizens about human culture, as well as co-head a pro-human political movement that currently operated in the shadows. The big-mouthed bass had just finished a quick loop around a few planets, checking for raiders and dealing with the whole Stupidest issue that had suddenly cropped up. She had not planned for the Stupidest being included in her agenda, and the highly toxic star race was now causing problems for both her movement and the Confederation at large. She could not really be mad at them, as they were a lonely race that just found out that humans were the only ones who were immune to their toxins. They had been shut away on their planet for hundreds of years and were so regulated that many people did not even know what they looked like under their filter veils, suits, or masks. The Stupidest could now show themselves openly to another race without fear, and they were still intoxicated by the thrill of it. Miss Rimiki had been busy all morning reading reports from her spies on the big-mouthed bass, and thankfully there had been no fatalities. Near the end of the ship's patrol, several Stupidest had smuggled themselves on board in crates of chips, nearly causing several fatalities, and were now being held on Earth in null cells. The big-mouthed bass was in orbit, getting a full deep clean in order to make sure none of the toxin was left on board, as the last thing they needed was a call to battle stations and someone dying en route to Stupidest toxin. Her personal communicator trilled, and she tapped the black band on her wrist. "Rimiki," she said politely, still tapping away on her main data tablet as she curled up with a blanket.
Statizi, again!
Mr. Radisson barked into her ear, and she squinted 2 of her 4 eyes.
They delayed an entire battleship, a big one. They're scrubbing every inch of the deck clean. It's going to be here for weeks.
Mr. Radisson was a point, a shorter, multicolored race of peoples from Pillin 4. Despite being a slender, athletic race that held deeply colored pupilless eyes, they had pointed ears and shared many features of the humans, such as the shape of their hands and feet. They were, however, notched as elvish to the humans, and they still chaffed under the identifier. Miss Rimiki sighed, both at having Radisson barking in her ear and because her human lover, Caden, was not going to be home for another 3 hours. "Radisson, we can't predict everything, despite our best efforts, and don't be so hard on the Stupidest. They're just lonely."
Lonely?
Radisson yelled, and she could actually hear him waving his hands around.
They're walking plagues. What if one of them accidentally got loose on board the ship? They would have wiped out all of our hard work with the Yorpals, the Jinn, the Rowan. What if they had killed Frairen? It would have set us back years.
Yorpals were a semi-bestial race of aliens that hailed from Dagmar Prime. Their people were one of snouts and paws, and were a fussy race with many cultural norms that made both Miss Rimiki's and Mr. Radisson's job rather hard. The Jinn were a 4-armed, angular-headed race that had been nearly destroyed completely during the war against the Daramir. They were marked by the many masks they wore, hiding their faces as per their own customs. Then there were the Rowan, an extremely poor star race that humans had forced into the Confederation by paying their fees and dues on behalf of the Rowan people. Rowans were a charming race as far as the children of the stars went. They had long, wide ears off the side of the head like the prill, but they had full heads of hair. Their hair was long, curly, and vibrantly colored, while their skin were shades of yellow, ranging from light buttermilk to a dusky gold. Miss Rimiki sighed out her draconic nostrils as Radisson continued to rave into her short, jagged ears. She let him go on for a few more seconds before clicking her teeth. "Radisson, I know they caused a fair bit of stress, but it is nothing to lose your head over. The ship and a few others like her will be back out into the stars in no time. Besides, the human war wave is doing well at pushing the Mandarin back towards the first planets they took. All is going to be well.
What?
Mr. Radisson's voice came back, though it was hissed and a little garbled.
Hot, you, eh?
Radisson, Rimiki asked, giving her wrist a shake. Can you hear me?
Here, you...
Came back through the earpiece, and Miss Rimiki plucked it from her ear, giving it a shake. What is going on with this thing? She rumbled at it, even though it looked perfectly fine. Her fronds twitched out as an alert split across her data tablet, the sound so loud it vibrated aggressively in her hand. Miss Rimiki's blood ran cold as she saw the words play across the screen. Anomaly detected. Seek shelter now. The attack had been sudden, and Frairen had been staring at it the entire time it happened. She could see herself in the window reflection, pink eyes staring in horror, as a void crackled to life out in the dead expanse of space. Black lightning edged in white broke the calm, flashing brilliantly and even shedding light onto her mustard yellow fur. Ships. Thousands of ships poured from the rift, Mandarin cutters, world breakers. It seemed every ship they had came flooding out of that rip in reality, glittering with their window lights and cannons already flashing to life. Frairen had never seen such a sight before, let alone gotten to see the orbital defensive rings come to life. Human Quasimodo Mark III hullbreaker cannons swiveled around, even the ones of the station she was docked at, and started firing, shattering the void with their revolving munitions. It was like someone had kicked an earthen beehive, thousands of human, Yorpal, Rowan, and Point ships jerking to life and spinning around to face the sudden appearance of their enemy. She watched the fourth Worldbreaker battleship pull itself out of the void like a hungry creature, scenting prey, when the entire deck began to rattle with alarms.
Battle stations! All crew to battle stations!
The call came out over the ship's comms, breaking Frairen from the sight of fighter swarms pouring out of more hangars than she could count.
Undocking in 10 minutes!
Frairen! Himmel screamed, skittering down the hallway.
We need to suit up!
Frairen spun around. For what? All the damn pods are in decon.
Well, we gotta do something! Come on!
Himmel screamed as the Worldbreakers began launching their raiding barges, the long prowed assault landers screaming with all their speed towards the surface of Earth. Others peeled away, their noses glowing red as they prepared their boarding prows. Frairen ran after Himmel, soon joined by Zetrin, a cobra-headed Carlagan who still held a bag of pet supplies for his ferret in his clawed hands.
What's going on?
Zetrin hissed out as he started running with them.
Where did all these damn ships come from?
Frairen shook her head as they ran around the corner towards the barracks and armory, filtering in with the hundreds of other infantry who were scrambling to get war ready.
I have no idea! How did the Mandarin even get this far across the fucking Confederation?
Frairen, Himmel, and Zetrin ran into the heavy assault drop trooper armory, crawling into their underlayer suits and carapaces of heavy armor. Yorpals, Jin, Point, Rowan, and Carlakens, under similar job descriptions, were doing the same, though they looked as unsure as the rest of the infantry.
Corporal, how are we even going to get down there?
A female Point cried out, jamming her helmet on over her vibrant teal hair.
We don't have any pods!
Frairen slammed her helmet over her own head, her ears tilting back into place via muscle memory, and she keyed up Sergeant Mackey.
Sergeant, how the fuck are we getting down to the surface?
Working on it.
Sergeant Mackey yelled into her ears, and she looked over, seeing him, a staff sergeant, and a lieutenant working furiously over a comms relay, its many screens glittering with a multitude of tracking dots.
There's a delivery of birds I'm trying to get over here to take us down. It's our only option at this point, and they are unlocking from their transport carriers.
All hands, Marines to the starboard level decks. Prepare to repel boarders.
Frairen looked around at everyone else as she tapped into a camera feed. The the Marines hauling ass across their own armory barracks. The Marines on board wore flash gear, an odd mix of heavy upper armor and lighter skid armor, designed to protect against shipborne munitions punching through and throwing shrapnel around. Their armor was always black, white, and trimmed with gold, a nod to the ancient dress uniform they still wore to this day.
We need to go over there and help them,
Himmel said into Frairen's ear as he racked his XC-1 Lancer rifle.
We can't just wait here.
Frairen reached over and grabbed his olive drab shoulder armor. The Marines can handle themselves. They have their job, we have ours. Sergeant, any word?
Kestrels and vultures are inbound.
Sergeant Mackey said, and everyone got a ping in their helmets.
They're landing in the hundreds of thousands down there, and units are scrambling. Everyone to the hangars, now. Light infantry, seal your fucking helmets or put on suits. We're going down in the open. In the open?
A male red-furred Yorpal called out.
Exposed to space?
Get your helmets on and tailback secured! Frairen bellowed, her own suit doing a ready check and showing her 100% sealed in. Time to ride the vacuum, lads! Sergeant Mackey looked around and saw that nearly all of his NCOs were still down on Earth. Why else wouldn't they be? They were on open leave. He turned around in a circle, the T-visor to his helmet searching. Then, it fell on Frairen, standing there amongst the Yorpal and Point that were getting their own helmets on. He stared at Frairen for a long time, and Frairen stared at him back, her tail wagging briefly from nerves around the suit seal. Humans were dead clever with their suits. Not even furred tails could break their void seals when a limb bag was put in place and the fabric shrunk down around it. Sergeant Mackey stood stock still for 3 more heartbeats, then spun around.
Bill T.
Their lieutenant turned, his gold-rimmed T-visor looking at Sergeant Mackey. Then, they both looked over to Frairen.
It's time, sir. We have no choice now. We're going to be doing the riskiest maneuver known to the Drop Corps, and I need NCOs.
Sergeant Mackey said.
Boss lady will understand. Let's hope she doesn't fry our brains for this, Staff Sergeant.
The lieutenant said, then nodded to Mackey as he quickly pulled a data slate off of his armor and rapidly typed into it. Words began to trickle across Frairen's visor screen, and she stared at them wide-eyed. Corporal Frairen Battlefield Promotion, Section 12, Article 91 of UAS Infantry Battlefield Promotion Protocols. Sergeant Frairen is now on deck. Iron and steel. Frairen's stomach fluttered as more information gathered on her screen. Several Yorpal, Poit, and Carlaken had just been promoted to corporals, and Frairen now led a small troop of multiple fire teams, a mix of all races, including humans. Oh shit! Frairen breathed out as her communications were upgraded on the spot.
Birds are here. Let's go.
Staff Sergeant Mackey called out, pushing Frairen forwards.
Go, go, go. Get ready for the release.
Showing green on all present personnel seals in the drop bay. Emergency purge in progress. Going amber on all hangar doors.
The Dogmaster called out into all their helmets, and Frairen could hear the report of rifles and pistols in the background. Were they trying to assault the damn control center of the ship? The hangars became deeply chilly as the air was sucked into the ship. Then the hangar doors opened out into the void. Their boots were still lightly magnetic, which aided in walking a little bit. And they all moved towards the now rapidly landing Kestrel and Vulture aircraft. Vultures were far larger than Kestrels, designed for landing a bulk amount of troops, while their area defense weapons mounted along the hull laid down suppressive fire. They had double the engines of the smaller Kestrels and had 4 pilots instead of 2. Despite being so large, they still had some semblance of agility. The same way a whale does to a dolphin, maybe.
Link into the passenger oxygen supply. There are swivel tubes along the overhead.
A pilot called out to them as Frairen and her platoon scrambled on board the nearest Vulture. Dozens of the crafts were now landing, filling the huge hangar like a fussy cloister of birds. Frairen reached up and sunk the head of a tube into the connection slot on her helmet. Her helmet's emergency oxygen reset and showed her green to breathe. She got down behind the dual-mounted door guns on the Vulture, a pair of rugged-looking M2s with their usual barrels and brakes. That's when she noticed how loud her breathing was. She had first thought it was the engines of the Vulture, but she was in space now. Her breathing was so loud amongst the quiet that it was the only thing reaching her ears. The sudden crushing acknowledgement of the silence made her brain panic, the lack of noise nearly claustrophobic. They all braced themselves as the Vulture spun around, its 4 engine clusters tilting and swiveling for the right angle. Then it dipped its pointed nose out towards the chaos of space. When they cleared the door and immediately hooked around towards Earth, Frairen stared wide-eyed past the gun mount. The glittering manic flashes of cannons, of fighters dancing to the death within the ebbing dark of space, glowing blue with the light of Earth. It was breathtaking. It was as if the human god of death was painting with a brush of watercolors out onto the black canvas of space. Bright blooms of ships exploding into yellows and whites, drives combusting into streaks of green and blue, the flicker of Mandarin munitions with their many purples and oranges, and the flashes of white from the Quasimodo Mark III cannons battering Mandarin ships to piles of meat-filled scrap. All those colors, all that movement, yet no sound. All she could hear was the rush of her own breathing, the rustle of her uniform, the strain of her muscles. As she held herself in place, destroyers were peeling away from the station even now, their guns swiveling and erupting to life as they took on Mandarin assault corvettes at near point-blank ranges, their guns throwing shadows across the armored hulls. Swallow-winged Boeing IZ-10 bombers cruised over the hulls of Mandarin gunboats, dropping payloads that ripped armor away like the shells of a tasty meal. Battleships and heavy cruisers faced each other like packs of stubborn beasts, pummeling each other at ranges so close the captains could likely lean out and give each other the finger. Yorpal, Point, and other ships of the Confederation ducked and dove through the human war vessels, taking shots where they could and doing their damnedest to avoid getting hit. A Jin Lancer powered on its ramming shields, the tip of the spear-like ship glowing yellow as it punched through a Mandarin corvette, splitting the arrogant ship in two like human sea battles of old. It was madness.
Sergeant, guns up.
The pilot called out to her.
We have fighters inbound. Point defense turrets are active.
Copy, Frairen said, moving soundlessly as she swiveled the 2-gear M2 heavy machine guns. Private Shasti, Trimble, Arcus, get your MGs over here. Everyone else, hang on. The male blue Yorpal stood beside Frairen, hefting his XC-1MG up as the control arm whirred noiselessly within the void. Frairen pulled back on the charging handles of the M2s, only the vibration felt in her hands marking their passing.
Oh, to be a void gunner, sitting on the edge of oblivion with my barrel to the stars.
Shasti murmured to himself, while all around them, the other Yorpals took cover as Trimble and Arcus took up their own positions along the open flank of the Vulture. Trimble, a point, was shaking, his muscles quivering as he watched a large flock of Mandarin fighters make a mad dash away from human and Jin fighters who quickly took up pursuit. Arcus, a massive female Jin with a mask carved like a grinning earthen bear, stood ready and firm, already tracking her own target. Watching the forms of the fighters twirl and dive soundlessly through streams of mute tracer rounds was terrifying. Worse so due to Frairen only being able to hear her hammering heart and rushed breathing. There must have been 50 or 60 aircraft all making their way towards Earth, the Vultures and Kestrels looking like a flock of metal birds bristling with weapons. The point defenses on all the Vultures opened up, so Frairen did the same. The bright silent cones of light spat out by the gunners next to her were nearly blinding, and her T-visor dimmed slightly to compensate. She herself held down the trigger on the weapon system, the M2s thundering and thudding soundlessly toward the fighters. Frairen heard nothing, only feeling the recoil of the M2s shaking her arms and the frame of the Vulture. The spent brass floated and tumbled around her as if they were in slow motion, cartwheeling past her shoulders or out into the open void. The shuddering inhale and exhale of her mouth was the only song her body sang, her tail hanging in a smooth river behind her, as she swiveled the turret from left to right, tracking a Mandarin fighter and cleaving holes into it like a cannon to a car door. She hoped none of the rounds hit anyone friendly, a thought that occurred to her as tracer rounds zipped overhead from a human fighter. A kestrel wobbled and started to spin nearby, having caught rounds from one of the Mandarin fighters. Another vulture shuddered, one of its engines cartwheeling off towards the station and impacting against the bulkhead of a cargo freighter. The legion of transport aircraft now took evasive maneuvers, weaving and ducking around other smaller ships that now sought to close the window and screen the landing craft.
We're clear,
The pilot said coolly, as 7 human gunboats formed a literal wall, their own point defense systems howling soundlessly into the fighters, still trying to get to the kestrels and vultures.
We've managed to stay on orbital target as well.
We need to turn around for re-entry burn. Another pilot spoke. We all need to do it now and start burning, or else we're going to cook and be off target. Frairen was still thudding away with the turret as she listened, still catching a few fighters that tried to duck under the gunboats. It was kind of neat having the sergeant comms. We'll have enough fuel to touch down, but after that, we'll have nothing but fumes. A female pilot said, as all the kestrels and vultures swiveled around. Everyone have their drag chutes? Their own pilot spoke up, and the feeling of the vulture turning around nearly made Frairen sick.
Both stages armed. At Mach 10, we'll push out the grappler chute and start our burn once we get closer to re-entry. At Mach 3, we'll deploy the chugger chute and push our engines to full. We should enter nice and slow.
Engines are going to be cooked to shit. There's a reason why we only do this as an emergency action. Another pilot spoke up, and Frairen was astounded at how at ease they all sounded, even as they plummeted towards Earth backwards. There was a fair bit of chuckling over the comms, then a little bit of chatter between Staff Sergeant Mackey and his pilot. They talked for a fair bit before her own pilot spoke up.
Stop burning, folks. Time to make history,
He said, as the Vulture began to vibrate, as all the engines were pushed to their max power to slow the craft down.
Over 100 birds coming in backwards for re-entry. Going to be one for the books.
Frairen shrunk away from the doors, shocked to hear that so many craft were doing this at once, and the entire platoon sank back further in towards the passenger area. Frairen could see the massive engines of the Vultures and the brightly glowing Ashburn slick-jet Corsair engines of the Kestrels. Is this even going to be enough? A Kestrel pilot said, and Frairen could hear the shuddering of their pressurized cockpits through her mic.
Gonna have to be.
Her Vulture pilot said. Then the craft gave a lurch.
Deploy grapplers.
Huge, fin drag chutes made of alloys and ceramics shot out from the tops of the crafts, grabbing the lighter layers of atmosphere as the engines flared with every ounce of power they had. We are too fast still, another Vulture pilot said, Frairen's body jittering and shaking noiselessly in the passenger compartment. We need to lose more speed or they're going to cook. We need to burn them up. We'll run out of fuel, the Kestrel pilot shouted. What do you want us to do, land with our emergency chutes?
Our only job is to get these people to the ground. Dallas is getting swarmed.
Frairen's Vulture pilot said, and the craft was shaking violently now.
Hit your ACAGs now, and watch your G-meters. The bubble won't last for long.
The engines flared even brighter as Frairen watched them, holding her troopers to her as they all cried or screamed soundlessly in their own helmets. The Vultures and Kestrels began dumping Jin Omorgira fuel into the experimental ACAG devices with their engines, increasing their power output by nearly 200% and forming a curved blue shield-looking bubble below their craft. These were supposed to be used for only a minute, if not just a couple of seconds, but the pilots kept their engines fully engaged for nearly 5 minutes of re-entry. This Omorgira bubble was not only keeping their passengers alive, but also keeping them from turning into metal fireballs.
Chugger chutes.
Her pilot called out, and she watched the grapples detach, cartwheeling off as a larger, softer chute deployed. Frairen felt this one far more than the others, and she withstood the force pulling at her body. His voice came back.
Angle engines and keep burning. We're all going to be out of fuel by the time we get clear.
I don't remember it being this hard getting up here, another pilot said, her voice huskier and lightly chuckling.
That's because we were shot up here in a ship. These damn things were supposed to be delivered to Martisi.
A pilot piped up, and they all began to laugh. Frairen didn't like it when they laughed.
Wish we had fucking heat shields.
Her pilot muttered.
Having to rely on pure engine power, alien fuel magic, and a bunch of drag chutes is not what I would call fun. Everyone's passenger still showing green?
A Kestrel pilot spoke up.
Mine got a little warm, but they're all right. We need to ask for doors or something, or some kind of shielding along the bottom of these birds. The Jinn have a bigger shield generator thing, don't they?
Frairen tilted her head, her helmet's T-visor glowing blue as she looked out over Earth. They were at the clouds, and she gave a short laugh, able to finally hear the Vulture creaking and shaking. The engines must have been absolutely worn out from how they sounded, and even now they managed small micro-movements to keep the craft steady.
My armor is cooked, my engines are cooked. We sure as hell can't sell these birds now.
A Vulture pilot laughed out.
I have 5 minutes of fuel. What about you guys?
1 minute.
I'm out. Deploying emergency chutes.
I still have 5 minutes. Elmo has a T-Rex and a Go Fish card.
Frairen's pilot gave a short bark of laughter, then spoke.
I have 2 minutes of fuel. Going by my readings will come floating down in the middle of the Dallas defense zone. Prepare to act as infantry, people.
Up! Frairen called out, getting roughly to her feet as the Vultures and Kestrels started to spin around, their hulls blackened and a kind of unwelcomely rattly. On your feet! Look at the doors! Frairen poked her head out with her platoon to the unfurling slugfest below. Civilians were standing shoulder to shoulder with active military and reserve units, wearing their own armor and taking lead to Mandarin raiders. The Mandarin were elven-looking, much like the Point, except that they were over 6 feet tall, dark of skin tone, and had eyes as red as freshly spilled human blood. Despite this, they had fur-tufted tails much like the Rimiki, which were clearly not helping them in the melee. Not only had their assault failed, they were being pushed back by the combined might of armed human civilians. A privately owned M6 linebacker, considered an antique by modern standards, shattered a landing cutter from the skies, pumping 25mm chain gun rounds into it as the APC bristled with Mandarin anti-armor spikes. An M1126 Stryker infantry carrier vehicle, painted up as the mascot for what was clearly a college sorority, was deploying a small squad of blonde-headed female humans into the fray, all of them wearing matching plate carriers. Eyes on! Frairen called out, scrambling behind the M2 turret while her machine gunners took their places. Covering fire for the squad by that Kroger! The crafts that were out of fuel deployed their landing chutes, a safety feature that, while allowing the craft to land safely, was going to both ruin the airframe and treat the troopers inside like bouncing jelly beans. Her own pilots were desperately operating the engines, both slowing them down for landing and trying to get it to fit in the parking lot below them. The Vulture wobbled, creaked, groaned, and shuddered like a drunken goose trying to walk through a ball pit. And Frairen's stomach was deeply not a fan of the movements. Frairen brought the M2s to life again, this time able to enjoy the vengeful thunder of their barrels as she traced it along the cover of the Mandarin, chewing apart concrete and cars alike. The booming roar of the XC-1MGs next to her would have been deafening if it wasn't for her helmet, but the long streams of munitions ripped through the charging Mandarin like they were made of paper. The Vulture came down at a sluggish angle, smashing onto 3 large trucks and a delivery van with a knee-quaking buckle of the airframe. Frairen and nearly half of her platoon were thrown from the craft as it twisted, but they were on their feet before the engines could gutter out their last little cough of flame. The pilots came rolling out of their cockpits, wielding submachine guns, as the rest of her platoon came fanning out from the craft, XC-1 Lancer rifles ripping a heavy toll amongst the now retreating Mandarin. Frairen ran up to an odd-looking human wearing a cowboy hat, spurred boots, and a rather elaborate plate carrier that held a radio he was angrily yelling into. She grabbed him by the shoulder strap and pulled the giant of a man down towards her.
What are we looking at?
4 brigades are attempting to hold an LZ.
He shouted, bending further down to Frairen as he was quite a few inches taller.
Militia are holding a ring, but we need proper forces. They keep getting landers in and we are at a deadlock.
They're coming! Frairen yelled, then pointed up. The man looked up and saw waves of vultures and kestrels floating down on their emergency chutes, while one kestrel landed on top of a Buc-ee's, bowling over their animal mascot and slamming through the roof of the rest station.
What the fuck?
He said in alarm as another vulture smashed down onto a dairy trailer, causing an explosion of milk that showered over multiple squads of militia and light infantry regulars. The vulture gave a groan and slammed nose first into the ground, light infantry spilling out of it like a poked nest of spiders. Long story, Frairen said, then pointed towards a barricade. Get your men over there and follow us in. Make sure nothing gets behind us.
You got it, Warhound.
The man said cheekily, then took off at a jingling run. Frairen stood there, smiling as she watched him go, then waved her hand. All right, we got a fight to win and Mandarin to kill. Let's go! The Mandarin were used to assaulting other planets. Civilians ran, military fought, sacrifices were taken, victory was had. The humans proved difficult and formidable opponents to be sure, but their planet was like any other, and their war wave was still fighting them in Mandarin-held space. This, to the Mandarin, meant their planet was lightly guarded, and its location was divined by their many priests via the sacrifice of thousands of prisoners. With its location found via their odd, sorcerous means, they launched a lightning assault to take the world. But there was one thing they did not know. Earth had a shitload of guns. Indeed, the Mandarin did not know that. In the unified American states especially, gun ownership was at the peak of popularity. Some civilians even bought proper combat armor and combat-ready weapons just in case. And the after-combat smug was so thick it could have been spread on lava rocks. While the Mandarin had more success in some areas of the European coalition, they hit dead-end roadblocks in the UAS, even more so now that Canada and South America had joined in. The surviving Mandarin would, frankly, see Africa and Australia as nightmare fuel for decades to come. Despite their early success in their landings, they knew it was going to be a hard fight in the skies. They had assumed their forces could take the ground, and in thus take control of the ground-based orbital defense arrays. But that proved far harder than they had believed. Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Arkansas, Arizona, Florida, and Montana proved to be mass graves for the Mandarin who landed there in force. The local populations, armed to the gills and having to suppress their now fully erect, gender-specific murder boners, slammed into the Mandarin from every direction. Every house, every gas station, every shopping mall turned into a suddenly bristling hive of warriors that poured in from every direction. The death toll was high on both sides, but the Mandarin took the lion's share of deaths. Over 700 million combat-capable Mandarin had made successful landfall on Earth. Only 7 million managed to escape after 3 days of constant, brutal combat actions, another further million taken as prisoners of war. The death toll was so steep for the shocked Mandarin that it crippled an entire combat wing of their empire, including the loss of over 50% of their war fleet and hundreds of noble houses who sought to gain bragging rights for conquering Earth. As the Mandarin fled back through their odd portals with the remnants of their combat group, Earth smoked for weeks on end. Wreckage of combat ships floated aimlessly around Earth or made landfall, hurtling through the atmosphere in balls of flame. Cities, towns, they all trailed tendrils of black smoke for days as the dead were tallied and the fallen were buried. The dead Mandarin were so numerous that they could not dig holes fast enough, so instead, the humans resorted to mass graves. They covered the once invaders with the soil of the planet that they had failed to even get a foothold on, their legacy swallowed to be broken down into nutrients to feed the land itself. The death toll of humanity was still high,
and the Mandarin had left their mark. Hundreds of millions of civilians had died, hundreds of thousands of military personnel slain during combat. But the humans licked their thumbs and still marked the page in history as a crushing victory. The Jinn, Rowan, Poit, Opticans, and Carlakans arrived in force to relieve the humans, but were shocked to find the humans merely licking their wounds. They did not arrive to a planet under siege, but a tomb world for Mandarin pride. Despite arriving to not find an enemy, the citizens of the stars took to providing medical aid for the billions of wounded, engineers set to the task of repairing ships, and food supplies poured in from all planets that could manage it. The Rimiki, a two-toed, long-footed race of the stars, known for their long horizontal ears, fully colored eyes with light-colored pupils, and their odd tails that were long, agile, and adorned at the end with a furred tuft, also arrived as quickly as they could. They brought with them enough food to feed Earth 3 times over, as it was all they could do in relation to the war effort. The humans had taken care of these planets and their people for years now, bleeding for them all across the dark void of space. Humans may have been the butcherers of the stars, but they were their butcherers, and they came without being bidden. Other rogue Yorpal and Zumra came as well, but the lack of attention from the Yorpal and Zumra proper did not go unnoticed. A celebration was had when the big-mouth bass relit its engines, having played host to a battle as fierce as that down on Earth, and it hauled itself back to the rather busy repair docks under its own power. Weeks later, Frairen kissed Ramira on the forehead, the two of them sitting at a table and enjoying a slice of cheesecake together.
You stupid girl.
Frairen laughed, looking down at Ramira's many bandages.
You just had to join in on the fight, didn't you?
Ramira shrugged as she stabbed at her cheesecake.
I couldn't just let them kill me, you know. A human gave me her rifle and I started using it. Mother is going to kill you.
Frairen chuckled, brushing down her sister's brighter colored yellow fur.
Look at what you did to your fur. Getting holes all in it. You're one to talk. Didn't they have to drag you out from under a pile of bodies?
Ramira quipped, poking her sister in her still freshly repaired ribs.
Mother wouldn't even recognize you.
Frairen giggled, then let out a sad sigh. I can't believe our people didn't come.
Yeah,
Ramira said, her tail giving a sad wag.
Everyone else did. Even the Rimiki showed up in their second-hand skip ships.
Not everyone, Miss Rimiki said, sitting down across from them with her plate piled with 4 slices of cheesecake. The table was a little short and shifted as her thighs pressed against the bottom of it. The Zumra failed to make a proper appearance as well. Ramira hissed through her teeth.
Damn, Teach! What happened to you?
Miss Rimiki poked at her bandages, the damage having been hard to heal due to how tough her skin and scales were. Just a little shrapnel damage is all. Frairen, congratulations on your promotion, by the way.
Ha! Thanks.
Frairen mused, waving her hand.
Honestly, it's more work than I would like. I have to manage a whole bunch of whiny Yorpal now.
I see, Miss Rimiki said with a soft smile. Then she leaned forward, resting on her elbows. I heard that even more Yorpal are coming here for training. Are you ready? Frairen sighed, stabbed a hunk of her cheesecake, and forked it into her mouth as she spoke around it.
Since when have people asked me if I'm ever ready for this bullshit?
Kaden, wrapped in as many bandages as Miss Rimiki, gave her surprised face a kiss on the cheek, then sat down next to her.
Come on now, it's the most fun.
Tyndall knew you were messing around with a human!
Ramira suddenly screamed, pointing at Kaden as she jumped to her feet, causing both Frairen, Kaden, and Miss Rimiki to startle.
She is going to flip! Tyndall!
The black-furred Yorpal looked over her shoulder lazily as she waited in line. Then her eyes went wide, pointing at Kaden and shouting across the restaurant.
I knew it!
I asked you to wait in the car, Miss Rimiki said with an aggravated tilt of her head towards her human lover. Caden blew a raspberry.
Wait in the car outside a cheesecake place so you can visit with your students? Hello? This place is full of cheesecake and I'm full of painkillers. Let's feast.
The Statizi? Yeah, I've heard of them. Poor bastards. They kill damn near anything they touch. Been in the oubliette of space since they were found.
The Stadisi of planet Zawari were a lonely race of the stars. But it was not like they were shunned for their looks or culture alone. The Yorpals, a semi-bestial race of aliens that hailed from Dagmar Prime, liked the Stadisi for their fine work and clothing. The Poit, a shorter elvish race, bought many exotic spices from the Stadisi regularly. The cobra-hooded Karlaken, avian Optican, masked Jinn, and everyone else viewed the Stadisi from a distance with a curious awe. They dared not get any closer, due to the fact the Stadisi were poisonous simply by nature and evolution. Despite their elegant beauty and refined culture, no one dared go too close to them. With high pointed ears upon the head and light blue skin, the Stadisi should have won every popularity contest and beauty court held among the stars. Yet, they were never invited. They never graced the stages of politics, and everywhere they went for trade, they were beholden behind panes of glass, thick leather gloves, and strong suits of nixskin. The Stadisi were much akin to the humans in many regards. They desired to belong, to be properly folded into the herd, to be a part of the group as a whole. Alas, no one wanted the Stadisi near them, left alone way out in their corner of space, far beyond the war against the Mandarin and outside the scope of humanity. The Stadisi were evolved from predators, though their ancient kin hunted in a far different way. Their bodies proved to be quite efficient in producing a variety of tetrodotoxin, unknown to nearly all other planets, ancient holdovers from their evolution from the sea to land. Their ability to make the toxin never faded, as it was produced internally, their body creating the toxin through the normal food that the Stadisi consumed. Minerals, bacteria, and nutrients are converted into the toxin via a small gland near their clavicles, which is pumped constantly to the lips and skin. This makes nearly everything they touch, or even sweat on, toxic to nearly all life forms, and paired with a rather moist and wet planet, nothing bothers the towns and cities of the Stadisi. With this little toxin, the Stadisi held a death grip on the food chain of their planet. Other predators were wary of hunting Stadisi, and the ones that could had to be cautious of their mouth. One bite from a Stadisi meant death for both the predator and usually the Stadisi itself. Both of them locked in a struggle for survival and dying together regularly. The Stadisi dying of trauma and bleeding, and the predator dying of the toxin. The ability for the toxin to stay active on surfaces meant that the Stadisi rarely ever actually touched anything when they traveled. They were confined to their rooms on stations, forced to wear all manner of gloves, and no one dared touch them to shake hands. Some stations even required full face masks or veils, something that deeply insulted the Stadisi, despite their understanding. Stations would even refuse to clean their ships, seeing the Art Deco Stadisi ships as death traps full of horrible, face-melting toxins. Stories revolving around the Stadisi went as far as to paint them as toxic beings that could kill with a single breath, and despite the polite trading between the races of the stars, it fueled the wariness. It had traveled as far as Earth merely in story, and the humans were curious about these mysterious beings that could kill with a mere exhale of the lungs. Their planet had even been labeled a death planet of order higher than the humans, but only for the fact that the ruling species may as well have been biochemical weapons. Worse yet, Stadisi were hopeless romantics. They indulged in stories, books, video plays, and more from all around the stars, and none made a finer romance than the humans. Fictional tales of blood-sucking monsters falling in love, those cursed with unholy afflictions still finding partners within a special someone. It did nothing but fuel the hunger of the Stadisi to greater and greater heights of passions. The Stadisi longed to be able to touch a non-Stadisi, to finally embrace another being of the stars, to find kinship with another race without having to hide behind layers of protective gear. None longed as hard as Dedicant Quill Lemur, a minor royal of House Lemur. Quill longed as hard as the rest of the Stadisi, but with her wealth and connections, she had a highly illegal connection to the Earth Internet. It was slow, of course, taking entire days to load pages of text, but that's what servants were for. For days on end, she would read of humans attempting to romance monsters in their fictional stories, trysts with the demonic and evil, ply at the toxic and venomous, and felt a strong kinship to many drawn images of other toxic beauties, giant snake women with fangs, insectoid women with mandibles and venomous bites, women of great strength and morbid features. It seemed not to matter to the humans. She would spend hours reading about how humans longed for such creatures, and it fed into her royal romantic delusions. Royal Stadisi were more toxic than a regular Stadisi peon due to their lineage, and it was rumored a single drop of spit could kill more than 20 of the other beings across the stars. There was a star-famous instance of a Stadisi prince sneezing a little too forcefully due to dust, and the spray penetrated his veil, landing on several point traders. The point had died within seconds, their bodies shutting down while the Jinn traders quickly sprayed cleaners on their masks, hoping it was not too late. There was, however, a glimmer of hope to Quill. After months of reading and watching, she had finally made up her mind. Station Awareness, a rogue station turned official that was orbiting the second moon of Averna, was within strike range, only a few months skip away. On that station, she had read comments that a human battleship called the Big Mouth Bass would be docking for a resupply, and there were thousands of humans on board. It would be her one true chance, neutral ground on an older station that may be slower at detecting her presence. Naturally, she couldn't let her parents know. A Stadisi royal going rogue on a ship would cause Confederation-wide panic. So she instead told them she was going on a hunting trip. Royals, after all, do hunt, and they knew she had a penchant for going hunting for weeks at a time. Donning a heavy veiled traveling hat that only let her eyes show through, a full regal bodysuit with all kinds of fun dangling things to distract the eyes, and her tallest pair of leather gloves and boots, she set out to her own personal Slingili speed cruiser. It was, technically, the size of a patrol clipper and had enough weapons to take down a small flotilla of pirates, but royals had to travel in style after all. Her personal crew of 100 royal Stadisi bowed to her as she boarded her ship, and she looked down at the book she carried in her arms. One of her favorites, a novel called I, Zombie, she pulled out of the pile and held in front of her, casting a hidden smile onto the book.
Wish me luck, Yen.
What a hunk of space shit!
Frairen grumbled, looking around at the station as she and the rest of the Yorpal came out into the main receiving area of the port they were attached to.
The humans signed off on this heap?
A survivor of the last stand with Frairen, a green-furred male Yorpal, shrugged his shoulders from beside Frairen.
Well, don't be so hard on them, Arun. You haven't seen the before pictures yet.
It was worse than this, Private Mobley?
Frairen asked, her mustard yellow-colored fur a hard clash to his green.
Makes me wish we had worn our armor out here.
Frairen and the other Yorpal, people of snout and paw, were wearing garrison uniforms and were a hard clash to the other Yorpal on the station. They were Kahawaii warhounds, renegade Yorpal who instead pledged allegiance to the human military rather than their own. The tension on the station was icy as they made line of sight to other Yorpals, and glares were shared all around. Not that the normal Yorpals would dare try to take them on in a clean fight. Warhounds were huge compared to regular Yorpals, due to human training regiments, earth food, and their instilled bloody fury that was still a mystery to many.
Tears nuts.
Frairen muttered, then waved a hand.
All right, we have 3 days on station. Let's try and find a...
Welcome!
A voice called. Yorpals turned, along with many humans, to see a rather dapper-looking Prill in a suit.
Welcome to Station Awareness.
A male red-furred Yorpal whistled.
Zokormorquit, look at the size of that Orgur.
The Prill, Mr. Burdick, was the owner of the station. Prill were a shorter race with extremely large ears and no hair, since their ears took up much of the real estate. This one was shorter than usual, and it was even odder to see a Prill smiling, as well as dressed nicely. The Orgur was Ula, and she was huge in more ways than one. The Orgur were a slime-based race of the stars, and due to their infatuation with humans, had begun gene code rewriting to make themselves look like them. Ula had chosen a rather popular female human as her gene code look-alike, and was a sight to behold indeed.
Thank you so much for coming.
Burdick called out to all the humans, Carlaken, Poit, Jin, and everyone else that were stationed on the Big Mouth Bass.
I am Mr. Burdick, and I own this station. I know she looks rough, but I can assure you, our bars and restaurants are top-notch. This is my partner, Ula.
Nearly everyone cocked a brow at that, even Frairen, as they looked from the huge, nearly 7-foot-tall purple Orgur to the barely 5-foot Prill.
Business partners,
Ula called out, clapping the hands of her containment suit together. The clap caused an ominous jiggle in a few key places, and a lot of the male humans were quickly warming up to the Orgur's presence.
I'm the muscle.
Security expert, Ula. Security expert.
Burdick murmured up to the Orgur, giving her hip an elbow. This caused a little more jiggling, and both the male human troopers and sailors of the Big Mouth Bass were now rather fond of Ula. Ula held up a finger, her jelly-like smile bright.
Right, security expert. I'm the security expert.
I feel my faith waning. Frairen murmured, causing the male and female Yorpals around her to quietly titter with laughter. Mr. Burdick rubbed at his temples, causing his large ears to circle with emotion as well.
Ah, jeez, Ula. It's a work in progress, folks. Enjoy the bars and the restaurants as well as the shopping centers. Admiral Vincent's.
Frairen rolled her eyes and walked away, hoping to find a bar while the odd little Prill tried to smooth-talk his way into the good favors of the Admiral.
All right, bar time. Let's try and find something sporty that sells wings.
A hot chance, muttered Dranilli, a pink-furred female Yorpal who smoothed back the far longer hair on the top of her head. Unless they're hauling frozen wings across 6 weeks of skips, we are not going to find chicken wings up here. As the small platoons of Yorpals made their way through the station, Private Mobley stopped, pointing a clawed paw finger.
Oh, hey, takoyaki.
He shouted, hooking a hard right. Dranilli rolled her eyes. That's not Oh, it is. Shit. Well, ain't no time like takoyaki time. The takoyaki stall owner, an older Carlaken, flared his reptilian hood in pleasure as nearly all of the Yorpals started making their way towards him.
I knew this was a good idea.
Quill's journey had gone well, and she only arrived an hour after the human battleship had arrived on station. Her ship had caused a bit of a stir, as it was obviously a Stadisi ship, but her fabricated registration showed that she was actually a Poit-operated ship. She would not pass as a Poit, as she was the average Stadisi height of 7 feet, but she would be the only one leaving the ship. Her cargo, such as water and foodstuffs, were to be delivered into the cargo bay via drones sent out by the ship itself. No one had to come inside, and no one would be the wiser. Her decontamination process had been an arduous experience. She had to make sure none of the Stupidest toxin was on her clothing, and it took nearly 3 hours to get ready before she had even arrived. She sat alone in the waiting area of the ramp, not even daring to sit down as she fidgeted with her delicate fingers. She had been speed reading all her books the entire way to the station, trying to figure out the best way to break the ice to the humans. She would try and find an older one. They were more pliable according to the books, and she was younger. So there would be an instant access to success according to the human fiction records. Fiction, as far as she could tell, was a direct analog to the true feelings of humans. After all, the humans fawned over the Zumra and even coupled with the Yorpals. She would have far more success, being less weird-looking. Her entire mission hinged on one speculation, however: human resilience. They were also Deathworlders, and she had read the articles about them handling deadly disease with ease, consuming the blood of other creatures with no ill effect, and even consuming poisons on their own planet for recreation. If anyone would be immune to the Stupidest toxins, it would hopefully be them. The thought of touching another race of the stars made her hearts nearly beat out of her chest, and she felt her nerves sparking at the mere idea of actually holding hands. She snapped herself out of it when a call came over the intercoms.
Detectant, we have docked. Are you ready to leave?
Asked the voice, a male Stupidest. Quill drew in a deep breath, then nodded as she put on her best human-speaking accent.
Yes.
Lower the ramps. An ear-ringing hiss broke the air as the 2 portals were pressurized and the door opened. Quill had little time to waste. She had told the crew to leave the engines running and hot for 4 hours, as the toxins would start building up on her clothing the more she moved around, and it was only a matter of time before a sensor was tripped. If something went wrong, then, well, she had to get the hell out of there as fast as possible.
It's here, boss! It's finally here!
Ula cried out in the privacy of their shared office, swinging Burdick around by the arms. Burdick laughed just as happily, holding Ula by her jiggly face.
Did you see the size of that thing? It unloaded thousands of customers onto the station. I already have renters putting in more orders for supplies.
Ula giggled madly as she still twirled Burdick around, then set him down on top of his desk so they were more eye to eye.
The Admiral sure was nice, and he even complimented me on how bright my color was.
She lightly palmed at her hair with her hands in a primping motion, which was simply a shaped piece of her body.
Guess the tub is really working out, huh?
I guess it is, Uli.
Burdick said with a laughing snort.
The rent on those warehouses is already coming in handy. They started shuffling stuff over to their battleship over an hour ago, which means they're gonna have freighters coming in to refill them.
Ula patted her tummy with her hands happily, an Orgur gesture for smugness.
And with their freighters comes escorts.
Which have more crew,
Burdick said with a cheeky raised finger, hopping off of his desk to the deck.
Which means more money,
Ula cackled, now lightly drumming on her broad, thick stomach.
This is so much better than being a pirate.
Burdick and Ula shared a laugh together, while the Prill fussed with his suit.
Ah, man. It's great having a plan come together, you know? Gonna need to order more rods of fuel, though.
Burdick said with a happy sigh, then raised an ear slightly as a small alert pinged from his security desk.
Ula, what is that about?
Ula quickly stepped over, rapidly tapping on the keyboard as Burdick looked past her hip.
Huh,
Ula murmured.
Says there's a Stupidest on the station.
Burdick shook his head.
Nah, just a Poit who bought one of their ships. It's probably just a census picking up residual toxin.
You sure, boss? I can always go take a look around. That stuff smells, you know,
Ula said, setting her hands on her hips.
Like, what's that human cloud candy?
Cotton candy?
Burdick asked, squinting at the Orgur.
Stupidest toxins smell like cotton candy to you? You don't even have a nose.
Ula tapped the side of her nose.
We do too. Look, it's right here.
Hola.
Burdick said with a shake of his head.
You go do whatever you want to do. I'm gonna go see how the warehouses are doing.
Okay.
Ula said cheerily, and one of her arms slowly transformed into a long, extremely sharp blade. The Orgur may have been slime people, but they were the dominant species on their planet for a reason. Quill had managed to find her way into a bar filled with humans, and hunting had been way too easy. There was a big yellow Yorple that kept eyeballing her, though, which was a bit of a worry. Yorples and a few other races could smell Stupidest toxins, and while she was still quite fresh from her chemical scrubbing, it was only a matter of time before all the Yorples in here could sniff her out. It didn't help that she was so nervous that she was sweating. The human that she managed to land, with only a few kind words and a fluttering of eyelashes to sink in the bait, was making her hearts flitter with excitement. He wasn't much older, maybe a year or two at most biologically, and he was handsome. She had seen quite a few of his type in the many bootleg movies she managed to download over the course of months, and it was probably a good thing she was wearing her veil, since she was smiling the entire time. His jaw was softly rectangular, clean-shaven, with a slightly crooked nose from an obvious break. He had the prettiest green eyes she had ever seen, and she kept catching herself gazing at them. Stupidest only had 3 eye colors: black, gray, or white. Humans could have up to 6 different eye colors, not counting shades, but green was her favorite by far. His hair was short but tidy, a usual military cut, with a little bit left long on top for something to style and play with. His uniform made knowing his name rather easy, though it was an apparent faux pas to call them by their uniform name when first meeting, or shouting it from across the walkways to get their attention. He later told her his name was Gabriel, after he finally stopped laughing.
So what's with the veil, anyway?
Gabriel asked, after taking a long sip from his drink.
Is it religious, cultural?
Quill murmured, her black eyes darting around.
Cultural, yes.
Gabriel nodded.
As well as the gloves and suit?
Yes.
Quill replied, raising her shoulders nervously.
Huh.
Gabriel uttered, shrugging his eyebrows.
Why I love going out here like this. Get to meet all kinds of new people.
And then kill them.
The yellow Yorple cried out with a raise of their glass, and many troopers around her cheered and laughed. Gabriel rolled his eyes. Quill liked it when he did that.
Well, that's what they do, anyway. I just run the ship's weapon systems, targeting and the like.
Gabriel said behind his glass, holding up his finger for another.
Are you sure you don't want a drink?
Quill shook her head, causing her outfit to jingle and shake.
No, I'm fine.
All right.
Gabriel replied, finishing his own.
So, you're human?
Quill stated flatly, leaning forward in her seat. Gabriel gave her an odd look, then raised his arm.
Huh. Would you look at that? I am.
Tinkling laughter escaped Quill, which made Gabriel flush with pleasure at being able to make her laugh.
I'm sorry. Yes, of course you are. What I mean is it true about the whole Deathworlder thing? Your people consume poisons on the regular and are extremely durable?
Quill asked. She could feel the eyes of the Yorple on her, which meant she was likely accelerating her body's toxin production by being a bundle of nerves. It was a defensive measure, after all. Gabriel gave a short, polite laugh.
Well, it's poison to some people. We can still get poisoned, but it's our animals that do it. Blue-ringed octopuses, boom-slang snakes, all those.
I see.
Quill murmured. She then dragged a gloved finger aloofly along the tabletop and hoped another rumor was true as she put a certain coy tone to her voice.
You know, I find Deathworlders quite intriguing. My mother is a royal and never let me meet one.
Gabriel quirked an eyebrow.
Is that right? Does she make you wear all the clothes, too?
Non-royals are not allowed to see my true self.
Quill lied, having to think quickly on her feet.
But I'm on this station alone, and Mother isn't here.
This feels like a paragraph from a romance novel.
Gabriel said with a flirtatious smile, then broke out into a fit of giggles.
Shit,
Quill thought. Her mind started to scramble as she was pulling directly from multiple romance novels designed around alien royalty, such as The Bottle Hue Beauty and 7 Days a Star's Lover. Quill whispered to herself, then her eyes lit up with an idea. She leaned forward slightly, reaching out with a leather-gloved finger and running it along the human's hand.
Wouldn't it be fun to live that fantasy, though? A poor little adventurous wayward princess lost among the stars?
We're on a backwater space station.
Gabriel said flatly, though his smile never left his lips.
Are you telling me my long-awaited space fantasy has to start on a station that comes with free tetanus shots?
Quill pouted prettily, even though he could only see it in her eyes.
Well, the stories have to start somewhere, don't they?
Gabriel laughed with honest amusement, which in turn caused Quill to laugh as well. She opened her eyes and caught movement to her right. That damnable, monstrous-looking yellow Yorple woman was sniffing the air and was talking quickly to the other Yorple around her.
I have a room on my ship,
Quill said quickly, her fear of being noticed by the Yorple sounding much akin to hopeful enthusiasm.
It has everything we'll need to live that fantasy, if just for a little while.
Gabriel hummed in his throat, looking at Quill with an appraising eye as he quickly finished his second drink.
My mother warned me about girls like you,
Gabriel said with a mock sigh of warning.
The wild women of the stars. What is a poor human like me to do under such pressures?
Quill really did like him. He was funny in a cool, charming way. It didn't feel forced. Another part of her asked,
Wait, would he really go to another woman's bed so easy?
But then she remembered. She was basically trying to drag him to her quarters just to see if she would kill him or not.
Come with me,
Quill whispered, her eyes squinting in youthful cunning as she plied him with another lie.
I want someone else to know what I am, what I look like, on my own terms.
She saw the yellow Yorple stand up, along with 3 others, all of them sniffing the air.
Lead the way,
Gabriel said, his green eyes bright with mischief.
The smell is fading,
Frairen murmured, turning around in place with wide eyes.
I'm telling you, I smelled it. It was faint at first, but it was growing in scent. Why would it just fade away so quickly?
Dranilli sighed out, sitting back down and picking up her mug of ale. Honestly, Corporal, are you sure you're not just smelling actual cotton candy? A presence loomed behind Frairen, and the Yorple turned, looking up over her shoulder at the extremely hard-to-ignore presence of Ula.
You smelled cotton candy too?
Ula asked Frairen, one of her arms still a hardened blade. Frairen slowly grinned.
Oh yeah, I smelled it. There's a fucking Stupidest on this station, isn't there? We're gonna find out,
Ula said chirpily, then held her normal hand out.
Care to join me? Also, are you the Frairen? The werewolf? Oh, this is so neat! I've read all about you. Is it true you got in trouble for eating a male human raw with cocktail sauce?
There had been a close call only once, having to duck around that damnable Yorple and the giant purple booger. But Quill had managed to get Gabriel onto the ship. As per the plan, her crew had kept a tight corridor free and clear of any toxins, leading to a spare royal bedroom on the starboard side of the ship's cargo area. Gabriel had wanted to see the rest of the ship, entranced by the Art Deco motifs and carvings along the wall panels. But Quill had masked her impatience with eagerness. She was so close to finally knowing the truth, so close to maybe having the ability to touch another living race of the stars, skin to skin. She wondered to herself if this was what a human cartoon character named Rogue felt. The apprehension, the fear, the desire, the longing. She had always felt a deep kinship with Rogue and read all the comics about her.
Come inside. Come on.
Quill giggled to Gabriel, pulling him inside the room. The room was stately, if a little boring, and a few of her hunting trophies hung on the walls of this room. She hunted a little too much and was running out of places to put the many heads, tusks, horns, and hooves of her kills.
Holy cow! Are these your father's?
Gabriel asked, looking around the room with a keen, appreciative eye.
No. These are all mine.
Quill said loftily, pulling over a table and a pair of comfortable chairs.
I hunt in my free time.
Gabriel slowly turned towards Quill, now far more interested than he had been before.
Is that right? A princess big game hunter with a romantic flair. I don't think I've read a story with one of those yet.
Well,
Quill said in a breathy voice, but that was mostly due to the fact she could barely control her breathing with the feverish eagerness taking over her body.
let's make our own romance story.
Gabriel took a step forward, already unbuttoning his uniform top, but Quill quickly held out a pair of leather-gloved hands.
Slowly,
she shouted, then cleared her throat with regal politeness when Gabriel seemed to cease all movement, frozen with eyebrows raised in alarm. She took on a more demure, shy pose.
I mean, let's take our time. There's no need to rush.
Quill took a seat at the table, her gloved fingers twiddling against themselves as Gabriel let out a soft chuckle. He still took off his uniform top and set it on the back of the chair.
All right. Slow it is, then.
He said, sitting down and leaning his forearms on the table's edge.
So, Princess, what shall it be first, then?
Fingertips.
Quill said instantly. The gloves were starting to get itchy from how frayed her nerves were.
I think fingertips. Touching is a good start.
Gabriel shrugged his lips playfully, then cocked his head.
All right. Fingertips. Ladies first.
Quill thought that was rather polite. Not even male Stadisi did that. She let out a nervous exhale, then slowly took off her gloves as if she were pulling her bright lance rifle from its sheath.
Oh, that's cool. You have naturally black fingernails.
Gabriel said, showing her his.
Ours are pink and white.
Quill leaned forward, setting her fingertips just an inch away from his.
Oh, would you look at that?
Quill's hearts were hammering in her chest, beating a thrumming duet of anxious hope in her veins.
A light touch to a Deathworlder should be fine, right?
She thought to herself, then also remembered why she had chosen this room in the first place. The garbage chute. Just in case things went south. She gently touched her fingertip to his, and she held her breath.
Corporal Frairen found her chair, Bertie.
Ula said into her suit mic as dozens of station medical experts threw a containment bag over the chair. Frairen was rapidly talking into her own communication device, smugly looking over at a pink Yorple who kept rolling her eyes.
We backtraced whoever it was through the station, and cams show her walking off with a human.
Oh, come on!
Burdick howled as he slammed his fist on his desk.
No! Why?
Ula shrugged.
Dunno, boss. We're going through the ship now, though.
Get the entire containment team over there.
Burdick screamed.
Her? You say? She could kill the entire station just with her damn breath. Get that ship locked down, now!
Wow.
Quill breathed out, running her fingertips along Gabriel's bare flesh.
Nothing.
Gabriel gave her a confused look.
Nothing? I mean, it feels nice, I guess. You have very soft skin.
Wow. Wow.
Quill sighed out happily. She was doing it. She was touching another race. She slowly dragged her fingers up and down Gabriel's arms with light pressure, and when his skin prickled in goosebumps, she quickly whipped her hands back.
Oh, no. No. It was going so well. How?
Gabriel said, then looked down at his arms.
Oh, don't worry. Human skin just does that. If we're cold or get tickled or feel something nice, it can give us goosebumps.
Quill placed her hand to her chest, breathing in.
Oh, thank goodness. I thought that I had done something wrong.
Gabriel giggled.
No, you're fine. May I see your face?
Oh, of course.
Quill said, pulling away the containment veil and its many absorption gills. This time, it was Gabriel's turn to exhale.
My gosh, you are stunning. I was afraid there were going to be mandibles or something under there.
Quill's cheeks, neck, and shoulders flushed a dark purple hue, and she looked away in embarrassment.
Thank you,
she said with a breathily laugh.
Your lips look...
Gabriel started, but it was his turn to look embarrassed.
They look different. Not in a weird way, but they look very, Are you wearing lip gloss?
Lip gloss? Cosmetics?
Quill asked as she slowly intertwined her fingers with Gabriel's, all her fingers at once, and not even his breathing slowed. Gabriel nodded, then picked up her hands so he could see them.
Yeah, female humans wear it to make their lips look juicy? Juicy sounds like the wrong term. Kissable?
Quill laughed aloud this time, the words sounding weird in her ears. She had spent a long time learning human English, as well as French, and rarely ever got to hear the word juicy spoken.
Juicy? Do my lips look juicy to you?
Very juicy.
Gabriel laughed back. Then he got an odd look to his eyes. Using his boots, he slowly scooted the table aside with ease. Then using the toes of his boots, he pulled Quill more towards him until their knees were touching. It was a rather open display of strength that caught Quill off guard, and it was quite impressive, actually.
Very kissable as well,
Gabriel said quietly, reaching up and brushing some of Quill's hair behind her ear. The human had touched, by far, the third most dangerous part of a Stadisi, and nothing was happening. The oil around her ears alone could kill up to several other star races simply by touch, but there he was, brushing her hair behind them. Quill's pulse quickened, and her eyes widened as she stared into the deep green of Gabriel's. This was it, the final test.
Gabriel?
Quill spoke in a hushed tone, her eyelids lowering as she looked at his lips.
Would you like to test how kissable my lips are?
I feel as if I am up to the job,
Gabriel murmured back, and he leaned forward. Quill's heart calmed for the first time in several hours when Gabriel's lips met hers, and it felt as if he had set fire to her entire body. The feeling of his lips pressing against her own, his head tilted just enough to clear her nose, felt as natural and as magical as the many times she had seen it on her pirated movies. Her toes curled within her boots, and instinctively, she pulled in a deep breath through her nose, breathing him in along with the oxygen being pumped into the room. She smelled the cleaner on his uniform, the faint odor of oil and weapon grease, the soap he used on his skin, the taste of his drink on his lips. It was an entrancing array of smells and tastes mixed with something else she couldn't put her highly toxic finger on. Something at the back of her mind coined what she was smelling and tasting, and her soul burned bright with it, the flesh of another Deathworlder. His hands went around her neck, while another wrapped around her hips, and she nearly groaned as he pulled her into his lap, her legs wrapping around his waist while her arms went around his neck. She managed to turn it into a soft moan, which appeared to awaken something in the human. She had kissed before, but this felt so much better, pressing her lips to this fellow Deathworlder. There was an odd hunger in this human, a kinsful aggression that she understood without even a single consideration. It came out of him in the way he breathed, the way his fingertips pulled at her skin, how he pressed her body against his. His tongue brushed against her teeth, parting her lips, and she dove hers into his mouth with unrestrained enthusiasm. She had always wanted to try this. The Stupidest thought kissing in general was gross, but the passing of tongues was seen as downright vulgar. A rather uncivilized sound came out of her throat when their lips parted for a moment to change angles, and it caused Gabriel to chuckle lustfully at her. The sound did something to her, and she tightened the wrap of her legs, even though her heavy leather containment boots made it quite awkward.
What?
Quill asked breathily as they broke away again, her breaths coming out in short, excited puffs. Gabriel smiled brightly at her, and oddly enough, his teeth were blue.
You taste like cotton candy,
He murmured in a low tone, a tone that did all kinds of odd and rather impolite things to both Quill's mind and body. Quill slowly trailed her fingers through Gabriel's hair, smiling at him. She searched his bright green eyes with her own black ones.
Do you like cotton candy?
I love cotton candy.
Gabriel said, then laughed as Quill pressed her lips to his once again, both of them letting their fingers trail where they may. Despite the fact that Gabriel was shirtless and that he had just managed to get Quill out of her own suit so he could enjoy what a real royal flesh looked like, the charge on the door of the ship exploded without their own considerations. Following their orders from Quill, the crew stayed put to avoid poisoning whoever the hell was coming in, which turned out to be Frairen in her heavy drop armor, due to the fact it sealed. Several other heavy drop infantry, Ula, and multiple members of station medical staff. What was first seen as an assassination attempt or a prologue to war turned out to be Gabriel and Quill enjoying a rather curious romantic evening. Frairen had been first through the door, the first to see the two half-naked figures of Gabriel and Quill, then ended up being the first back through the door while covering her visor.
No!
Frairen shouted, waving her hands.
Nope! We were wrong, so wrong! Out! Everyone out!
Ula, curious as ever, had leaned around Frairen to see what was going on, getting an eyeful of Quill, but also a solid view of Gabriel.
Oh, wow! What a species!
Ula started, but was quickly rugby pushed out of the way so that Frairen could escape whatever the hell was going on inside that room.
Out! Everyone out! Unbelievable!
Frairen howled, ushering the entire breaching team out of the floating death chamber that was the Stupidest ship. Gabriel, having quickly gotten dressed, had to stay on the ship until he was decontaminated, as he carried enough Stupidest toxins on his skin to likely kill over 100 people on the station. This took a little while longer than expected since Quill joined him for that shower, not looking to have any of her time taken away while she was on station. 6 hours later, Gabriel was in the medical holding cell that was usually reserved for someone with some kind of space plague. His dreamy smile never faded, though, letting everyone see his now deeply blue teeth. He was chastised by Command, who frankly thought the Stupidest were some kind of myth, but they could not exactly blame the man for being ignorant of the toxic boogeymen of space. Communications between the two races were swift, if taking quite a long time to get set up, and apologies were issued without delay. There was no apology from Quill, however, simply a request of, "When can I see Gabriel again?" along with a string of double-hearted Stupidest emojis. It left an odd question in the air, to be sure. While the humans were apparently immune to Stupidest toxins, it made them a horrifying living vector of the stuff. If not carefully managed, a human may accidentally poison dozens of people simply by hugging a Stupidest. As news traveled around the Confederation data web, humanity as a whole became quite piqued with interest about this new race of the stars. Doubly so, the Stupidest were chomping at the bit to finally meet another star race, flesh to flesh, after hearing about Quill's highly illegal and somewhat eyebrow-raising report. The Cinderal Confederation and the human leadership of Earth tried their best to keep things highly controlled, simply due to the death risk. If anything, humanity proved one thing quite true, as the first smuggling ship made world fall on planet Zawari, bearing both cargo and a lot of curious humans. There is sometimes nothing better than the infectious buzz of toxic curiosity.